Mom ruined our Japan trip with 5 lies: fake illness, overbooking, terminal, because my stepbrothers called me sister. Her jealousy led to mandatory therapy. My mom, Diane, married Richard when I was 16, giving me 2 stepbrothers, Jake, 15, and Matthew, 13. Richard, a finance executive, owned a lovely house with a pool and basement game room. Strangely, Richard and the boys liked me from the start. Richard would ask about my school day and listen. Jake and Matthew treated me like their sister in everything. After work, Richard joined us for driveway basketball. Diane watched from the window, annoyed. I believed she was adjusting to blended families, but it grew worse. Diane thought I was taking advantage of Richard's goodwill when he got me a phone for my birthday like he did the boys. Diane called me cocky when Jake requested me to teach him guitar. She said I was trying to replace her when Matthew asked me to help with his science project. Richard asked Diane why she was chilly to me. I needed time to accept her happiness, she remarked. A complete lie. But Richard trusted his new bride. The boys continued inviting me, but Diane kept making excuses. She immediately remembered my chores when they watched movies. She'd pretend I was grounded for something minor when Richard took them to baseball games. When they went to dinner, she said I was sick. After the boys asked why I didn't arrive, I learned. Richard suggested Japan for our first family vacation. His announcement at supper got the guys plotting everything we'd do. Diane grinned and said the 4 of them would love it. Richard corrected, saying 5. All of us. Diane consented despite twitching. Family planning lasted 2 months. To teach Matthew Japanese, I learnt basic phrases. Jake and I researched restaurants since we like tasting new things. Richard let me book hotels because I found bargains. Diane watched silently. Diane canceled my trip 2 weeks in advance. She stated Richard's mom was unwell and needed a caregiver. Richard's parents resided in Arizona and we lived in Ohio, so this was news to me. Diane asked for care before traveling in. Richard said his mother was healthy and on a cruise that week. Diane blushed and said I misunderstood. Diane tried again the next day. Her airline contacted to say they overbooked. She stated my ticket was canceled and there were no seats. Calling the airline myself, said all 5 tickets were confirmed. Diane said I was bothering them, and hung up. Diane informed Richard 2 days before the vacation that I would stay behind to apply to colleges. That seemed strange to Richard since I was a sophomore with another year. He asked me frankly and I responded Diane forbade me. Diane responded that I was perplexed and emotional over their departure. Richard looked between us and said we'd talk later. I heard them fight that night. Richard stated he bought 5 tickets for 5 people. I'd ruin the trip with my lousy attitude, Diane said. Richard wondered why I was so negative since I was excited. Diane couldn't reply. Diane told me the cab was filled the morning of the flight and I had to meet them at the airport. She gave me the wrong terminal number. I found them missing at Terminal A. Jake said they were at Terminal C, and boarding was underway when I called. Running across the airport, I arrived just before the gate closed. Diane was startled by me. The gate agent was asked if my ticket was real. Richard advised her to board the plane and quit arguing. Diane tried to sit next to me on the plane, but Jake and Matthew had them. She sat alone 2 rows back. While Diane sulked, the lad taught me card games on the flight and Richard joined us. Diane sought total power in Tokyo. She'd claim we were going somewhere, then get furious when Richard changed our plans. The lads wanted to do activities together, but she tried to split us up. She thought I was old enough to explore alone, but Richard said we stayed together. Richard discovered out Diane trying to reserve separate hotel rooms and forced her cancel. She explained to the desk receptionist why she sought to change a reservation covertly. Diane informed the robot restaurant host of our 4-person gathering. Showing my ticket, I said 5. The host seemed confused, and Diane said she forgot me. Jake shouted that she'd forgotten his sister all week. Diane blushed as many watched. She remained silent during the show while we cheered and took pictures. Diane hated the temple visit most. Though the guide spoke English, I practiced Japanese greetings. The guide praised Richard for raising a courteous daughter as I bowed and thanked him. Then my mother lost it. Diane blushed red and her voice grew loud enough to draw travelers' attention. She claimed the guide made a mistake and I wasn't Richard's daughter. Richard placed his hand on her shoulder and assured her that I was his daughter in all ways. Diane continued as the temple guide moved from foot to foot, looking uneasy. She claimed that I was a stepdaughter and shouldn't be complimented like relatives. Jake intervened between Diane and the guide to tell her to stop embarrassing everyone. His loud voice was new to me when he spoke to her. Diane's mouth opened and closed without speaking. Richard apologized in halting Japanese that sounded rude, but the guide nodded and smiled. Diane was brought by Richard away from the group to a quiet section of the temple grounds with stone benches. Matthew kept close and murmured that his mom was crazy all trip. He was relieved. Someone finally called her out on mistreating me. I saw Richard and Diane having a serious chat by a stone lantern. Diane waved her hands furiously, still red. Richard stiffened with his arms crossed over his chest. Jake agreed to continue the tour when the guide requested. He suggested we meet our parents later to discuss the temple's history. Our guide appeared relieved to focus on the three of us without family strife. She led us down a stone walk to the main building and explained its age. I rehearsed more Japanese phrases with Matthew and attempted to remember those from the plane. The guide remarked I had a good language ear and good pronunciation. That made me proud despite Diane's terrible incident. Matthew showed him monuments and asked their meanings. Jake took phone photos and joked that we'd remember this trip forever. My mother's eyes were red like she'd cried when we ended the tour and met Richard and Diane near the door. Her jaw was tightened and her face looked fierce. Richard thanked the guide again and gave her some cash. After bowing and thanking him, the guide smiled briefly before leaving. Richard stated we were going back to the hotel to chat as a family. Although Matthew tried to chat on what we observed in the temple, the cab journey back was quiet. He mentioned the statues, gardens, and sophisticated architecture. Diane glanced out the window, ignoring us. I'd never seen Richard look at her with such disappointment. A thin line formed in his mouth and his hands were folded in his lap. Jake and I shared the rear seat and touched shoulders. Richard asked Jake and Matthew to allow us an hour alone in his and Diane's hotel room. My boys hugged me before leaving. Jake murmured that they supported me no matter what. He remained silent. Diane stated would influence their opinion of me. Matthew squeezed my hand and reassured me. The door closed behind them, making the room feel too small and quiet. Richard put Diane and me on opposite sides of the motel bed. A desk chair was dragged out and he sat facing us. He promised an honest chat about his life since marrying Diane. Diane immediately claimed I was overly sensitive. She stated she was inviting and I was making excuses. Richard cut her off with his hand. He gave me specific examples of her behavior that excluded me. He mentioned calling his mom to check on his false grandmother's sickness. He discussed the airline ticket lie and how he verified all 5 tickets. He discussed my nearly missed flight due to the inaccurate terminal number. He described all Diane's attempts to keep me from going. Diane paled as he spoke. Her hands shook in her lap and she ignored us. I couldn't stop talking once I started. Richard learned that Diane grounded me when the boys wanted to take me to a baseball game. I told him she'd say I was sick when they went to pizza. Diane reminded me of duties, so I informed him about every movie I missed. As I recounted her reasons for keeping me away, my voice grew. Diane tried to intervene, but Richard ignored her. He watched me and informed her she'd get her turn once I finished. I kept continuing and told him about the calls to my room stating dinner was cancelled when they were dining without me. The time she gave me the wrong address for Matthew's soccer game, so I showed up to vacant fields, I told him. As I spoke, Diane's face from red to pale. Her hands knotted in her lap, and she looked like she wanted to hide in the hotel bed. After I stopped talking, the room was quiet. Outside our hallway door, I heard individuals walking. Richard asked Diane if she had anything to say. Diane's face crumbled and tears fell. She stated she envied my comfortable life with Richard and the boys. She felt like an outcast after 18 months of marriage, whereas Jake and Matthew treated me like a sister from the start. She broke down when she claimed it wasn't fair that I had Richard's attention and the boys' love while she married into this family. She stated she was meant to be their center, but they all treated me like the missing piece. I'd never heard Richard's voice so chilly and flat. He informed Diane she married into his family, but all 3 invited me separately. He said, I earned their love by being kind and genuine and caring about them as people. Diane's jealousy was her problem, not mine to resolve by shrinking. Her body shook as Diane cried more. To feel accepted, she said she never meant to hurt me. The family didn't feel big enough for us, she said. Richard, clenching his jaw, told her that was a lie she made up. He said jealousy hurt her connection with me and him. Upon returning home, he advised Diane to see a therapist about her concerns. We needed family therapy to restore what she broke, he claimed. Diane nodded but ignored me, staring at the floor. At that moment, I understood she wasn't apologetic. Though she knew her actions were immoral, she hated that Richard and the boys loved me. Richard inquired if I wanted to continue the trip or fly home early. He stated, whatever I chose, he and the boys would support me completely. I remembered Jake and my restaurant ideas. I considered the Japanese phrases I taught Matthew. I recalled my 2-month excitement. I told Richard I wanted to stay to avoid Diane's difficulties ruining something I'd been looking forward to. Richard nodded and instructed Diane to respect me the rest of the trip. Unless she could do that, she'd go home early instead of me. Diane whispered comprehension. Richard stood up and called the boys in by opening the door. Jake and Matthew looked frightened, so Richard sat them down. "We resolved some issues and we're concluding the holiday as a family," he said. Richard stated everything would be fine when Jake asked. Matthew first looked at Diane's red eyes, then me. He hugged me silently. We dined at a nearby restaurant that night. Diane ate across from me and scarcely spoke. She ordered dinner and ate while watching her plate, cutting thick table tension. Jake made fun of the robot eatery and the chaotic spectacle. Matthew laughed at his robot impressions. Matthew showed us temple photos on his phone. He took beautiful photos of the main building, gardens, and statues. Richard questioned Matthew about his learning after viewing each photo. Diane only nodded when addressed. The server brought our lunch, and I focused on eating. The sushi was delicious, but Diane's unhappy face kept me from enjoying it. Jake continued the conversation by discussing tomorrow's plans. He described the Japanese garden we'd visit. Matthew wanted the koi there. Richard agreed and suggested we go in the morning. Next day, we took a taxi to the garden. Driving in the front seat, Diane didn't say anything. She joined me instead of following behind when we arrived. She showed me a map near the door and asked whether I wanted to see the tea house first. Like reading a script. Her voice was rigid. After saying sure, we proceeded their way. Beautifully manicured trees and stone walks between ponds made the area lovely. Matthew hurried ahead to see the koi. Jake photographed everything. Diane kept close and commented on flora we passed. She requested my opinion about the major pond bridge. I said pretty, and she agreed. Everything seemed awkward and forced. She invited me because Richard urged her to, not because she wanted me. A kimono-clad woman poured us tea on the floor inside the tea establishment. Diane sat between Matthew and me. She inquired about my green tea experience. I replied sure at home and she nodded. The conversation ended, and we drank tea quietly. Jake frowned at the bitter flavor, and Matthew laughed. Richard grinned, easing stress. Diane tried as we strolled around the garden. She pointed out items or asked my opinion on a path. Though it felt like an act, she wasn't denying my existence. Jake and I chose an exciting sushi restaurant for lunch. We spent hours planning our orders from the internet menu. Diane stared at her menu, and then at me when we sat down. She wanted my advice since I'd researched everything. I was astonished, she remembered. I proposed salmon and tuna rolls. I told her about their secret sauce and its rave ratings. Diane followed my advice. The lunch arrived, and she tried everything before looking at me. She loved the fish and thanked me for the suggestion. It was tiny, yet it felt vast after everything. Jake smiled across the table. Matthew asked me to order dessert. Richard regarded Diane and me with a watchful eye, as if to ensure her word. The remainder of lunch went better. Diane rarely spoke, but when she did, she instinctively included me. She asked about my trip highlights. She listened to my response. Although it felt like she was following Richard's instructions rather than caring, it was better than her trying to delete me from the family. Matthew mentioned the online anime store that night. He stared at Diane like he expected her to say no as he showed us merchandise photos on his phone. She looked at the images and Richard before nodding and suggesting we go next morning. Matthew's face brightened up as he listed his sites. Jake also wanted to visit Japanese manga stores. Diane consented without explanation or recommending the boys go without me, surprising me. We discovered the store Matthew studied in Akihabara the next morning by train. Multiple floors of anime figures, manga, and items I'd never seen were there. Matthew sprinted ahead, pulling Jake, and I followed. Diane entered last and watched us from the entrance. It took over 90 minutes to inspect everything. Matthew continued showing me figures from his favorite programs, asking if I liked them. Jake found a manga section he couldn't get home and made a list to buy. Diane came over to look at my Studio Ghibli goods. I answered such movies were my favorites when she inquired. She gazed at a small Totoro keychain for a moment before putting it down. She never complained about our delay or tried to rush us out. She waited quietly and patiently while we three grew excited about everything we found. Matthew left the store with 2 full bags and thanked everyone for letting him take so long. On our last day in Japan, we drove to Mount Fuji. Weather was excellent and the mountain looked great against the blue sky. Richard wanted a family shot with the mountain behind us. We lined up when he requested another visitor to take the photo. Diane flanked me instead of her customary posture. Matthew faced us, and Jake was on my other side. Next to Diane, Richard held her shoulder. The traveler took numerous shots after counting to 3. Diane's smile felt awkward, but she tried to look interested. Richard thanked the traveler and we reviewed the images. Diane was always next to me in photos, making us look like a family instead of 4 individuals plus 1 outsider. Matthew suggested printing and framing the photo at home. Diane didn't object or advise taking one without me. We toured the visitor center's mountain history exhibits. Diane was with us the whole time and commented on what we saw. It seemed awkward and forced, like she was obeying Richard's rules instead of wanting to include me, but it was better than her attempting to exclude me. The next day's journey return was long but calmer than feared. Diane quickly put in earbuds and sat by the window. Within an hour, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Jake and Matthew sat in the row with me and we chose movies. Matthew wanted a comedic movie, and Jake chose an action movie we liked. Richard watched us from the aisle while sitting close to Diane. We were asked whether we needed anything or were comfortable. Since we were returning to reality, I could see he was watching to make sure Diane didn't do anything else. She slept much of the journey and then glanced out the window or went through her phone. She didn't talk to us or discuss the trip. The boys and I quietly discussed our favorite things of Japan and our plans for home. Jake wanted to study Japanese and possibly take a school class. Matthew wants to see other cities later. I agreed and wanted to visit Osaka again. Diane looked at me like she was listening but didn't say anything. Richard told Diane to sit in the living room after we unloaded to discuss. He searched our region for family therapists on his phone. Diane watched him with dismay, but she didn't argue or apologize. Richard identified Sarah Mitchell, a blended family expert with good evaluations. He contacted for an appointment next week. Diane said they could resolve problems without therapy. Richard glanced at her and explained this was necessary for their marriage. Diane paled at his calm, forceful voice. Yes, she'd go. Richard scribbled the appointment on the kitchen calendar for all 5 of us. Jake and Matthew asked downstairs what was occurring. Richard said we'd go to family therapy to resolve concerns. Jake told Diane it was time someone confronted her about her actions. Diane opened her mouth to answer but closed it again and glanced at her hands. The first treatment session was in a tiny office with gentle lighting and comfy chairs. Sarah Mitchell, in her 40 seconds, had gentle eyes and a quiet voice. She invited us to introduce ourselves and then asked about blended family experiences. Diane spoke first about how difficult it was to combine 2 families. She said she felt alienated from Richard and the boys' connection and always on the outside. She said she struggled to fit in while I fit in easily. Jake cut her off and stated it wasn't true. He gave specific examples of Diane deliberately excluding me from family events. He mentioned how Mom claimed I was grounded when I wasn't and how she claimed I was unwell when the boys wanted me to come. Matthew said Diane lied to prevent me from going to Japan. Richard supported them and told Sarah about the false grandmother and wrong terminal number. Diane reddened and began to explain herself, but Sarah held up her hand and told her to listen to her family. Sarah looked at Diane and stated she heard her envy was based on her self-concern more than anything I did. She asked Diane to consider why she felt frightened by a teenage girl instead of accepting her as family. Diane paused before responding. She mentioned she always had problems when others got attention she wanted. She talked about her prettier, more popular sister and how their parents always favored her. She stated marrying Richard and seeing how effortlessly his sons welcomed me brought back those feelings of not being good enough. Sarah agreed, but noted that Diane had taken her feelings out on me instead of dealing with them. She asked Diane if she saw how her behavior harmed me and her family. Diane nodded slowly and wiped her eyes, but she didn't look at me. For several weeks, we attended to therapy every Wednesday after school. Diane admitted her exclusionary actions. She admits to lying about airline tickets and terminal numbers. She recounted making excuses to keep me from family events. She was jealous of Richard and the boys' liking of me and felt like she was losing her family to me. Sarah asked her to consider why she perceived it as losing. Diane couldn't answer that question well. Although she didn't apologize or take full responsibility, she ceased making excuses. She stopped calling me too nice or present. She stopped blaming me for her emotions. Jake and Matthew watched her closely throughout these sessions and called her out if she tried to retract or downplay her actions. Richard was mostly quiet, but his presence felt protective, like he was preventing Diane from twisting the story again. Richard became more attentive about family time afterward. He included me in everything and stopped Diane from creating separate activities. When Dad took the boys to a basketball game, he insisted Diane sit with us instead of staying home. Richard responded we did things as a family when Diane mentioned the boys would want to do something with her. He prepared dinners and movie nights for everyone. Despite appearing annoyed, Diane continued. She couldn't argue without seeming bad. Jake and Matthew became more protective of me after watching their mom's actions. They instantly called Diane out if she said anything to alienate me. Matt told her during dinner to stop being awkward about having me around. If she couldn't manage me being in the family, Jake suggested she consider why it was her problem and not mine. Diane didn't answer despite her tense expression. She knew her sons supported me and disagreeing with them would worsen things. Diane added individual treatment to family therapy. She returned home fatigued and emotional on Thursday nights. Sometimes her eyes were crimson from sobbing. Richard informed me privately one night that her therapist was forcing her to confront her self-worth and competition with other women. He said it was hard but vital for Diane to have healthy interactions with anyone. He claimed her therapist was helping her understand that love wasn't limited, and that Richard and the boys adoring her didn't imply they loved her less. If Richard thought Diane would ever change or if this was transitory because he put her into therapy, I inquired. Although Richard didn't know, he would make sure she kept trying so she wouldn't treat me horribly again. Richard convened a family meeting over supper a month after we returned from Japan. Like usual, I sat between Jake and Matthew, while Diane sat across from me. We ate in silence for a few minutes after Richard served his pasta. Diane put down her fork and faced me. She asked about my college plans and potential schools. I expected her to interrupt or alter the subject, but she just listened. I informed her about 3 universities, 1 in state and 2 out, and why I preferred them. Diane nodded and inquired about the programs and my campus visits. It was modest to have my mother listen to me talk about my future, but it felt vast compared to how she used to ignore me. Jake encouraged me by kicking my foot under the table as Richard grinned at us. We talked about other things, but I kept thinking about how Diane asked me a real question and waited for my actual answer. A few weeks later, Matthew announced he wanted a house party for his birthday. Matthew interrupted Diane's rapid preparation of decorations and food. He asked me to prepare the party because we liked the same music and games. Diane's smile stopped for a moment, and I saw her eyes flare with hurt. She breathed and replied, "That sounded great," and she'd handle all the food while Matthew and I worked on the entertainment. Richard was probably watching Diane to make sure she didn't take over or push me out. I spent the next week with Matthew preparing playlists and choosing basement games. Diane asked us about our plans and made recommendations, but she didn't try to control everything. Matthew's schoolmates flooded the house for his birthday. Diane made loads of food, and Matthew and I executed our plans brilliantly. Everyone liked the music, and the basement game tournament turned competitive. While replenishing snack bowls, I heard Matthew's buddies conversing near the kitchen. One stated he wishes his elder sister was as cool as me, while another said their siblings never wanted to hang out or plan. Diane tensed up as she stood by the counter. She clenched her jaw and tightened her face, and I feared she was going to say something harsh or go. Instead, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and kept arranging cookies on a platter. She never said anything or looked at me disrespectfully to ruin Matthew's party. I explained what happened at our therapy appointment later that week, and Sarah noted Diane's ability to stop reacting adversely indicated actual jealousy management development. Diane didn't like being applauded for fundamental decency, but she nodded and said it was painful to hear Matthew's friends praise me. Richard's brother visited for the weekend the following month. I'd met him at the wedding but hadn't talked. Friday night. He brought a bag of goodies for everyone. After an hour in the house, I could tell he was noticing something odd about Diane and how she treated me. He observed her tense up when Richard asked about school or the boys included me in their chats during supper. I was in the gaming room Saturday afternoon when he asked to talk privately. He said Richard told him everything that happened in Japan and how Diane sought to exclude me from the trip. He was impressed by my maturity and grace in handling the matter, especially since my mother treated me that way. Most kids would have generated drama or fought back, but I just was myself and let Diane's behavior speak for itself. I appreciated having a non-family adult verify my experiences, someone who could see the issue without being involved daily. Richard's office downstairs was where I heard voices that night as I got ready for bed. I saw Richard and his brother talking through the partially open door. I paused at the top of the steps, despite knowing not to. Richard's brother recounted his interaction with Diane that day. He told Diane how lucky she was to have married into a family that accepted her without questions. He told her that Richard and his sons had opened their house and hearts to her, and she'd almost destroyed it by rejecting me. He replied, "Diane should realize her envy hurts me too. It hurt her relationships with Richard and her sons." Richard thanked his brother for talking to Diane with gratitude and emotion. He stated it helped to have someone else tell her these facts, someone she couldn't dismiss as prejudiced or taking sides. I walked to my room thinking Diane was finally understanding what she'd done to our family. Jake suggested a family costume theme for trick-or-treating with Matthew in October. He suggested several suggestions at supper, and Diane immediately agreed. She even helped us discuss costume ideas and shop for the pieces. I could see she was doing it to please Richard and the boys more than to include me, but she tried. We dressed as characters from a movie Richard adored, and Diane spent a lot of time acquiring the right accessories. We got dressed for trick-or-treating and went around the neighborhood. This year was the first time Matthew could trick-or-treat with bigger kids instead of younger kids, which excited him. Walking from house to house made Matthew's candy bag heavier. At one house, A neighbor we'd seen but didn't know opened the door and praised our costumes. She stated it was great to witness a family that got along, especially a step-family that seemed to like each other. Diane seemed to force her grin, and I could feel her neck muscles stiffen. She didn't contradict the neighbor or say I wasn't family. She thanked the neighbor for the praise and walked on to the next residence. Before Japan, Diane would have disqualified me from that compliment, or clarified that I wasn't her daughter. She felt better for keeping quiet, even if it was hard. In November, Richard remarked over dinner that Thanksgiving was coming up and we needed to start organizing the menu. Since our custom began before he married Diane, he asked me to help him cook the turkey again. I watched Diane's look like she wanted to object but caught herself when her fork halted halfway to her mouth. She set down her fork and requested if she may make her unique stuffing for the meal. Richard agreed that would be fine, so we divided up the cooking for supper. Diane went for stuffing, sweet potatoes, and cranberry sauce, while Richard and I got turkey, gravy, and green beans. Jake and Matthew were left to arrange the dinner and clean up, which they feigned to dislike but didn't. I got up early to assist Richard prep the turkey on Thanksgiving morning, which was cool and sunny. Diane entered the kitchen an hour later to start her dishes, and we worked together for the first time. We moved around the kitchen, trying not to bump into each other, which was unpleasant at first. Our conversation was limited to ordering ingredients and verifying oven times. But when I needed salt, she gave it without attitude or eye-rolling. Instead of waiting for Richard, she called me for aid when she couldn't read her stuffing recipe on a ruined card. We collaborated 2.5 hours. It wasn't natural or comfortable, but it wasn't unfriendly. That seemed more impressive than it was. The supper was ready by early afternoon, and we ate at the dining room table. Richard had decorated it with candles and fine dishes, and Matthew had folded the napkins into creative shapes he'd seen from a video. Richard held out his wine glass to toast before we started eating. He appreciated family and second chances. He then said he was proud of how hard we'd worked to form a family despite our obstacles. He looked at each of us as he spoke, and when he looked at Diane, he appeared serious. Diane lifted her glass with everyone. I saw tears in her eyes. Holding the glass to her lips, her hand shook. I wasn't sure if the tears were from guilt about how she treated me, sadness over how hard it was for her, or something else. She hurriedly glanced at her dish and blinked. She looked up with tearful eyes but tried to smile. We started eating and enjoyed it, but I kept thinking about Diane's tears and wondering what was on her mind. Everyone settled into this new normal for a few weeks, as Diane attempted and sometimes succeeded at being less awful. December brought cold and darkness. On Saturday morning, Diane recommended we buy a Christmas tree together. Richard seemed shocked but thrilled, and Jake and Matthew quickly debated whether we should pick a big or medium tree. Diane strolled with me at the tree farm instead of away from the group. When we stopped at a 6-foot tree with full limbs, she asked which one I liked best. She nodded when I said it was lovely. Then asked Richard and the lads their opinions. Instead of observing, Diane helped tie down that tree as we loaded it onto the car. We decorated the house in the afternoon. Diane handed me boxes of ornaments from the garage one by one. She casually asked me about my best Christmas memories, including when my dad dressed as Santa when I was 6. I reminded her and she smiled tightly without opening her eyes. She seems to have practiced her speech with her therapist. She was chatting to me instead of ignoring me, which was better than she'd done in months. Jake played Christmas music while Matthew tried to put ornaments on the topmost branches without a ladder. Richard supervised and mocked our decorating efforts. Diane gave me a snowflake decorated glass ball ornament and asked where to put it. She liked it where I put it toward the tree's front. Despite feeling uneasy, the afternoon wasn't unpleasant, which was improvement. A few days later, Matthew spotted me doing schoolwork in my room. He asked me to help him choose Jake and Richard's Christmas gifts since I knew them best. I agreed and suggested ideas, then Diane entered my doorway. We could shop with her if we wished. Matthew shared my astonishment, but he stated that would be fantastic. I enjoyed the weekend shopping trip more than expected. Diane drove us to the mall and accompanied Matthew and me while we searched for gifts. Jake got a new basketball and Richard a gorgeous tie. Diane responded when asked but didn't dominate or make it about her. Matthew talked about his Christmas wishes the whole time. Diane listened without irritation. She laughed at Matthew's joke about Jake's bad music taste. Sitting together, we drank food court coffee. Diane and I still didn't talk much beyond school and weather, but our silence wasn't hostile anymore. Matthew fell asleep in the back seat on the way home, and Diane inquired about my college applications. After I told her about the schools I was considering, she asked thoughtful questions. Though uncomfortable, it was better than the Cold War we'd been living in since Richard married her. We had our last family therapy session before the holidays the next week. After sitting in our normal positions in the therapist's office, The environment felt less tense than in our first few appointments. Diane was requested by Sarah Mitchell to share her jealousy insights from recent months. Diane breathed deeply and stated she'd been contemplating why she'd reacted so poorly to me. She said she'd always battled with other women for attention and approval, starting with her two sisters who got more love from their parents. Her marriage to Richard and seeing how readily I was accepted by him and the boys brought back those feelings of not being good enough. She claimed seeing me blend in so well when she felt like an outsider made her feel like she was losing a competition she didn't know she'd entered. When she said she felt threatened by her 6-year-old daughter, her voice shook. Sarah nodded and asked Diane what she now understood. Diane said she'd realized that love wasn't finite and that Richard and the boys liking me didn't mean they loved her less. She said her envy sprang from her insecurities about being loved, not from anything I did wrong. Diane looked at me for the first time that session. She apologized for excluding me from the family and Japan trip. She blamed her envy on her own problems, not mine. Her apologies seemed clunky and awkward, like she was forcing words. Even though she didn't say it well, her eyes were wet and her hands were quivering, so I knew she meant it. She apologized poorly, and seemed like she'd rather be elsewhere. It was more sincere than anything she'd said in a year. I looked at Richard, who nodded encouragingly. Looking back, I saw Diane. I thanked her for the apologies and realized she was in therapy, but having my mother try to keep me away from those who wanted me hurt, too. I claimed that made me feel unlovable, like she wanted to hide me because of something wrong with me. In tears, Diane nodded and wiped her eyes with a tissue Sarah gave her. I replied I would keep trying if she was, but she needed to treat me like family, not competition. Sarah told me that Diane and I had shown courage in being vulnerable with each other and that we should maintain communicating honestly. Diane and I left the session without hugging, but with the understanding that we were trying, even though it was dirty and unpleasant. Christmas dawned cold and sunny. I walked downstairs early to find Richard pouring coffee and Jake and Matthew squabbling over which presents to open first. Diane came down in her bathrobe a few minutes later and wished me good morning before getting coffee. Everyone opened gifts around the tree. It felt normal for the first time since Richard and Diane married. Diane didn't suggest the boys open her first gift or try to create mother-son moments without me. She sat on the couch with Richard and watched us three kids tear wrapping paper and compare toys. Diane gave me a leather journal with Japanese lettering on the cover. Her message inside the front cover said it was for Japanese writing practice. I looked up shocked, and she said she remembered how much I enjoyed learning the language for our trip. It was thoughtful, suggesting she'd considered my interests, rather than buying something generic. I thanked her, and she smiled a true grin that softened her face. Matthew got his desired video game and Jake got new basketball sneakers. Diane gave Richard a watch he liked. The morning was spent in the living room with wrapping paper and ribbons. It wasn't perfect, but it felt like a family Christmas instead of a pressured performance. After unwrapping gifts and cleaning up, Richard asked me to help him in the kitchen. He praised me for handling everything gracefully and maturely while we were alone. He claimed most kids my age would have fought back or made drama, but I stayed calm and let the grown-ups resolve their difficulties. I had to blink as my throat tightened. Richard put his hand on my shoulder and stated I would always be his daughter and part of this family, regardless of Diane's growth. He stated marrying Diane gave him a daughter, not merely stepsons, and nothing would change that. His comments gave me security I hadn't felt since my parents divorced years before. I worried for years that Diane would force me out and Richard would pick his wife over his stepdaughter. But there in the kitchen with him, gazing at me like his kid, I finally felt like I belonged. He returned my hug. When we returned to the living room, Diane watched us with a confused expression. She didn't seem mad or jealous this time. She appeared sorrowful and hopeful, as if she was realizing what she'd almost ruined. Everyone rested at home throughout the Christmas-New Year week. Richard suggested a family game night on New Year's Eve instead of going out. In the living room, we played board games and ordered pizza, vying in trivia and strategy. Matthew started making fun of Jake's trivia guesses, and Jake threatened to tackle him. Diane chuckled at my suggestion that Jake's basketball abilities didn't convert to intellectual skills. Everyone looked at her because of her real surprise chuckle. Although she seemed embarrassed by my joke, she didn't apologize or make it weird. The brief moment felt big, like maybe she was starting to view me as a person instead of a rival for her family's love. We played games until almost midnight, then watched the ball drop on TV with sparkling cider Richard poured for everyone. Diane smiled at me as we cheered at midnight while she stood next to me during the countdown. There was no coercion or rehearsal. A simple smile between two people celebrating seemed like more progress than any treatment session could. January brought frigid weather and back to school following winter vacation. Diane spotted me snacking in the kitchen one afternoon. She requested me to go to lunch with her alone to discuss without Richard and the boys. I was immediately anxious, wondering whether this was a trap or if she wanted me out. Her expression was genuine and anxious. I answered, "Okay." We met at a mall area informal eatery on Saturday. Booth seating across from each other was odd at first. Diane ordered a salad and I grabbed a sandwich. We spoke about the menu and weather until our food arrived. Diane set down her fork and indicated she needed to speak. She stated treatment helped her recognize she'd been a bad mother since marrying Richard. It was dreadful, and it could have hurt me. She stated she was too focused on jealousy and threats to consider what she was doing to her daughter. Her voice broke at the end. I listened to her because I didn't know what to say. She realized that her envy sprang from her past fears and that taking it out on me was cruel and inappropriate. She stated seeing me connect with Richard and the boys so easily made her feel like a failure mother and wife. If her daughter fit in better than she could, what did it say about her? Diane's voice grew low. I set down my sandwich and informed her family isn't competitive and there's place for everyone. Insecurity made her see things differently, made her think love was limited and ran out if too many people got it. Diane nodded and wiped her eyes with her handkerchief, saying treatment was helping her see that. Diane stated she hoped we could do this again as we left after dining and splitting the check. I agreed, and we drove home separately. We didn't become best friends over lunch, but we agreed that we were both part of this family and that Diane's envy wouldn't dominate us anymore. Diane said she would keep working on her difficulties in treatment and hoped we could have a real mother-daughter relationship instead of this strained one. I also hoped for that, even though I wasn't sure it would happen. Jake's 16th birthday was in February, and he requested a 90-minute family trip to an amusement park. Diane agreed without excluding me or making excuses for my absence, which was progress. Jake chose the music as we drove to the park in Richard's SUV early on Saturday morning. Diane rode roller coasters with us at the park instead of watching like she used to. She giggled as we joked her about closing her eyes during loops and screamed on the drops. Matthew made us wait in line for the park's biggest coaster, and Diane joined us instead of holding baggage. The trip was tough, and Diane's hair was a tangle and she was breathing hard but happy as we got off. Diane smiled bigger and said she was full of surprises as Jake high-fived her and said he didn't know she had it in her. Matthew saw a photo booth near the food court at the amusement park and requested we take pictures. Diane didn't hesitate or organize the images without me like she could have months earlier. Richard and Diane were in the back and I was between Jake and Matthew in the front of the tiny booth. We made smiles, stupid stances, and serious poses while the camera counted down, but Matthew crossed his eyes and ruined it. When the strips of images printed, we looked like a family having fun. Diane viewed the images for a while before requesting wallet copies. Matthew printed extra strips so we could each have one, and Diane carefully put hers in her purse. We rode more rides and ate costly theme park food all day, yet Diane never checked out or looked unhappy. Everyone was exhausted and pleased as we drove home that evening, and Diane fell asleep in the passenger seat with her head against the window. Richard hosted a house party for my 17th birthday in March with my friends and family. Without complaining, Diane hung streamers and blew up balloons in the living room and backyard. She appeared eager to celebrate me, asking what cake I wanted and making sure everyone had enough food. When my companions arrived at 6, Diane welcomed them at the door. Richard barbecued burgers and hot dogs in the backyard as Jake and Matthew set up music speakers. After eating cake, Diane urged everyone to meet in the living room to talk. She came up and delivered a little speech about how pleased she was to be part of the family and how proud she was of me. She cracked a little when she said she was starting to understand how much I meant to Richard and the boys instead of resenting it. Some of my friends cried, and one grabbed Diane and said that was the best thing she'd ever heard. Diane embraced back and then hugged me, and it seemed natural, unlike her previous hugs. Diane visited me in my room a few days after my birthday to talk privately. She sat on my bed and informed me that witnessing Richard and the boys love me showed her that love isn't finite. Diane stated therapy helped her see that their love for me doesn't entail less love for her and that her jealousy was founded on a scarcity attitude. The therapist had been helping her comprehend that families may grow without anyone losing love and that adding individuals multiplies love. I told her I was delighted she was learning and that I never wanted to take anything from her. Diane now understood that I never wanted to replace her or steal her family. She stated she was sorry it took her so long to figure that out and that she wasted time being envious instead of creating a relationship with me. I got into several good colleges, including 2 of my top choices, in spring. Richard showed acceptance letters to all home guests since he was so proud. Diane appeared genuinely thrilled for me, asking about my top choices and sharing advice without trying to drive me toward distant colleges. She sat at the kitchen table and helped me prepare a pros and drawbacks list for each school, pointing out campus size and program strength I hadn't considered. Diane thought the 45-minute state university I was leaning toward was excellent and wanted to visit me. She didn't tell me to go or seem relieved, unlike I expected. That night, Richard bought pizza to celebrate, and we talked about college and what to bring to the dorms. The next week during family therapy, Sarah Mitchell stated we'd made great progress and asked if we were ready to switch to check-ins. Everyone agreed we'd improved since those difficult sessions following Japan. Sarah told Diane that confronting her jealousy and modifying her behavior was difficult. Diane praised her, and claimed treatment saved her marriage, and made her a better mother. Sarah advised us to meet once a month to maintain development, but weekly sessions were no longer needed. Richard shook Sarah's hand and thanked her for helping our family, and Jake and Matthew stated they were glad we did therapy, even though it was uncomfortable. Diane astonished me by offering to take me dress shopping for prom. Despite my apprehension about spending so much time with her, I agreed. Diane gave me honest dress advice and helped me locate one that made me feel attractive, making the shopping trip joyful. She told me when colors washed me out or cuts didn't suit my body in a kind way. At least 20 gowns were tried on before I discovered the correct one, a deep blue fitting top and flowing skirt. Diane cried when I tried on the last one and said I looked great. She stated I reminded her of herself at my age and wished she'd appreciated that instead of feeling intimidated. Diane insisted on paying for the dress and shoes as an early graduation present. Diane did my hair and makeup in her bathroom on prom night. She taught me how to curl my hair for the night because she had more expertise with sophisticated styling. She carefully applied my makeup, asking what appearance I wanted and making sure I was okay with the amount. Diane stood next to Richard on the front porch while he snapped shots of me and my date, smiling without looking uncomfortable. Jake and Matthew saw me off outside. Jake said I looked royal. Matthew agreed, saying, my date better treat me right or he'd have to answer to them. Diane smiled and hugged Matthew. She now seemed proud to be my mother instead of unhappy that I was in her family. Graduation came faster than intended, so Diane asked me one morning whether she could hold a party at the house for my friends and family. I said yes, but I worried she'd use it to hurt or exclude me like she used to. She started organizing immediately and included me in every decision, asking what cake, decorations, and backyard or indoor party I wanted. She let me choose everything from tablecloths to paper plates when we went supply shopping. When we got home, she set up without trying to influence my choices. On party day, Diane had decorated the garden with string lights and a large banner reading "Congratulations, my name." Diane cordially welcomed my friends and introduced herself as my mom, sounding proud rather than awkward. Richard and the lads served supper, and Diane checked on everyone. When people praised her celebration, she thanked them and stated she was glad to celebrate me. She played the proud mother role without forcing it or playing for Richard, making it weird. She was excited for me to graduate and wanted to make it special. On hot, sunny graduation day, we sat in metal folding chairs on the football field waiting for the ceremony. From where the seniors were lined up, I could see my family in the bleachers, Richard in his suit, the boys in button-down shirts, and Diane in a blue dress. The principal called names alphabetically. When he reached mine, all four rose up and cheered louder than anyone else in the grandstand. I crossed the stage, grabbed my diploma, and looked at them. Diane was crying and clapping so fiercely her hands hurt. After the wedding, I located them among the crowd. Before I could speak, Diane hugged me tightly. She told me she was pleased of who I'd become and sorry she almost lost out on my life due to jealousy and insecurity. Richard hugged me next, then Jake and Matthew lifted me off the ground in a group hug. For the first time since Diane married Richard, I felt like we were a family instead of simply housemates. Summer arrived, and we needed to leave the house. A weekend getaway to a 90-minute seaside town was proposed by Richard. On a Friday afternoon, we drove there and Diane was calm and cheerful instead of nervous like she was on family visits. On the beach, Diane suggested we replicate our Mount Fuji family shot from Japan. Our order was the same as in the picture. The photographer counted down, and we grinned. Diane smiled naturally this time, unlike at the peak. Diane showed me both photos on her phone at the hotel that night, the one from Japan, where she looked miserable and angry, and the new one, where everyone seemed cheerful. The difference in less than a year amazed her. Despite having the same 5 people in both photos, those 2 portraits felt like 2 separate households. I started packing boxes for college, folding clothes, and wrapping my room stuff in August. Diane knocked on my door and entered without waiting for me, which used to anger me but now felt normal. She watched me pack on my bed for a minute before telling me that she'd miss me when I left, but she was eager for my future and happy that I'd given her a chance to be a better mother after everything that occurred. She believed our family was stronger because I didn't give in to her jealously. I'd always feel welcome coming home for breaks and vacations since she pledged to keep working on herself in therapy. I stopped packing and held her, realizing our connection was imperfect and probably never would be. Now it was genuine and honest, not false and resentful. That was something I never thought we'd have after all that happened in Japan, After watching her try so hard to remove me from the family and seeing her lose it at the shrine when the guide named me Richard's daughter. Though imperfect, everything were real. 6 days after giving birth, I woke up to an empty crib. My sister was calling herself mommy to my son. My parents took her side. Let your sister raise him. My sister insisted that I give her my kid after he was born since she was intended to be a male mom. You need to give me your baby when he's born, my sister Madeline said, catching me in the kitchen and clutching my arm as if I owed her anything. I believed I misheard her. Because we were meant to be celebrating. Just 12 minutes ago, my husband Ethan and I revealed that we were expecting a boy, and here she was saying this to my face. You're out of your mind. Why are you saying that to me? I asked her. I was meant to be a boy, Mom, she remarked, moving closer. I've been dreaming about it since I was a little girl. The mother-son bond, little league games, everything. I wasn't sure what that had to do with me. Then she said it. Instead, I was stuck with a horrible daughter who ruined my life. She stated it as if she were discussing a piece of furniture she regretted purchasing, not her 5-year-old daughter. That's your child, Madeline, I remarked, but she didn't respond. She clutched my arm tighter and stared at me with these insane eyes. You got a husband, she said. You can try again. Can't you see, Claire? This is a miracle. I was supposed to have your baby son. I took her hand away from me. I am not giving you my son simply because you despise your child. She clenched her teeth, and I could tell she was wondering why I wasn't bowing at her feet and offering to do everything she asked. You don't even want to be a mother that much. Her voice trembled. I'd cherish every moment with him. But you didn't cry when you discovered you were pregnant. That's when Ethan stepped in the doorway, and I could tell by the horrible look on his face that he'd heard what she was asking of me. His expression became harsh, and he stepped between us. Get away from my wife. Madeline did not flinch. Keep out of this. This is a family matter. You're going to leave, he said softly and steadily. And you're never going to speak with her again. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? She gazed at him as if he were an ant, then looked straight at my stomach. A smile flashed across her face. It was slow and certain. You can say no all you want, she said. Doesn't change what's coming. She turned and went out with confidence, as if she knew exactly how this would end. Ethan grabbed my hand before I could follow her outside. We need to leave, he said. Right now. I shook my head. That is what she wants. She wants to blow everything up and make me appear insane. If we leave now, she will win. Ethan stared at me as if I was making a mistake, but he did not object. We walked back into the living room, and I realized Madeline had told a warped version of what had happened. She was huddled up against Mom on the couch, sobbing as if someone had died. Dad stood by the window, arms crossed, jaw tense, refusing to look at me. Riley, Madeline's kid, was in the corner by the bookcase, pressed against the wall, as if she was trying to disappear. The only sound was Madeline crying. I was not going to let her control this. She just asked me to give her my baby, I exclaimed. Loud enough for everyone to hear. These were her exact words. She cornered me in the kitchen, grabbed my arm, and told me I had to hand over my son when he was born. I waited for shock and fury, for someone to turn to Madeline and ask what she was thinking. Mom looked up at me. Her expression was tranquil. We know, she replied. She told us. Okay. I replied softly. And we think you should consider it. I chuckled since there was no way I could have heard that correctly, but no one else laughed. Dad was still looking out the window. Madeline had stopped crying, and was looking at me through her fingers. Even Ethan had remained still beside me. I'm sorry, I replied. Do you think I should consider giving my baby away? Not giving him away, Mom responded, as if I were acting theatrical. I'm just letting Madeline be more involved. Maybe even, she paused, choosing her words carefully, having her take the lead in parenting him. You could still see him. You'd still be his mother, but Madeline would be his main caretaker. That's insane. Is it? Dad finally turned away from the window. His voice was quiet, yet there was an edge to it. You labor constantly. You've admitted that you weren't even attempting to get pregnant. You didn't even seem excited when you found out. I was excited, I explained. I was shocked. There is a difference. Madeline has been wanting this for 15 years. Her mom remarked. She has read every parenting book. She has taken classes. She'd be home with him every day while you're at work. I'm not quitting my job to prove I deserve my own child. See, That's the problem, Dad explained. It is always about you. What you want, and how much you are ready to sacrifice. Have you even considered what's best for the baby? I felt like I was in another universe. My parents, the people who raised me, were standing in the living room, instructing me to hand over my baby to my sister as if he were a borrowed car. What's best for the baby? I whispered. Is being raised by his actual mother. Not by someone who. I paused. I looked at Riley, who remained transfixed in the corner. She was staring at the floor, but I noticed her hands twitching slightly at her sides. Not by someone who? Madeline said, sitting up now. The tears were gone. Her voice was harsh. Go ahead. Finish the sentence. Not by someone who calls her own daughter disgusting. The room went completely silent. Riley's head snapped upward. Her eyes met mine for a brief moment, and I noticed something flash across her face. She looked surprised, as if she couldn't believe someone had actually said it aloud. That's not. Mom began. She said it to my face. I cut her off. Just now in the kitchen. She referred to Riley as a filthy daughter who had ruined her life. They were her exact words. And you want me to give her another child? I took another look at Riley. She was now watching Madeline, curious to see how she would spin it. I have seen that look before on other people. The face of someone who has been gaslit so many times that they no longer expect anyone to believe them. Madeline, Dad said softly. Is this true? For a fleeting second, I noticed something change in his expression. Doubt, perhaps even concern. For once, he was unsure which side to take. Madeline noticed it, too. She burst into fresh tears. I was upset. She cried. You have no idea what it's been like for me after 15 years of doing this alone. 15 years of wishing things were different and watching others receive what I want. She cried. She grabbed Mom's arm. I didn't mean it that way. Riley knows, I adore her. Tell them, Riley. Tell them I am a good mother. Riley was the focal point of attention in the entire room. She was 15 years old when suddenly the entire weight of the room fell on her shoulders. I observed her face go through many emotions. Fear, tiredness, what appeared to be hope withering before it could completely develop. She's a good mother. Riley replied quietly. Her voice was flat and rehearsed, as if she'd said it 1,000 times already. Mom relaxed. Dad's face softened out. That was all it needed for the moment of doubt to pass. See? Madeline wiped her eyes. Riley understands. We have our struggles, but we love one another. I felt a twist in my stomach. If we decide that baby isn't being properly cared for, are you threatening us? Ethan finally spoke. His voice was calm yet harsh. Because that's what it sounds like. We're concerned, Dad added. Concern? Ethan stepped forward. Your daughter has just asked for our baby. Your other daughter told a child lie to protect herself. So, you're concerned about us? Nobody responded. Madeline was staring at me with the same chilly smile from the kitchen, as if everything was going perfectly for her. We're done, I said. I stared at Riley once more. She was staring at me with this unmistakable expression. As if she had been drowning for years and no one had noticed until now. I'm sorry, I told her. Then I took Ethan's hand and walked out the door. I can't barely comprehend what just happened. My own mother looked me in the eyes and asked if giving up my kid would truly be so terrible. My father would not look at me. And Madeline sat there, crying as if she were the one being attacked. I defended her daughter, and now I'm the villain. I am done being the rational one. I'm done justifying myself to folks who have already made up their minds. Madeline wants a war. She is soon to find out that I do not lose. I felt I was prepared for whatever she hurled at me. Then I returned home after my doctor's appointment and saw the front door unlocked. I dashed inside and stopped dead. Madeline was straddling Ethan on the couch, hands pressed on his chest, face inches away. He struggled beneath her. You could fix everything right now, she said. Just say yes. I didn't hesitate to grab a mouthful of her hair and pull her back as hard as I could. It was like I'd always wanted to do it. She flew off of him and landed on the floor. For a moment, she laid there gasping. She then looked up at me. You bitch! She got to her feet and charged at me, but Ethan was already standing, pushing her back. He wanted it. She screamed, clawing at the air, attempting to get past him. He was about to say yes. I saw it on his face. Get out, I instructed. Get out of my house right now. Or, what? Will you call the police? She laughed, letting forth a harsh, uncontrolled sound. And tell them, what? That your sister has come over to talk? Did she sit too near to your husband? Who do you think people will believe? The pregnant woman who cuts off her entire family? Or is the poor sad widow simply trying to be a part of her nephew's life? They'll believe the security camera, I claimed. Madeline frozen. What? What about the one in the living room? Which one has been filming since you forced your way in? What? 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 Her face turned white. I wasn't telling the truth. She was unaware that we did not have a camera. You're lying, try me. For a long time, nobody moved. Then something altered in Madeline's face. The despair faded away, and something colder took its place. Fine, she said. Her voice was too calm and steady. Do you want to play it this way? We can play it this way. She fixed her shirt and smoothed out her hair. But the baby is mine, Claire. And one way or another, I'll receive what I deserve. She proceeded toward the door, then paused and turned around. You can't watch them forever. Then she was gone. Ethan slid onto the couch and rested his head in his hands. He was shaking. I sat down next to him and placed my hand on his back. My hands began to tremble as the adrenaline wore off. I had just walked in on my sister attempting to abuse my husband. That sentence didn't make any sense in my thoughts. It sounded like something out of a crime documentary, not my own life. What has happened here? I inquired cautiously, making sure he understood I wasn't accusing him of anything. He did not respond right away. He just sat there with his head in his hands, breathing heavily as if he had just run a marathon. I massaged little circles on his back and waited. I was not going to push him. She knocked on the door, he explained, his voice barely above a whisper. I peeked through the window and saw her. I wasn't about to open it, but she continued banging. They kept yelling my name. She said she only wanted to apologize, that she felt bad about dinner and wanted to make things right. He took a hesitant breath. I opened the door and told her to leave. That is it. Just to tell her to leave, but she surged by me before I could stop her. Ethan. She began discussing how you don't understand how hormones make pregnant women insane. How I seemed like a reasonable guy, and perhaps I might assist her. He gazed up at me with red-rimmed eyes. He appeared so little at that moment. I despised Madeline for making him look like this. I kept telling her to leave. I kept moving toward my phone to call you. But she followed me, cutting me off and growing closer. His voice crackled. Then she began talking about how I gave you a boy. That meant I had something unique. Strong genes. And it would be a waste to merely use them once. He stopped speaking and glanced at the floor. His fists were so tightly gripped together that his knuckles became white. She touched my arm. I drew away. She grabbed my shirt. I tried pushing her away, but she kept approaching. She shoved me onto the couch, and before I could get up, she was on top of me. He paused and swallowed forcefully. I could not get her off. I was trying not to injure her because she is your sister, but I wasn't sure what to do. And she kept stating that she wanted me to get her pregnant. His voice shook. That I could give her a boy just as I did you. No one would need to know. He could not look at me. He was staring at the carpet, embarrassed, as if any of this was his fault. I drew him into me and hugged him as tightly as I could. It's not your fault, I replied. Have you heard me? None of this is your fault. I should have never opened the door. You couldn't have known, but I did open it. His voice trembled. I let her in, and she, hey. I drew back and seized his face in my hands, forcing him to look at me. His eyes were damp. You've done nothing wrong. She shoved her way inside. She would not leave. She attacked you. That is on her, not you. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? He said nothing. He simply gazed at me with an expression that made my heart break. Ethan, please hear me. It is not your fault. I brushed a tear off his face with my thumb. You are not responsible for what she did to you. He buried his face in my shoulder, and I could feel him shivering against me. My spouse, the toughest person I knew, was torn apart by my own sister. I held him and allowed him to fall apart because that was all I could do. We sat there for a long time. I'm not sure how long. I just held him, allowed him to grieve, and tried to make sense of what had happened. My sister attempted to become pregnant by assaulting my husband. I continued going over that line in my thoughts, attempting to fit it into reality. Madeline had always been difficult, entitled, and dramatic, but this was something completely different. This was a line I never expected her to cross. And if she did this, What more might she do? The thought struck me like freezing water. I was pregnant with the baby of her dreams, and she had recently demonstrated that she would go to any length to achieve her goals. We need to do something, I murmured gently. We can't just let this go. Ethan pulled back and wiped his face. You overheard her. She already knows what she's going to say. A grieving widow and a wild pregnant sister. Who will they believe? So, what should we do? I thought of my parents. How they'd supported Madeline at supper. How they threatened me with grandparent rights. If I told them what had happened, they would find a way to blame me. They would claim Ethan misunderstood. They would say Madeline was simply emotional. They'd turn things around till I was the villain again. We were on our own. There was no family or support, only us against whatever Madeline planned to do next. I don't know, I replied, but we have to be ready, because she's not going to stop. Ethan nodded slowly. He still appeared shocked, but something tougher was settling on his face. If she comes back here, I'll contact the cops. I do not care what she says. I don't care what people believe. She will not return to this house. Agreed. We sat there in silence, holding hands, trying to figure out how everything had gone wrong so quickly. I kept thinking about Madeline's expression when she left, that chilling confidence that she knew how this was going to end. My sister attempted to become pregnant by assaulting my husband. I had no idea how to process that. I wasn't sure if I'd ever do it. We simply clutched each other and tried to breathe. An hour passed, and the doorbell rang again. Ethan became tense beside me. If that's her, I'll check. I peeked through the peephole. It was not Madeline. It was Riley. I opened the door, and she was standing there embracing herself, her teeth chattering. Her eyes were red and swollen, and a huge purple bruise covered her left cheek. Riley, what has happened? She attempted to speak, but all she got out was a faint, broken sound. Come inside, I urged, drawing her in. You are safe now. Come in. Ethan hurriedly wiped his face, and went to get her water while I sat her on the couch. She was unable to stop shaking. She'd flinch every few seconds, as if she were bracing for an unanticipated hit. Take your time, Ethan whispered quietly, passing her the glass. His hands were still trembling from what had happened, but he pushed it away. You're okay now. Riley drew a hesitant breath. She arrived home enraged. I heard the automobile as she slammed the door. I walked into my room. But she came and discovered me. What did she do? Riley's gaze became distant. She was screaming before she even got up the stairs, saying it was my fault, that everything wrong in her life was because of me. She let out a harsh sniffle. She grabbed my hair and dragged me across the hall. I tried to conceal my face, but she continued to hit me. She touched her bruise and winced. She told me that if I had been a male, none of this would have happened. She claimed she had spent 15 years looking at me and felt terrible. She said my dad would still be alive if I hadn't disappointed him so much that he didn't want to live anymore. Riley's voice dropped. She kicked me, he said. When I was on the floor, she kicked me in the stomach and said I was worthless. And then she grabbed my arm and flung me out the front door, promising that if she ever saw my face again, she'd make me regret it. She stared up at me with hollow eyes. I didn't know where else to go. I drew her into a hug. She was very slender and little. You're staying here, I explained. With us. You aren't going back to her. She will come looking for me. Let her come. Ethan sat on Riley's other side and placed his hand on her shoulder. She flinched at first and then relaxed. You're safe, he stated. She's not going to hurt you again. Riley looked between us. I could tell she was puzzled, hopeful, and afraid that it wasn't genuine. She burst into tears then. Not loud, just these silent, exhausted tears that had been suppressed for too long. I hugged her and let her cry. The entire day has been chaotic. I stepped into my own home and discovered my sister on top of my husband. She stared me dead in the eye and said, "He wants it." Then she went home and thrashed her 5-year-old daughter until she fled. And, somehow, my parents still believe I am the problem. I don't have any words for this. What kind of individual would do these things? I'm not only defending my baby anymore. I'm also protecting Riley. Wait until you hear what Riley has told me. Madeline has just lost the one person she has left. She doesn't even realize it yet. Riley told me everything that night. She began speaking once she had stopped crying. Ethan had fed her, and the tremors had subsided. And once she began, she couldn't stop. You know, she only named me Riley so she could pretend I was a boy. She remarked gently. We sat on the couch together. Ethan sat in the chair across from us. I gazed at her. What do you mean? When she was pregnant with me, she was certain I was going to be a boy. She had the nursery completed, complete with blue walls and baseball posters. Riley brought her knees up to her chest. And then I came out wrong. You didn't come out wrong, Ethan said. You came out as a girl. There is nothing wrong with that. Try telling her that. Riley nearly grinned, but it did not reach her eyes. She maintained the name anyhow. I told everyone it was unisex, but I know the actual reason, so Mom could call me by a boy's name and pretend, at least in part, that she got what she wanted. I reached out and placed my hand on her arm. How long have you known this? Forever. Riley's voice sounded flat. She never let me forget that. This is why she used to shave my head. I remember that. Everyone would advise Madeline to let Riley's hair grow because she would look amazing with long hair. But Madeline consistently refused. I always had the same reason. When my hair began to grow out, Mom would sit me down in the bathroom and shave it all off. Riley said. Because it was easier to manage. I finished it for her. Yeah. Riley stared down at her hands on her lap. She didn't want me to look like a girl. Ethan leaned forwards. How long has that gone on? Riley caressed her shoulder-length hair, which was knotted and untidy from running here until I was 12. That's when I began fighting back. Really arguing, yelling, and shutting myself in my room. She couldn't keep me down any longer. So she quit. She gave a sour laugh. This is the longest it has ever been. I'm 15 years old. And I can finally have hair past my ears. Lucky me. Her sarcasm was harsh, but I could detect anguish beneath it. And nobody could help, no matter what. My teacher noticed the bruises, but she always gave an excuse. I fell. I was playing tough. I was a challenging child. And everyone believed her because she's so brilliant at playing the victim. She stared at me. You saw it during dinner. The way she turned things around on you. I saw it, I said, nodding. I just didn't understand how deep it went. I reflected on all of our family reunions over the years. Riley had been sitting quietly in the corner every time I had seen him. Every time I saw something was off. I convinced myself it wasn't my concern. I should have said something. I should have done something. It goes all the way down. Riley picked at a thread on the couch cushion. She only allowed me to wear boys' clothes. Jeans and t-shirts. Nothing with flowers, pink, or anything girly. When I started middle school, teachers raised inquiries, so she let me wear some girly clothes to school. But at home, things remained the same. Ethan shakes his head. And let me guess, she used that grieving widow raising a difficult daughter all by herself as an excuse that she loves so much when questions start getting heavy. Riley laughed bitterly. Yes, everyone always feels terrible for her. That's her entire point. She makes others feel sorry for her, and then she gets what she wants. She paused abruptly and looked down at her hands. I should not be telling you all this. She's still my mother. I understand that sounds stupid. But it doesn't sound stupid. I corrected myself. She's your mother. Of course, you have conflicting feelings, but Riley, what she has done to you is not acceptable. None of this is acceptable. Riley was quiet for a moment. Do you really believe me? The inquiry was so little and delicate, as if she was bracing herself expecting me to answer no. Of course, I believe you, because nobody ever does. I've tried to tell people before. But they always. I believe you, I repeated, firmer this time. Every word. Ethan slid off the chair to sit on Riley's opposite side. She flinched at first, but did not back away. I believe you, too, he added gently. I know what she is capable of. She hurt me today. What she did to me. He stopped, his jaw tensing. You aren't alone in this. Not anymore. Riley gazed at him with something like recognition, as if she had finally found someone who understood. She used to tell me things when I was younger, Riley said, her voice becoming more steady. Things I believed because she was my mom, and I didn't know any better. Like what? Ethan asked. Riley was quiet for a moment. She opened her lips to speak and then closed it. She tried again. That I was meant to be a male. I wrecked her life by being born incorrectly. She convinced me that my father died because he was disappointed in me. He did not wish to live anymore. Riley, I took her hand. That is not true. None of this is true. I understand now. She gripped my hand back. But when you're 7 years old and your mother tells you that your father called himself because of you, you believe it. You've believed that for a long time. Her voice cracked with the final word, and she had to pause. She pressed her hands to her eyes and took a shuddering breath. Take your time, I said softly. You don't have to tell us everything tonight. No, I want to. I need to. She dropped her hands and gazed at me through wet eyes. I've been holding this for so long. I just want someone to finally know. The room became quiet. Ethan leaned over and placed his hand on Riley's shoulder. She appeared astonished, but she did not draw away. You can let it all out, Ethan gently offered. Cry, shout, and talk till your heart is content. We are here for you. For once, Riley said, feeling relieved. There was this one occasion. I was 10. I had saved up my allowance and purchased a yellow thrift store frock with small flowers on it. I put it in the back of my closet and wore it only when she wasn't around. She paused. She found it, pulled me into the living room, and made me watch while she cut it up with scissors. She vowed if she ever saw me wearing girl clothing again, she'd make sure I regretted it. Riley's hands tightened into fists. I was 10. Who would do that to a 10-year-old over a dress? I could end her, I said. The words spilled out before I could stop them. I apologize. I know she's your mother. But I could truly kill her for what she did to you. Riley stared at me. I don't believe anyone had ever expressed anger on her behalf before. Ethan placed his hand on her shoulder. When I was 11, I painted my nails with transparent polish. You could barely see it. Riley's voice was shaking, but it was no longer sad. It was rage. She locked me out in November. All night. I was in my jammies and feared I was about to die. And the next morning, she let me back in and pretended nothing happened. As if I deserved to be punished like that. She sprang up abruptly and began pacing. It has been 15 years. After 15 years, everyone simply turned a blind eye. Teachers, grandparents, everyone. She was shivering from wrath now. I spent my entire life thinking I only needed to live until I could escape. But, you know what? I'm done being quiet. She's always been the problem, and everyone has let her get away with it. I wiped my eyes. I hadn't noticed I was crying. I rose up and drew her into a hug. She fought for a second, still angry, before collapsing into me. We stood for a long time. I could feel her shivering against me. All of her wrath slowly drained away, leaving only tiredness. You're not going to send me back, right? Her voice was muffled on my shoulder, little and afraid. Never. Promise? I promise you're staying here with us for as long as you want. She clutched on tighter. There's something else, Riley whispered into my shoulder. Something you need to know about your baby. I pulled back. What about him? When you announced that you were having a boy, she went silent. You've probably noticed. Everyone else was celebrating, but she just sat there and stared at you. I nodded. I remembered. That night, she entered my room. She was not angry. That was the scariest part. She was constantly angry. But this time, she seemed calm and almost happy. Riley's jaws constricted. She replied. That's my second chance. That baby will fix everything. That's my second chance. What does that mean? That startled Ethan. She has been planning this for months. She has put up a nursery in the extra room. Blue walls, a cot, clothes, toys, everything. Riley looked between us. She has a name chosen out. She talks about him as if he were already hers. I felt cold all around. She's not going to stop, Riley stated. She'll never quit. She's waited her entire life for a boy, and she believes she's finally going to get one. She doesn't mind what she has to do. I imagined Madeline on top of my husband. I remembered Riley's bruise, the years of abuse, and the nursery where my kid waited. She's not getting him, I explained. She's not getting you either. Riley looked at me. Her eyes were red and inflamed. She appeared weary, wrung out like if she had just run a marathon. She always wins, Riley said. Not this time. I shake my head. Riley did not say anything. She simply leaned against me and closed her eyes. Ethan rushed over and wrapped his arms around both of us. We stood there in silence, the three of us holding each other up. Riley, for the first time in her life, was not alone. Neither were we. Riley visited overnight and slept in our guest room. I sat on the bed next to Ethan, wondering how we were going to protect our kid from my wild sister. He would arrive any day now. But I'm not afraid of her anymore. I'm angry. Angry for Riley, Ethan, and myself. Let me tell you what happened just a few days after I gave birth. You aren't going to believe this. Finally, my baby boy was born. He was healthy and perfect. I cradled him in my arms and forgot about anything else. I just stared at my son and felt something I'd never experienced before. As if I would do everything to protect him. Anything. We arrived home from the hospital 3 days later. Riley was still staying with us. She assisted with the baby while Ethan and I tried to find out how to function without sleep. The first few days were a flurry of feedings, diaper changes, and weariness so intense it felt like drowning. In addition, I was constantly on guard. I kept expecting for Madeline to arrive, phone, or do something. But there was nothing. She has not contacted me. My parents have not contacted me. Just silence. Part of me wanted to believe it had ended. That she had given up. But Riley's words echoed in my thoughts. She isn't going to quit. She'll never quit. She's waited her entire life for a boy. By the 6th night at home, I was exhausted and unable to see clearly. Ethan was the same. Riley seems fatigued from helping us around the clock. That night, everyone went to bed early. My baby was in the nursery down the hall. I had the monitor on my nightstand, volume turned all the way up. I remember thinking that I should stay awake. I should pay attention. But my body will not cooperate. I fell asleep before my head hit the pillow. I'm not sure how long I was out when Riley shook me awake. Claire. Her voice was urgent and terrified. Claire, wake up. When I opened my eyes, the room was dark. Riley stood over me, her face pallid. What's wrong? I inquired. Still half sleeping. I overheard something. A door? I suspect there's someone in the house. Ethan had already sat up next to me. What? I heard the front door. Riley remarked. I'm sure of it. We all remained silent, waiting, until we heard it, the baby wailing, then stopping. Then I heard footsteps moving quickly. Then the front door closes. I was out of bed before I realized I was moving. I dashed down the hallway to the nursery and pushed open the door. The crib was empty. My son was gone. For a little while, I was unable to breathe. I could not think. I just stood there, staring at the empty place where my kid should be. This was not occurring. This cannot be happening. Then Ethan rushed past me, heading for the front door. Call 911, he said over his shoulder. I tried to follow, but my body would not cooperate. I had given birth 6 days ago. Everything still hurts. I was slow and clumsy, and Riley was waiting for me in the corridor, grasping my arm and helping me walk. Give me your phone, I asked. She handed it to me, and as we approached the front door, I dialed 911. Call 911. What is your emergency? My sister took my baby. My voice was shaking so badly that I could barely speak. She broke into my home and took my baby. She's in front of my house right now. Please hurry. I gave them the address and then hung up. We made it outdoors, and I noticed them. Madeline was halfway down the driveway, holding my son in her arms. She was moving quickly, practically running, embracing him to her chest while talking to him. I could hear him crying and her voice in the night air. It's fine, baby. Mommy is here. Mommy has got you now. Everything is going to be okay. We're heading home. Something inside of me cracked. That was my son. She referred to herself as his mother. Ethan caught up with her first. He grabbed her arm and turned her around. Give me my son. Madeline's expression was crazy. Her eyes were enormous and darted everywhere. And she looked like she hadn't slept for days. He's not yours, she said. He wasn't yours. He's mine. He has always been mine. Give him to me right now. No. She backed away from him, cradling the infant tightly. He began shouting. This high-pitched howl rang through the night. You do not comprehend. None of you understands. I've waited my entire life for him. He represents my second opportunity. He is going to fix everything. Ethan grabbed her arm harder this time. Let go of my son. He is not your son. Madeline attempted to twist away, but Ethan held on. They were straining now, both of them pulling, the baby wailing between them, and they were both trying to be careful not to damage him. I eventually reached them. Riley was close behind me, gripping my arm and keeping me upright. Every step hurt, but I didn't mind. I'd crawl if I had to. Madeline, stop, I yelled. Give him back. Madeline glanced at me, and something in her expression changed. The despair turned into sheer hatred. You, she spat. You do not deserve him. You never wanted him. You cannot care for him like I can. I have been preparing for him. I have a nursery. I've got a name. I have everything ready. And you think you can simply keep him from me? I will not let you. He is my son. He's my second opportunity. She was screaming now, spit streaming out of her mouth. What has it been like for you? 15 years of staring at her. She jerked her head toward Riley. And being reminded every day of what I didn't get. 15 years of watching others get what I deserved. And then you, my own sister, you get pregnant by accident. And it's a boy, and you don't even appreciate it. I lunged at her. I didn't think about it. I've simply moved. I grabbed the infant and tried to take him from her arms. She grabbed him tightly, yanking him back, and for a terrifying moment, we were both pulling on him, my son screaming between us. Let go, Madeline screamed. He's mine. Riley jumped in. She grasped Madeline's arm and attempted to pry it from the infant. Let him go. This is ridiculous. Just let him go. Madeline's gaze turned toward Riley, and her expression twisted into something terrible. She let go of me with one hand and slapped Riley in the face hard. The sound cut through the air. You, Madeline hissed. This is entirely your fault. If you had only been a male, you could have been all I needed. 15 years of disappointment. It's been 15 years of staring at you and feeling terrible. And now you're attempting to steal this from me. 2. Riley did not back down. She grasped Madeline's arm again. This time with more force. I'm not letting you do this. Get off me. Madeline attempted to shake Riley loose, but she hung on. In that moment of distraction, Ethan moved. He placed his arms around the baby and pulled. Madeline wailed, as the infant was wrenched from her grasp. Ethan lurched backward, cradling our boy to his chest, before handing him to me and putting him into my arms. I was holding my baby. I was holding him. He was safe. He was here. He was mine. Madeline lunged toward us, but Ethan stepped in front and blocked her path. She attempted to get away from him, clawing at the air and yelling things that didn't make sense anymore. He's mine. You cannot do this. He is meant to cure everything. Give him back. Sirens in the distance are growing closer. Madeline heard them as well. For a brief moment, something resembling panic crossed her features. Then it vanished, replaced by the icy certainty I'd seen before. This isn't over, she stated. I will get him back. I will find a way. You can't watch him indefinitely. You cannot. The police cars drew up, their lights flashing red and blue across the front yard. 2 officers got out and approached us. Madeline spotted them first. She stood up, wiped her face, and something changed in her look. The craziness faded away, and she appeared to be a worried, concerned mother. Officers, thank God you're here. She pointed to me. That's her. She broke into my house and attempted to abduct my baby. I was simultaneously astonished and offended. What? She's been threatening me for months, Madeline explained, her voice trembling with phony tears. She is infatuated with my son. She believes he belongs to her. I'm not sure what's wrong with her, but please, help me get my kid back. The officers stared at her and then at me. I was standing there in my pajamas, my hair a mess, still bleeding from giving delivery 6 days earlier, and clutching a crying newborn. That's not true, I answered. She is lying. This is my baby. She broke into my home. She's delusional, Madeline explained. Ask anyone. She has been stalking me. She has been bothering me. My entire family can tell you. The worst thing was that our parents would find a method to prove her correct, and my life would be ruined forever. One of the officers raised his hand. Okay. Everyone, calm down. Ma'am, he stared at Madeline. You're saying this is your child? Yes. His name is Henry. He's 6 days old. He's 6 days old. My blood became chilly. She knew he was old. She had been observing us. His name is not Henry, I explained. His name is Miles. I gave birth to him. You can check the records. She's lying, Madeline yelled, her mask slipping for a few seconds. Why would I lie about my own baby? The officer looked between us. Do either of you have an ID? I do, Ethan said, taking a step forward. I am the father. I have my ID and pictures from the hospital. My wife gave birth 6 days ago. This woman, he pointed to Madeline, is her sister. She's been pestering us for months, attempting to kidnap our baby. That's not true. Madeline was crying now. Real tears, or fabricated ones? I could not tell anymore. He is not the father. He is lying. They are all lying. The other officer was looking at Riley, noting the red mark on her face. What has happened to you? Riley's voice remained steady. She struck me. Just now, I tried to prevent her from taking the infant. She's my daughter, Madeline replied swiftly. She is troubled. She makes stuff up. She has been in therapy for years. You may ask anyone. I'm not making anything up. Riley's voice carried into the night. She broke into their residence using a key she had since before the locks were changed. She went into the nursery and removed the baby from his crib. I overheard her. I awoke them. And when I tried to stop her, she hit me, just like she has my entire life. Riley, stop it, Madeline said. Tell them the truth. I'm telling them the truth. For the first time in 15 years. I am telling the truth. The officers exchanged looks. One of them talked over his radio to confirm our address and request backup. The other one turned to face Madeline. Ma'am, I'm going to need you to step away from the baby. No, you do not understand. He is mine. Ma'am, I've been waiting my whole life for him. The mask was now gone. Completely gone. Do you know what it's like to want something so badly and see others have it? She does not even want him. She didn't cry when she discovered she was pregnant. But I'd be a good mom. I'd be the best mother. He is supposed to fix everything. She lunged at me, and the officers caught her. She fought. She kicked, scratched, and screamed, calling me every name she could think of, telling the officers they were making a mistake, that the baby belonged to her. That she'd been waiting her entire life for him, that I stole him, that everyone was lying, and Riley was a troubled child who made up stories. They had to force her arms behind her back. They had to put her in handcuffs. She was still wailing when they placed her in the back of the police cruiser. They screamed when they closed the door. I watched the automobile drive away. The lights still blazing, my boy pushed against my chest, and I felt him breathe. It was over. Madeline faced charges of breaking and entering, attempted kidnapping, and violence. Riley spoke about her experiences, and the prosecutor added child abuse charges. My parents initially tried to defend Madeline, claiming that she was disoriented and needed treatment rather than prison. But when Riley took the stand and told the court about the head shaving, the yellow dress, the night she spent imprisoned outside in November, and everything else Madeline had done to her over the last 15 years, everybody fell silent. They did not testify on Madeline's side. They did not testify at all. Madeline was sentenced to 22. Cancel your $25,800 honeymoon for Sis's surgery. Dad ordered 4 days before my wedding. Test of loyalty. I blocked them and went. 163 missed calls. We need you to watch your sister's kids, and postpone your honeymoon. My father informed me that I would be getting married in 96 hours. Her surgery is set for next week. A family emergency has arisen. Elective cosmetic surgery was carried out. This is a loyalty test. I accepted my failure with a smile. After blocking them all, I made my way to Bora Bora. There were 163 missed calls when we uploaded pictures. I'm Wesley, and I'm 34 years old. My wedding is in 96 hours. In front of my fiancée and our wedding planner, my father stood in my kitchen like he was delivering a court summons and said, "We need you to cancel your honeymoon and watch your sister's kids." He said this over the speakerphone, as if it were common practice to draft me into unpaid labor while I was actually trying to finalize seating charts. Let me begin at the beginning so you can see how we got there. I was raised in a home where usefulness was the yardstick for love. My father, Archer, brought that do-your-duty mentality to everything, including parenting, during his nearly 28 years of employment with the county. Margaret, my mother, was a nurse who could be kind in private but treated family members like a brand that had to be perfect in public. Then there was Samantha, my sister. Samantha has always been the sun of our family's solar system and is 3 years older than I am. She was boisterous, attractive, dramatic, and constantly involved in a situation that called for quick money, babysitting, emotional support, or all three. I was the child who kept his head down, avoided trouble, and completed his homework without being asked. Because he can be ignored and still do well, adults adore that kind of child. One of my earliest recollections is of sitting at the kitchen table with a cardboard and glue science fair project when I was 9 years old. I was unable to sit still because I was so proud. Samantha was upset about losing the lead in a school play, so she came in crying. Not even my mother looked at my project. My father looked at me and said, "Wesley, clean up your mess. Your sister needs us." It was always presented that way. She pulled Samantha into an embrace and said, "My poor baby." Samantha requires. Wesley is capable of managing it. I joined the varsity soccer team when I was 16 years old. My dad said he would come to my first home game. He didn't. My parents took Samantha out for ice cream and dubbed it family time after she had a panic attack after a boy failed to text her back. My father gave me a shoulder pat the following day and remarked, "You're tough. Your sister is sensitive." I was offered a scholarship to a reputable engineering program when I was 18. The letter seemed to float away when I held it. When Samantha revealed that she wanted to attend an expensive private college out of state, my parents were ecstatic for precisely 1 minute. My scholarship was unexpectedly unsuccessful. It was practical. This allowed them to spend money on Samantha and claim to be practicing balanced parenting. Only my mother's older brother, my uncle Serafina, ever said the quiet part out loud. He wasn't rich. He wasn't ostentatious. His small auto shop smelled of peppermint gum and motor oil. I used to laugh because it sounded like a weird joke, but he was the first adult who made me feel seen rather than managed. He would look at me over his coffee and say things like, "You're not a spare tire. Wesley, don't let them keep you in the trunk." In the future, I acted like a responsible child. I put in a lot of effort, graduated, relocated to the Washington, D.C. area, and rose to a position that, in the only way my parents could comprehend, made them proud, a job title. Although I have engineering training, I switched to operations and human resources because I am very good at people systems, compliance, and repairing broken procedures. I work for a global corporation that has offices in both Europe and the United States. Furthermore, my work basically consists of half technical work and half defending others against lawsuits. Although it is stressful, I am skilled at it, and it pays well. I currently reside in a row house in Washington that is gradually evolving from a crash pad to a home. Harlow, my fiancée, is the kind of person who likes to make plans. She organized our wedding as though she were building a tiny, exquisite universe. If you're my family, it seems excessive to expect me to show up and not cause a mess. The family dynamic changed from emotional favoritism to financial dependence as I got older. Like all things, it began modestly. 3 months later, Samantha's car needed repairs. My father called me when I was 25 and said, "Samantha is short on rent just for this month. You know how expensive everything is." I sent $750. It felt like the adult thing to do. She is unable to go to work. I sent $1,050. After that, I sent $1,450 with the note, "Your mother's credit card got a little high because of medical bills." I started noticing that medical bills included spa visits and boutique receipts after my mother sent me the incorrect attachment by mistake. "Are you auditing your own mother after everything we've done for you?" she said, offended, when I asked her about it. That phrase, "after everything we've done for you," was like a key that could be used to unlock guilt whenever you wanted. Brad, Samantha's husband, was the ebullient provider in public, and the bewildered, defenseless man in private. After they had Sloan, Noah, and 3 kids, the topic of childcare abruptly came up in every conversation. Samantha was so overwhelmed that she would call me in tears. By the end of the call, I had promised to send money because Brad's paycheck was delayed and to take the kids on Saturday so she could rest. As though it had a personal grudge, Brad's paycheck was consistently late. I computed it 1 year using a combination of family shortfalls, emergency funds, and random transfers. In 11 months, I had sent about $27,300. I felt sick when I heard that number. I hadn't realized it was going, not because I couldn't afford it. It was like financial bleeding. Only when the floor is slick can you see. I started recording things. It was just a spreadsheet with dates and amounts, nothing special, and someone asked what it was for. On Sundays, my uncle Serafina would give me a call to check on me at work. I made a joke about the spreadsheet one day. He refrained from laughing. Excellent. I was not entirely sure what he meant when he said, "Paper beats poetry. Feelings won't save you when they rewrite history." I would, indeed. I foolishly thought that the family dynamic would improve after Harlow and I got engaged. People get sentimental at weddings, don't they? People talk about unity and love. They start crying. They act appropriately. My engagement was perceived by my family as a chance to bargain for my time and money. Neither Harlow's ring nor our plans were the subject of my mother's initial inquiry. The first thing my father asked was, "How much are you spending? Don't be wasteful. Will you make sure Harlow has a role? She'll be devastated if she's not important." The kids needed a yard, so Samantha's parents recently assisted her in moving to a bigger house. Despite their lack of funds, they exuded confidence. My father mentioned it in passing and then asked me if I could help them reload their savings, which is how I found out that the down payment was a loan from their retirement account. Since Harlow is more knowledgeable than I am in these areas, I asked her what she thought our boundaries should be. We decided on something straightforward after she said, "Your family treats you like a resource. And I don't want our marriage to begin with me watching you be drained." We would cover our own wedding expenses. We wouldn't let anyone borrow or attach drinks. We also made early reservations for our honeymoon since it was something we both desired. No family needs, no committees, no opinions. Bora Bora wasn't just a whim. Inside Harlow's childhood journal is a photograph of those turquoise lagoons. She dreamed of swimming in glass-like water one day while growing up in a tiny apartment. So we did it. We were able to save. We made plans. The deposits were paid by us. Flights, resort transfers, and excursions came to about $25,800 in total. Non-refundable after a certain date. That date, of course, was just before our wedding. Like a wave, the wedding week came. Final fittings, vendor calls, and last-minute meetings. Additionally, I worked during one of those hectic periods when all offices around the world suddenly realized HR existed. I was pretending to be calm while juggling compliance fires. My father called 96 hours prior to the wedding. Not texted, but called a sign of seriousness in my family. I answered because I was still the child who kept the peace by cleaning up the mess. He didn't say hello. He said, "We need you to cancel your honeymoon and watch your sister's kids." At first, I laughed because it was so absurd that I thought it was a self-defense joke. What? I mentioned that Samantha's surgery is set for next week. Family emergency. Harlow froze in our living room as he said that. Place cards were in her hand. Surgery? What surgery? I inquired, and my father's tone sharpened as though I were being impolite. It's confidential. She needs assistance. Brad is employed. I have an appointment with your mother. The only choice is you. I said, "Dad, we're getting married in 4 days." I know, but Harlow was staring back at me with that expression that says, "Please don't do it. Please don't reflexively do it." The first thing that struck me was when he said, "That's why you have time. You can reschedule the honeymoon. Just call and move it. And if you can't, then you'll eat the cost. That's what family does." He assigned instead of asking. And in his mind, he was happy to spend my money. I said, "No." There was an instantaneous, heavy silence on the line, as though I had slapped him. Then, when he thinks he has lost control, he did what he always does. He became more aggressive. "Wesley, this is a test of your loyalty," he replied. "You can't start your marriage by abandoning your sister." In fact, Harlow's mouth opened, as though she was shocked that anyone would say that out loud. I tasted the phrase slowly as a test of loyalty. All right. My father tried a different strategy after hearing something in my voice. "Your mom is furious. She says Harlow is changing you," he said. I gave Harlow a look. She remained silent. Like she was letting me choose who I wanted to be, she just waited. My father paused before I asked, "What surgery is it?" "It was only a fractional reconstruction," he clarified. And my skin crawled because that word was so well chosen. That sounded very serious. It sounded honorable. If I didn't comply, it sounded like an attempt to humiliate me. However, I've worked in HR long enough to know that when someone is ambiguous, it's because the details would detract from the narrative. Send me the details. What hospital? What doctor? What paperwork? If it's a family emergency, I need to know what I'm walking into. He joked, "Don't interrogate me, then don't draft me." He ended the conversation. 7 minutes later, my mother called, sobbing so much that it sounded staged, like she was reading from a script. The words, "Wesley, please," she said. "What surgery?" I asked. "Your sister is scared. She doesn't want everyone to know." My mother wept. "What is surgery?" I asked. "Mom, I'm not canceling my honeymoon on the spur of the moment." There was a pause, then a softer voice in the background. She said, "Samantha," without seeming alarmed. She sounded irritated. My mother hissed at her, as if she had spoken too loudly, and I blinked. "Tell him it's my mommy makeover," she said, as if she were placing an order for coffee. Samantha then grabbed the phone and said, "Wesley, it's not your business. It's an elective, but I need it. My body is ruined. Brad is no longer attracted to me." I nearly lost my temper at that moment, but clarity overcame my anger. I said to Samantha, "You booked cosmetic surgery, so you want me to cancel a $25,800 honeymoon to babysit 4 days before my wedding?" "It's not cosmetic," she yelled. "It's medical for my mental health." I said, "That's not how insurance codes work," but I instantly regretted sounding like HR. My mother then returned to the phone and tried the guilt once more. My dad called back, not to apologize but to threaten, saying, "If you don't do this, don't expect us to show up for you." For some reason, I felt strangely calm. "Wesley, Your sister has done so much for you. I laughed, but it sounded sad. Name one thing. My mom fell silent because we both knew the answer. He began shouting about duty, respect, and family, and I allowed him to speak because I wanted to hear the truth, which was entitlement rather than love. As he was speaking, I opened my spreadsheet and scrolled through it, seeing the transfers, the patterns, and how I was shrinking every year to keep them comfortable. Paper beats poetry, Uncle Serafina said. I texted him one sentence. They want me to cancel honeymoon to babysit for Samantha's cosmetic surgery. He called right away, telling me to put it on speaker, so I did. My dad was still lecturing me when Uncle Serafina's voice interrupted. Archer. Serafina said, "Are you out of your mind?" A stunned silence fell. My mom tried to cry again, but Serafina said, "This is family business." It became family business when you tried to steal his honeymoon, and my dad hated being challenged, especially by someone he considered beneath him. Wesley is not your employee, he is not your nanny, he is not your bank. Margaret, it's already worse, Serafina remarked. When Samantha screamed, "You're asking your son to pay the price for your daughter's vanity," Serafina ignored her. "Tell them no, Wesley, and send me your records." My dad yelled, "Records? What records?" And that's when I realized they had never expected me to keep proof. My dad said, "Wesley, this is your last chance," and I looked at Harlow. Her eyes were shining, but she wasn't crying. Instead, she looked proud and worn out, as if she had been holding her breath for years and had finally let it out. They expected me to be thankful for scraps of approval and too ashamed to track the cost. Which would you prefer, selfishness or your sister? I could have argued, explained, and pleaded with them to understand, but I didn't want understanding anymore. I wanted freedom. So, even though they couldn't see it over the phone, I smiled for myself. He really said selfishness, like my marriage was a hobby. My hands were shaking, but it wasn't fear. Rather, it was adrenaline, like I'd finally stepped off a ledge I'd been standing on my entire life. I said, "You said it's a test of loyalty." "Yes," my dad said. I said, "I failed." After that, I hung up and blocked my dad, my mom, Samantha, Brad, and the aunt who always texted, "Family is everything," right after asking for money. Harlow said in a whisper, "Are you all right?" "I don't know, but I'm done," I said. The next 96 hours were a blur. My family didn't attend the rehearsal dinner, they didn't offer assistance, they didn't send a message, and they had obviously decided that their absence was punishment. However, the funny thing about boundaries is that once you stop asking for permission, punishment loses its teeth. Eventually, my friend showed up. The wedding itself was lovely, small enough to feel real, big enough to feel like a celebration, but when I looked out at the chairs and didn't see my parents, I felt a twinge of sadness because you always grieve the family you wanted. Uncle Serafina arrived in a suit that didn't quite fit, wearing a tie that he obviously detested, and he stood next to me like a guardrail. I felt the truth of what I was building, though, when Harlow took my hand and squeezed it. After the wedding, we boarded a plane, and Bora Bora was like entering someone else's dream. The water was so clear it looked fake, and the air was warm and salty. Harlow cried when we first saw the lagoon from the boat, and then she laughed at herself for crying, and I laughed too, because I had never seen her that free. We swam at night with the lights beneath the water glowing like a private galaxy. We ate fruit that tasted like sunlight. We took pictures on the deck of the overwater bungalow, and on the second day, Harlow posted a picture of us in the water, her head on my shoulder, both of us sunburned and grinning foolishly, and I didn't think about my phone. Apparently, my family had hired cousins like a call center, so I didn't check and didn't care. Later that afternoon, I opened it out of habit and found 163 missed calls, dozens of voicemails, and texts from numbers I hadn't blocked yet. One message from my mom from a new number read, "How could you do this to your sister? She is hurting." One from Harlow remarked, "If something goes wrong during surgery, it will be your fault. You're ruining the family." Another from my dad said, "You'll apologize when you return. I hope Harlow is worth it." Harlow saw my face and asked, "What is it?" "You'll put this right." And there it was once more, the ownership, the assumption. I gave her my phone, and she silently read the messages. "Do you want to respond?" she asked, looking up. I won't pretend I didn't think about them. I did. At night, when it was quiet, I pictured my mom telling people a story in which I was the villain, and I pictured my dad's rage building. "No," I said, blocking the new numbers. We returned to the water. When we returned to Washington, reality struck like cold air. More calls, more messages, and more family members who were suddenly very invested in Unity. I also imagined Samantha making herself the tragic heroine in a situation she created, but I also imagined something else, what it would be like to stop being available for use. Your parents are devastated, one cousin wrote. I nearly responded with my whole childhood in a single paragraph, but Serafina's voice echoed in my mind once more. Paper beats poetry, so I sent one sentence. Please direct any further communication to my attorney. Yes, I have an attorney. My attorney helped me draft a simple notice because I've learned that people who feel entitled to you don't stop at guilt, they escalate, show up at your house, call your job, and try to create consequences. I didn't hire them because I intend to sue them for emotional damage or anything dramatic like that. Uncle Serafina also assisted me in doing something useful. We went through my financial records and closed every open pipe. The family phone plan I had been paying for because it was simpler was gone. No contact, no harassment, no showing up at my house or place of employment, and any attempts would be documented. The credit card I co-signed years ago because my dad said it would build family credit was closed, and the monthly help payment my mom claimed was for utilities was gone. The hardest part was when we pulled my bank statements and compared each transfer to the spreadsheet. It was worse than I remembered, with me sending just under $31,000 in the last 3 years alone. When I saw it all lined up, I didn't feel victorious. Rather, I felt ashamed not because I helped, but because I allowed helping to become my identity. That 28-31K range that I used to hazily estimate in my head wasn't just me being dramatic, it was real. It was money that could have gone to my own emergency fund, my own home repairs, or my own future children. My mom tried to show up at my house on a Saturday morning with pastries as if she was resetting the scene, and Harlow opened the door, stepped outside, and closed it behind her, a small gesture that somehow meant everything. My dad left a voicemail from an unknown number calling me ungrateful and saying he would never forgive me. My family's reaction was exactly what you would expect, anger first, followed by bargaining. My mom said, "I just want to talk to my son." Harlow responded, "You can talk to his attorney." My mom's face twisted as if Harlow had slapped her. "No, you did that." My mom began to cry, and Harlow remained motionless. When my mom finally left, upset that crying didn't help, the family members who supported them showed up. An aunt, a family friend, and someone who hadn't mentioned my name in years all expressed sudden concern and used the same lines. "Your parents are older. Your sister is a parent. Family is family, you will regret it." The strangest thing happened 3 months later when I learned that Samantha's surgery went well from a cousin who continued to communicate with me. I started responding in the same way every time. "I'm not discussing it. Please talk to my attorney." It made people very angry, which was honestly how I knew it was working. They didn't want a boundary. They wanted a debate they could win with guilt. Not tragic, not life-saving, okay. After her recovery, she shared selfies about self-love and healing, and in the comments, she made references to toxic people who don't support mothers. As I stared at the screen, I realized something that altered my perspective on everything. My sister didn't want support. She wanted control over the story. My dad wanted to mediate, which in my family means you apologize and we act like nothing happened, but my lawyer told him no. She wanted the power to make me jump. My mom didn't want peace. She wanted appearances. My dad didn't want family unity. He wanted obedience. I didn't want to be the guy who funded and fixed their choices while they treated me like a disposable tool. It became quieter after that, not suddenly or magically, but quietly. Harlow and I began to live as if we weren't waiting for the next emotional bill, cooking dinner without checking our phones every 7 minutes. And spending the weekends doing happy but uninteresting things like shopping at farmers markets and debating paint colors. One Sunday, Uncle Serafina came over to help me fix a stubborn cabinet hinge. He worked beside me in comfortable silence without saying, "I told you so." At one point, he leaned back, wiped his hands, and asked, "How do you feel?" I gave it some thought, along with 163 missed calls and Bora Bora water. "I feel lighter," I told him, "and I hate that it took this long." Serafina nodded, "It takes as long as it takes." That night, Harlow and I sat at our small dining table and signed papers for something dull and adult, updating beneficiaries, organizing our accounts, and ensuring our future was protected. I also thought about my dad's test of loyalty, my mom's tears like a weapon, and my sister's entitlement disguised as an emergency. I used to believe that walking away meant I was being cruel, that I was giving up, that I was failing some invisible test that everyone else passed without any problems, but now I see it differently. Walking away wasn't retaliation, it was survival. Boundaries aren't punishment. It wasn't romantic or dramatic, but it felt like peace. I went to Bora Bora because I was getting married and I chose my wife, my future, and my own self-respect. If that meant I failed their test, then honestly, good. They are truth with consequences. Real family isn't about who can demand the most from you, it's about who shows up with respect and treats your life like it belongs to you. I decide who has a front row seat in my life. This story is about the moment when a family emergency turns into a code for your life doesn't matter, and the relief that comes when you finally make your own decision. Wesley isn't self-centered. He's just worn out from absorbing chaos for 34 years because his family only gave him one role, that of the fixer, the bank, the person whose needs don't matter. His sisters demand that he cancel a $25,800 honeymoon for elective cosmetic surgery. Wasn't about childcare. It was about power. His father's test of loyalty revealed everything. Loyalty meant Wesley's unilateral sacrifice, while supporting his sister's choices. When he said, "I failed," he rejected a rigged game he had played since childhood. This story teaches us, family emergency loses meaning when everything becomes an emergency except your boundaries. The people who are most enraged by your lack of boundaries. The 163 missed calls weren't worried. They were angry that their designated resource had shut down. They weren't angry that he had traveled to Bora Bora. They were angry that he was no longer usable. Wesley didn't punish his family. He put his wife, his future, and his dignity before those who only cared about him after he had bled himself dry. Letting others see what life is like when you stop offering to be their solution is sometimes the most loving thing you can do. "He's a thief," sister screamed. "She used her kid to plant jewelry on me. I moved it back to her bag. Police searched me. Nothing. Found it on her. My parents called it just a get-together when I wasn't invited to my sister's anniversary celebration. I showed up anyhow. My sister assumed I didn't see her kid hide something unusual inside my backpack. I froze after checking it, then I quietly slid it back into her jacket pocket. 25 minutes later, the police showed up. My name is Preston, I'm 29, the oldest child, the designated driver, the designated problem solver, and the designated you'll understand later. In our family saga, my younger sister, Gemma, has always been the golden chapter. I'm the line that gets skipped. I'm the one who mended Dad's truck at 18 since he didn't want to pay a technician. The one who remained up with Mom after her night shift since no one else brewed coffee, right? The one who learned how to chat to bank clerks, landlords, and school administrators before I could legally drink. I funded my own tuition by stacking shifts, and I know the exact price of a gallon of milk in 3 different stores within a mile of my residence. Gemma is radiant. Her timing is impeccable. When I brought home a 3.7, she found a way to highlight her new fans. When I got my first full-time job, she uploaded a photo of a ring lamp, and my mother responded, "So proud of the talent in this family." Guess which one received the loves? I'm not bitter. That's what I told myself for years. I'm practical. Some people are good at entrances, some are good at cleanups. I acquired the skill of carrying a broom. Saturday morning, 3 weeks ago, Mom contacted me while I was at the wash. "Honey, just a heads up, we're having a little get-together tonight. Nothing significant. A get-together, simply family. Where? At the Gables." They handed us the rear patio. The Gables is the beautiful place on Maple with the string lights and the $15 mocktails. "Who's us?" I asked. "You know, everyone. Everyone but me." She let out a sigh. Gemma didn't want any pressure. "You know how you can be serious about money stuff. We'll see you Sunday." Money stuff means I ask who's paying before I get appetizers. It means I don't divide the tab 50 to 50 when someone decides to sample oysters and 3 cocktails. It indicates that in order to prevent cash presents from being misplaced, I bring an envelope and jot down the amounts. I'm not intense. I've just tallied too many missing cash in this household. So that night, when I saw Gemma's husband post a tale from the sweetest not a party ever with a gigantic 11-year balloon in the background, I put on a jacket and drove over. Not to cause a scene, I just wanted to present her the card I'd already prepared. $120 cash and a note. "May your next decade be tranquil." I assumed I'd leave it with the hostess like a normal, boring adult. The patio was full candlelight, a long table, clinking glasses, and a cake with a plus piped in gold. "Come together, don't you?" I remained near the fence. I wasn't invited. I know how to be little. Gemma noticed me. Her smile froze for half a second, just enough to register. Then she waved like I was the mailman. "Preston is present." A few people looked around. Dad lifted his chin. "Play nicely," Mom mouthed. I walked up with the card already out. "Congrats." Gemma gave me a hug, perfume and champagne. I told Mom it was no big thing. She said, very loud, "You know how she overdoses things." I didn't respond. I laid the card by her purse on a side chair. My nephew Miles, her son, appeared next to the sweets with that guilty, inquisitive expression children have just before attempting something new. "Hey, buddy," I murmured softly. He looked at my backpack on the floor near the chair, then at Gemma, then back at me. My work bag, zipper partly open, because I pulled out my wallet earlier. He shuffled close, too close. His hand moved clumsily and quickly, as if he had practiced on a couch cushion. He slipped a little, black object into my bag's front pocket. I gave a blink. "Miles." He jerked, gulped. "Mom said I could." "Ah, look at your stickers." I didn't have stickers. I waited 2 beats. He scurried away, shoulders stiff, straight to Gemma. She didn't glance at him. She didn't need to. She lifted her champagne, smiling at something her husband said, and patted the pocket of her jacket like checking for keys. My throat went dry. I crouched, unzipped the pocket he'd used, and my fingers hit something wrapped in tissue. I peeled it aside just enough to reveal the edge of a velvet travel jewelry pouch with a cluster of hefty diamonds and a tag that stated something like, "Insured, go back to I froze." Mom had been boasting about Gemma's new anniversary jewelry all week. A custom reset, so classy. A surge of heat hit me. My first instinct wasn't rage. Logistics was involved. Cameras. Who had line of sight? Who would believe me if I called it out now? If I left, what did that look like? My heart was going double time, but my hands were calm. I pulled the pouch out, covered it with my palm, and in one fluid move placed it into the inside pocket of Gemma's white blazer, hanging off the chair arm. Then I zipped my backpack. I picked it up. I smiled at Miles when he glanced around the dessert table. I remained silent. 2 officers entered through the patio gate 25 minutes later. The music stopped. You could feel the air reconfigure itself. If you're reading this thinking, that's a stretch. Who frames their own brother at their anniversary dinner? I need you to know this wasn't step 1. This was step 52. I learned early that my function in our house was to make things disappear. Bills, messes, awkwardness. By threatening to cancel, I was able to reduce my parents' monthly cable package by $45 when I was 16. Mom called it charm. I accidentally read Dad's mail at the age of 18 and noticed a 21.4% interest rate, so I refinanced his truck loan. He referred to it as nosy. Gemma had no money and was 7 minutes away from having a complete meltdown, so at 20, I paid her $335 parking boot. She hailed me a hero in front of her friends and so theatrical behind my back when I asked for it back 3 weeks later. It was always little. $75 here, $165 there. Would you be able to put that on your card? Mine is maxed. Payday is Friday. I saved a note on my phone labeled IUS. It had names, dates, sums. It also has a lot of question marks where I stopped believing my own system. Growing up, Gemma and I weren't close. She did cheer. I took part-time shifts in community college. Dad enjoyed that she brought vitality into a room. Mom loved because she looked like Mom. I looked like my granddad, silent and square-shouldered. And I bring spreadsheets. When Gemma got married, I was the only sibling in the unofficial bank. Bridal shower. I covered the extra chairs. The DJ forgot the deposit. I Venmo'd $275 beneath the table because we can't have silence. A week after the wedding, Mom returned a cake stand and forgot the security deposit was on my card. It was only $85. You're always so particular, she remarked when I asked. A year later, Gemma and her husband Wesley acquired a townhouse. It's a stretch, she confessed, but they approved us. They're always there, you know what rent is like. I did. I was also familiar with the appearance of a teaser rate. Their mortgage skyrocketed exactly when inflation did. Groceries doubled. Gas shot up. They don't really matter. Cards became very popular. Wesley is a competent individual with pricey taste in gear and a strong tolerance for buy now. Later, Preston. I observed the math, and the math didn't blink. It just kept adding lines. I began to hear more about wants and surprises the summer before the anniversary. Gemma winked during calls with Mom. He has no idea. It will be truly unique. I didn't inquire what exceptional meant. I just took the bait. They hung there. We'd appreciate if you could handle the cash box at the party. You're skilled at it. Me? There's a party. Mom, not a party, honey. A gathering? On a low note. No pressure. 3 weeks before, Dad phoned me from the porch. I could hear the creak of the swing. You know your sister, Preston. She wants things good. Nice costs money. A pause. Well, your relative gave $60 toward the group gift. We thought maybe you could fill the gap simply for the necklace. We'll settle up later. What is the difference? Not much. How much? A couple hundred. How many numbers? He slipped into the voice that terminates conversations and snapped, don't be difficult. In our household, money is not a factor. They want you to cease noticing that it's not about money, even though it is. I didn't say yes. I didn't say no. I said, text me the number. He didn't. Mom sent a winking selfie from a jewelry store via text 3 days later. We did it. Underneath, a receipt poking out. $4,120 before tax. I enlarged the image, paid via card. The final 4 numbers weren't hers. They knew each other. Mine. I stared at it long enough for my coffee to grow cold. I looked at my email. 25 minutes prior, a fraud notice had arrived. Was this you? I clicked to no. The bank stopped the card and reversed the charge. 10 minutes after that, Mom called. Why is your card acting strangely? Because it was used without authorization. She said, don't be dramatic. It's for family. It's theft. Be mindful of your tone. They unfroze it by attempting AA's card. The purchase went through with a payment plan. I only know because Dad complained to me afterward. They gouged you with these installments. Don't do installments, I said. Well, we wouldn't have if someone hadn't made a huge fuss about click. After that, Gemma stopped returning my texts. Fine. Then came the invitation. I wasn't barred from that gathering since I inquired about things like, who's paying? And, did you budget for the tip? You'll get your moment with her Sunday, Mom continued to insinuate. Bring your checkbook. Kidding. Unless. So, when I arrived up at the Gables, I wasn't entering into a surprise. I was heading into a pattern you could see from space. The second I saw Miles' hand go into my rucksack, the math did itself. If the challenging brother had shown in unexpectedly with a bag and the necklace had disappeared, the narrative would have been simple and straightforward. This is the portion that still makes my stomach turn. The person I liked most in this equation was the youngster. Miles is a decent young man. He likes Lego sets and counting the cash in my glove box. He also wants to make his mom happy. If you want to make a child do something wrong, you don't call it bad, you call it helping? I didn't know who phoned the cops. The manager, the anonymous tip mom would pretend not to know about later. Doesn't matter. 2 officers entered, and the table changed from party to scene. Evening, the taller one said. A call of a missing item was received. Gemma held a napkin to her mouth like she was scrutinizing herself. My necklace, she murmured, voice wavering in that careful, professional way. It was on this chair. My brother, he came by, and I don't know. He's been under a lot of stress. Preston, I said, keeping my voice steady. My name is Preston. The officer's gaze shifted from Gemma to me, then to my shoulder-mounted rucksack. Sir, mind if we ask a few questions? Naturally. I placed the bag on the table and walked back. Which would you prefer, talking first or looking inside first? Calm. Calm buys you room. Panic provides other people a script. Gemma wiped her tears. We don't want to make this a thing. Family is involved. Wesley stood, motions large. It's probably a misunderstanding, he said to the cops, then to me. Right, man? I turned to face Miles. He was as white as the frosting on a cake. Here's what I'd like, I said. Please inspect my luggage fully, then ask to check the inside pockets of my sister's jacket, side to the left. The table became extremely still. Mom blinked like a cat in a sunbeam. Dad's jaw tightened. The policeman looked at his companion. We'll start with the bag. They opened every compartment. Front pocket first, then main, then the little zip. I constantly forget. Pens, charger, a business notepad, 3 granola bars, receipts, the birthday card I'd previously put on the side chair. No tissue, no diamond flash, no jewelry pouch. The cop nodded once. All right, check the blazer, I said in a firm tone. Inside pocket. Gemma laughed too loudly. That is absurd. Why would ma'am? The police said it's quickest if we just check. After freezing for a moment, she removed the jacket off the chair. Her hands shook in a way that didn't appear like acting. She patted the outer pockets, then reluctantly turned the lapel and reached into the inner. The napkin slid from her fingertips. The velvet pouch slid out, thumping softly against the table. The tag peaked, like the most costly exclamation mark in the world. The diamonds glittered. No one talked for 5 whole seconds. Silverware clinked far away. Somewhere on the street, a siren bled into the night and then faded. I put my card with the gift, I said quietly. I didn't touch the necklace. I came to congratulate you and depart. Mom recovered first. Well, what a relief. She laughed the way people laugh when the host trips and doesn't fall. What? Must have been a mix-up. The officer took notes anyway. Did you report a theft, ma'am? Gemma's expression twisted. She wasn't good at silence. I believed I had lost my mind. I panicked. Have you asked your son to place it in my bag? I asked. My voice didn't rise. Miles. Miles glanced from me to his mom. I will always remember that little moment. His fingers pinched the edge of the tablecloth, and he whispered, Mom told me to help. Wesley swore under his breath. Watch it, Dad said, and Mom growled. Don't make this bigger than it is. The taller officer cleared his throat. We're satisfied the item is accounted for. The fact that there was no theft will be noted. However, I want to be clear for everyone here. It is serious to involve a child while concealing something. You all might want to talk. They departed. Whispers and clinking immediately returned to the patio air, but none of the noise was ours. We were a mess that no one wanted to clean up. Gemma's cheeks were blotchy. She made an unsuccessful attempt to smile and instead chose outrage. You made me look insane, she said, turning on me. Showing up uninvited, making a scene. I said, I didn't make a scene. I prevented one. Wesley rubbed his forehead. Gemma, what was the plan here? She looked past him at me like I was being rude for existing. You weren't invited because you always ruin things with your spreadsheets. You shouldn't have been counting envelopes next to my cake. She gave Mom a quick glance before lowering her voice. Tonight, we only required the gift money. And Preston, you're always so fussy. I knew you'd bring cash. I thought we could. I'm not sure if the necklace got lost. She shook her head like the word she needed wouldn't arrive. Forget it. The police showed up. We're past it, I said. Mom found her footing. Sweetheart, you know your sister's been under stress. Mortgage. It's there. I said, what? The part where it isn't about money, and then it very much is? I set both hands flat on the table. I could feel my pulse in my palms. You bought a $4,120 necklace you couldn't afford on installments, and you were going to cushion it with cash, and if that didn't cover it, you'd use a mess to pressure me. Dad got up. Be mindful of your tone. I said, I am. I'm watching it very carefully because this is the last time I use it here without boundaries. Gemma folded her arms. So what? You want an apology? No. I turned to face Miles. He looked at me like he just swallowed ice. I want you to know that I've finished playing this part. Mom scoffed. What role? The one where I pay for everyone's mistakes and then get told I'm dramatic for noticing. The one where I get excluded from a get-together and then invited to provide additional funding. The one where a child is sent to put a necklace in my bag. Preston, Dad warned. Family sticks together. This isn't about revenge, I said, and my voice surprised me by how even it was. This is about closure. I left my card on the table with the $120 inside and walked to the parking lot. No dramatic door slam, no speech. The night air smelled like rosemary from the landscaping. I drove home with my phone buzzing on the passenger seat. Mom, then Dad, then unknown, then Wesley. I didn't respond. I turned the phone face down and watched the red lights ahead of me swell then shrink. By the time I climbed my steps, there were 21 missed calls and 24 new SMS. Mom led with guilt. You embarrassed your sister on her night. Then anger. How dare you accuse me of theft? Then logistics. Can you come fix the bank app tomorrow? It is unable to establish a connection. Then, a photo of Miles napping in the car. A final act of mercy. I put the phone in a drawer and prepared pasta. The next morning, there were more. A group chat I hadn't muted yet lighted up with relatives. What took place last night, Aunt Susan? Mom, nothing. Preston overreacted. Everything is fine. In private, Aunt Susan. 3 minutes later, tell me your side. Also, I watched them go outside with the cops. You okay? I typed and deleted. Wrote, I'm fine. Taking a vacation from family gatherings. Sent it. Simple. Dad called at 9:30. On the fourth ring, I responded. Son, his voice was flat. You crossed the line. I found the necklace in Gemma's jacket pocket. Your sister is under financial pressure. So am I. That's not the same. No, I answered, it's not. I'm picky about who gets to wear it. Silence. Then your mother is upset. I'm positive. You don't give a damn. I'm concerned enough to quit pouring into a bottomless bucket. He hung up without a goodbye. Wesley texted, can I talk to you alone? At midday. Not defending last night, I didn't realize she told Miles to do that. I met him for coffee because I needed a control chat. He looked dreadful. Wrinkled shirt, eyes half sunk. She's drowning, he muttered, hands around a paper cup he didn't drink from. The mortgage rose. The cost of daycare is ridiculous. She also want the jewelry since she felt like she was losing everything else. I should have said no. I didn't. I'm responsible for that. What is your monthly shortfall? Before I could stop myself, I asked. Reflex. He pulled a face like $650 after minimums. More if we want to pay down the cards. $650. That number has a taste. It tastes like only help for a few months. It tastes like we'll settle up later. It tastes like staying longer than you expected because you needed to be needed. I'm not loaning you money. I stated I'm not co-signing anything. I will sit with you and build a spreadsheet. I will help you call your credit card providers and ask for promo APRs. I will locate you a credit counselor that isn't a fraud. I would watch Miles on 2 Saturdays so you can pick up over time, but I'm done being the unseen line item. He nodded once. The relief in his face told me he realized this was the only form of support that wouldn't rot us. Okay, he said, I'll take that. News travels in families like ours faster than true facts. By supper, the tale had shifted too. Preston came in, accused Gemma of stealing, threatened to call CPS. I hadn't, but it's simpler to be upset at a sentence than a system. I typed a message to the family group, then deleted it. Typed again, shorter. I'm stepping aside for a time. No loans, no using my cards, no unannounced visits. If you need me, text me what you need in one message. I'll answer in 36 to 72 hours. I adore Miles. I hope all is okay with you. I disabled notifications and mailed it. 10 minutes later, Mom called 7 times in a row. The 7th rung as restricted. I didn't respond. The following week was simultaneously quiet and boisterous. Loud. My phone lighting up with accusations and offers and clarifications. Silent. At last, my apartment sounds more like a place I dwell than a location where I recuperate. I bought a new kettle because mine shrieked. I mended the loose cabinet hinge I'd been neglecting. At 2 in the morning, I slept without eating. On Wednesday. A screenshot from a cousin. Gemma's Facebook status. A long post about catastrophic betrayal, and those who hold money over love. The remarks were precisely what you'd expect. Stay strong, girl. Family may be the worst. One guy wrote, but why police? And for 5 hours, the thread died. Thursday, Mom attempted nostalgia. She shared an old photo of me holding newborn Gemma. You've always protected her, she wrote. Don't stop now. I glanced at the pixelated image of my teenage arms and felt a rush of compassion for that youngster. He didn't know what protection would cost. I said, I will not protect her from consequences at the expense of my sanity. Wenching, I received an SMS on Friday night from a number I hadn't stored. Miles, Mom said I did a horrible thing. Are you upset with me? There was a particular kind of pain in my chest. I'm not furious with you. You were attempting to assist your mother. Miles, did I wreck your party? It wasn't my party. I'm all right. Do you want to come over this weekend to assemble the Lego car? A beat. Miles, may I? Ask your dad if he says yes. I'll pick you up only with his yes. Wesley called 10 minutes later. She's not delighted, but I'm your 2 Saturdays. He forced a laugh that wasn't funny. Sunday at 12. We had pizza and constructed the Lego automobile on the floor of my living room. Furthermore, I made no mature remarks on limits or guilt. He's 9. When the air is off, he can tell. He doesn't need nouns for it. By the second weekend, my missed call count hit 44. Mom escalated to family. Aunt Susan sent a text. She's telling everyone you froze her bank account. I hadn't. I sent a single line back. That's not true. Wesley and I sat on my coffee table on Sunday, their bills strewn all over the place. We contacted 2 credit cards. We designed a budget that wasn't a penalty. We identified the subscriptions that auto-renew when you're not looking. 4 streaming providers, a pricey picture editor, a meditation software no one uses. We discovered $240 of cancellations. Wesley programmed his phone to ask to buy 5 App Store purchases. We developed a list named Money Gemma touches exclusively with her eyes. He laughed and then looked guilty. I placed my palm up. This is a team sport. Back in the group conversation, Dad finally sent one message that sounded like him and not the chorus. Your mom went too far. She knows. It wasn't an apology. It was one's outline. I didn't write thanks. I wrote nothing. Not feeding a phrase is sometimes the healthiest thing you can do. Monday morning, my HR portal pinged. I clicked before thinking. Our annual bonus had posted. After taxes, it was $2,480. I shut down the tab. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't make a case for charity by writing windfall on a whiteboard. I paid my own dentist fee, planned it, and felt like a genius. That night, Mom sent one more text. Join us on Sunday for dinner. Just us, we'll discuss. I stared at it for a time. I typed. I'll meet you for coffee for 90 minutes at a daylight public spot. Bring no bills. Sent. She replied instantly. You're ridiculous. I didn't respond. Daylight Cafe is where we first met. 10:30 a.m. Sunday. Neutral ground. Too many plants. Mom had on her I'm not mad cardigan. Dad also showed up. I had black coffee. They placed an order for leverage. Mom started. I'm sorry your sentiments were harmed. Try again, I said. She exhaled. I'm sorry I tested your card without asking. I apologize for asking Miles to assist. I apologize for calling the cops. You called? She said. I thought it would scare you. Into paying, into caring. Dad cleared his throat. We don't expect you to solve every problem. You do, I said. Here's what changes. I slid a single page across. Not a contract, just lines. No loans. Gifts will be tiny and designated gift. No access to my cards. No, just once. No ambushes. Ask in one text in advance. Kid is off limits. If he's utilized again, I call it in. Distinct checks. You order it, you pay. My presence isn't currency. Mom bristled. A list. Yes. I followed yours for a decade, and it was undetectable. She went quiet. Dad read it like a manual he required years ago. Just a tiny nod. And what do we get? Mom inquired. A son who shows up without resentment. An uncle who plays Lego without performing ledger math. A future where I don't disappear. Her eyes filled. You would do that? I almost did. After folding the page, she placed it into her purse. No promises, just keeping it. We drank all of our coffee. No embraces, no vows, 3 separate totals. A door is the silence of people who recognize a boundary. Use it or leave it. Avoid relying on it. At the exit, my phone buzzed. Wesley's snapshot of Miles grinning with a Lego car. We completed the wheels. I smiled instead of sobbing. In the lot, Mom called. Preston. I pivoted. I won't ask you for money. Excellent. I will ask you to dinner next month. On a low note, text me. I will inform you. Driving home, my hands felt light, not empty. Mine. No huge twist. No great apologies. Closure is tiny. On your worst day, you defend dull decisions. Real family only, my brother said, excluding my kid from gifts. I pay his mortgage. I canceled the cards and cosigns. He's bankrupt. Ask your real family. When my brother clinked his fork against his glass, the ham glaze had just finished going around the surface of the dish. Easter had arrived. A lengthy table with paper napkins adorned with bunnies. The pastel eggs that Mom purchased from a craft fair served as the centerpiece. In the space between me and the child's end, Elena sat. It was a pink dress with a hair clip in the shape of a flower that she had chosen herself. I've made up my mind, Daniel declared, heaving his chest up as if he were performing on stage. We are going to honor his father by naming him Daniel Lewis Jr. According to the custom, he cocked his head to the side in my direction, in contrast to some parents who give their children strange names. Not even an attempt was made to conceal it. Elena was the target of his slow and resentful gaze. With a sneer on his face, he plopped a devilish egg into his mouth. Following a pause that lasted for one heartbeat, the silence was finally broken by the sound of laughter. A table was where Dad slept. The laugh that Aunt Susan made was a tight smile, and she covered her teeth as she laughed. Mom acted as if she were not looking in our direction and remarked, "Well, at least one of my grandchildren will have a powerful name." Elena's hands were folded in her lap as she glanced at the food she was eating. The light was reflected off of the tulip clip. 8 is her age. Whenever she is the joke, she is aware of it. When I tried to say her name, Elena, it came out sounding quite short. It was merely a fact that was stated as if it were an item on the grocery list that everyone kept missing. There was no statement, no justification. Gabriel gave a shrug. In any case, Dad continued, reaching for the rolls. I'm just saying that children need names that are more typical. The issue is one of belonging. The family unit. The family unit. After chewing, I swallowed. There was a knot in my throat. It was so strong that my hands shook that my fork made a clicking sound against the plate. After putting it down, I held my water glass with both palms in order to make the movement appear as though I was experiencing thirst rather than the actual sensation. At the end of the children's section, my nephew displayed his Easter basket. We all have matching baseball caps that say Harrison Legacy, which were purchased by Uncle Daniel. He distributed them freely. Every child was given one. Even the infant who was sitting in the high chair was given a very small cap that he was not yet able to wear. First, Elena looked at the stack, and then she looked at me. She did not receive any cap. Aunt Susan washed her hands and then continued, we didn't know what size to get for Elena. She paused for a moment, as if her name was a difficult word to pronounce. My dish was finally empty. Elena's mouth was wiped by me. Her forehead was kissed by me. I mentioned in a low voice, Bug, grab your sweater. At this moment, she hushed. I was able to maintain my voice now. I took both of our baskets in my hands. It was a chocolate bunny, a bracelet that I had tucked under my own arm, and the eggs that we had discovered in the yard. As we walked out of the house, we passed the foyer table where my mother kept a picture of all of the grandchildren, with the exception of mine. As I waited for my coffee to cool by the sink on Monday morning, I dialed the number for the cosigner hotline for Daniel's truck, his boat, and his recreational vehicle. Hello, my name is Claire, and I am a travel agent. I am 39 years old and I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. In my current position, I sit at a kitchen table with a laptop and 4 mugs of pens, and I book other people's fantasies, right down to the seat assignments. She is Elena's sole parent. In this picture, her father is not present. Space documentaries and playing grocery shop with a calculator are 2 of her favorite things to do. I have always been the one that my family considers to be responsible. Those are the instructions for Claire to fix it. I'm the sister who likes spreadsheets. My budget is color-coded, and I have a label maker that is covered with dust. During the summer of 2017, when Dad's roof began to leak, I used my credit card to make the deposit of $8,200 in order to get the services of a contractor. We just cannot wait for another storm to strike. As a response to the sudden increase in Mom's power bill in January, I decided to set up a weekly transfer of $180 from my checking account to hers for a period of a few months. This is the 14th month. The dreamer that Daniel is. It is not my word but theirs. He desired a truck for working on the side, a boat for spending time with his family, and finally, a recreational vehicle for the memories. Without his credit, he would not have been eligible for any of it. They claimed that it was nothing more than a signature. It is not necessary for you to pay a fee. Even worse, it will improve your credit. With the assurance that he had employment lined up, I agreed to purchase the truck for a price of $44,500. Upon the arrival of the boat, which cost $21,000, I paused for a while before seeing Elena draw circles on the carpet while my mother sobbed in the kitchen about how Daniel never seems to get a break. Because if you don't assist him, then who will? She remarked. The RV was the one that caused my throat to tighten up. He's your brother. In addition to having bunks for the children and a decal of a mountain on the side, It was glossy and cost $67,500. At long last, I responded with a negative. For a week, my father would not communicate with me. In the middle of the night, Mom answered the phone and remarked, "Just think of the cousins growing up together. According to what you usually say, memories are important." Due to the fact that it appears that my duty was not just that of a cosigner but also that of an unpaid assistant, I made sure to create calendar reminders for the due dates. Elena was on the edge of her seat the entire time, and she never left. Mother would hang stockings for her grandchildren in the living room throughout the holiday season. This is Sloan, Grant, Josie, and Dean. A correction was made to the tag, but Sloan continued to appear on Instagram. All my babies was written in the caption of the group photo that was displayed above the mantel. The frame of the photo read Harrison Legacy. Elena was positioned just out of frame since Daniel wanted a picture that only included the originals. I thought that purchasing a zoo family pass would be something that we could all do together, so I did so in the spring of last year. After I brought the card to the gate, the attendant inquired about the names of the individuals. Mom waved toward the team that was waiting at the door and said, "These are Daniel's kids and Susan's kids. Additionally, we will only purchase a day pass for Elena today. The difference is comparable to getting $15 at the zoo." I did, in fact, take note. It came to Elena's attention. I purchased plane tickets for my mother and father so that they could vacation at Aunt Susan's new home in Florida. A total of $1,460 was booked around midnight in between calls from customers. During the same month, I was able to cover Daniel's truck payment while he was being ghosted by his side job customer. On Friday, he texted, "I'll pay you back all right." There was nothing after Friday turned into the next Monday. A reminder was not sent out by me. I assured myself that we are not a family that skimps on expenses. These little perforations built up, and they were as delicate as dust. Elena affixed her drawing of a rainbow over a field of tulips to the wall of my kitchen by the use of tape. She brought a sketch that was very similar to it to her mother's house so that she could hang it on the refrigerator. Aunt Susan said, "We're full up," and then she picked up a magnet that was holding a soccer schedule in order to relocate it, but she ultimately decided not to. Elena creased her paper in half. We forgot to take it off the counter. At the time of our subsequent visit, it had been removed. They were at all times prepared with explanations. "Because we were unaware of your schedule. We were under the impression that Elena does not enjoy participating in sports. We presumed that you would not be interested in traveling so far. The trampoline park was the location of the cousins' day out together." That was posted by Mom. A significant caption was included that discussed customs. When I was in the process of booking a corporate block for a conference, Elena was looking over my shoulder and saw the images. Her silence was completely silent. Her ability to remain silent is rather impressive. By the time Easter arrived, the announcement of the baby had completely taken over every topic that was available. A true namesake, Dad would declare, heaving his chest out as if he were the mayor of some city or town. My grandmother, who was the one who taught me how to make egg salad and who allowed me to have the nice scissors, used to read me a book that had a character named Elena. After reading that book, I decided to give my daughter the name Elena. It was as if a triangle had been closed. I did not inquire about permission from anyone. It was not justified by me. When I hesitated on the RV, they began to penalize me for my poor decision. At first, it was not very big. Simply put, we did not have sufficient chairs. Neither of us was sure which size to purchase. The focus was always on something that could be touched. It is a stocking, a cap, and a pass. The path, however, remained the same. If you don't follow the rules, you wouldn't be welcome here. They meant to sign here, send money, and smile through it when they referenced the line. We were seated at the Easter table at that moment. This is the cap for every kid other than mine, with strong names, family, and fun. Reminiscent of the games of forgetting. Quite some time ago, I ought to have been aware of what I would do next. I did not get to it until Monday. I did not lose my cool. I did not go into a commotion. I put Elena to bed on Sunday night, tucked the tulip clip into her jewelry box, sat on the couch with the television turned to silent, and looked through photographs of other people's travels on my work Instagram account. Grandparents holding their grandchildren up to see fireworks at the beach. All of the typefaces used for the captions were of the joyful size. When I opened my laptop on Monday, I went to the money folder and had a look at the 4 scanned contracts that were there. I am the legal name, my social name, and my signature. Daniel's truck, Daniel's boat, and Daniel's recreational vehicle. I did not serve as a spare option. I was the intended outcome. For questions pertaining to cosigners, each of the lenders has a specific phone number. There is no glamour in it. For co-borrowers, press the 2 button. Pause the music that sounded like it was played on a keyboard from 1997. As I listened to the first representative ask, "How can I be of assistance to you?" I put my mug down. As if we were complete strangers. We were it. I stated that I needed to initiate the procedure of releasing the cosigner. When I spoke, my voice was even. "Which account is this for?" He inquired about it. I said the number 3 while reading off the final 4 digits. A truck, a boat, and any RV. Regarding the truck, there are some rules. A release was permitted per the contract after 25 installments that were made. However, one of them was 3 days late. He had made 27. That could potentially disqualify him, the representative added. I drew in a big breath. My response was, submit the request regardless. My address, my date of birth, and my mother's maiden name were all validated by a woman with a clear voice when he moved me to the team that is responsible for handling that in the first place. What she said was, "We will send you a packet." The boat lender was more rapid in their response. He will have to qualify on his own, within the next 90 days. There is no official release process, but they would allow me to seek removal as an approved contact and cancel my backup autopay that I had set up in order to avoid incurring late fees. In order to obtain confirmation, she stated, her voice clicking through a script. "You will not be contacted about late payments after today, nor will we have authorization to draft from your account that ends in 7421. No more communication will be attempted." It was read by her twice. As I stated, "Yes. Kindly provide the confirmation to me via email." The RV was a different scenario. It was a more recent loan, and there was no release and no refinancing. "So, you can't just get rid of me, can you?" Even though I was aware of the response, I still asked. The man told me. "But you can submit a formal notice that you will not be responsible for any future expansions or modifications, and you can remove yourself from any correspondence." I did so. Unfortunately, the man's response was not positive. In addition, I sent a certified letter that I had written and that made reference to the clause numbers. 2 copies were printed by me. Daniel Loans was written in block letters and placed in a folder that I had created. After that, I went to my bank's website and removed 3 different autopay schedules. The truck payment that I had covered for only this month, the boat insurance that I had put up because their web interface is difficult, and a recurring transfer to Daniel's account that had been quietly draining $165 on the 15th were all things that I had covered. "Are you sure?" The screen would ask a question each time. It was necessary for me to take a screenshot of each confirmation page. In no way am I dramatic. I am responsible for keeping records. The emails that I sent to Daniel were all quite straightforward and did not contain any adjectives. Whenever it was necessary, I made requests for the release of cosigners, and I also stopped making automatic payments. It would be helpful if you could refinance the RV so that I can be removed. No more payments will be covered by me in the future. Dear Mom and Dad, I am withdrawing any and all financial support that I have been providing for Daniel. Beginning the following Monday, I will also be discontinuing the weekly transfer that is being made to your account. I am able to sit down with you and create a budget for you if you require assistance with it. The title of the topic line was altered. Not a warning was sent out by me. It was either because of Easter or because you humiliated us that I chose not to add. They are aware of it. In addition, it was not my responsibility to connect the dots for individuals who refused to recognize patterns, even if they pretended not to. Immediately following the sending of the message, I went to my calendar and removed 4 reminders. A truck, a boat, and an RV are all due. All of the squares became empty. I inhaled deeply and exhaled so slowly that my chest ached. I took a deep breath. After that, I canceled sessions with 2 clients and brought Elena to a park where the tulips had just begun to unfurl their petals. I was able to start my phone that night. Daniel flashed up with a message, "Call me right now." "So, what exactly did you do?" That time, there was no punctuation. "Then this is an act of vengeance. Then you are aware that I am not eligible. Then your mother tells you that you are exaggerating the situation." Following that, after a brief break, "We were joking." I placed my phone on the counter in the face-down position. While I was helping Elena with her homework, I prepared chicken quesadillas. Eraser smudge on her face, tongue protruding from her mouth. Only once did she look up. "Do we have a problem here?" she inquired. "No," I clarified. "That is not the case. They attempted everything." Initially, there were texts of terror, and then there was guilt. At 6:30 the morning, Mom gave me a call. I was in the process of preparing Sloane's lunch. "Claire," she explained without greeting me. Quite a dramatic event. The sound of dishes being clinked could be heard in the background. "We form a family. It is not something that we do like this. The tone of my voice remained firm as I stated that we do not degrade children while they are eating. I applied peanut butter from one side to the other. Releases are currently being processed. She continued to draw out the word until it lost its shape and then said that it was a joke. When it comes to the infant, your brother probably has a lot on his plate. Just so you know, he is not very good with words. I stated that I would not provide financial support to a household in which my child was not included. I can't remember the last time I had a sentence prepared like that. There was a sensation of closing a clasp when it came out. In the end, Dad called. He did not consume any sweets. He complained that you were punishing us. At this point, you are allowing a therapist to flood your thoughts. Honestly, Claire, you are a chilly person. In every way, you were. With my forehead against the chilly door of the refrigerator, I rested it. Under the rainbow drawing that Elena had created, there was a magnet that had the date of the school carnival attached to it. I informed you that I am not your backup bank. Your accounts have been removed. It is necessary for Daniel to refinance the RV. On that particular evening, Daniel arrived up and began hammering on the door of my apartment as if we were in a movie. As she sat on the couch, Elena was reading. I instructed you to go to your room, insect. She did not let out a single syllable. I entered the hallway and pulled the door to the side, almost completely shutting it behind me. With his hands flapping, he yelled, "You are going to end up ruining my life." There was a strong aroma of curry emanating from the hallway. When I was at work, the lender called me. 90 days. Are you joking around? Greetings, Claire. I am expecting a kid. Yes. You are going to have a baby. I reiterated. Not a lie. Sell the boat. If you dare. For the sake of the family, he yelled. The door at the end of the hallway opened and closed in a quiet manner. His tone became more subdued. Everyone considers you to be weak-minded. My opinion is that we are finished with this. In the hallway, I will not be addressing this matter. In an effort to get one more jab in, he tried. You are referring to the name of your child, aren't you? It was said by him. I observed his face and the manner in which he desired a response. I didn't give him anything. He departed with a sound that was somewhere in the middle of a snort and a scoff. In the days that followed, the group chat among relatives became more active. I noticed that Hannah was typing with dots under her name, and then she stopped and started 3 times. Following that, she sent me a separate text message. Her writing stated, "I saw the cap thing. No, I'm sorry. It was disgusting. If you would want to host an egg hunt at your location the next year, I will bring both of my eggs as well as the plastic eggs." At other instances, support can take the form of plastic eggs, and that is sufficient. A certified document was sent to me by the bank, which confirmed that my notices had been received and that I had been removed from the position of authorized payer on the yacht. The cosigner release packet was an email that the truck lender sent out to the cosigner. It included a checklist and a deadline that was highlighted in bold. I printed it out and placed it on top of the folder that contained Daniel loans. It was a dry and impersonal statement that stated, "We are unable to accommodate your request without a full refinance." It was all the confirmation I needed that there was a border between my finances and their decisions, and it could be enforced with paper. The RV lender delivered a boilerplate letter that said, "We are unable to accommodate your request without fully refinancing." They attempted to launch a more gentle assault. After a few days had passed, they arrived with a supermarket bag full of muffins, and the voice that they use when someone is unwell. "Is it possible for us to talk?" As she stood just inside the door, Mom inquired as if she required authorization to carry out her existence. I brewed some tea. We took a seat at my table. On account of the fact that I moved in and dragged a box across it, it has a scratch running down the middle of it. Mother responded with a gleam in her eyes, "We went too far. You are aware of the fact that your sibling is not as steady as you are." I mentioned that he is 37 years old. I am no longer providing coverage for emergencies that are 37 years old. Dad seemed to be staring at his mug as if it might provide him with a better argument. Finally, he continued, "You are going to come to regret this decision." Towards the corridor, I turned my head. While humming, Elena was sitting on her rug with markers. "Perhaps," I responded, "but not as much as I'd regret teaching my kid that we accept being laughed at for a seat at the table." They left with the muffins still on my counter. "Maybe," I said. After that, I sliced it in half for Elena and I to enjoy. Poppy seed with a lemon flavor. After she had finished her bite, she turned her attention to me and said, "Do we have to go to Nana's on Sunday?" It was a crumb that I wiped off of her chin. "No," I clarified. "We don't have to go anywhere we aren't wanted. Spring moved quickly in our neighborhood. We never have to go anywhere." After a week, the trees changed into sticks. They turned green the following day. In an aisle of the grocery store, I encountered plastic eggs that smelled like bleach and sugar. I purchased them. I went to a thrift store and searched for a ceramic egg. I then painted it with blue flowers and the word Elena written in the most blocky handwriting I could muster. She was allowed to choose the candy, including the peculiar jelly beans. Our flat was completely occupied on the morning of Easter. Additionally, Hannah accompanied her, in addition to carrying a bottle of inexpensive champagne and a bag of eggs. In addition to bringing empanadas, my neighbor, Mrs. Ramirez, insisted on concealing an egg on top of the radiator, because she knew that no child would ever think to look there. The table was surrounded by 5 chairs, and there were 3 additional chairs folded up against the wall. On the other hand, I left napkins on them. A speech was not delivered by me. I did not bring them to your attention. After leaving them there empty, I proceeded to eat by placing my fork on my plate and eating. While running across the living room without shoes on, Elena's hair was falling out of its clip, and she was laughing that laugh that she keeps deep within her belly. As soon as she discovered the ceramic egg, she held it as if it were real and remarked, "You did the letters neat." In the future, I kept it on the bookshelf next to my travel guides, countries that I book for other people, places that I might take her someday, and places where names are just names and family is what you build. The truck lender sent me an email 1 week after the deadline for the release of the truck. The co-signer release has been finished. After that, the truck was solely his. I received a renewal notice from the boat insurance company at an address that was not mine. There was no change to the RV. If he did not figure it out, then he would not figure it out. In either case, I was in a position where I had to sign off on the decisions made by another person. I proceeded to slide the folder containing the letters into the back of my filing cabinet after tucking them into the Daniel Loans folder. In spite of the fact that I had not intended for it to be humorous, the label boundaries caused me to smile. In the afternoon on Sunday, Mom sent a text message. She wrote that we were the ones who made the ham. This time, there will be no apology, and there will be no photo. There is a lot available if you would like to stop by. After staring at it for a moment, I reflected on the number of plenties that I had funded, and then I typed, "We have plans today. Perhaps at a later meeting." On the subject of conditions, I did not add anything, or else they would acquire the knowledge. Indeed, we had some plans. A hunt for eggs in the backyard, in the small patch of grass that we all share. After that, we went for a stroll to the park, where the tulips were all out and about. While we were on our way home, Elena delicately placed her hand in mine. "Is it just the 2 of us in our family?" she inquired. My response was, "Some of it." She nodded as if that made sense, and then she continued, "And some of it is who we invite." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a piece of folded paper, which she then distributed to me. During her time in school, she had created a drawing that depicted a table with 2 chairs and 2 more chairs folded against the wall, as well as a blue egg with her name written on it in the correct spelling. Utilizing a powerful magnet, I attached it to our refrigerator. This remained. I paid $3,500 in family debt, and they still said was just here to feel important. I cut them off. "I'm done buying your love. No more money." My mom said, "Yeah, poor thing thinks money makes her family." I entered my parents' house by the side door and heard my uncle say, "She's just here to feel important." Then she turned to face me. "The reason this family will never receive another dollar from me is because I said, 'You're right.'" The side door was not meant for me to enter. Normally, I wouldn't, but those rusty folding chairs were piled up on the front porch as if someone hadn't realized the BBQ was more than 3 weeks ago. I went around as I didn't want to drag them aside. It smelled somewhat like old paint and potting dirt, and the side door creaked as it always had. It was noisy in the home. The blender was in operation when I heard my mother's chuckle, but in a slower, deeper voice. "Parker, my uncle." I wasn't attempting to enter covertly. I simply hadn't had a chance to greet them yet. Then I heard him say it, though. A brief silence was followed by the statement, "She's just here to feel important." I halted just inside the mudroom, still holding my keys, and my mother said, "Yeah, poor thing thinks money makes her family." Then I entered. My mother was the first to turn. Like she had been caught pilfering from a church basket, she turned pale. My uncle simply stared at the floor as if the crumbs had suddenly taken on new significance. I said, "You're right." Before anyone could reply, I said, "Which is why this family won't see another dollar from me ever." I had no intention of staying to facilitate their recuperation. The fact that I had been going above and beyond for these people for the last 5 months only made it worse. After my sister Sophie's boyfriend left town, she quietly accumulated $3,500 in credit card debt, which I paid off without notifying anyone. In October, my mom sobbed as I delivered the $11,800 to fix my parents' broken heating system. "I was a gift," she claimed. It was only 3 months ago. All of a sudden, though, I was only here to feel significant. They had muttered something sideways before, but this was the first time they had done so while assuming I couldn't hear. Additionally, there is a distinction. The odd thing is that I didn't even experience anger. Just empty, not immediately. It was as if something that had been keeping me upright had finally failed. I didn't return home. I visited a motel. Not a pleasant one, either. Just a Holiday Inn next to the shopping center. That night, as I lay in bed with the TV on silent, I realized that I couldn't recall the last time I'd gone to see them without having to pay for something. Groceries, presents, airline tickets, and repairs. I even owned the wine they served at Christmas. Nevertheless, they were able to turn everything into something unsightly. I shut down my phone the following day. The following day, I switched it back on. 30 texts, mostly from my mother, one from Uncle Parker, and, for some reason, just a thumbs up emoji. And just 2 words from Sophie, call me. And one from my brother, Wyatt. I listen to him when he speaks, but he never says much. He was trying, but he didn't understand. I know they were out of line, but you disappearing won't fix it either. I was not going to vanish. I was evolving. The problem is that I had become accustomed to the notion that love had to be earned. That perhaps their perception of me would change if I simply provided enough assistance, helped enough, and resolved enough issues. However, it only made them feel entitled and at ease. I therefore stopped responding to solicitations for money. Despite being in town that month, I failed to attend Sophie's birthday dinner. Usually, my dad would ask me to address his cable bill mess, but I let him manage it. I also told my mother no when she called to ask if I could help pay for new patio furniture before the spring sales expired. Simply put, no. No justification. On the other end, there was stillness. Take a moment. Then, for the first time in my life, I heard her say, okay. It wasn't a clean break either. Not at all. Initially, they simply became colder, with fewer images in the family group chat and less warmth in their texts. For a while, Sophie even blocked me, but then something changed. Small things. My father began phoning me to inquire about my well-being. Just to converse, not to seek for assistance. I received a picture of a pie my mother cooked via text. She claimed that the recipe I'd given her the previous year worked quite well. They didn't express gratitude for what I had done. Not quite yet. However, they began to treat me more like a person they wanted around and less like a safety net. And I didn't anticipate that. I also didn't anticipate who would attempt to reverse everything. Uncle Xavier. He was just getting started, and I had no idea that he couldn't bear it. To be honest, I didn't see that coming from him. Uncle Xavier never took a major part in anything. At family gatherings, he was the person who would arrive late, make everyone wait to eat because he wanted to make a toast, and then steal a six-pack before anyone realized he hadn't brought any food. He would act as though he was bored by family drama. However, it seems that he was concerned about my change. Thanksgiving was when the first clue appeared. I didn't intend to go. I was ready to skip it because it was still too close after the side door event. However, Wyatt called to invite me. He claimed that Sophie wanted to talk, and that things had calmed down. I went even though I knew better than to fully trust that. I considered the possibility that they could be prepared to cease portraying me as an enemy. As it happens, Uncle Xavier wasn't. But they were. At first, it was subtle. He kept making financial jokes about Stacy, the sponsor, and our little Rockefeller. When someone proposed going to Florida, he exclaimed loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Better get Stacy to book it." I didn't answer. That's the tradition, right? I didn't have to. It was the first time my dad had said, quietly but clearly, "Knock it off, Xavier." Uncle Xavier poured himself another drink and simply grinned as if he hadn't heard him. Later, I heard him conversing with my mother in the kitchen. I didn't even try to hear. I heard my name as soon as I opened the door after going in for more water. He claimed that she was now allowing me to take advantage of them, that I was using quiet and guilt to manipulate them, and that I was holding money hostage in order to obtain what I needed. After a moment of standing, I walked straight in. Despite her astonished expression, my mother remained silent. Uncle Xavier continued without pausing. I didn't respond as he turned to face me and asked, "You think because you paid a few bills that you're better than this family?" I glanced at my mother. She remained silent. I then departed once more. I contacted Wyatt that evening and informed him of the situation. "I think he's jealous. You're independent. You got out." "He didn't," he added with a sigh. That had never occurred to me before. Uncle Xavier and his girlfriend had been renting the same home since the early 2000s, and they had been living there for 9 years. No actual employment, no children. He hopped from one thing to another. There were always tales of the market or a project that never materialized. Perhaps he too needed to feel significant. He wasn't merely envious, though. He was getting down to business. My mother stopped phoning the next month. My father texted me in shorter bursts. I sensed the change. It was slight, like if the room's temperature had been lowered by a few degrees, but it was there. And I was certain of who had pressed the button. I thus didn't just let it happen this time. I asked my parents over the phone if the three of us could have a conversation. No distractions, no family. I was invited to join them for supper. It was uncomfortable. While preparing lasagna, my mother kept bringing up the weather. At last, I said, I know Xavier's saying things to you, and I know you're listening, but you need to ask yourself why someone who doesn't even take care of his own life is so invested in managing yours. It became quiet. I nodded as my father continued, we know. We've just had him in our ear for a long time. You should stop listening now. I wasn't upset. I simply felt finished. Something changed that night. I believe they actually heard me. Uncle Xavier wasn't finished yet, though, since the farther I retreated, the more he tried to entice me back, and it wasn't going to be words when I saw him again. There was going to be a full-scale attempt to blow everything up. Sophie's first baby shower was held at a small winery outside of town. It's the kind of property that appears better on pictures than in reality, complete with false rustic charm and string lights. My mother had dedicated herself to organizing it as if it were a royal wedding. Custom cupcakes, personalized treats, and a diaper raffle with prizes more expensive than the diapers themselves. I received the invitation directly from her. We pretended to be official now, and there was only one of those pastel pink envelopes in the mail with my entire name printed on it, no text, no call. Before sending in my RSVP, I gazed at it for 3 days. I kind of wanted to avoid it. It had been months since Sophie, and I had a meaningful talk. Perhaps turning up would matter, though, and if not for her, then perhaps for myself, according to the other part of me that still held out hope that things could be fixed. I purposely arrived 10 minutes late. Enough time to allow the audience to calm down and divert attention from newcomers. I crept in, hugged Sophie, expressed my admiration for her clothing, gave her a gift card concealed in a designer onesie, and took a seat at the edge of the main table. There were Wyatt and his girlfriend. My mother was beaming as though she had orchestrated a spectacular show. Subsequently, I noticed Uncle Xavier standing close to the drinks table, seemingly in charge of the establishment. I've already had 2 glasses of red and am laughing too much at something that nobody else finds funny. I didn't greet them. He didn't either. Everything went without a hitch. The games were surprisingly dumb as usual. The meal was passable, and Sophie genuinely appeared content, radiating in that worn-out, huge baby on the way kind. I allowed myself to think that things had changed for a while. Then Uncle Xavier abruptly got to his feet. No transition. No introduction. Before we get to the gifts, I just want to say something about family. He got up from his chair, holding a glass of wine, and a few others gave him an awkward applause. My stomach fell. That tone seemed familiar to me. It was the voice of a man who needed to feel superior in order to be happy. He began slowly, like if he were preparing for something. He discussed the importance of turning up for family. How genuine love is more important than money. Some individuals believe that giving money makes them saints, but in reality, it only makes them noisy. My face went frigid all around. Every statement had my fingerprints on it, even though he never mentioned my name. Sophie lowered her gaze. My mother began to stress over a napkin that didn't require repair. My father did not move. And I believe Uncle Xavier concluded that we must remember what true connection looks like if we are to raise this generation properly. Just family, not guilt or leverage. He sat down as if he had found a solution to world peace. Nobody applauded. The atmosphere was rigid. Then I got up and Wyatt murmured, "Jesus Christ." I looked at him and no one else. He grinned as if it were a joke, but nobody was laughing when I responded. The only person in this room using guilt is you. Because you feel intimidated, you are unable to take a position and change the story. I wanted to give. So I did. No one else would help. So I did. However, you act as though you have earned a voice and arrive when it's convenient for you. I went to my parents. You've allowed him to try to force himself into this for years. He doesn't, however, add anything. He doesn't assist. He is not in favor. He merely speaks. I hesitated, but nobody intervened. Because he couldn't do it himself, I won't continue to defend myself for doing morally. You will lose more than you think if you continue to allow him to lead this family. I didn't hold out for a response. I stayed clear. Completed. I ignored my phone when I got home. I didn't want an apology. More words weren't what I wanted. I wanted evidence that someone in that room was aware of what had just transpired. My father phoned the following morning. I answered. Even though I nearly didn't. He stated, "Your mom and I talked. We asked Xavier to give us space. He's not welcome at family events for a while. We've let him say too much for too long. I remained silent for a moment. Then, more powerfully than anything Xavier could have uttered, he added, "We see it now and we're sorry." It wasn't closure when Sophie replied later that week. Short, simple. "Thanks for showing up. That couldn't have been easy." Then, she added, "He always talked down to me, too. It was something, but not just yet." I also thought that perhaps I hadn't lost my family for the first time in years. Perhaps I simply stopped allowing it to be controlled by someone else. I thought the customary quiet would return after the baby shower. This was the pattern in our family. There was an explosion, some uneasy fallout, and then radio silence until someone feigned to forget or needed something. That cycle was something I was prepared for. I had already begun to get ready for another 5 months of civil detachment. However, it was not the case. Rather, 3 days later, my mother called casually as if nothing had happened. She asked me how work was doing, mentioned a British crime show she was involved with, and told me the peonies were flowering early this year. Half because she enjoyed it, and half because of the actor's humorous dialogue. That was it. Uncle Xavier is not mentioned. No clumsy apology concealed in a digression. Just a discussion. She then asked me to come over. It's just for lunch, nothing special. We sat on the terrace outside while she prepared sandwiches. It was both unfamiliar and familiar. Halfway through, my dad stopped by to say he was happy I had returned. No hidden requests, no strings attached. I awaited the request, but it never materialized. They invited me to my dad's birthday movie night in the backyard the next week. Sophie was also present, acting like she owned the yard while waddling around with her third trimester belly. In fact, she gave me a gift bag. A small white onesie with the words "Cool Aunt" written in gold letters was inside. She grinned and added, "It was either that or financial sponsor." I laughed not because it was hilarious, but because, for the first time in a long time, it seemed like we were laughing at each other rather than at me. They continued to invite me to little events, like Sunday meals and sporadic Wednesday ice cream runs. My mom began texting me pictures once more, including screenshots of recipes she wanted to try, her flowers, and the cat resting in strange locations. After a dental appointment, my dad even called to let me know that the hygienist had remembered me and continued to inquire about the one daughter who had gone to the city. The invitation then arrived. A long weekend at Lake George was not what I had anticipated. At first, I believed it was an error. Actually, I was expecting a follow-up text that would say something like, "Sorry, wrong, Stacy," or something like, "We know you probably can't make it, but we felt we should invite you anyway." Instead, it said, "We'd love for you to come. We're renting 2 cabins." I volunteered nevertheless, saying, "Just be there, no pressure to pay for anything. Old habits are hard to break." My mother said no. "We're paying for this." I didn't want that to hit me so hard. They didn't expect me to, not because I couldn't afford it. I began to think that perhaps they were making an effort at that point. Perhaps calling out Xavier had caused them to think more clearly. Or perhaps they had had enough of acting like they did. Naturally, though, he slithered back in as soon as I began to unwind. I received a call from an unidentified number 1 week prior to the trip. I picked it up, thinking it was spam or something related to my job. Uncle Xavier was there. He did not even greet me. "You think they've changed? You think this is real?" he asked, and I said nothing. He said, "They're playing you. They always were. But sure, keep showing up like it's a Hallmark movie." I hang up. He texted me 2 minutes later. Just one picture. It was a screen grab of him, my mother, and Sophie in a group chat. There was my name. My mother's message said, 1 week prior to the baby shower, they went on a date. She acts like she's doing us favors. I'm starting to feel like we're just part of her charity project. My stomach fell. I sat for a long time looking at it. I wasn't surprised. Not at all. However, the timing did. I began to question whether the "we want you around" communications and the invitations to return 1 week earlier were genuine. I didn't respond, nor to Sophie, nor to Xavier, not even to my mother. I took a screenshot of it. I simply needed a reminder of my true position, not out of animosity. I considered canceling the vacation, leaving everyone in the dark, and leaving them to wonder why. However, Sophie called me 3 days later. A full phone call, not a text. That was surprising in and of itself. He wasted no time. Xavier has been contacting everyone. I received the identical screenshot from him. He desires a response. I said very little. I had no idea where she was taking it. I froze when she continued. "We confronted Mom. She acknowledged it. Claimed that she wrote it out of anger. That she didn't intend it, and that she felt foolish afterward. I advised her to be truthful with both herself and you. I said nothing. Then Sophie added, "We want this trip to be real, not just another fake gathering. We're tired of pretending everything's fine." We advised her to speak up if she wanted to make things right. Everything. I let out a breath because, for the first time, it wasn't me doing the work, not because anything had been fixed. And at that moment, I came to another realization. Uncle Xavier had no intention of warning me. He was attempting to blow up an event to which he was not invited. Being the puppet master in other people's lives was the only thing he had left, and he was losing control of it. And he was going to discover how far out he truly was at Lake George. Alone, I drove up. From where I lived, the trip took 3.5 hours, and I was alternating between two emotions the whole time. One was cautious hope, the kind in which you're practically scared to express your desire for success. The other was a dull distrust, as if I were entering a trap and everyone else had practiced their roles beforehand. I was surprised by how wonderful the cabins were. Not prefabricated wood, but real wood. 2 hammocks were swaying despite the lack of wind, and there was a fire pit in the center. When Sophie saw me pull in, she waved. She had a platter of grapes balanced on her abdomen, and her ankles were bulging. She exclaimed, "You made it." As if I were the honored guest. Everyone behaved normally. No awkward silences, no strain. My father cooked burgers on the grill. My mother inquired about her job. Wyatt joked that without YouTube, I was still unable to light a campfire. Until nightfall, it also felt nearly like a family again. My mother asked if we might talk after supper. Talk instead of walking or helping me with the dishes. The others pretended to cook marshmallows while obviously trying to listen in on us as we sat on 2 wooden stools by the water. I nodded as she replied, "I know you saw what I wrote." I was upset. Not really at you, but at myself for allowing things to come to the point where it seemed like everything you offered had a cost, even if it didn't. I wasn't prepared for her to be so direct. After pausing, she said, "I think I resented needing you. And instead of dealing with that, I made you the problem." She then took a folded piece of paper out of her hoodie pocket and said, "I wrote it down in case I couldn't say it right." It wasn't long, just a paragraph, but it was her attempt to take responsibility for what she had said in the message and clarify what she truly meant. We sat in silence for a while, watching the water move. It was cold, not freezing, but sharp enough to make the moment feel more real. Wyatt came over and said we should come inside because Sophie was tired, and he wanted to start a movie. She handed it to me and said I didn't have to read it now, so I put it in my jacket pocket. It was peaceful, something I didn't think I'd feel again with them until Xavier ruined it. We ended up on the couch, half asleep, half watching an action movie my dad had chosen. My phone buzzed at 9:42 p.m., and it was a group message. It's funny how quickly people forgive when they fear being cut off again. Xavier. A picture of me and my mother sitting by the water from earlier was attached. It was taken from behind a tree, and he had been there observing. I got up and went outside without saying anything, my heart thumping with anger rather than fear. I looked around the trees, the gravel road, and the area between the cabins, but I saw nothing. I called Wyatt out and showed him the message. Everyone was outside in 10 minutes. My dad called Xavier, but there was no response. Sophie then did something that none of us had anticipated. She uploaded the picture he sent and opened the family group chat, which Xavier was still in. She then wrote, "This is what obsession looks like. We've had enough of you ruining everything." My mom didn't stop her, and my dad simply nodded before my mom cut him off from the conversation and walked away. After a long period of silence, someone rekindled the fire, and I took a seat again in one of the chairs by the water and read the note my mom had written. It wasn't flawless, but it was sufficient. I realized as I sat there, wrapped in a blanket, Sophie had thrown at me before entering that I no longer felt like I had to earn my spot, and perhaps for the first time, they didn't feel like they had to apologize for keeping me there. 5 weeks later, I received the invitation, which was a straightforward email with the subject line, "Family Reunion," finally making it happen. They were renting out a local park pavilion, ordering food from the same Italian place we used to go after graduations, birthdays, and the one retirement party for a cousin who ended up returning to work 1 month later. The message was sent from my dad's address, but I could tell my mom typed every word because it included emojis. I didn't answer right away, and I stared at it for a whole day, not because I didn't want to go, but because I wasn't sure what it would mean if I did. There was even going to be a karaoke machine, mainly for my Aunt Lydia, who sang as if the key didn't matter as long as you meant it. In the past few months, a lot had happened. I had set boundaries for the first time in my life, confronted people I used to avoid, and stopped saving people who never even expressed gratitude. Gradually, my family began to view me as someone worth listening to rather than as their walking ATM or the girl who moved to the city and returned with guilt in her pockets. Nothing in my hands, no trays of store-bought desserts, no stack of gift cards, just me in jeans and a tank top with sunglasses, and an old lawn chair I found in my trunk, but I said yes because I didn't want to ruin that by going into another big messy event where things could spiral again. I felt calmer now, less reactive, like I finally had a handle on what I would and wouldn't let happen. The pavilion was packed with cousins I hadn't seen in years, toddlers running around, and distant relatives who only knew me as Rachel's daughter in Boston. Sophie was holding the baby, who looked like a tiny, hairy, red-faced burrito, and Wyatt waved me over to a picnic table that was piled high with soda cans and half a cake that already had fingers in it. It was chaos, but the good kind. So for the first time, that felt like enough. Shortly after I sat down, my mother arrived and, without causing any commotion, simply handed me a plate of food and said, "Try the eggplant. This time, I think it's pretty good." Then something unexpected happened. No apology, no big talk, just an offering like a normal mother to a normal daughter. "Hey, just real quick," my dad remarked as he got up from a bench. Everyone moaned, fearing he was going to start a toast that no one had requested or give a cheesy speech. People fell silent, and he turned to face me. "This year has been strange," he said. "Many old issues surfaced, but I'm pleased they did because sometimes you don't fix what you don't confront. And I think we're finally addressing it." He held up his plastic soda cup to celebrate his progress and to those who continued to show up even if we didn't deserve it. A few others cheered, some clumsily, some really. I just nodded once, and nobody brought up Uncle Xavier. There was no tension, no whispered drama, just lousy karaoke and overcooked ziti. Later, Sophie sat next to me, baby asleep on her shoulder, and remarked, "I think this is the first reunion I've actually enjoyed. Do you believe this to be true?" She shrugged when I asked. I believed her when she said, "Feels more real than it's ever been." It wasn't because everything was flawless, but rather because it didn't have to be anymore. Although that day didn't resolve everything, it did signal a change in the gentle end of a chapter I had been stuck in for years. I used to believe that I had to buy my way into love. Prove myself to those who didn't want to understand me. I simply show up. And those who are important do just that. I won $350 million lottery. My son blocked me for $200 meds, my daughter laughed. But grandson sent his last $350. I made him a millionaire. They're broke. I won the lottery with $350 million. I put my family to the test after years of being treated like a burden. I called and said I needed money to get some medicine. I was prevented by my son. My daughter seemed unconcerned. However, my 2-year-old grandson used his remaining $500 to drive 400 meters. Everything changed with what I did next. At 3:50 p.m., my son David hung up on me. In my other hand, I was carrying a $350 million lottery ticket on a Tuesday afternoon. The line died. "Dad, figure it out yourself. I'm busy." I sat staring at my phone in my living room, the same place where I had raised him, patched his skinned knees, and stayed up late to assist with college applications. The most important exam of David's life had just ended in failure. He was unaware of it at the time. John Williams is my name. My age is 66. I had entered a 7-Eleven on Brookshire Avenue at 11:30 p.m., 3 weeks prior, to purchase milk and left with a ticket for Mega Millions. It took me 4 days to check the numbers. I had to check 3 times since my hands were trembling so much. The 6 numbers were all the same, $150 million after taxes and a single sum payment of $350 million. I kept it a secret. Not my daughter Quinn, not David. Not a single individual. Rather, I gave Michael Thompson, a lawyer I had known for 35 years, a call. In addition to helping with my will, and representing me in a property dispute, Michael had managed my wife's estate when she passed away 8 years ago. "Michael, I need to meet you today. It's urgent." We met in his office at 2 p.m. He was 62 years old, had practiced law for 37 years, and had never once misled me. I presented the ticket to him. He turned pale. Pale, actually. "Jesus Christ, John. I haven't claimed it yet." "Why not?" "Because I want to do this right. I want to protect the money." Michael reclined in his leather chair and said, "I want to set up trusts. I want to make sure my family can't touch it unless I decide they should." "You don't trust them?" "I don't know yet." "What do you mean?" "I mean, I'm going to find out." I'll back up. I had spent 42 years as a father. I was 25 when David was born. 3 years later, Quinn arrived. For 37 years, I was employed for Ford Motor Company. 60-hour work weeks, double shifts, assembly line, floor supervisor, and plant manager. I never had the opportunity, no matter what it took. David was 34 and Quinn was 31 when my wife Riley passed away. Breast cancer is swift and deadly. From diagnosis to funeral, 6 months. When she passed away, something changed. Quinn and David began to visit and call less frequently. They were busy, I told myself, Quinn with her real estate company, David with his consultancy firm. Before the demands began, they had their own lives. David was the first. Dad, I'm in a bind. The business has some cash flow issues. Can you loan me $15,000 until we close this deal? I presented it to him. I never requested its return. I paid off his credit cards 3 months later. Dad, I made some bad investments. I maxed out on credit cards. If Rachel finds out, she'll kill me. Can you help? Just $30,000. I'll pay you back. He didn't bring it up again. Quinn was even worse. She called, sobbing about her daughter's expensive school tuition, her car breaking down and requiring a new transmission, and her mortgage being 3 months overdue. I cashed out a small life insurance policy, sold bonds, and took money out of retirement funds each time I assisted. I never disclosed the expense to them. Fathers do that, so I never made them feel guilty about it. You don't keep score, you give, and you make sacrifices. They were keeping score, but not in the manner I had assumed. I called David on his birthday, 2 months before I won the lotto. I left a message on his voicemail but never heard back. 3 days later, I gave another call. Hey son, just checking in, haven't heard from you in a while. He responded to the message. He never said, busy with work. Will call when I can. It took me 45 minutes to drive to his home in Bloomfield Hills. Unexpected. Press the doorbell. Reagan, his wife, responded. She didn't grin as she said, oh, John. Hi. Did not extend an invitation to me. Is David home? He's working. Can I come in for a minute? We're actually about to head out. Maybe call first next time. The door was shut. I felt like a reprimanded door-to-door salesperson as I stood on his porch, the porch of a house for which I had contributed the down payment. Quinn was unique, yet identical. When she needed something, she would call me, but she would abruptly cancel her plans. Ignore my birthday and use nebulous justifications like being overburdened to skip holidays. I spent 12 hours cooking last Thanksgiving. Set the table for 3 with turkey, stuffing, and 3 types of pie. At 11 in the morning, David sent an SMS. Sorry, Dad. Reagan's family insisted we come to their place next year for sure. Quinn gave a call around 2 p.m. I ate dinner by myself, froze the leftovers, and tossed away the majority of them a month later. Dad, I'm so exhausted. Can we reschedule? At that point, I began to see a trend. I served as their final recourse, their safety net, and their ATM. However, I wasn't their dad, not in any significant way. My initial reaction upon winning the lotto was not one of celebration. Curiosity was the reason. Would they help me or would I just be a bother, if I truly had nothing, was broke, desperate, and in actual need? Michael assisted me in organizing everything. Made an irrevocable trust. Used the trust to claim their wins. Opened accounts they couldn't track down, and submitted all of their paperwork to the State Lottery Commission in the trust name rather than mine. As we completed everything, Michael questioned, "You're absolutely sure about this? We claimed the wins on a Friday. I need to know who they are, and if they fail your test, then I'll know that, too." On Monday, the check cleared. By Tuesday afternoon, I had $150 million in investment accounts under the management of Whitmore Financial Group, a company Michael suggested. Sandra Whitmore is a 26-year veteran fiduciary advisor. It's my heart medicine, David. To survive, I must have it. Have you given the pharmaceutical company a call? They have programs for aid. Or to the emergency room. You cannot be turned away by them. I'm telling you I can't, but I'm asking my son for $200. I have expenditures, and so does Rachel. The children attend a private school. The payment for the yacht. We are overburdened. The vessel. Last summer, I had saw him purchase a 35-foot boat. By paying off his credit cards, I was able to assist him qualify for the boat loan. You own a boat, but you are unable to assist your father with his prescription. Dad, that's unfair. Look, I've been chatting to Quinn. You're growing older. You're experiencing these problems. It might be time to think about assisted living. They take care of food, medicine, everything. You wouldn't need to be concerned. Live with assistance. They desired to keep me in storage. Actually, David, I'm going to temporarily block your phone number. We're being too gentle, according to Quinn. I believe she is correct when she adds, sometimes tough love is what people need to finally make changes. You're only blocking me for about a month. Allow time for you to sort things out. I must leave. The meeting has begun. The call ended. I sat numbly. Rather than handing me $200, my son blocked me. I glanced at the bank app on my phone, which said $150 million in assets. I then gave Quinn a call. On the second ring, she answered. Dad, this isn't a good time. What do I need help with, Quinn? I am unable to pay for my cardiac medication. Until my Social Security, I need $200. She chuckled. I actually chuckled. Are you serious right now? Yes, indeed. I'm requesting assistance. Dad, I saw your Facebook post yesterday. You were at Starbucks. You posted a picture of a latte. If you can afford Starbucks, you can afford your pills. It was a tiny cup of coffee. $1.50. It comes to $1.50. Do you know what's wrong with you? You don't keep tabs on your expenses. You wonder why you're broke after making these small purchases. I don't have that issue. I'm requesting assistance with medication for my daughter. I'm telling you I can't help you because I have to survive. I have a mortgage. I have to pay for my car. Melissa's tuition is with me. Do you believe that I am wealthy? I don't have many demands. With you, Dad, it's never just once. There's always something. You must organize your finances. Sell the house, perhaps. Reduce the size. I must leave. All afternoon, there are showings. Click. She ended the call. I watched the screen of my phone turn black as I sat there holding it. 2 calls, 2 denials. I only had one more call. Chase, my grandson, was 20 years old. David's child. He studied engineering at Wayne State University. Lived close to university in a tiny apartment. Made about $10 per hour working part-time at Chapter House, a bookshop on Woodward Avenue. We had always been tight. Chase would call me, come over for Sunday dinners. Actually, pay attention to what I have to say. This continued even after David began to distance himself. He told me his automobile was dying when I last saw him 3 weeks ago. The transmission is in progress. According to the mechanic, fixing it will cost more than the automobile is worth. How will you respond? I suppose you have to keep driving it till it dies. Nothing else is within their means. I was going to call him now to ask for money that he very certainly did not have. As I dialed, my hand trembled. He responded right away. Grandpa, hey, what's up? I felt my throat tighten at the sound of his genuine happiness to hear from me. Chase, I need to ask you something. I'm in a difficult spot. What's wrong? Are you okay? I can't afford my heart medication this month. I need about $200 until my Social Security check comes. I know you're tight on money. So, if you can't, how much do you need exactly? 200 euros. However, I am aware that you are making progress in your education, Chase. I have roughly $350 in my checking account. If you don't have it, right now, I can Venmo it. Do you need more? I can pick up extra shifts, $350, probably everything he had until his next paycheck. Chase, I can't take your money. Grandpa, stop. You've never asked me for anything. Not once. Ever. When my car broke down last year, you gave me rides for 3 months. When I couldn't afford textbooks, you bought them. You don't ask for help. I heard him tapping on his phone and texting. So, if you're asking now, it's serious. I'm sending the money right now. I sent $350. Is that enough? Do you need me to drive down? I can leave right now. Are you okay? Should I call someone? My eyes hurt. Chase. I'm okay. The money helps. I can't tell you what this means. You don't have to. You're my grandpa. I love you. We parted ways. That weekend, for the first time since Riley's funeral, I sat in my living room and started crying. I purchased a Honda of Detroit vehicle for Chase. Asked for the manager of sales. I want to buy a car. Cash. I need it delivered to an address in Ann Arbor by Saturday morning. What kind of car? Honda Civic. New 2023. Silver. Loaded with every safety feature you have. Whatever that costs. That's about $20,000, sir. Done. Here's the delivery address. Saturday morning at 9 a.m. I reached out to Chase. He pulled up in his fading Nissan and said, "Hey, can you come by the house this afternoon? I need help with something." "Sure, I'll leave in an hour." I was standing in the driveway around 11:30 a.m. Now. The Civic was behind me, tarped over. He approached and inquired, "What's under the tarp?" I pulled the sheet off and said, "Come see." Chase paused and gazed. "Grandpa, whose car is that?" "Yours." "What?" "Title's in your name. Insurance is paid for a year. It's yours." He simply stood between me and the vehicle. "I don't. I can't accept this." "Yes. You can. You gave me $350 when I needed it. When you had nothing. When your own father wouldn't even talk to me. This is what that meant to me." He began to cry. "Grandpa. This is too much. It's not enough. But it's a start. He wrapped his arms around me. Genuinely gave me a hug. Not the traditional Christmas embrace, but the meaningful kind. I love you, he declared. David called me on Sunday afternoon and said, I love you, too, kid. They showed up around 2 p.m. and said, Dad, we need to talk. Quinn and I are coming over. Quinn's white Mercedes, David's black Audi. They were both dressed as though they were attending a country club. Without knocking, they entered. I saw Chase grinning broadly as he washed his new automobile in the driveway. Quinn said, Whose car is that? Mine. Chase waved. In around 3 seconds, David's expression changed from bewildered to flushed. Grandpa bought it for me. We were sitting at my kitchen table, where I had fed them for 30 years, assisted them with their homework, listened to adolescent drama, and attempted to teach them how to be good people. Dad, kitchen. The tight, controlled voice David employed in business meetings said, Where did you get money for a car? Quinn leaned forward and said, I had some savings. Last week you were begging us for medication money. This week you're buying cars. What's going on? Was I begging? I maintained a cool tone. I thought I was asking my children for help. Don't play games, David. Snap. How much did that car cost? $18,000? $22,000? Where did that money come from? I asked, glancing at Quinn's fancy purse on my table and the Rolex on his wrist. I made the decision not to purchase my cardiac medication. It felt more necessary to have cars for devoted grandsons. Quinn's face lost its color. You what? You heard me. That's insane. Quinn let out a gasp. You can't just stop taking your pills. Oh, now you care about my health? Dad, this isn't funny. David responded, If you're having some kind of episode, we need to talk about getting you help. Episode? That's a nice word for it. I'm serious. This behavior doesn't make sense. You're either lying about being broke or you're having a breakdown. I got up, went to the living room, returned with a folder, and moved it across the table. Let's talk about money, I said. David pulled it open. Inside were bank statements, loan documents, and printouts I'd had Michael produce. March 2022, I replied. His face turned white when he said, David, you asked me for $15,000 for business cash flow problems. Remember? I took it out of my retirement savings. You said you'd pay me back. You never did. Dad, July 2022. You needed $30,000 to cover credit card debt. I sold bonds and left me. You said thank you once and never mentioned it again. I looked across at Quinn. Quinn, your mortgage is 3 months behind. I gave you $12,000. You cried, said I saved your life. That was 15 months ago. You've called me twice since then, both times to ask for more money. Whispering, that's not fair. She said. I presented the statements, saying, your car transmission, $4,000, Melissa's tuition, $8,000. Your property tax bill, $6,500. Every check, every transfer, every transaction. They didn't respond when I asked, do you know how much I've given you both in the last 3 years? $120,000, not loans, gifts, because you never paid any of it back. There was silence in the kitchen. And when I called you, when I asked for $200 for medication, I need to live, you blocked me, David. You laughed at me, Quinn. Chase materialized in the doorway. He had been paying attention. His face was pallid. Quietly, he added, you guys have been taking money from Grandpa, for years. That's different, Quinn remarked. We're his children, and I'm his grandson. He called me for help. I gave him every dollar I had. What did you give him? It was a lecture, I said. About budgeting, about tough love, about assisted living. Marcus began, David, if you'd known what? That I actually needed help? That I wasn't just being dramatic? You thought nothing. You didn't think about me at all. I took another document out of the folder and gave it to David. He questioned. What is this? A test, I said. Chase, ask them the question. Chase stared at me, then at his father and aunt. If Grandpa really couldn't afford his medication, he answered softly. If he was really in trouble right now, would you help him? Quiet. The hesitancy. That's all I needed to see, I said. That's what I thought. I went to the drawer in the kitchen, took out an envelope, and gave it to Chase. Open it. After taking out a lottery ticket and examining it, he took out his phone. I saw his hands begin to shake and his face turn pale. Grandpa, he muttered. This is the winning Mega Millions ticket from 3 weeks ago. $250 million. David threw himself at it. Holding it against his chest, Chase withdrew. Already claimed, I responded coolly as I sat in investment accounts and trusts with Michael Thompson in charge. Everything is protected and lawful. I looked at Quinn and David. If you'd helped me, if you'd shown even a small amount of kindness, I would have shared everything. Set up trusts for you, for your kids, made sure you never worried about money again. Quinn's expression twisted. Dad, please. But you didn't help me. You blocked me. You left. You told me to figure it out myself. We didn't know. Now when he was standing, David spoke in a desperate tone. How were we supposed to know? You weren't. That was the point. I needed to know who you were when I had nothing, when helping me would cost you something. This isn't fair. Quinn had started crying. You tricked us. No, I tested you, and you failed. David grasped my arm. Dad, please. We made a mistake, we can fix this. Just give us another chance. I withdrew my arm. I gave you chances for 3 years. Every time you asked for money, and I gave it without hesitation. Every time you skipped holidays or forgot birthdays, or treated me like an inconvenience. Those were all chances. Picking up my phone, I opened a Michael email and showed them. This morning, Michael Thompson purchased certain debts on my behalf. Your boat loan, David. Quinn's credit cards, her second mortgage, your car payment. I own them now. David muttered. What? I'm your creditor. 24% interest, industry standard, full balance due in 30 days. 30 days? Quinn let out a scream. We don't have that kind of money. I know. That's the point. What do you want from us? Now, David's voice was trembling. I want you to understand what it feels like to need help and have nowhere to turn. You can't do this. Quinn stood up. We're your children, and I'm your father. The father you discarded the moment I wasn't useful anymore. If we can't pay. David was unable to complete the statement. Then I seize collateral, the boat, your cars, whatever the contracts allow. I have excellent lawyers now. Michael Thompson and his entire firm. They'll keep you in court until you're destitute if that's what it takes. Why are you doing this? Quinn broke down in tears. Because you need to learn what I learned. That the people who are supposed to love you aren't always the ones who do. I placed my hand on Chase's shoulder and turned to face him. Your tuition is covered. Undergraduate and graduate school. Full ride. Housing. Books. Everything. Now Chase was also in tears. Grandpa, you chose to help me when it cost you everything you had. That's worth more than any amount of money. As they stood there, David and Quinn watched their inheritance vanish and pass to Chase. Please, pleaded David. Dad, please. We're sorry. We'll do better. You'll what? Pretend to love me because I'm rich now? Visit me because you have to instead of because you want to? That's not fair, Quinn yelled. You're right. It's not fair, but it's honest, and that's more than I got from either of you. 20 minutes later, they departed. No farewell. No apology was important. Chase remained. Grandpa, he murmured. Did you really need that medication? No, I'm healthy. The test was fake. But the money you gave us, that was real. Every dollar. Because when someone you love needs help, you help them. No questions, no conditions. What are you going to do with all that money? I'm going to live my life, travel, do things your grandmother and I never got to do. And I'm going to make sure you never have to worry about student loans or starting out broke like I did. He declared. They're going to come back, when they realize you're serious. I know. That's why Michael already has restraining orders prepared. This is insane. It's necessary. They need to understand, there are consequences. That I'm not a bank. I'm their father, and fathers deserve respect. Chase gave me another hug. I'm sorry they're like this. Don't apologize for them. You're nothing like them. David arrived at my door 2 days later. I refused to let him in. Dad, I need to talk to you. No, please. 5 minutes. You blocked my number. Remember? Tough love to help me learn. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Can we please just talk about what? About how you need money. About how you'll promise to change if I just give you another chance. His gaze shifted to the floor. Lisa left me. I was shocked by that. What? She found out about the debt, about the boat being repossessed. She's filing for divorce, taking the kids. I ought to have sensed something. Something like regret or sympathy. I had no feelings. I'm sorry to hear that. That's it. That's all you have to say? What do you want me to say, David? I want you to help me. I'm your son now. I'm your father. When you needed $200 from me, I was an inconvenience. I made a mistake. You made a choice. Now you're living with it. So that's it. You're just going to cut me off after everything? I chuckled. After everything? A sour sound. David. I gave you everything. My time. My money. My pride. And you gave me nothing when I actually needed you. I don't even recognize you anymore. Good. Because the man you knew was a doormat. This man has self-respect. I shut the door. I was sitting on a Hawaiian beach 3 months later. It was Chase's spring break. I took him out on a first-class flight. We snorkeled, dined at restaurants without pricing on the menu, and stayed at the Four Seasons. "This is insane, Grandpa," he exclaimed one night over supper. "I'm eating a $75 steak. Get used to it. When I die, everything goes to you. The whole trust. I don't want to think about that." "Well, I need you to know. Michael has all the paperwork. The trust is ironclad. David and Quinn can't contest it. I made sure." "Have they tried?" "David hired a lawyer. Lasted 2 weeks before he couldn't afford the retainer. Quinn sent emails. I have them blocked." "Do you miss them?" "I considered that. Gave it careful thinking. I miss who I thought they were. I don't miss who they actually are. That's sad." "No, it's freeing. I spent years making excuses for them, telling myself they were busy or stressed or going through something. Now I know the truth. They didn't love me. They loved what I could give them." "I love you," Chase declared. "I know you do. That's why you're here." Quinn arrived at my house 6 months after the exam. She had a horrible appearance. She drives a 10-year-old Honda rather than her Mercedes and has thin, dark bags under her eyes. "Dad, can we talk?" "No, please. I'm begging you. I lost everything. My house, my business, my marriage. Doug left me. I'm living with a friend. I work at Target. I stock shelves. I need help. Miller's Diner is hiring dishwashers. I mentioned the grocery store needs overnight stockers. I raised you by doing those jobs for 20 years. It's your turn. You can't be serious. I've never been more serious. I'm your daughter. And I'm your father. The father you laughed at when he needed medication. I didn't know you had all that money." "Exactly. You didn't know. So you showed me who you really are. Someone who only cares when there's something in it for them. I'm sorry. I'm really truly sorry. I believe you're sorry you failed the test. I don't believe you're sorry for who you are. What do I have to do? What can I do to fix this?" "Nothing. There's nothing you can do. You can't unfail a test. You can't unblock a phone call. You can't unlaugh at your father's pain." She sobbed on my porch after breaking down. I shut the door. Michael Thompson called me a year after I won the jackpot. "John, I have some news. David filed for bankruptcy." Chapter 7, Total Discharge. "Good. You don't want to know the details?" "Not particularly." "And Quinn, she's struggling. Lost custody of Melissa. Courts awarded custody to Doug. She gets supervised visitation. That's between her and the courts. You don't feel anything?" "I feel sad that my children turned out to be people I don't respect, but I don't feel guilty. I gave them every opportunity to be decent. They chose otherwise. And Chase, thriving, made Dean's List. Has a summer internship at an engineering firm. Good kid. You did right by him." "I did right by all of them. Only one appreciated it. My mom skipped my wedding for brother's game. Viral shame made dad divorce her. Bro's career is dead and mom's begging, but I'm happy with my wife. My parents skipped my event in favor of my brother's football game, only to discover later that it was actually my wedding. After the photos went viral online, dad threatened divorce. Mom is having a tantrum. Brothers are raging. Now, the entire family is breaking apart piece by piece. Hello, Reddit. So I invited my parents to something important. They chose my brother's football game instead. I did not tell them it was my wedding. Photos were posted online. My family is currently in upheaval. Here's how things went down. My name is Samuel. I am 31 years old, married, have a good career, and live a decent life. But if you ask my mother, she only has one child worth talking about, and it isn't me. My younger brother, Blake, a 4-year-old male, was born and appears to have been the son around whom our entire family revolved. Mom, at 55, has become one of those parents who believe their children's football stats are the center of the universe. She wasn't always like that. I remember her being normal when I was little. School projects on the fridge, attending my science fair, and such. Blake came along, and it was as if I had been removed from the family photo. It makes no difference that I paid for my own college education, never asked for $1, and now have a career. When it comes to my mother, the only stories worth telling begin and conclude with Blake and whatever game he played last weekend. Dad, 56, never yelled at me, but he also never stood up to her. He just sat there in the background while Mom pumped Blake up as if he were a future NFL superstar. Grandpa Frank, Dad's father, was the only one who pointed out how twisted up it was. He lived a few states away, about a 4-hour drive from my parents' house, but he called every 2 weeks, and he never concealed his belief that Mom was playing favorites. He mentioned it directly to her face once during Christmas. Mom did not speak to him for months after that. One thing that still bothers is that my grandparents established a college fund for me. After a little house fire my senior year, Mom began calling it an emergency fund and claiming it was utilized for repairs. Several years later, I discovered the truth. A large portion went into Blake's first car, while another went toward the down payment on his apartment when he started college. I was working 3 part-time jobs just to cover my own rent back then. People have asked why I didn't go no contact sooner. The truth is, I tried for years to gain some type of approbation. I kept believing that if I met enough milestones, they'd turn up. It didn't happen. Grandpa Frank was the only one who seemed proud of me. When I graduated from college, he mailed me a handwritten letter in which he expressed regret for not being able to attend and placed a $120 note inside since every man deserves a refreshing drink after walking the stage. That's the type of guy he is. I met my wife, Hannah, in college. We became friends while working at the same library desk. She was aware of the family situation from an early stage because she witnessed it firsthand. My parents only visited college once during my freshman year, because Blake's team had an away game nearby. They didn't even call me to set up a meeting. I found out via Facebook photos. Hannah is the opposite of my family. Her parents show up for everything. Small things, too. When she had a photographic display, her mother sent cookies for the entire class. Initially, I found it strange to watch. Anyway, the story begins about a year and a half ago with one stupid act Blake did online. However, in order to comprehend why it hit so hard, you must first understand the pattern. Blake has been a good football player since early high school. I'm not going to lie, he's talented. I received a scholarship to a decent college. But the way my folks behaved, you'd think he was already a league legend. Mom has an entire room at home filled with his shirts, awards, and framed action photos. Meanwhile, I managed to complete my education without assistance. I got into IT and gradually worked my way up. When I bought my first automobile with my own money, Mom responded, "Oh, that's nice," before going on to tell me about Blake's coach saying he might break a record that season. That was how it always went. Grandpa Frank once warned me over the phone, "Stop trying to outperform your brother as their favorite. Build your own thing. One day they'll realize what they missed." At the time, I assumed he was just making me feel better. It turns out he was predicting the future without realizing it. Because one night about a year and a half ago, Blake posted something on Instagram that set off a chain reaction that none of us expected. It was a short video of him at a party, with music booming. He holds a beer and laughs with his teammates. The message said, "Some of us chase real goals. Some of us just sit behind desks pretending to be important." Guess which one Mom brags about? It was followed by a series of laughing emojis. Mom enjoyed it. So did a few aunts. One cousin tagged me with the eye emoji. It was the first time I felt something snap slightly. Not precisely rage, but a sense of, okay, they've made the scores apparent. I didn't comment or text him. But that post laid the groundwork for everything that followed, which resulted in Blake, my parents, and half of the extended family looking at me differently than they had before. And it all started because they didn't bother asking what event I had invited them to. The next morning, a few of my old classmates had tagged me with laughing emojis. Some commented comments like harsh or dang, bro, as if they were seeing a fight rather than my family dismissing me as irrelevant. Mom wrote, "So proud of you, champ," under Blake's post, which felt like more salt in the wound. The post didn't go viral beyond our tiny community, but it was enough. People I hadn't spoken to in years witnessed it. An acquaintance from high school contacted me. "Man, your brother is a tool." I simply replied, "Yeah," didn't feel like saying more. The fact is, Blake's behavior wasn't new. He has always been like this. If he wasn't quoting a football statistic, he was talking about the car his mother bought him when he was 17 or the apartment they helped him acquire near college. He once advised me around Thanksgiving that I should aim higher than average. As if he were giving me life advice, our parents nodded. I didn't answer online because I wasn't sure what to say. I actually have a good job. That only makes you look defensive. Instead, I focused on my work. At the time, I was in charge of a small product team at a mid-sized technology business. We'd been working on a tool for months when we got a deal with a regional client, which resulted in a large bonus for the team and a promotion for me. It wasn't as glamorous as athletics, but it was something people in my business valued. I didn't discuss it openly. I told Hannah and Grandpa Frank over the phone. He was pleased for me. Blake said, "Keep stacking wins. People notice even if they act blind." Blake also gave me a private Instagram message that week. "You could have accomplished something if you had worked harder. Don't blame Mom for supporting the winner." No punctuation. He seemed to be too focused on his accomplishment to type properly. I stared at it for a minute before typing cool, and leaving it at that. He responded with a laughing emoji. Hannah saw the message later, while we were watching TV. She inquired if I was all right. I said, yeah. Because what else is there to say? None of this was new. The next day, Grandpa Frank called me after one of my cousins informed him of the post. He was angry in that quiet manner he has, when he speaks slowly as if he were trying not to yell. He answered, son, you don't have to clap back. Build your life. Let the scoreboard talk later. I informed him about the promotion. He mentioned that he wished he lived closer so we could celebrate in person. Then he inquired about Hannah, how she was doing, and whether the wedding plans were progressing, because Hannah and I had already been engaged by that point. We'd kept things low-key. No major announcements. When we eventually decided on a date, a Sunday in the fall at Hannah's aunt's house, I texted my parents and Blake. Hello, I have an important event coming up this fall. It's October 21st. I would love to see you there. It's locked in. I can't move it. Mom said, that's Blake's last regular season game before the postseason. We'll be there to support him. I didn't correct her or provide information. If they cared, they would inquire. They did not. Hannah asked if I wanted to tell them about the wedding. I said no. If they cared, they would inquire. Meanwhile, the Instagram post eventually faded after approximately a month. Everyone went on. Blake continued to publish video from games. Mom kept sharing them with phrases like, so proud of my boy. Every other Sunday, Grandpa Frank called to ask about work, Hannah, and life. He never mentioned the post again. I just asked, when is the big day? I'll be dressed in my nicest suit. I haven't worn it since your grandmother's funeral, so it's about time it saw some good news. I gave him the date, and he scribbled it down on a calendar he has by the fridge, saying he wouldn't miss it for anything. Meanwhile, my parents never inquired, not once. And that's how October 21st stayed on their calendar as Blake's game day instead of Samuel's wedding day. I guess to explain why the wedding day ended up the way it did, I should backtrack a little to when I actually proposed to Hannah, which was April the year before. We went on a short weekend trip to a cabin 2.5 hours out of the city. I'd been carrying the ring around for 3 weeks, waiting for the right time, so I kept it simple. On Sunday morning, we hiked up a trail that led to a lookout point over the lake. It wasn't crowded yet. I pulled out the ring, managed to say something about wanting her with me in every chapter of my life, and that was it. My hands were shaking so bad that I almost dropped the thing. She laughed, said yes right away, hugged me so hard that I lost my balance for a second. There was no audience, no cameras, just us and a couple birds somewhere in the trees. When we got back home, I called to tell her I had proposed. Mom said, oh, that's nice, and immediately pivoted to Blake's off-season tournament. Dad murmured, congrats, son. That was the whole reaction. Hannah didn't say anything at the time, but later she asked if that was normal, and I said, yeah. For the next few months, every time we saw my parents, Mom talked about Blake's training schedule, stats, and postseason chances. Around the summer, one of my cousins mentioned that my parents had paid for Blake's new sports agent and some advanced training camp out of state. When I asked how Blake could afford all of that, the cousin said, oh, your parents helped. Didn't you know? No, I didn't. Apparently, they used what little was left of the same emergency fund they dipped into nearly a year ago, the college fund that was supposed to help me with grad school before it ran out. I remember just sitting there for a while, letting it sink in. It wasn't even about the money anymore, it was the pattern. We chose October 21st because it was the only weekend that Hannah's aunt's venue was available in the fall. I didn't argue with them, and I didn't bring it up at all. We're not waiting for them to be excited about our wedding, we're doing it our way. It was a big backyard with string lights, space for tables, a small dance floor, and a nice view of the hills behind it, which was perfect for what we wanted, simple, private, and not too big. We invited about 75 people, close friends, some of Hannah's family, my grandpa Frank, and a few cousins I actually talked to. I told him I wanted him to walk me down the aisle because Mom and Dad couldn't be bothered, and he went quiet for a second before saying he'd be honored. Meanwhile, Mom kept posting on Facebook about Blake's upcoming game, sharing his highlight reels and mentioning that multiple recruiters might be there, but not a single word about my event. Blake texted me in late September, saying, hope your thing goes well. Mom said it's the same day as my game. Bad timing, lol. I didn't respond. By September, everything for the wedding had been planned. Hannah handled the decorations with her aunt. I handled the guest list and the food, and my parents never checked in. Looking back, that was the point at which I stopped expecting anything from them at all. About a year and a half ago, on October 21st, Hannah and I stayed at her aunt's place the night before so we wouldn't have to rush in the morning. She and her family had been amazing, helping with decorations, organizing chairs, and setting up lights. The backyard looked perfect by sunrise, with string lights strung across the yard, Tables lined with simple flowers, a rented arch for the ceremony, and a small setup for the DJ in the corner. The weather was cool but clear, and guests began to arrive around noon. My college friends flew in from 3 different states, and 2 cousins I hadn't seen in years drove 7 hours to be there. Everyone kept asking if my parents were coming, and I told them no because they had other plans. Nobody pressed me on it right then. Grandpa Frank arrived in his old dark suit, looking sharp, and walked straight over to me, hugging me and handing me a small box. "Your grandma wanted this passed down," he said. Inside was her locket. She told me to give it to the one kid who showed up for others the way people showed up for him. I just nodded, didn't trust myself to talk. At 2:30 p.m., the ceremony began. Grandpa Frank walked me to the arch, Hannah's father walked her, and our friend Claire officiated. We kept the vows short because neither of us wanted to drag it out. When Claire said we were married, everyone cheered. Someone popped one of those confetti tubes. The DJ played a song Hannah loved from college, and we did photos right after. A professional photographer took the main shots, but people also took their own. My cousins wanted a big family picture, and when someone asked where my parents were, I said, Blake had a game. They couldn't make it. A couple of relatives exchanged glances, but didn't say anything. Grandpa Frank leaned toward me at one point and said, "They're going to regret this." Dinner was buffet style. Aunt Susan, one of my father's sisters, took a few pictures of the ceremony and posted them on Facebook while people were eating. We paid for the wedding ourselves, with no loans, no help from my parents, and plenty of barbecue, pasta, and salad. Hannah's aunt knew a caterer who gave us a discount, and everyone went back for seconds. I didn't think much about it at the time. I wasn't on my phone, and we had planned to go completely offline once the night was over. After dinner, we had a small first dance, then opened the floor, and some kids ran around playing tag near the fence. People laughed, told stories, stayed late, and it felt like a wedding should. Around 9:45 p.m., we wrapped things up, and guests began to leave in groups. My college buddies offered to help clean up, but Hannah's aunt turned them down, saying she'd handle it in the morning. Grandpa Frank hugged us both and said, "I haven't danced in over 30 years. I'll pay for it tomorrow, but it was worth it." We promised to call him when we returned from our trip. The plan was simple. We'd leave the next morning for a short honeymoon, no phones, no work, just 8 days off. I glanced at my phone before bed, and there were dozens of notifications from relatives reacting to Aunt Susan's post, as well as a few messages from cousins saying things like, "Your mom's comment section is going wild." I put my phone face down and didn't open anything. I figured it could wait until after the trip. The next morning, we loaded the car, said goodbye to Hannah's aunt, and drove away. It felt good to leave everything behind for a while. No calls, texts, or drama for 8 days straight. Just us, some hiking trails, a couple of small towns we'd never visited, and quiet evenings. I didn't realize it at the time, but while we were gone, that Facebook post had spread throughout our parents' entire town, with people they'd known for decades sharing it, commenting on it, and questioning why they weren't at their own son's wedding. By the time we arrived home, things had fully blown up. When Hannah and I returned 9 days later, I turned on my phone for the first time since the wedding, and notifications began to pour in nonstop. Missed calls, texts, voicemails, and dozens of Facebook tags. At first, I assumed something serious had happened, like an accident, but then I opened Messenger and saw a wall of messages about Aunt Susan's wedding post. The line, "Some folks chose other priorities," was what set everything off. She'd posted about 10 photos of us at the ceremony, Grandpa Frank making a toast, and the dance floor, with the caption, "Beautiful day celebrating Samuel and Hannah." Some people had other priorities, but the rest of us had a great time. People in our hometown began sharing it, with comments like, "Wait, his parents didn't go? And haven't they also missed his graduation?" A handful of people even tagged my mom personally, wondering whether it was true. By the time I scrolled, it had traveled via local groups, old neighbors, and even folks from our church growing up. It wasn't viral in the sense that millions of strangers saw it, but in our parents' community, everyone knew. Mom commented under my aunt's photos, "He never told us it was a wedding." People immediately pointed out she hadn't asked, and that was the whole problem, boiled down to a thread. Meanwhile, my inbox was full of messages from Mom, ranging from angry to begging. The first were pure rage. "Your aunt had no right to post that, and you should have told us it was your wedding," as if she hadn't been ignoring my text for months. After a few hours, the tone changed, "Please call me. We need to talk." Then people won't stop messaging me, and I can't sleep. And finally, "This is tearing our family apart." Blake sent his own set of texts full of attitude, as usual. "Real classy move, bro. Then you made Mom look bad on purpose." He even threw in, "You're pathetic for hiding your wedding like that." As if I was the villain here, I didn't answer any of them. The real hit came from Grandpa Frank. While we were away, he drove nearly 4 hours to see my parents in person, sat them down in their own living room, and told my father he was ashamed of him for allowing this to happen. My cousin, who lives nearby, said Grandpa didn't yell, but his words landed hard. You've let that woman run this house into the ground while your son learned to stop expecting anything from you. According to my cousin, Dad simply sat there pale, as if someone had yanked the plug out of him. After Grandpa departed, Dad called me, and I let it go to voicemail since we were still unpacking. He left a message saying he was sorry, that he felt sick for missing the wedding, and that he knew he had failed as a father. He said he told Mom things were going to change or he was done, which startled me because my father has always been quiet, so hearing him finally put his foot down seemed unusual. Mom kept messaging, though, and after the angry ones came the guilt trips. She said stuff like, "I'm your mother. I deserve an opportunity to explain." Then, "You don't know how difficult this has been for me." She even tried, "Your father is talking crazy, saying things he doesn't mean." By the end of the week, she was straight up begging, "Please don't cut us off. Then I'll do anything to make this right." While all this was going on, Aunt Susan texted me. "I didn't think my post would cause so much drama. I just wanted to celebrate you guys." I told her it wasn't her fault. On top of that, other relatives started calling me. A couple of Mom's sisters were mad at me for making her look bad. They said she was heartbroken, crying all day, and embarrassed in front of her friends. I told them she embarrassed herself by missing my wedding for a football game. Dad's side of the family mostly supported me, and a few cousins even posted supportive comments under Aunt Susan's pictures, like, "Samuel deserved better and it's about time someone said it." The whole thing reached a new level when Blake's big game, which my parents chose instead, went badly. His team lost, and he was benched midway through the third quarter after throwing 3 interceptions. Blake texted me again after that, furious, saying I'd cursed the season with my drama. They still made it into the postseason on a tiebreaker, but they were knocked out in the second round the next week. People online started joking about how he skipped his brother's wedding for that performance, and some of his own teammates commented with laughing emojis under posts about it. I didn't respond. By the end of the week, Dad texted again, asking to meet in person. He said he wanted to talk man-to-man without Mom present first. I agreed, but only after telling Hannah everything. She said she'd back whatever decision I made, but she didn't want me to let them guilt me into anything. That's when I realized things were only getting messier before they got clearer. Dad chose the restaurant 2 towns over, saying he didn't want anyone overhearing. When I arrived, he was already seated in a booth toward the back, coffee in front of him, no food. He appeared older than I remembered, as if the prior few weeks had stolen years off him. He didn't waste time. When I sat down, he said, "I owe you an apology." I didn't say anything, just waited. He looked down his coffee, as if he was afraid of making eye contact. "I should have been at your wedding, your graduations, your games, everything. I let your mother handle everything because I didn't want fights in the house. I thought keeping the peace was the same as being a good father, but it wasn't." It was the most direct thing I'd ever heard from him. He said he told Mom that if she didn't start fixing things with me, he was done. He'd spent the last week on the couch after Grandpa Frank's visit because he couldn't look at her without thinking about what Grandpa said. He said Grandpa told him he failed as both a son and a father, and then he said he wanted to start making things right, not just words, but actual changes. He said he wanted counseling, he was going to pay back what he took from my college fund, even if it took years, and he wasn't going to let Mom's excuses run the show any longer. He didn't write every check, but he let it happen, and he admitted it. I told him I appreciated the apology, but this wasn't something a few checks and therapy sessions would magically fix. He nodded and said he knew, and he was ready to prove it with actions. We sat there for a while, not talking much, and when the waitress arrived, he ordered pie for both of us, as if that would lighten the mood. It didn't, but I ate it anyway. 3 days later, Mom texted asking to meet again, this time with both of them. Hannah came with me because I wasn't going to sit through whatever this was alone. We met at the same diner. Mom looked wrecked. Puffy eyes, messy hair, as if she hadn't slept. She began right away with, "You didn't tell us it was your wedding. If you had, we would have been there." And I told her I invited them to an event, and she didn't even ask what it was before saying Blake's game was more important. She tried saying it was a misunderstanding, that she assumed it wasn't major because I didn't push. I said, "That's the problem. You never cared enough to inquire?" She began crying, not just quietly, but wailing into a napkin. The waitress kept glancing over. Mom said she thought she was supporting the child who needed it the most, that Blake's career had a window of opportunity, and she wanted to give him every chance. I said she didn't support him, she obsessed over him and forgot she had another child. I told her about the college fund, the graduations, the birthdays she skipped, and listed them out so she couldn't act like this was just about one wedding. By the end of the meal, I told them I wasn't cutting them off, but I wasn't pretending everything was fine either. She kept saying she was sorry, and I told her that saying sorry didn't erase years of choices. Dad remained silent except to say he was starting counseling and that she should come as well. He said things were changing whether she liked it or not. I told them that if they wanted a relationship, it would take time and effort, no more one-sided excuses. Mom nodded through tears. Dad looked tired but said he understood. The next day, Blake texted asking to meet Manto Man, and we met at a park near my apartment. He arrived in his team hoodie, looking annoyed before we even started talking. He said he didn't ask to be the favorite. I said, "Yeah. But you sure enjoyed it." He didn't deny it. He said he was under pressure from scouts and coaches, and his entire season was falling apart. I told him that the wedding blew up bigger than it should have because our parents spent years pretending I didn't exist while he rubbed it in my face. Just kicked at the gravel near his feet and said, "People hate me now because of this." I told him people disliked what he represented, a family that put one son on a throne while ignoring the other. He asked if we were good, and I responded we weren't enemies, but we weren't brothers either, not right now. He didn't have anything to say about it. When I got home, Grandpa Frank called to check in. I told him about the talks, and he said he was proud I didn't get dragged into another fight. "Stick to what you said, and let time do the talking," he told me. 3 days later, my boss offered me a lead role on a new product line at work. For the first time in weeks, I felt like something in my life was moving forward, while the rest of them were stuck dealing with the mess they made. By late winter, things had settled down, at least on my side. Hannah and I moved into a larger apartment closer to work, and I began my new role as the product team leader. The extra money meant we could finally start saving for a house instead of just talking about it. Dad kept his word about the money, and twice a month, like clockwork, he sent a modest transfer labeled college fund payback, sometimes $25, sometimes $60. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough to show he wasn't just talking. He even wrote little notes like month 1 or getting there. It wasn't about the money anymore, it was about him doing something for once. He also told me he started going to counseling, which was strange at first, but he was learning how to speak up instead of keeping the peace by remaining silent. I didn't press him for more information, just said I was glad he was doing it. According to Dad, Mom went with him a couple of times, and the counselor told her bluntly that she needed to stop living Blake's life and actually look at the damage she caused. I'm not sure if she took it to heart, but she did text me a few times saying she was sorry again, but I didn't respond immediately. When I finally did, I told her I wasn't interested in hearing more apologies. I wanted to see actual change. If she wanted a relationship, she needed to stop acting like nothing had happened and start proving things were different now. She said she understood. I wasn't sure if she really did, but the conversation stopped being about her crying and started being about what she was going to do next. Blake stayed mostly quiet after that park conversation. He had a rough end to his season, with a second-round postseason exit and no multiple recruiters knocking with offers like he expected. He also posted less online, probably tired of people leaving comments about how he skipped my wedding and still lost the game. He texted once in December, saying people still thought he was the villain of the family. I told him that was because he acted like one for years, and he said that wasn't fair. I told him that fair would have been having parents who cared about more than his football stats, and he didn't respond after that. On Christmas, Dad came alone to see us, and Mom stayed at home to avoid making things awkward. He brought Hannah a small gift, a set of baking dishes she actually needed, and a framed photo from our wedding that he had printed, saying he got it from Aunt Susan and wanted us to have it. It was the first time he'd given me anything personal in years. We ate lunch, talked about work, and Grandpa Frank's visit in the spring. Nothing heavy. When he left, he said he was proud of me, simple words, but he'd never said them before. By early March, Hannah and I were looking at houses online, nothing rushed, just seeing what was out there. My job was going well, she was getting more photography clients, and life finally felt like it belonged to us instead of being tangled up in family drama. In April, we drove Grandpa Frank to a large park with hiking trails and a lake. He used a cane now, but insisted on walking as far as he could, saying it felt good to breathe fresh air after the winter. He told me he was proud of how I handled everything, saying most people explode or cut everyone off completely, but I drew lines and stuck to them. We sat on a bench looking out at the water, and he told me about when he was younger and finally stood up to his own father about something. He said it didn't fix everything overnight, but it changed the way people treated him from then on. As I drove back, I reflected on how different things felt. Not perfect, but quiet. No daily drama, no constant texts demanding attention, no fights over Blake, just my life moving forward. 10 days later, I posted one photo from the wedding on my own page, nothing dramatic, just me, Hannah, and Grandpa Frank standing under the lights in the backyard, with the caption, "I'm good. I created my own thing with those who showed up." That was all. After that, I put my phone away, sat on the couch with Hannah and Grandpa Frank, and watched the sun set through the window. There were no hashtags, extensive explanations, or comments left on. It felt like everything was finally in its proper place for the first time in years. My brother stole my wife and her $385 million empire to pay his $132,000 debt. She died and left him $1. Now he got 13 years in jail. I own it all. In an attempt to inherit $385 million from my wife, my avaricious brother married her. He proclaimed himself the heir after her untimely death. He was stunned, however, when the lawyer read her will. My brother's face turned to ash when the lawyer pronounced the words $1, and I realized that my ex-wife had planned the ideal form of retaliation from the afterlife. As I sat in the Whitmore Associates conference room on the third floor of a downtown Boston office building, I observed my brother Logan trying to make sense of what he had just heard. Like a fish drowning in water, his mouth opened and closed. His hands, which only a moment before had been drumming with assurance on the mahogany table, now clamped down so tightly on the chair's armrests that his knuckles became white. Arthur Whitmore, a 61-year-old senior partner with 38 years of expertise in estate law, adjusted his reading glasses and continued in the cool, collected tone that attorneys have perfected over decades of bringing about both success and disaster. He declared, "The testamentary disposition is clear. The statutory minimum of $1, mandated by Massachusetts law, is given to the current spouse." Logan leaped to his feet. "That isn't feasible. Her legal spouse is me." Mr. Whitmore remained unflinching. This was certainly the worst reaction he had ever witnessed. "Mr. Callahan, that's exactly why you get anything at all. Unless specifically excused, Massachusetts law mandates a minimum gift to a surviving spouse." Mrs. Callahan decided against pursuing a waiver since it would have needed your signature and created issues she didn't want to deal with. I watched in silence. I'm Colt Callahan, and I'm 39 years old. Before my brother decided that Vivian Montgomery was more valuable as his wife than mine, we had been married for 8 years. It began 18 months ago. Little things initially. Logan bringing pricey presents for Vivian to family dinners. Logan had always believed in living beyond his means, so he bought designer purses, Tiffany's jewelry, and other items he couldn't really afford with his sales manager salary. Vivian would say, "You're too giving," with her radiant smile. Logan would look at me with something I couldn't quite interpret and respond, "Only the best for family." It wasn't anything, I assured myself. Gifts are given by brothers. Presents are exchanged by extended families. It's typical, but the gifts continued becoming more costly and intimate. Vivian began to bring up Logan in discussions. Logan believes that we ought to put money into Bitcoin. This restaurant was suggested by Logan. "You put in too much work," says Logan. I explained it. Logan had a lot of personality. It has always been. People favored him. He was popular with women. It had no significance. The business dinner followed. When her father died in 2018, Vivian inherited Montgomery Industries, a $385 million industrial empire. She had been in charge of it for 2.5 years, and she was proficient, in fact, more skilled than her father. She had recruited outstanding people from rival companies, entered 2 new markets, and raised profitability by 27%. She was quite intelligent. Logan also recognized a chance. The purpose of the dinner was to discuss a possible supplier contract. Logan's business produced industrial parts. Vivian's business required industrial parts. Combining family and business made logical. However, I made several observations. When Logan pulled out Vivian's chair, his touch lingered on her shoulder. When describing the provisions of the contract, he leaned in closer than was necessary. The way his quips made Vivian laugh. I laughed a lot. I hadn't heard that type of laughter in months. I felt sick to my stomach, but I remained silent. As I drove home after supper, I said, "Are you okay?" "Obviously," Vivian replied. "Why wouldn't I be?" Logan appeared focused. "That's how he is all the time." "Do you know Logan?" Logan was someone I knew. That was the issue. Logan had a lifelong need for things that weren't his. Even though he had my toys when we were youngsters, he still desired them. The week following our breakup in high school, he started dating my girlfriend. He applied for the same internship I wanted while I was in college to show that he could obtain it instead of me. He didn't want things because he genuinely desired them. I had them, so he wanted them. And now, or so I believed, I had Vivian. Vivian filed for divorce 3 months later. We were sitting in our living room in our $2.6 million, remodeled Victorian home in Brooklyn, surrounded by the life we had created together, pictures on the walls, books we had accumulated, and furniture we had selected. "I'm not pleased," she remarked. "We can go to work on it. Treatment, counseling, or anything else you require. It won't help, in my opinion." "Why not?" Her eyes had something I had never seen before when she gazed at me. Distance, as if she had already moved on. "I've been in a relationship." My chest constricted. "Who?" "Logan." The room's atmosphere vanished. "Your sibling?" "Indeed." I got up because I had to get moving and do anything but sit there and take it all in. "How much time?" 3 months. 3 months. We had been attending family dinners. I had been putting in 65-hour work weeks to maintain the financial consulting business I had established, and I had total faith in both of them. Silently, Vivian murmured, "He loves me. He adores your wealth." "That is unkind." "It is accurate. Nothing that didn't help Logan was ever something he loved. I know him better than you do." I chuckled. It sounded bitter. "He and I have been friends for 39 years. He's been your friend for 8 years. I feel alive because of him. Because he wants access to your wealth, he makes you feel significant." She got up. "Divorce is what I want. My attorney will get in touch with yours." "Vivian." "I apologize, Colt, but I've already decided what I want to do." 5 months passed throughout the divorce. Diane Caldwell, a 55-year-old senior partner at one of Boston's most aggressive family law firms known for defending affluent clients in high-asset divorces, was Vivian's attorney. Andrew Chen, a 42-year-old attorney with 14 years of expertise and a solid reputation for justice, represented me. Our prenuptial agreement was in place. Not because I didn't trust Vivian, but rather because I had witnessed too many difficult divorces in my consulting work. I had insisted on it before to our marriage. Montgomery Industries and her inheritance were safeguarded by the prenuptial agreement. Along with a small payout, I left the marriage with what I had contributed. $2.6 million, not enough to harm her, but enough to be comfortable. Diane Caldwell attempted to argue that the prenup should be revoked, that I should receive nothing, and that I had married Vivian for her money. Andrew retaliated by presenting evidence that I had established a prosperous consulting business of my own, that I had never worked for Montgomery Industries, and that I had kept my funds apart during the marriage. The prenup was upheld by the judge. Her $385 million was retained by Vivian. I maintained my honor. On the 28th of February 2024, the divorce was officially formalized. 3 months and 7 days after our divorce papers were signed, on the 8th of June 2024, Logan wed Vivian. With 180 guests, lavish floral arrangements, and a 3-tiered cake that likely cost more than most people's cars, the wedding took place at the Four Seasons. My mother told me about it even though I asked her not to, even though I wasn't invited. Mom commented over the phone, "He looked so happy. Vivian looked stunning." They definitely did. "You must move on, Colt. Look for a new person." "I'm working on it." It wasn't anything I was working on. I tried not to think about my ex-wife, who was married to my brother, as I worked 14-hour days, cultivated new clientele, and grew the firm. I also tried not to picture Logan laying in bed with her, mumbling plans about how they would spend her inheritance, because that was the main focus of this. Everyone was aware of it. A dozen days following the engagement, Logan had resigned from his position. He told folks that he was helping Vivian with business operations. In actuality, he was looking at Caribbean vacation homes and shopping for fast automobiles. In August, I received a call from our cousin Ivy. "You should see how Vivian is doing," she remarked. "Why would I act in such way? Therefore, she doesn't look good." Last week, I ran into her at a charity function. She appeared thin and worn out. She works as a busy executive. "I mean it, Colt. There's a problem. Ivy, she is no longer my responsibility. She remains a member of the family." "No," I said, "that Logan now has to deal with her." I received a call at 5:18 a.m. in September. The number is unknown. I nearly didn't respond. The voice of a woman, "Mr. Callahan. Expert. Take caution. Talking. This is Massachusetts General Hospital's Dr. Meredith Vaughn. Regarding Vivian Callahan, I'm calling." My heart stopped beating. "What took place?" "Early this morning, an ambulance arrived to take her in. Cardiac arrest." The words lingered despite our best efforts. "She failed to make it. I apologize deeply." In my hand, the phone felt weighty. Did anyone accompany her? When she fell, her spouse was there. Without hesitation, he dialed 911. "I appreciate you informing me, Logan. Her prior admissions still have us on file as an emergency contact. I figured you ought to know." "Prior admissions? What prior admissions?" Dr. Vaughn hesitated. She had visited twice in the previous month. "Dizziness and chest aches. Tests were conducted, but no conclusive results were found. Suggested a follow-up with a cardiologist. Did she check in again? That information is not in my possession. I hung up after thanking her. Vivian had vanished. She was 36 years old, fit, sporty, and had no family history of heart disease when she passed out in front of Logan. 3 days later was the funeral. Beacon Hills Church of the Advent. Large, pricey cameras from nearby news outlets because Vivian Montgomery was a well-known businesswoman whose unexpected death made headlines. I took a seat toward the rear. Logan wore a black Tom Ford suit, likely around $7,200, and sat up front. With his head held high and a serious demeanor, he welcomed condolences like a king or queen. The bereaved widower doing his part. He spoke about how much Vivian had meant to him and how their love had changed his life as he delivered the eulogy. How he would cherish every second they spent together. 3.5 months. 3.5 months had passed since their marriage. People gathered outside following the service. Shaking hands and collecting compassion, Logan made his way through the crowd. He discovered me next to my vehicle. "Colt," he uttered in a hushed voice. "I'm happy you arrived. For 8 years, she was my wife." Was in the past tense. I gave him a look. Observe him closely. The Rolex on his wrist, which had not been there 5 months prior. And the luxury clothing, the assurance that results from thinking you've won. "I understand that this is challenging," Logan added. "Losing a loved one that we both held dear. Were you concerned about her?" For a brief moment, his eyes became icy before he grinned. "I did, of course. I cherished her." "You cherished her money. Colt, it is beneath you." "Is it?" He lowered his voice so that only I could hear him as he leaned in. "Don't worry. I'll see to it that you're looked after. That's how generous I am. I might provide you some consulting work. Naturally, a family discount." He believed he had already prevailed. Believed that he now owned Vivian's riches. "Next week is the will reading," Logan stated. "You ought to attend. You should have been there, according to Vivian." "I'll be present." Grinning, he turned to leave. For the next 4 days, I conducted research. Although uncommon, cardiac arrest in healthy 3-6-year-olds was not impossible. In addition to genetic disorders, unidentified cardiac abnormalities, and abrupt arrhythmias, the timing of the prior hospitalizations is also important. I gave Dr. Vaughn's office a call. "Please provide me with Vivian Callahan's medical records. Her ex-husband is me." The receptionist apologized. "I apologize, sir. Those records are only accessible to members of the immediate family or legal representatives. Her immediate family consists of her present spouse." Indeed. Logan would never give me permission to see them. I gave Andrew Chen, my attorney, a call. "I need you to investigate something." "What kind of something?" I asked. "The circumstances behind Vivian's demise. Medical records. Autopsy findings." "Colt, that's not really my area, please. Anything unusual. It doesn't feel quite right." He let out a sigh. "I'm going to call some people." Andrew returned the call 2 days prior to the will reading. I had a conversation with the Office of the Medical Examiner. The autopsy revealed acute myocardial infarction-induced cardiac arrest. Ischemia was evident in the heart tissue. She had a heart attack and tissue damage due to a lack of blood flow, but she was in good health. These things can occasionally occur unexpectedly. Lifestyle, genetics, and stress. Which way of life? She had a personal trainer, ate organic food, and ran 5 miles every morning. I'm only sharing the report's findings with you. Does it mention anything else? Nothing out of the ordinary. The toxicology was spotless. There were no signs of foul play, drugs, or alcohol. Even though there was no foul play, something was still off. The reading of the will was set for 1:30 p.m. on September 19. The third level of a State Street building was occupied by Whitmore and Associates. Steel and glass, contemporary, pricey. I was 15 minutes early. Logan was 20 minutes late. He had on another pricey suit, a Hermes tie, and leather shoes that probably cost more than my rent each month. He entered the conference room with a sense of dominance. He apologized to Arthur Whitmore for being late. Mr. Whitmore nodded courteously, saying, "Traffic, you know how it is. Have a seat, please." With his knees crossed and his fingers tapping the armrest, Logan sat at the head of the meeting table. He gave Mr. Whitmore a smile as if they were old pals. "Let's finish this up," Logan remarked. "This afternoon, I have meetings." "What meetings?" He had no employment. Mr. Whitmore pulled out multiple documents from a leather folder. "We're here to read Vivian Catherine Montgomery Callahan's last will and testament, dated the 2nd of July 2024, 6 weeks before she passed away," Mr. Whitmore said, starting with the customary bequests. She donated $90,000 to other charities, $22,000 to her housekeeper, and $45,000 to her executive assistant. Logan appeared disinterested. Mr. Whitmore added, "There is also a personal letter." Logan leaned back, content, and said, "To be read aloud per Mrs. Callahan's instructions." She was sentimental all the time. A handwritten letter on Vivian's own stationery was unfurled by Mr. Whitmore. Her handwriting was familiar to me. He started reading, elegant and precise. Logan's drumming ceased. "To whom it may concern, though I suspect primarily to my former husband, Colt. I am writing this in July with the knowledge that I will probably be gone by the time it is read. I am aware that my death will be unexpected. I am aware that assumptions will be made. For that reason, I took great care in preparing this." It became quieter in the room. I realized too late that my marriage at the end of my life was a mistake. Greed, deceit, and manipulation led to its entry. It was the greed of someone who saw me as a tool, not my own. Logan straightened his posture. "Mr. Whitmore," went on in a calm, emotionless voice. "The only person who ever showed me love when I had nothing was Colt. And before my father's business became into what it is today, I had nothing when we first met. I deserve protection from what I fear might happen, as well as the truth." My throat constricted. It had been 6 weeks since I became ill. Symptoms that come and go. I've seen a pattern, but my doctor is unable to explain them. Logan's face turned white. "When I consume food or beverages made by my current spouse, my symptoms get worse. When I'm not at home, they become better. This could be paranoia. It could be stress. However, I've made the decision to avoid taking risks." Mr. Whitmore took a moment to collect his thoughts. Logan leaped to his feet. "This is absurd." She felt anxious and suspicious. Mr. Whitmore calmly said, "Please sit down, Mr. Callahan. There's more." Logan sat down. His hands were trembling. The message went on, "I have conferred with my lawyer, Arthur Whitmore." Mr. Whitmore looked up from the letter and said, "He has helped me structure my estate to reflect my true wishes, not the wishes I expressed under pressure and manipulation in recent months." Mrs. Early in July, Callahan paid me a visit. He went back to the letter and said, she was worried about her health and wanted to make sure her assets were protected. As a result, an irrevocable trust has been established for the entirety of my estate, Montgomery Industries, and any related assets, which come to about $385 million. Logan relaxed a little and grinned. "Exactly," he said. "I am the beneficiary of the trust." Whitmore shook his head. "The current spouse is not the trust's beneficiary." Quiet. "Colt Callahan, my ex-husband, has irrevocably been given full ownership and management of the trust." Logan's face completely lost its color. He cried out, "That's not possible. Her legal spouse is me." Unless waived through a prenuptial agreement or explicit disinheritance proceedings, Massachusetts law requires a minimum bequest to a surviving spouse, Mr. Whitmore stated. Mrs. Callahan selected the $1 minimum statutory requirement, and he turned a page. Logan's lips moved back and forth. There was no sound. Additionally, Mr. Whitmore mentioned a condition. Logan was able to speak. "In what state?" The will was read by Mr. Whitmore. "All remaining legal rights, including the $1 gift, are forfeited if my current spouse challenges this will in any court. Furthermore, the material contained in Appendix C will be made available to law enforcement agencies right once." Logan's hands started to tremble. "What is Appendix C?" he muttered. A sealed letter bearing a red wax seal was opened by Mr. Whitmore. Documented evidence compiled by Mrs. Callahan over the 6 weeks prior to her passing is contained in Appendix C. He took a few things out of the packet. A notarized affidavit, a USB disk, and a stack of printed transcripts. On the 27th of June 2024, Mrs. Callahan set up recording devices in her house. She recorded multiple discussions about her possessions, her health, and her present spouse's plans. The space went cold. I was being recorded by her. Logan's voice sounded choked. "Everything," Mr. Whitmore remarked. "Each discussion throughout the last 6 weeks of her life." He put the USB disk into a laptop that he had opened. "I'll perform a selection. The 11th of August 2024 is the date. In the master bedroom, recorded." He hit the play button. It was easy to hear Vivian's voice. "The physician wants me to return. Additional testing." Logan's irritated voice. "You visit the doctor too frequently. It costs a lot." "Logan. I'm experiencing chest pains. Anxiety is the cause. Tension. You are in charge of a business. That is a tough situation. According to the doctor, it might be serious." A pause. Logan's voice followed. "Take caution." "How grave?" "Cardiac monitoring was mentioned. If they discover something, they might even do surgery." One more pause. Longer. That seems excessive. I'm afraid. Don't be. You're youthful and in good health. All these physicians want to do is charge insurance. Do I have to cancel the appointment? I believe you should unwind. Relax. It's likely becoming worse because of the stress of all these doctor's appointments. The recording is silent. Playback was halted by Mr. Whitmore. According to him, there are 42 recordings. All of them demonstrate a pattern in which Mr. Logan Callahan talked about what he would do in her absence, showed a keen interest in her assets and life insurance policies, and discouraged his wife from getting medical attention. Logan got up so quickly that his chair toppled over. This has been taken out of context. These are private discussions. You are unable to. Mr. Whitmore went on calmly. The Massachusetts State Police have received the recordings. They are presently being examined by a detective. Which detective? The door of the conference room was knocked on as if on schedule. Mr. Whitmore got up. Detective Thomas Callahan would be that person. He was asked to attend the will reading by Mrs. Callahan. He pulled the door open. Callahan, the detective, intervened. 26 years with the Massachusetts State Police in the late 1950s. Despite wearing a suit, he exuded the demeanor of someone who had dealt with the worst aspects of society for decades. Mr. Callahan, Logan, he said. Logan retreated to the window. I want my attorney. You have that right. However, you are not yet under arrest. I'm here to let you know that we're starting an inquiry into what happened when your wife died. She suffered a heart attack. After 6 weeks of inexplicable symptoms that her partner prevented her from looking into, she suffered a heart attack. A spouse who voiced frustration with her ongoing presence and documented a thorough understanding of her financial holdings. Detective Callahan produced a little notebook. You were heard saying on September 5 that she will have been married to me for 6 months and 2 more weeks. I'm quoting you directly. Massachusetts statute takes effect. Half of everything will go to me. Logan turned gray. Detective Callahan went on, by the way, you were wrong about that. The trust could not be revoked. No matter how long you were married, you would have received nothing. I took no action. Perhaps not. The investigation will establish that. However, I can assure you that we are conducting interviews with all those who witnessed her in her last weeks, going over her medical records, and examining the home surveillance footage she secretly installed. There isn't any video. There is video. Mrs. Callahan hired a private security firm in July, and they put cameras in the home, office, kitchen, and bedroom. Logan appeared as though he might be ill. According to Detective Callahan, the video depicts you making her food and beverages and telling her to add vitamins and supplements to her morning smoothies. In addition to checking those supplements, the body will be exhumed for a more thorough toxicological analysis. It's harassment. Due diligence is what this is. You don't need to worry if you're innocent. Detective Callahan gave Mr. Whitmore a glance. I appreciate your cooperation. The department is grateful. He looked back at Logan. Mr. Callahan, stay in the state. We'll communicate. He went out. In some way, the conference room seemed smaller. Logan faced me. All the arrogance is being replaced with desperation. Talk to them, Colt. Inform them that there is a miscommunication. I gave him a look. The person who had spent his whole life stealing things that weren't his was my brother. I am unable to accomplish it. She was ill and paranoid. She was having trouble thinking. Her thoughts were clear. Enough clarity to record everything. Clear enough to safeguard her possessions and herself. You were aware of this? No, I answered softly. However, she did. The day you persuaded her to leave me, she was well aware of who you were. His jaw dropped. Nothing emerged. I went on. She gave you exactly what you deserve. $1 and records of all the deceptive statements you made during the inheritance planning process. She is incapable of knowing. She was well informed. Logan. She was really intelligent. More intelligent than both of us. And because you've always believed that appeal is more important than character, you believed you could outsmart her. His self-assurance, which he had worn like armor, fell apart. Mr. Whitmore's throat cleared. As the trust's beneficiary, Mr. Colt Callahan, you will have to sign a number of forms. To transfer control of Montgomery Industries and related assets, I will need to set up a thorough meeting. I continued to observe Logan while I nodded. Mr. Whitmore went on. The trust contains provisions for the company's current employees and operations. When it came to guaranteeing business continuity, Mrs. Callahan was extremely explicit. She was, of course. Logan staggered to the door. Where are you heading? I inquired. He didn't respond. I whispered, life rewards the bold, echoing what he had said during the wedding. You told me that, didn't you? He pivoted. He had empty eyes. As she planned to inherit her riches, she had the audacity to write down everything you said, I added. Brave enough to defend herself against someone who viewed her as a commodity to be sold. Life has now rewarded your bravery with precisely $1 and a federal probe into whether you aided in the heart attack's slightly earlier occurrence than nature planned. Logan reached for the doorknob. He pulled it open and vanished into the corridor. I didn't see him again. 3.5 months were spent on the investigation. I received regular updates from Detective Thomas Callahan. High concentrations of stimulants and substances that could worsen heart problems in susceptible people were present in the supplements Logan had been adding to Vivian's smoothies. He was seen using his laptop to investigate untraceable heart attack techniques in the security footage. Calls to several life insurance companies inquiring about beneficiary payouts were documented in the phone logs. According to the financial analysis, he had bet on an impending paycheck and accrued $132,000 in debt in the 6 months since he married Vivian. The district attorney brought charges in December, including fraud, financial exploitation of a vulnerable individual, and criminally negligent manslaughter. Logan engaged Boston's priciest defense lawyer. However, recordings, video, and documentation created by someone who was aware of her time constraints are indisputable, even for high-priced lawyers. May was the planned date of the trial. In February, Logan entered a guilty plea. An agreement was negotiated by his lawyer, $132,000 in reparations, seizure of all assets, and 13 years in prison. After sentencing, I received a call from our mother. She said, "You ruined your brother." No. What he did to himself was recorded by Vivian. You had the opportunity to assist him. He allowed his wife's heart problems to go untreated in an attempt to inherit $385 million. Making sure he never has the opportunity to harm anyone else is how I'm assisting. She ended the call. In January, I assumed control of Montgomery Industries. Under Vivian's direction, the company employed 58 people. People who had supported her in creating something significant and who had believed in her vision. On my first day, I convened a meeting for the entire organization. I told them I wasn't Vivian. She trusted me with this company, and I won't pretend to be. And by paying attention to those who knew her better than I did, I will uphold that trust. After that, I was approached by the CFO, Lauren Sterling, who had been Vivian's co-worker for 6 years. Lauren remarked, "She talked about you sometimes." What was it that she said? That she had heard. My throat constricted as I said. That she would allow someone to coerce her into abandoning the only person who had ever loved her for herself. You were the only person she trusted to protect what she'd built if anything happened to her, she said. I'll do my best. She added. She was certain you would. Mom turned my daughter's 22nd birthday for a baby shower. Mom said sister's baby matters more. I snapped. I paid for the room. Everyone out. My mother accidentally delivered my daughter's 22nd birthday celebration to my sister's baby shower. Same day. Same location. Your sister's baby is more important, she said. My daughter wept for several hours. I did not yell. I calmly contacted the venue owner, my former boss, and told him, I need a favor. He replied, your mother just called to confirm. What do you want me to do? I smiled and said, the first thing I saw when I walked into the venue was the banner. Not the happy 22nd Grace banner. I ordered a giant pastel banner that said, hello, baby, with little paper storks taped to the edges. My daughter stood beside me in the foyer, holding a small present bag as if she didn't know what else to do with her hands. She wore the navy outfit we chose together. She looked so mature it made my chest ache. Then she looked at the banner again. Her face did that thing where the muscles froze first, as if her brain was trying to catch up, and then the pain struck a half-second later. The room was already arranged. Pink table runners, a diaper cake in the corner, and a stack of cardstock games. Guess the baby's food. Do not mention baby. All of it. This was not my daughter's birthday party. It was my sister's baby shower. Same day. Location. And room. My mother emerged from the rear, like a stage manager. She wore the family host grin, which she used at church, funerals, and other occasions where she wanted witnesses. Oh, good, she replied, clapping her hands once. You're here. I fixed my gaze on her. I waited for her to laugh, for her to admit it was a hoax, for Grace to hear everyone exclaim astonishment, and for the actual decorations to appear. But Mom merely looked beyond me at Grace and remarked, way too casual. Sweetie, we'll do your thing later. Grace blinked. My stuff. My sister Madison walked in behind her, one hand on her abdomen, as if she were in a photo shoot. She was 34 years old, expecting her 4th child. She did not seem surprised at all. She seemed happy. Madison needed the room. Mom spoke as if she were explaining why she used the last clean towel. The baby shower is bigger. More people are coming. Grace's voice sounded small. But you said it was my party. Mom's smile tightened. Grace, you are 22. You will be all right. I felt my hands begin to shake. Not in a dramatic fashion. Just that subtle tremor you get when you're trying so hard not to say something you can't take back. Grace gulped. Dad, I thought my pals were going to come. Yes, they are. Mom spoke hastily and waved toward the tables. They can simply sit anyplace. Grace gazed down at the gift bag in her hands. She made a small bag of party treats herself. Tiny chocolate coins with handwritten notes. She spent the night before folding the notes because she wanted each one to be unique. She stood in the doorway holding her favors, staring at a diaper cake. Then my mother said the statement that I will never forget. She came in close enough that I could smell her perfume, and she murmured loud enough for Grace to hear. Your sister's baby is more significant. Grace's eyes filled instantaneously. She did not cause a scene. She didn't shout. She simply turned her face away, as if she could hide her emotions by refusing to look at us. Then she strolled out into the corridor and sat on a bench, like a child waiting outside the principal's office. I followed her and knelt before her. Hey, look at me. She attempted to smile but failed. Her lip began shaking. I didn't know, she muttered. I swear I didn't know they were going to do this. I know, you replied. She squeezed the heel of her hand into her eye, as if to drive the tears back in. I feel dumb. You're not foolish, I responded calmly. They are wrong. She shook her head quickly. Dad, please do not fight. Please. That was the part that made things worse. My daughter was crying quietly and nicely, pleading me not to make others uncomfortable because that is what my family taught us to do. Be little. Be appreciative. Don't destroy anything. I sat on the bench next to her. My throat felt tight. I could hear laughter in the room. The glasses clinked together. My mother acted as if nothing had happened. Grace wiped her cheeks and tried to breathe. But then the tears poured again. She hid her face with both hands. She cried for several hours. Not loud or dramatic, simply broken. And I did not yell. I did not storm into the room. I did not grasp my mother by her arm. I did something different. I took out my phone and strolled down the corridor, where no one could hear Grace, and I placed one call. My name is Jack. I was 46 at the time. I managed an East Side restaurant. Nothing extravagant, just a place that people adored. I was in charge of schedules, vendors, payroll, catering, and the general day-to-day operations. I was the man who solved things before they became a scene. I had been divorced for years. Grace was my only child. Quiet, intelligent, the type of person who remembers your favorite candy without you having to mention it twice. She worked part-time and took community college programs, hoping to transfer to a university without going into debt. We didn't have much spare cash, but we had tranquility. Or we did till my family needed something. My mother had a way of making her needs sound like those of the entire lineage. The family could really appreciate assistance right now. We are all pitching in. You do not want your sister to struggle, do you? Madison was my younger sister, the golden child. Everything she wanted became a family priority. Whatever Grace needed arrived later. I have been paying for later my entire adult life. It started little, as it always does. A $1,250 loan to pay my mother's property taxes. She stated she'd pay it back after she received her refund. She never did. A brief assistance with my father's truck payment after he retired early. For $140 each month, this lasted over 3 years. Madison received a temporary food card after having her second child and being unable to work, $225 here, $175 there. Always with a crying emoji and the words, "You're the only one I can rely on." Worst of all, they were not appreciative. They were entitled. As if my job wasn't my job, as if my money did not belong to me. It was just Jack there. When I was promoted to general manager at the restaurant, Mom called the next day not to congratulate me but to ask if I could pay for a family trip to a lake cottage because it would be beneficial to the kids. The kids referred to Madison's children. Grace was not invited until I asked. Then she spent the majority of the weekend sitting alone on the pier while Madison's children cried in the water. And my mother kept snapping shots of all my grandchildren as if Grace were furniture. I saw my daughter smiling through it. I convinced myself she didn't mind, but then I noticed the pattern. Grace's birthday dinners were ignored until my mother realized she was busy. Grace's graduation party was rescheduled since Madison had a difficult week. Grace's name was missing from group texts containing literally everyone else. The slights were always minor enough to dismiss. Always soft enough to blame on stress. I was always timed, So calling it what it was would make me look theatrical. And still, I kept showing up. Still, I kept paying because I wanted Grace to have a family. Even if my family viewed her as an accessory. Mom then recommended that we do something special to celebrate Grace's 22nd birthday. An actual party, with a venue, food, music, and photographs. And I believed her. I should have known better, but I trusted her. I put down the deposit myself. I have $2,800 on my card. I informed the venue owner that I wanted it to be lovely, clean, and warm, without being childish or gaudy, a true milestone. I selected the date. My mother nodded along throughout, as if she were proud. But as I stood in that hallway, watching my kid cry, I recognized the reality. This was not an error. This was a takeover, a shift of attention, and it happened so effortlessly because I had already paid for the hotel. The proprietor of the venue was named Frank. He used to be my boss years ago, when I was just a line cook working my way up. He was tough yet fair. He was the type of guy who cared about people even when he didn't show it. When he responded, he sounded busy. "Jack." "Hello, Frank." I spoke calmly. It astonished me. "I need a favor." There was a pause. I heard papers shuffling. He exhaled. "Your mother just called to confirm. I was just about to call you back. What do you want me to do?" I slumped against the wall, staring at the beige carpet as if it would help me stop shaking. In the background, I could still hear my daughter's muffled wailing. I smiled, but it was not a joyful one. It was the kind of smile you get when everything finally falls into place. I added, "I want you to honor the contract. The one under my name, the one I paid for." Frank didn't respond straight immediately. So, I just continued going peacefully. Clearly, I reserved the room for my daughter's birthday. I paid the deposit. I signed the papers. Frank's voice became flat in a professional sense. "Yes, that is what I have. Your name and card." "Good," I replied. "So here's what I need." I took a deep breath and made one clear financial decision, which I followed through on. Remove my mother as an approved contact. I responded, lock the booking so no one can edit it but me, and if she attempts to change it again, don't negotiate, don't work it out. Simply tell her no. Frank let out a low whistle. I said, seriously, I'm not trying to punish anyone, even though I knew they would feel punished. I'm safeguarding my child. Frank was silent for a bit before saying, that's something I can do. And Jack, yes. His voice softened. I apologize. I hadn't realized she was doing all this. I did. I replied gently. I simply didn't want to admit it. Then he asked, do you want me to switch the room back right now? I looked at the hallway bench where Grace sat. Her shoulders were curled inward. She was struggling to breathe as if she weren't falling apart. I responded, yes, right now. Frank did not hesitate. Done. I could hear him typing then. Okay. The reservation is confirmed. Only you. If she turns up acting as if she owns the event, staff will inform her that it is under your name and the schedule is definite. My hand has stopped shaking. Not because I felt powerful, but because I felt clearer than I had in a long time. Thank you. I said. Frank's tone became sharper in the way I remembered from the kitchen. Go take care of your child. I will. I said. And I intended it. I hung up. Then I walked back down the hallway. When I returned, my mother was in the hallway, standing over Grace like a teacher attempting to get a pupil to stop sobbing. Oh, come on, Mom hissed. People will see you. Grace washed her face quickly. I am fine. No. You are not, I responded, standing between them. Mom looked at me as if I had offended her by being. Jack, do not start. I said, I'm not starting. I'm going to end something. Mom's eyes narrowed. What have you done? I made sure Grace had her celebration, I explained. I paid for the party. Mom's smile disappeared. Madison has already invited folks. That sounds like her problem, I explained. Mom's voice increased. You can't just I can't, I responded calmly, because it's on my name, card, and contract. Madison came at the end of the hall, as if she could smell trouble. What's happening? Mom snapped. Your brother is being dramatic. I glanced directly at Madison. Did you know? Madison's mouth opened and closed once, as if she were searching for the perfect lie. Then she shrugged. The shrug told me everything. This is something we need more of. She added, I'm pregnant. Grace is just having a birthday. Grace flinched as if she had been hit. Not physically, but worse than that. My sister casually discarded her, as if she were nothing. I did not raise my voice. I did not insult Madison. I did not make a big deal about her pregnancy. I simply stated, I'm done with things that erase my daughter. Mom scoffed. Oh, now you're punishing a baby? I shook my head. No, I refuse to be your backup bank. Mom said, taking a step closer. Jack, you're going to regret this. I looked her in the eyes. Maybe, but Grace will not. I then turned to my kid. Hey, I replied softly. Stand up. She gazed up at me with flaming eyes. Dad, we aren't leaving. I said, we're taking the room. Grace blinked. Puzzled. What? I extended her my hand. This is your party. She hesitated, as if she didn't believe good news anymore. I squeezed her hand once. Come on, let us go view your flag. Inside, my mother and sister's friends were bustling around as if nothing was happening. Some of them carried wrapped gifts with baby-themed ribbons. They seemed excited. They seemed eager for cupcakes and games. Then Frank's event planner, a young woman with a headset and a clipboard, came forward. Hi, she said cordially but firmly. This room is reserved for Grace's 22nd birthday. My mother's expression became tight. No, it's for Madison's shower. The coordinator did not flinch. The booking is made in Jack's name. It is locked. We can't change it. Madison sputtered. But my mother informed me, I'm sorry, the organizer added. We can offer an alternate room at a reduced rate if it is available, but this one will not change. My mother looked at me. I did not smirk. I did not gloat. I just stood by my daughter. Mom's voice was low and harsh. You embarrassed us. I examined the decorations. Pink baby games, diaper cake, and everything else that was intended to happen in celebration of Grace's milestone. I then looked at my mother and said, You embarrassed Grace. The organizer must have noticed Grace's expression because her tone softened. We can remove these decorations, she replied gently. We'll get it done quickly. Grace said quietly. Is that okay? I don't want any trouble. I crouched alongside her again. You are not causing any trouble. You are the reason we are here. The coordinator motioned for her staff to come over, and the Oh Baby banner was down within minutes. The diaper cake vanished. The pink runners were dragged away. It was like seeing someone peel a lie from the walls. And when the coordinator brought out the box I had dropped off earlier, with Grace's name in gold letters, my daughter's mouth dropped open. Happy 22nd birthday, Grace. Grace covered her mouth with a palm. Another tear slipped down her cheek, but this time it wasn't the same kind. This one resembled relief. She said quietly. You really did it. I nodded. I did. That should have been the end. But with my family, the moment you stop paying is when they finally pay attention. The first text arrived on my phone before Grace even cut the cake. Mom, you ruined your sister's day. Call me right away, said Madison. Madison, I cannot believe you would do this to me while I am pregnant. Everyone is looking at me. Then my aunt. Aunt Diane, your mother says you're being cruel. What's happening? I placed my phone face down. I did not respond because I knew what would happen next. The part where they attempted to make me feel like a monster for finally choosing my child. We left the party after Grace's friends sang to her and she laughed for the first time that day. Grace took off her heels by the door and walked straight to the couch, as if her body had realized it was exhausted. She stared at the ceiling for a long time. Then she said quietly, I didn't think you'd pick me. That sentence struck me like a punch. What? Despite the fact that I could hear her, I asked. She swallowed. I mean, you always try to maintain the peace. With Grandma and Madison. I sat down beside her. I believed I was protecting you. She turned her head to look at me. Her eyes were still puffy. It did not feel like protection. It felt as if I had to earn my place. I closed my eyes for a second because she was correct. And because I was upset that my daughter had learned that lesson in my family. I said, you don't have to earn anything with me. You're my child, that's all. Grace nodded slowly. Then she leaned her head on my shoulder, as she had when she was younger. Thank you, she whispered. As I sat there with my arm around her, I realized something about my mother had permanently changed. Not because I desired drama, but because I eventually stopped participating in the pattern. The following morning, I completed the part that would actually stick. No yelling or speeches, just action. For years, I have been sending money to my mother automatically. On paper, $350 per week seems reasonable. But that's $1,400 per month. That is groceries. That's rental assistance. Those are my daughter's textbooks. That's a car repair done without panic. My mother referred to it as helping with bills. But it wasn't a bill. It was entitlement. And it came at a cost, silence. So I sat at my kitchen table with my coffee, opened my banking app, and disabled the recurring transfer. The screen asked, Are you sure you want to cancel this payment? My finger hovered for a second. Not because I questioned the decision, but because I knew what canceling meant. It meant my mother would finally reveal her true face. I tapped confirm. A message popped up. Recurring transfer was cancelled. One clean move equals one clear boundary. And then I took a screenshot because my family documents everything. By noon, my phone was a shambles. Mom called 9 times. Madison called 4. My father, who rarely calls me, called twice and left a voicemail that began with a sigh as if I were the problem. Jack, he said, your mother is extremely upset. This needs to be fixed. Family does not work like this. I didn't call back because family doesn't tell a young woman her birthday isn't important in comparison to someone else's baby. But my family did, so my understanding of family had to shift. 3 days later, Mom arrived at my flat unexpectedly. She did not knock respectfully. She knocked as if she owned the door. I opened it with the chain still on. She stood there, clutching her handbag tightly and her lips pinched thin. Madison sat in the car behind her, as if watching a show. Mom did not inquire about Grace's well-being. She didn't say, I'm sorry. She went straight to the money. Why didn't the transfer come through? She demanded. I stared at her. Because I canceled it. Mom's eyes widened like if I confessed to a crime. You can't do that, she said. I nodded once. I can. Her voice became sharper. So you are punishing me for one misunderstanding. I maintained a bland tone. It was not a misunderstanding. It was your decision, and I am making mine. Mother's nostrils flared. We needed it. I clarified, you didn't need my money. You wanted it. And you wanted it without respecting my daughter. She was grumbling. Oh, don't be too emotional. Grace has grown. Exactly, I responded, and you still treated her like she was optional. Mom leaned closer, attempting to press the chain with her gifts. Madison is having a baby. Do you know how much that costs? I nodded. Then you should aid her. Mom opened her mouth in surprise. I explained that I was assisting her with my money. Her expression twisted. You are selfish. I did not react. I did not argue. I simply said the line I had been thinking about since I arrived at the arena. I am not your backup bank. Mom's eyes became hard. So, that's it. You are cutting off your own mother. When I looked at her, all I could think about was Grace sitting on that hallway bench, quietly crying so no one would accuse her of being difficult. You heard me. I'm cutting off the funding. Not you. You're still free to be a mother and grandmother who shows up with love. Mom laughed. A brief, bitter laugh. Love does not pay bills, Jack. I nodded. Exactly. That is why you should have been cautious in how you treated the person who was paying your bill. She looked at me as if she wanted me to back down. I did not. Finally, she turned suddenly and walked back to her car. And before she walked in, she looked over her shoulder and said, Grace is turning you against us. I felt something in me turn cold. I said, no, you did that. I closed the door, locked it, and did not reopen it. The fallout was noisy, as it always is in my family. When they didn't get what they wanted, they didn't apologize. They intensified. Madison shared hazy phrases online about nasty people and keeping your peace. As if she hadn't attempted to derail her niece's birthday. My mother informed relatives that I was being dominated by my daughter, which was almost funny, except that wasn't because that's what they did whenever someone stood up. They twisted it into a story in which they were the victims. Still, I did not argue with them. I did not defend myself in group chats. I did not give extended explanations. I basically repeated a single line whenever someone tried to guilt me. I will not support a family that my daughter is not a part of. Some individuals became quiet after that. Some individuals became enraged, while a few silently began to comprehend. My cousin Cole texted me late at night. Cole, I've heard what occurred. I apologize. Grace did not deserve that. 6 weeks later, my Aunt Diane, called again, but this time more softly. I didn't realize it was like that, she said. Your mother made it sound like you threw a tantrum. I said, I did not throw a tantrum, I protected my child. There was a silence. Then she said, good. 6 weeks later, I did something I should have done years before. I threw Grace another birthday party. Not huge or fancy, but real. I asked my current restaurant owner if I could use the rear room after it closed on Sunday. He recognized me. He trusted me. He answered, yes. So, I set it up myself. No pastel banners or baby games, just warm lights, Grace's favorite chocolate cake and a small table at the window from which she could see the street. I invited the individuals who truly cared, her 2 best friends, my cousin Cole, and one of my waitresses, whom Grace adored because she always remembered her coffee order. That was it. Grace came in and paused when she noticed the small banner I made out of paper letters that said Grace 22. She looked at it as if it was not real. Then she smiled a true smile. She looked at me and whispered, this feels like me. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Good, because it's yours. We ate. We laughed. Nobody competed for attention. Nobody posted any comments. Nobody regarded Grace as if she were fortunate to be included. Grace once handed me a tiny envelope. Inside was a note written in her precise handwriting. Dad, thank you for choosing me out loud. I gently folded it and tucked it inside my wallet. I didn't need proof, I just needed a reminder. My mother did not come. She was not invited. Neither was Madison. Not to punish them, but because I finally realized something basic. If someone cannot treat my child with fundamental respect, they will not have access to my money, time, or tranquility. That is not vengeance. That is protection. Later, as we were shutting up, Grace stopped by the window and asked, "Do you think Grandma will ever change?" I didn't lie. I do not know. She nodded and added, "I'm okay." I believed her because she wasn't shrinking anymore. She stood in a room where she was wanted. When we arrived home, I placed 2 old folding chairs in the corner, not as an invitation, but as a reminder of what empty space looks like when people stop showing up. Grace took a quick peek at them. I answered, "Those are for anyone who wants to be family the right way." She grinned, kicked off her shoes, and cuddled up on the couch with some leftover cake. Quiet. Simple. Ours. Jack's story upsets me since his mother did not just cancel Grace's celebration. She told a grieving 2-year-old, "Your sister's baby is more important." Then they expected Jack to continue sending $1,400 per month as if nothing had happened. What actually happened? This was not a schedule conflict. This was a hierarchy that his mother had imposed for years. Madison's needs were always prioritized over Grace's existence. Jack had been supporting this system for $350 every week. That's $16,800 per year for a mother who told his daughter she was optional. The cruelty wasn't limited to the takeover. It was witnessing Grace sit silently crying on a hallway bench, pleading her father, "Please don't fight," since she'd been trained to shrink herself for everyone's sake. The detail that breaks me. Grace muttered, "I didn't think you'd pick me." That line demonstrates how deep the devastation was. His own daughter did not believe she was worth defending because his family always picked Madison, while Jack decided to keep the peace. The real lesson comes when someone tells you that your child is less important. The correct reaction is a cancelled autopay, not a negotiation. Jack did not yell. He did not issue threats. He made one phone call to Frank, secured the booking in his name, and then quietly ceased paying the people who had excluded his daughter. That is not vengeance. That demonstrates basic respect for the individual you raised. Mom left my kids in a storm to watch a dog. I paid a $395 Uber and removed them from my will. Years later, Dad had a heart attack. Not my problem. I spent 11 hours lost in a snowstorm. I gave Mom a call. "Are you able to pick up the children from school?" She let out a sigh. "I'm observing the grooming of your sister's dog. Make an Uber call." Yes, I did. An Uber for $395. I removed them from my residence, my phone, and my life insurance that evening. I responded, "My name is Jack Sullivan, and I'm 41 years old." 4 years after the night, I sat in my truck on the side of I-7, watching the world be engulfed in snow. Mom texted me, "Your dad had a heart attack." During a slack period in the precinct, my mom texted me, and my phone lighted up. "Dad suffered a heart attack." No, hello. Regarding my children, there is no doubt. Just a crisis served cold, like if I were the family's go-to person once more. I have to take you back to the beginning to see how we got there. From the street, my modest home outside of Denver, where I grew up, appeared to be normal. A plastic pumpkin in the fall, fresh mulch in the spring, and Christmas lights that flickered as if we were making a concerted effort to celebrate. We had roles inside. Gallagher, my father, put in a lot of overtime maintaining school district infrastructure. He was the type of person who made quiet repairs and waited until it was too late to voice his complaints. Evelyn, my mother, was a manager who never left the house, but her approach to management was to provide the greatest resources to the person who made the most noise. Then there was Monroe, my sister. The rest of us were supposed to revolve around Monroe, who was the son. I don't say it because I'm envious of the attention I received as a child. I say that because as we grew older, that dynamic persisted. The cost only increased. One of my earliest recollections is opening a box on Christmas morning and discovering socks and an old paperback book that my mother thought you might enjoy. Monroe pulled out an electric guitar. Not a small novice either. An actual one. Amp and everything. I was 10 when my mom said, "She has talent, Jack. She needs encouragement." Dad's eyes moved to me for a half second, the way you look at a dog you feel sorry for, and then he cleared his throat and added, "Pretty cool, huh?" Grasping those socks, I recall thinking, "So, I'm not talented. I'm just present. I also made the honor roll in middle school and took the paper home as if it were important. Monroe might try out for a dancing team, Mom was discussing over the phone with one of her friends. I kept the paper in my palm till it started to perspire. That's nice, honey. Put it on the fridge. She murmured, covering the phone, but she never did. After being kicked off the dance team a week later, Monroe sobbed uncontrollably. To lift her spirits, Mom brought her to the shopping and got her a brand new outfit. I received the message in silence. Monroe's disappointment was an emergency, whereas my achievement was expected and dull. The third scene that keeps returning to mind is when Dad's truck broke down when I was 17. In order to travel to work at 4:45 a.m., he had to borrow someone's vehicle. Mom frowned at me as if I had said something offensive, and I responded, Jack, you can ride the bus to school. Why can't Monroe ride the bus? Mom asked. Monroe is in rehearsal. Don't begin. I had never felt it in my bones before. Our family's principles did not include fairness. It was the kind of tranquility that comes from allowing one person to win. In my life, just one adult recognized it for what it was. My dad's father, Grandpa Walter, was a traditional Denver man with a soft voice and hands that always had the fragrance of coffee and motor oil. Sometimes he would come get me and we would sit at a diner off Colfax. He would listen to me in a way that made me feel as though I wasn't bothering him. I didn't fully understand Grandpa Walter's statement when he said, Your mama loves you, kid. But she's got a blind spot the size of the Rockies. Don't let that blind spot become your whole sky. After Mom had chastised me for making things harder by asking why Monroe had a new phone while I didn't, I sensed that someone was at last turning on the lights. In addition to wanting to be the kind of man who could stand between chaos and the people I loved, I became a police officer because I needed structure. After 3 years of community college and security work, I joined the Denver Police Department. I was transformed by the peace. It made me angry with foolishness and composed in emergency situations. I saw trends as a result. It helped me realize that if you allow someone to cross a line repeatedly, they will continue to do so. On the opposite side, they construct a house and claim it as their own. At the age of 31, I wed my wife, Claire. She is stable. She poses straightforward queries. Guilt trips don't impress her. When my family learned she didn't automatically conform to my mom's view of reality, they all thought she was chilly. We now have 2 children. Lily is 8 years old, and Noah is 10. When they tell you everything they're thinking without realizing it can shatter your heart, they're in that stage where their backpacks appear too large for their bodies. My mom liked being grandma in public when they were babies. She would share photos. She would talk to her friends about how much work it took to help us. However, the assistance was primarily symbolic, such as arriving with a casserole and departing before the dishes were finished. Meanwhile, Monroe remained Monroe. She changed occupations frequently. She dated men who didn't encourage her to pursue her goals. 3 times, she returned to live with my parents. She sobbed because no one came to her aid. My mother dedicated her entire life to being there for Monroe, and I emerged as the reliable one. As usual, everything began modestly. Your mom's stressing about the phone bill. Can you just add us to your plan? It'll save money. Dad once requested over the phone, and I complied. At first, it was around $210 a month, and I assured myself that it would only last. Then there was this little loan of $750 for Monroe's auto repair. The shop discovered more problems, which cost an additional $1,100. After that, Mom asked whether I could pay the $1,450 insurance deductible for Dad's dental work. Jack, your sister is behind on rent. This one time, it was $1,800. Family supports family, and it always arrived wrapped in the same paper. Don't act that way. You are aware of the difficulties. They were always dealing with difficult situations. Hard things never happened to me in their minds, for some reason. I served as a resource, a useful tool, and a solid platform on which they could place issues. Claire was the first to notice. Claire asked, Are we funding her life? One evening after I sent $950 to pay Monroe's past due power bill. I responded, It's not like that. She didn't speak louder. She merely gazed at me. What is it like, then? I couldn't think of a clear response. I had a disorganized one. Hope, habit, and guilt. I still have that little guy inside of me that wants to be treated equally by being helpful. I wasn't just sending money, which is the hardest part. Like police officers, I had also made an effort to be responsible by considering the consequences of each given situation. I didn't include my mother in the deed or do anything particularly dramatic when we purchased our Denver home. However, I did make decisions that, in retrospect, seemed to be an attempt to demonstrate my trustworthiness. Through my job, I added my parents to a life insurance policy as contingent beneficiaries. It would belong to Claire and the children if they were gone. At the time, that seemed natural. In small ways, I also granted my mother access. In case of an emergency, she had an extra key. Because she lived closer to the school than we did at the time, she was included on an old school pickup contact form when Noah was in first grade. She also persuaded me to add her name as an authorized user on one of my emergency credit cards, which, I subsequently found out, was intended for Monroe emergencies. Every time I resisted, my mother pretended that I was personally disparaging her. I informed her one afternoon that we needed to fix our heater before winter arrived, so I couldn't lend Monroe any more money. Mom's tone became acerbic. "Your sister simply freezes, then? Or she budgets," I said. It was beautiful how she laughed. "You're so inflexible, Jack. You are not built like everyone else." Her justification for everything was the statement, "Not everyone is built like you." It implied that while Monroe was sensitive and imaginative, she shouldn't be expected to plan, save, or assume responsibilities. My capacity for responsibility, meanwhile, turned into a justification for receiving less attention. The snowstorm then arrived. You are aware of how quickly the weather may change if you live in Colorado. Every car is suddenly a vanished concept, and one moment there is a blue sky and dry pavement, and the next there is a white wall. I had been in the mountains that day for a mandatory training session. Just a long day of classroom activities and scenarios, no glamour. It's the kind of thing that leaves your brain feeling exhausted. The snow began to fall more heavily than expected on the return trip to Denver. It was all right at first. Then things worsened, then it became foolish. The flow of traffic slowed. In the distance, brake lights turned into a crimson ribbon. As if it harbored a personal grudge against every person on the road, the wind blew snow sideways. My display indicated that the temperature was falling and the roads were becoming glossy when I was still around 90 minutes away from home. My grip on the wheel was firm, and I could sense the nagging panic that comes when you think you could lose control. Then it took place. Up ahead, a semi jackknifed. Automobiles came to a halt. Behind them, other vehicles came to a stop. I rolled forward for about 8 feet before coming to a stop. We didn't move again after that. People remained composed at first. The engines sat idle. The warning lights blinked. Someone emerged and gestured with their arms as if they could control the weather. It continued to snow for about 3 hours. The sky became heavy and dark. The signal on my phone became erratic. I told Claire over the phone that I would get home even though I was stuck. She spoke in a strained voice. "In an hour, Jack, Noah's school will close. Lily's as well. I know if you're not." I gazed at the car queue. "I am aware." We began making calls. Claire couldn't abandon her employment commitment. We needed her work, and it was one of those circumstances where quitting would jeopardize everything. Friends, we tried. One was not in the city. Her own street had not been plowed, so she was unable to reach the school. Another seemed terrified but said she would try, so I gave my mother a call. It made sense. On a typical day, she lived 20 minutes away from the school. Family constantly talks about emergencies like these, don't they? I didn't even engage in small talk when she answered on the third ring. "I'm stopped on I-7, Mom. It's not good. I need you to come get Lily and Noah from school." A pause occurred. Not the kind where she is contemplating. The kind where you interrupted her because she was irritated. She let out a sigh. "Jack. Mom. This is not a choice. I'm not going anywhere. I am literally stuck." One more, louder sigh. "Monroe's dog is with me at the groomer." I gave a blink. "What?" "Monroe asked me to help her because she had to go to work. I'm awaiting Daisy's completion." I said, Mom, maintaining my composure the way I do when I'm trying not to blow up. "My children will be waiting for someone at school. We have a snowstorm here." She uttered a small sound, like to a tongue click. "Make an Uber call." I gazed at my windshield, where a gradual barrier of snow was forming around the edges. "Do you mean me? Don't speak to me that way, Jack." Her voice suddenly became quite authoritative. "Right now, Monroe needs me." Something moved in my chest. Not precisely anger. Something like clarity. Something colder. I said, "My kids need you." She moaned once again as if I were making her carry a bulky bag. "Your grandkids. Make an Uber call. I'm not able to do everything." Then she spoke the bit that still shakes my palms when I remember it. "It's only school pickup, anyway. You're exaggerating the situation." Before I said anything that would have sparked a yelling altercation in front of random people on the highway, I hung up. With numb fingertips, I launched the Uber app. The cost of searches was absurd. The schools were located on the other side of town. The city was being engulfed by the storm. There weren't many drivers. $395 was the least expensive option. My stomach dropped as I gazed at that number. Groceries were that. It was a utility bill. That was money that could have been saved for our children. However, I had no other option. I clicked confirm. 11 hours. I watched others run their heaters till they became anxious about gas, someone throw out granola bars, and a man in a Subaru come out and start pushing other cars like he was trying to be a movie hero while I sat there for that long, inching forward a few feet every now and again. Eventually, the state troopers began removing individuals from the highway in small groups. Although I'm a police officer, I wasn't on duty at the time. I was just another person standing in line, helpless and frigid. When Claire came home, she texted me. They were taken by Uber. They're secure. Noah was in tears. While traveling, Lily slept off. I didn't cry as I sat in my truck, but I could feel the hope that had been inside of me for my mother finally fading. It was late when I arrived home. The children had already put on their jammies. Claire was worn out and enraged in that subdued manner that comes when she's trying to keep herself together. My ribs ached from the hard hug Noah gave me as he ran up. I embraced him and repeated, "I'm here. I'm here." Lily said, "Dad, I thought you weren't coming." She leaned on me as if I were the wall supporting her after snow made a big noise. Claire and I sat at the table once the children had gone to sleep. At last, the only sound in the home was the heater clicking on and off. Claire moved her phone over the table. My mother's Facebook post from earlier that day was displayed on the screen. An image shows Monroe's dog wearing a small bow on her head after being newly groomed. Caption, "Running errands on a snowy day with my friend Daisy. Anything for my child." I was at a loss for words. I nodded slowly as Claire remarked, "Jack, this is who she is." After that, I got up, went to our office, and opened my laptop. I wasn't angry when I did it. I approached it as though I were preparing a report. I removed them from my residence, my phone, and my life insurance that evening. I changed the beneficiaries to Claire and the children after logging into my benefits site. In the event that something happened to all of them, it was placed in a trust under the supervision of Claire's brother, a certified public accountant who is not susceptible to emotional manipulation. I deleted Monroe and my parents off my plan by going to the phone carrier's website. There was no justification because I paid for their gadgets. I then gave them a planned cutoff date to conclude their lines. The following morning, I changed the locks and asked Claire's handy dad to come install a deadbolt that I had been putting off. I also checked everything that had my mother's name on it, just in case. Everything: emergency contacts, doctor forms, school pickup contacts, etc. I felt as though I could finally breathe after finishing and reclined in my chair. The outcry came quickly. Mom called. Upset. Her voice rose as I said, "What did you do?" After her phone stopped working. "I removed you from my plan. How could you do that to us?" I responded, "You told me to call an Uber in a blizzard for your grandkids." One day, after a brief period of silence, she said, "Don't start with that." I repeated one day, and it revealed everything to me. Monroe gave me a lengthy text about how I was acting like a cop, punishing my mother, and believing that I was superior to everyone else. Dad never sent a text. Silence is just another way of picking the loudest person, and that was Dad's style. But it was Grandpa Walter who called. "You okay?" he asked after I explained what had transpired. The post, the dog sitter, and the Uber. He remained silent for a considerable amount of time. I remarked, "I feel like I'm betraying them," and he responded, "You're not betraying them. That's a hard lesson, kid. You're refusing to bankroll disrespect." He said, "Now do it right. Paperwork, boundaries, no arguing." Grandpa Walter assisted me in the same calm, practical manner that he always did. As if he had been waiting for this time, he approached carrying a folder. Because he didn't trust my mom's turmoil, he had saved copies of family documents over the years. We went over everything as if it were proof while seated at my kitchen table. Bank statements that showed transfers were printed out. We retrieved previous texts in which Mom made a single promise and then inquired again 2 weeks later. We created a spreadsheet using the funds I had contributed. $1,800 there, $1,100 there, and $750 here. $1,450 for $150 for a veterinarian emergency that was actually Monroe's request for a new cage. Shaming somebody was not the goal. My goal was to stop gaslighting myself. Everything was brought to light at a family gathering a month later. My dad's modest retirement supper at a Lakewood eatery. Mom demanded that we all go. She presented it as a new beginning. Claire had no desire to leave. Grandpa Walter added, "Sometimes you show up once to make it clear you're not the villain in their story." Despite my reluctance, we went. Everyone's faces appear softer than they should because of the poor lighting in the restaurant. For the hostess, Mom pretended that we were a single, happy family while sporting a lovely blouse. Dramatic and late, Monroe talked about how difficult her week had been. She gave Mom a hug as if they had been reunited from the war. Mom did what she normally does, which is to recount reality. As soon as we sat down, everyone gently chuckled as if it were a joke when she lifted her glass and said, "I just want to say how proud I am of this family. Gallagher worked so hard. Monroe is doing her best. And Jack, well, Jack is Jack." Claire's hand touched my knee beneath the table. Just there, without squeezing. Steady. "And I just want to say it's been difficult lately because some people have been making choices that hurt the family." Mom looked at me and turned to the table, saying loudly. I glanced at my dad as Monroe let out a loud sigh and remarked, "We don't even have phones right now because someone decided to go on a power trip." His gaze was fixed on his plate. According to Mom, Jack believes he can punish people just because he wears a badge. He interrupted us due to a miscommunication. My stomach returned to that icy calm after hearing it presented that way in public, as if I were unstable. I'll say this to you who are watching before the match. You understand how easy it is to start yelling if you've ever been in the situation where your family is retelling the story in a way that makes you sound like a monster. I didn't shout. "It wasn't a misunderstanding," I said, setting down my fork. Mom's grin stopped. "Not tonight, Jack," I replied. "Actually, tonight is perfect since you brought it up." Monroe rolled her eyes. I turned slightly, so I was speaking to the table and reality instead of just Mom. I claimed to have been stuck in a snowstorm on I-7 for 11 hours. I requested that Mom pick up my children from school over the phone. She informed me that she was going to call an Uber and watch Monroe's dog get groomed. Mom's mouth dropped open. I continued. I made an Uber call. The price was $395. When their grandma made a dog appointment and their dad was unable to reach them, my kids sat there in fear. Mom's face turned red. "You make it sound, Jack," I said, "it sounds like how it was." And that's when it hit me that I'm not your son when it counts. I'm the answer for you. Sitting next to me, Grandpa Walter cleared his throat. He rarely spoke up in public, but when he did, it was impactful. Mom looked at him as if he had betrayed her when he said, "Evelyn, you did choose the dog." I was on the phone with Jack that day, too. "Don't rewrite it." Grandpa Walter glanced at her and said, "No." Monroe yelled, "Grandpa, stay out of it." The folder he had brought, which he had insisted we bring just in case, was then tapped. He did not brandish it as a weapon. Calmly, he opened it and slid a page in my dad's direction. The spreadsheet contained dates, amounts, notes, and 96 distinct transfers over several years, adding up to a sum that made my stomach turn when I saw it all in one location. Dad glanced at it. He clenched his jaw. Mom looked at it as if it were a slight. "What is this?" "This is what I've been doing." Monroe scoffed quietly, as he was being treated like a bother. "You weren't asked to." Mom interrupted quickly. Still composed, I said, "We are your parents, and I was your son. However, you sighed as if I were bothering you when I once asked for assistance with your grandchildren." When Dad did speak, it was in a low voice. "You ought to have left, Evelyn." Mom ran over to him. "Don't begin, Gallagher." He flinched, and that flinch also revealed to me the dynamics of their marriage. "I'm not punishing anyone. I'm protecting my wife and my kids. That's my job. That's my responsibility," I said, turning to face my father. Mom's eyes filled with tears, but not in a gentle way, rather, they were filled with rage. "What the heck? To you, we are now dead. After saying, you made yourselves unavailable when it mattered. I'm just making the paperwork match the reality. We departed without much fanfare. Our share was paid. Happy retirement," we whispered to Dad. Like people leaving a courtroom, we stepped out into the chilly air. The fallout was just what you would anticipate. Long texts, angry calls, and family members. Someone I hardly spoke to messaged me about forgiveness out of the blue. I didn't protest when my mom's sister told me, "Your mother is heartbroken." The secret was that I always said the same thing when someone tried to get me involved in a debate. "This cannot be discussed." Mom tried to directly guilt Claire. "We're not discussing this." Monroe humorously posted ambiguous statements about toxic people and blood isn't always family online. Dad called once late at night, and his voice sounded exhausted. I asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Jack replied, "Your mom, she's upset." I said, "You can talk to me, but I'm not funding Monroe's life anymore. And Mom isn't entitled to my resources. He paused and said, I'm fine. That was Dad jargon for, I don't want to admit I'm not fine. He didn't argue or agree, just said, okay, as if he were setting down a heavy box but still wanted credit for carrying it. I coached Noah's Little League, Claire and I stopped fighting over money, because there was no longer a mystery drain. I established a proper emergency fund, I set up college accounts, I slept better, and Grandpa Walter remained close. Over the next 4 years, my life became quieter in the best way possible. He would say, peace feels weird when you're not used to it, huh? As he joined me for coffee in the garage while I fixed little things around the house. He was correct. Peace felt like waiting for the next blow, like the quiet before a storm, but then it became normal. Then the text arrived. When my phone buzzed on a Tuesday afternoon while I was finishing a report at my desk at the precinct, I saw my mom's name. For a moment, my body reacted as it always did, that old automatic readiness to jump. Then I read the words and felt a different kind of heaviness because, in spite of everything, he's still my dad. So, your dad had a heart attack. I went outside into the quiet hallway and called Claire to let her know. She didn't tell me what to do, just said, whatever you decide, I'm with you. I stared at my mother's message for a full minute, watching the typing bubble come and go as if she expected instant access. 4 years prior, I had been stuck and powerless, and Mom had sighed as if my children were a bother. I looked at her text and typed, I'm sorry to hear that, but she had an emergency now and wanted the dependable son back. I'm hoping he gets better. Please provide the room number and hospital. When Dad is stable, I will speak with him directly. I have nothing else to do. I hit send, and Monroe shot back, wow, cold. Please ask Monroe for rides or errands. I didn't answer after everything we've done for you because that was the trap. After I got the information, I called the hospital, inquired about visitation, and eventually got Dad on the phone. His voice was weak. Hey, kiddo. My throat tightened. How are you feeling? Tired. When he said that Mom told him I was still angry, I kept it simple and said, I'm not doing that right now. I came over once, sat by his bed, and before I left, he said in a whisper, I should have gone to get your kids. I'm checking on you. I apologize. That night at home, Claire asked if I regretted my boundaries, and I reflected on the $395 Uber and the dog groomer. It didn't erase the past, but it was the first time he'd owned it. I said, no. I felt bad about waiting so long. I'd taken 9 years of condescension from my in-laws. My wife didn't defend. I left dinner, filed for divorce and kept my $20 million business. They lost all. As soon as I took out my phone, the whole table ceased to chuckle. After making fun of me for the last 25 minutes, Hazel's new girlfriend abruptly stopped talking to me. My father-in-law, who had just warned me to quit disparaging his family, was gaping at my screen. Halfway toward her wine glass, my wife Riley's hand froze. Additionally, my brother-in-law Hudson, who had been supporting his girlfriend's attacks throughout the evening, appeared to have just consumed something terrible. John Williams is my name. My age is 38. I also believed that I had married into a respectable family until that Sunday supper at my in-laws' house. I had been married for 6 years and with Riley for 9, and throughout that time I had gone to great lengths to blend in with the Parker family. They were wealthy blue bloods from Connecticut who would never let you forget that they were from a better place than the one you crawled out of. My mom worked as a clerk at Stop and Shop, while my dad drove trucks in a working-class section of Hartford. But I had constructed something. At 30, I launched my own logistics consulting business. By 33, it had grown into a multi-million-dollar business with 50 employees spread across 3 offices. Although the Parkers were aware of this, they never admitted it. They still saw me as the lucky kid from the wrong side of town. The dinner began rather routinely. Like every other Sunday, Riley and I got to her parents' house in Westport at 6 o'clock. It was a vast colonial that resembled something from a magazine spread. James Parker, her father, had a series of auto stores throughout Connecticut. Margaret, her mother, spent her days organizing fundraising galas and serving on charitable boards. Riley's younger brother, Hudson, was there when we got there. He was 29, had a new girlfriend every few months, and worked in sales at one of his father's dealerships. Margaret introduced us as we entered the dining area and said that this time he had brought Chloe Walker, a 26-year-old marketing professional. Chloe had the polished beauty that some women work for hours to get. A luxury dress that probably costs more than most people's monthly rent, flawlessly straightened blonde hair, and the confidence that comes from never being turned down in your life. Margaret whispered, John, as we sat down, you know, Ashton and Pierce is the downtown marketing agency where Chloe works. I gave a courteous nod. Chloe, nice to meet you. Her eyes did not meet her smile. Hudson has also told me a great deal about his family. The typical Parker family chatter filled the first 25 minutes of dinner. James discussed the dealership's sales figures. Margaret talked about the charity auction that she was planning. Hudson boasted about a significant sale he had closed that week. Riley discussed her career as an interior decorator. I was not questioned about my business. That was typical. Unless you were doing anything for them, the Parkers had a way of making you feel like you weren't quite worthy of their attention. Then Chloe began. So John, she replied, carefully slicing into her salmon. Riley said you have a consultancy business of some sort. I replied, I do. Consulting for logistics. We assist businesses in streamlining their distribution networks and supply chains. She gave me a slow nod as if I had just told her that I made a life by collecting bottle caps. That sounds intriguing. Like you give directions to truck drivers? Hudson chuckled. Riley gave me a pitying glance but remained silent. Not exactly, I said calmly. It's a highly difficult task that involves data analysis, network modeling, and strategic planning. We examine complete logistical operations and create methods to save costs and increase efficiency. Chloe smirked a little as she took a sip of her wine. Right. My mistake. So, you're like a middle manager, but for trucks? James laughed. Behind her wine glass, Margaret grinned. Riley was examining her dish as if it held the universe's secrets. Whenever the Parkers chose to remind me that I wasn't truly one of them, I experienced the familiar tightening in my chest. But after 9 years, I'd come to accept it. It never worked to fight back, it only exacerbated the situation. I muttered something along those lines. And I made a mistake. Chloe saw weakness the instant I gave in. Please take a moment to subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the story and would like to hear more about defending yourself and managing family dynamics. Please share your personal experiences with challenging in-laws in the comments section below, and click like to help spread the word about these tales. Your assistance is crucial to the channel's expansion. Chloe went on. Hudson tells me you grew up in Hartford, and her tone became predatory. It must have been difficult. I mean, I've made several trips through that area. It's not the most pleasant place. I said it wasn't too horrible. Strong community, good people. Yes, of course. With false sympathy, Chloe said. I take it that everyone is making the most of what they have? After all, not everyone can afford Hampton's summer homes and fancy schools. America is great because of that. People from diverse backgrounds can achieve success, you know. There was silence at the table. Even Hudson, who was still grinning, appeared a little uneasy. John has achieved great success for himself. Riley's voice was small when she finally spoke. Chloe happily answered, Oh, absolutely. That's the American dream, after all, to move from that kind of background to owning your own small business. Amazing. Not much business. Like smoke, the words hung in the air. I surveyed the table. James was focused intently on his meal. Margaret was pouring more wine into her glass. Hudson tried not to chuckle. Riley let this stranger to disparage her spouse in her parents' house while she sat there in silence. We should probably talk about something else, I muttered. Why? Chloe questioned, pretending to seem innocent. She wasn't even trying to be subtle when she said, I think it's fascinating. I love hearing success stories from people who've overcome adversity. It's so inspiring. Every statement was designed to remind me that I was unworthy, that I didn't belong, and that I was fortunate to be seated at this table among individuals who were far superior to me. Hudson finally joined in, saying, Chloe's right. John has made great progress. Dad, do you recall when we first met him? The vintage Honda he was driving had a dent in the door. James grinned. Yes, I do recall that. John, what year was that car? Continuing to run, I stated in 2000, 2001, and 2002. Sweetly, Chloe asked. Years ago, I sold it. That's nice, I see. I mean, you can afford to improve these things once you start earning actual money, actual cash. As if my 7-figure salary from the previous year wasn't genuine enough. Margaret made the decision to join in on the fun. John has always handled money with extreme caution and pragmatism. That must be a result of growing up in poverty. My jaw tightened. 9 years of this, including backhanded compliments, subtle jabs, and being told that I should be thankful that they allowed me to wed their daughter. What do I think is so admirable? I knew that whatever followed next would be worse as Chloe went on. Blue-collar workers are those who perform manual labor. John, you mean your dad drove a truck? I clarified that he drives a truck. He's still alive. Correct. Apologies. Drives a truck. That work is really sincere. We need people who are willing to do those jobs, my father always says. Surely someone must? Now Hudson was laughing aloud. Riley remained still silent despite the tears in her eyes. Margaret and James were enjoying the show as if it were a dinner theater performance. "Chloe," I said, maintaining a steady tone. "You seem insulting to me." "Disrespectful?" She appeared truly taken aback. "You have my compliment. I'm expressing my admiration for those who rise from poverty and achieve success. In what way is that disrespectful?" At last, James raised his voice. "I believe you're being a little too sensitive, John. Chloe is merely conversing. She is disparaging my heritage and family." Margaret calmly stated. "No one is insulting anybody. Everyone is finding this awkward because of you." I quietly begged Riley to say something to support me or at least recognize what was going on. However, she merely sat motionless. "Perhaps you should just unwind," Hudson said. "It didn't mean anything to Chloe. It's a bit dramatic of you." "I'm exaggerating." Anger rose sharply and hot in my chest. James answered confidently, "Yes. You're overreacting to small talk, which is hurting my family's reputation. You're making Chloe feel uncomfortable while she's a visitor at our house." I gazed at my father-in-law, who had treated me like hired work for 9 years, never inquired about my business, never recognized my accomplishments, and never showed me that I was valuable. He was now accusing me of harming his family's reputation. Finally, I responded, "I apologize. I didn't intend to cause discomfort to anyone." Chloe grinned broadly. "Don't worry. I completely get it. Regarding their backgrounds, people can get defensive at times. It's organic." The discussion continued. Chloe began discussing her career at Ashton & Pierce, the significant campaigns she was a part of, and the large clientele they served. Hudson listened intently to every word. Margaret posed inquisitive queries. James gave me a nod of approval, and I felt a change. I took my phone from beneath the table and began looking. Ashton & Pierce Marketing located their website, retrieved their list of clients, and looked through their most current press releases. After that, I looked up Chloe's name on LinkedIn and compared it to the company directory. I interrupted Chloe as she was telling a story about a campaign she had worked on. "What is the duration of your relationship with Ashton & Pierce?" She proudly stated that it had been about 8 months. "Although I began as a senior marketing associate, I am currently being evaluated for a position as an account manager." I said, "That's impressive. You mentioned working with their major clientele, right?" "Yes, I do. After all, I'm on the team that deals with them. The work is highly collaborative." "Specifically, whose clients?" She paused for a brief moment. "Confidentiality agreements prevent me from disclosing client names, but believe me, they are well-known brands." Slowly, I nodded. "Correct. Privacy. It makes sense." "Why are you asking?" Suddenly defensive, Hudson said. Since Chloe showed such interest in my work earlier, I was only curious about hers. Chloe's smile had become a little frozen. "No worries, Hudson. John is merely conversing." I put my phone down on the table and said, "You know, you bring up Ashton & Pierce, which is amusing. In fact, I am somewhat associated with that company." The room's temperature significantly decreased. "Really?" "Now," Chloe's voice was cautious. "Yes. You see, my company was looking to rebrand around 6 months ago. We required a marketing company with expertise in B2B logistics consultancy. We sent out calls for proposals to a number of local agencies. I grabbed my phone and accessed my email. Among them were Ashton & Pierce. Even though we ultimately chose a different firm, I still retain all of the correspondence." James's eyes narrowed as he observed me. Margaret was no longer eating. As I mentioned while going through my emails, I learned a lot about Ashton & Pierce, their organization, their clientele, and their team members. Chloe was really pale now. I went on, "I'm currently looking at their client list. You know what's intriguing? Most of the well-known names you listed are regional companies. A dentist office, a few local restaurant brands, and a few tiny shops. Of course, there is nothing wrong with that. Smaller clients must be handled by someone." Chloe blurted out, "I never said they were Fortune 500 companies." "No, but it was inferred by you. You mentioned well-known brands. You gave it a really great sound." I turned to face Hudson. "Additionally, the account manager role she mentioned is also not quite correct. You see, one of my friends is employed at Ashton & Pierce, Luke Anderson. He works there as a creative director." I displayed my text conversation with Luke to the table. Just now, when Chloe was speaking, I contacted him to ask if anyone called Chloe Walker was employed there. There was complete quiet. He claims that, although they do have a Chloe Walker, she is not a senior marketing associate. She works as a junior coordinator, entry-level role. She schedules meetings, takes phone calls, and occasionally assists with the preparation of presentation materials. Chloe's face was now hot crimson instead of pale. I went on. "No account manager position is being considered. Major clients are not handled by any team. She is in charge of ordering lunch for meetings and making copies. John, Riley began. Hold on. I'm not done. I turned to face Chloe. You have been making fun of my family, my business, and my background for the past 25 minutes. You referred to my business as a small enterprise. You suggested that I was just marginally superior to a middle manager. You described me as though I were a fortunate charity case. I turned my phone to the table and opened the webpage for my business. Williams Supply Solutions is this company. Last year, we made $9 million. We have 50 employees, 8 significant regional distributors, and 3 Fortune 500 corporations are among our clientele. We signed a contract with a big retail chain last month that will bring in $2.3 million in fees over the following 3 years. James, I looked at you and said, that's more than your best dealership makes in a year. His face turned a deep scarlet. I went on, and Chloe, you neglected to mention that you're barely making $45,000 a year, answering phones while you were sitting there making fun of my mother for working at a grocery store and my father for being a truck driver. My newest junior analyst earns more than that. I could hear the old clock in the hallway ticking away during the prolonged silence. When Chloe eventually answered, you don't know anything about me, her voice was trembling. Calmly, I know you're a liar, I answered. I am aware that you have spent the last hour sitting here making fun of someone who truly constructed something real while feigning to be someone you are not. And I am aware that everyone at this table felt superior to the Hartford child, so they were all more than glad to let you do it. Hudson got to his feet. You must not speak to her in such a manner. Hudson, have a seat. I'm currently speaking with your dad. I looked across at James. You said that I was disparaging your family. I should stop overreacting, you said. You did nothing as you sat there and let a stranger to disparage me, my parents, and all I've worked so hard to create. You joined in, which was worse than nothing. Margaret remarked icily, John, I think you should leave. I agree, but let me make something very plain first. I got up and glanced around the table. I've accepted your condescension for 9 years. I've accepted your insincere praise. I've accepted your jokes about my background, my automobile, and my attire. Every family meal where you made me feel like I should be thankful that you allowed me to sit at your table has made me smile. You've never stood up for me, and I glanced at Riley. Never once. Every time, you've sat there and allowed them to treat me as though I'm not important. As if I'm fortunate to be with you rather than the other way around. Riley said, please, John. I'm finished. I'm done acting like this is normal, I remarked plainly. I have had enough of being treated disrespectfully by those who have achieved less than I have but behave like kings and queens. And I'm particularly tired of hearing some inexperienced phone operator make fun of my family as you all nod and smile. Now Chloe was crying. Margaret was getting to her feet, and appeared enraged. Anger had turned James's cheeks purple. I no longer cared that Hudson appeared to want to fight me. You have a choice, I remarked to Riley. You have 2 options, either come with me now so we can create something better than this, or stay here with your family and let them continue to treat me like trash. Everybody was staring at her. Riley had mascara streaming down her cheeks as she sobbed. You can't just, she began, John, right now, Riley, yes or no. It was a long moment. I saw my wife, whom I had made a life with and loved for 9 years, struggle with the most basic question in the world. Choose to support your spouse or the individuals who have been demeaning him for 9 years. John, my family, she said. That's my response, I replied. I left that house and that dining room without turning around. Not when I was yelled at by Margaret. Not after hearing Riley sob. Not when Hudson stormed the door, screaming that I had destroyed everything. I got into the nice BMW I had purchased with my own money and drove home to our apartment, which I had paid for and furnished with furnishings I had purchased from a building of my choosing. Luke Anderson at Ashton and Pierce texted me that evening. What happened, dude? Chloe Walker recently lost her job. Her supervisor discovered that she had been lying to everyone, including her boyfriend and his family, about her job. It seems that your text revealed all. I didn't respond. I was sitting in my living room, sipping the pricey scotch that the Parkers had given me for Christmas 2 years prior. And I remembered when everyone had stopped smiling at that dinner table. The instant they came to the realization that they could no longer despise the Hartford kid. Around midnight, Riley returned home. She was crying, and her eyes were crimson. She took a seat across from me and was silent for a considerable amount of time. You humiliated Chloe. She spoke at last. Chloe made a fool of herself. You caused her to lose her job. Because she lied about her position and was discovered, she lost her employment. I'm not responsible for that. Riley gave a headshake. You are viewed as a monster by my family. I'm seen as inferior by your family. They've always done so. The only thing that has changed is that I no longer pretend not to notice. My brother, they're my parents, John. I can't simply stop talking to them. I'm not asking you to stop talking to them. I'm pleading with you to defend me when they treat me like trash. For the first time in 9 years, I'm requesting your support. She remained silent for a considerable amount of time. I'm not sure if I can pull that off. I realized my marriage was over at that point. 3 weeks later, we parted ways. Riley temporarily returned to live with her parents. 3 months later, the divorce papers arrived. She sought spousal support, half of my business equity, and the apartment. I gave the apartment to her. I was sick of residing in a place she had picked out nevertheless. However, I defeated her in our battle over corporate equity. She had never worked for the company, helped it expand, or even shown any interest in what I did. The judge concurred. Throughout the divorce process, James made an effort to scare me by threatening to use his money, attorneys, and connections to cause problems. However, the difference between genuinely having money and pretending to have it is that, in the end, resources are more important than reputation. His attorneys were inferior to mine. Compared to his bluster, my documentation was superior. Riley received significantly less than she had anticipated when all was said and done. 3 weeks after that supper, Chloe Walker and Hudson split up. It seems that Hudson decided she was no longer remarkable enough for him once everyone discovered she had been lying about her employment. She found a job at another marketing company and moved back in with her parents. She admitted to being entry-level this time. According to mutual acquaintances, she really apologized to Riley for the incident. Never. Ever. To me. At least she admitted that she had been inappropriate. After the divorce was finalized, I never heard from the Parkers again. It was all right. Neither did I have anything to say to them. Here's what transpired, though, that made it all worthwhile. I was dining at a downtown restaurant with a prospective customer around 6 months after the divorce. The Parkers would have felt at home in this lovely restaurant with white tablecloths and a wide selection of wines. I was in the middle of describing the services my business offered when I noticed Margaret Parker and James sitting 3 tables away. I spotted them and they saw me at the same time. James briefly gave the impression that he would approach and cause a commotion, but then he noticed who I was seated with. Knew who he was. The CEO of Williams Distribution Corp., one of the biggest logistics firms in the Northeast, is David Williams. I have the same last name. It is not a coincidence. On my father's side, he was my uncle. The Parkers had never bothered to inquire about the prosperous side of the family. My father was a truck driver. The trucking company and numerous others were owned by his brother. I just consented to invest in my consultancy business in order to support our regional growth. I saw James's expression when he came to this realization. I saw him realize that the young man from Hartford, whom he had despised for 9 years, had achieved success through more than simply hard work. His family supported him. Actual family. The ones who were there for you when you needed them. Uncle David leaned closer when he saw James staring. You know them? That's my ex-Finn, I said. Uncle David gave it a quick look and grinned. I've been looking for a cause to buy up some auto dealerships, notably his. I thought about it. I thought about the thrill of seeing James's face when my uncle made him an offer he couldn't refuse. That's the one who believed he was better than us. Want me to go say hello? Then slowly dismantled everything he had built. But then I remembered that dinner table, Riley's decision, Chloe's tears, and the time I had left that house feeling lighter than I had in years. No, I said, let's just finish our dinner. He isn't worth the time. We did. And as I passed James's table on my way out, I paused and said, hello, James. Margaret, enjoying your meal. James's jaw was clenched so tightly I thought he might crack a tooth. Margaret refused to look at me. This place has great food, I said in a conversational tone. Uncle David and I come here every time we meet to discuss business. He's thinking about expanding into Connecticut. Maybe I'll mention your dealerships to him. That was 4 years ago. Since then, Williams Supply Solutions has tripled in size, opened offices in Boston and Providence, and secured contracts with 2 Fortune 100 companies. It could be an intriguing acquisition opportunity. I said, enjoy your evening, with a professional smile. We made $28 million last year, and I bought a nice house on the water in Madison, better than the Parkers' Westport Colonial. I didn't buy it to brag, but because I wanted it and I earned it. I've heard from mutual friends that Riley remarried, to a guy in finance, and I sincerely hope she's happy. But I also hope that she took away from the experience that one's background does not define one's value and that one's destination is more important than one's past. I hope she learned that allowing someone you love to be treated disrespectfully is not a sign of loyalty to your family but rather a betrayal of your marriage. And I hope she realized that sometimes the person everyone believes is fortunate to be at the table is actually the most valuable person there. As for Chloe Walker, I met her at a networking event about a year ago. She was working for a small startup, doing actual marketing work this time. And she had matured a little and lost some of her polished arrogance. She was unsure whether to approach or hide when she noticed me across the room, but after a few minutes she came over and said, "I owe you an apology." "You do?" she said. "That night, I treated you horribly. I went too far in my attempt to win over Hudson and his family. I apologize." I looked at her for a second. She appeared sincere. I said, "I accept your apology, but Chloe, you went too far. You revealed something about yourself, and you were willing to tear someone else down to build yourself up. That's not just bad behavior, that's bad character." She nodded slowly. "You're right. I've been working on that. Therapy, self-reflection, all that stuff. I'm trying to be better." In retrospect, I realized that dinner was the best thing that could have happened to me because it made me finally face the things I had been ignoring for 9 years. That I had married into a family that would never respect me, that I had chosen a wife who would not defend me when it mattered, and that I had said good luck with that. I meant it, but I also walked away because some people deserve second chances, but that doesn't mean you have to be the one to give them. And it gave me the freedom to create the life I truly desired rather than the one I believed I should have. Last month, my parents paid me a visit. Mom was thrilled with the new home, and Dad shook his head in amazement as he stood on the deck with a view of the water. "Never thought a kid from our neighborhood would end up here," he remarked. "You raised me right, Dad. Taught me the value of honesty." The real lesson from that dinner is not that I had money, success, or connections, but that I finally refused to accept being treated as less than I was worth. "And treating people with respect matters more than where you come from," he said with a smile. "Your mother and I are proud of you, John, not because of the house or the money, but because you didn't let anyone make you feel less than you are. Even though they didn't intend to. The Parkers taught me that sometimes you have to demand respect, that sometimes you have to pull out your phone and show them exactly who you are, and that sometimes it doesn't work to be kind and accommodating and hope that people will eventually see your value when they've already decided you're beneath them." That Sunday dinner cost me a marriage and a relationship with my in-laws, but it gave me something more valuable. I would not trade that for anything. If this story touched you, please share it. If you have had to defend yourself against people who have undervalued you, please leave a comment below. And keep in mind that your value is based on what you know about yourself, not what other people think of you. Thank you for listening to my story. Take care of yourself and never let anyone make you feel inferior because of your background. It is a strength, not a reason to feel ashamed. Your wedding's not happening, it's your brother's engagement day, Mom texted. I spent $92,000, and married anyway. I didn't argue, you chose him, I chose me. Your wedding date has been canceled. My mother texted. Your brother has scheduled his engagement party for the same day. I gazed at my phone, repeated it again, and then did something that reportedly surprised my entire family. I replied, "That's okay." 20 months of preparation, contracts, deposits, and vendor meetings, all jammed between court appearances. My fiancé and I had put down over $92,000 of our own money, and my mother informed me that our wedding day had been canceled, as if it were a doctor's appointment. She could easily reschedule for flu season. So I said fine. Then I married my wife on that exact date. Anyway, I didn't notify any of them and posted images from our honeymoon while they were figuring out how to stop an already completed ceremony. Sup, Reddit. I'm Silas. I am 36 today, but I was 34 when all of this happened. I work as a litigation attorney in a mid-sized Midwestern city. I believe we have sports teams, but no one vacations here on purpose. I spend the most of my days in windowless meeting rooms and fluorescent lit halls fighting about contracts that others did not care to read. I am also the older of 2 children. My younger brother, Jude, is 28. And if you asked my parents to characterize us, they'd say something like, Silas is reliable. Jude is special. You can probably hear the golden child alarm siren in the distance. I'm recounting this story today because my wife and I recently celebrated our 3rd anniversary. We went out to dinner, toasted with cheap champagne, scrolled through our wedding photos, and at one point she remarked, "Can you believe your mother still tells people we elope to avoid conflict?" I smiled, and then realized, no, this wasn't an elopement, and it certainly wasn't out of spite. It was time to stop being the family's backup plan. Growing up, the roles were rather apparent. I was the child who finished his homework without being asked, remembered permission slips, and babysat for free. If something broke, computer, automobile, relationship, everyone turned to Silas for help. He will fix it. Jude was the youngster that only needed a little more time. In high school, he was more accepting about skipping classes. When he forgot to pay his rent in college, He had a little extra cash. He had a little more freedom while job hopping for 4 years because none of his superiors recognized his originality. My folks are not cartoon villains. They're typical suburbanites who worked hard. Dad is an electrician. Mom is a nurse. They paid what they could for my undergraduate studies. And when I enrolled in law school, we all agreed that I would take out loans because money was tight. No hard sentiments. I signed the papers, completed the requirements, and graduated. Then, during my 3rd year of law school, Jude pulled out of his graphic design program 3 states away, claiming that the vibes were off. He came home, maxed out my parents' emergency credit card, and then damaged their car a month later. I discovered out about everything when my mother contacted me crying because the bank was threatening to sue over the card. Their auto insurance rate had increased, and they were overdue on their mortgage. I recall sitting on the floor of my tiny apartment, outlines and casebooks all about me, listening to her sob into the phone. Silas, honey, you're fantastic with this stuff. Can you review the paperwork? Consider calling someone. Your brother did not intend it. He simply becomes overwhelmed. So I did what I always did. I drove home that weekend, organized their bills, called the bank, spoke with the vehicle insurance company, produced a basic hardship letter, and set up payment plans. I didn't pay my debts. I actually couldn't. But I did give them a route map. I also made the mistake of believing I was excellent at it. My parents would always contact me first when Jude caused a mess: lease troubles, HR problems, automobile accidents, bad checks. Mom would whisper on loudspeaker while Dad murmured in the background, "Just tell us what to say." If I ever suggested that Jude should also be on the line, the response was invariably, "He's embarrassed, Silas. Don't make things difficult for him." Fast forward 11 years. I am a mid-level associate at a reputable firm. I'm not making a lot of money, but I pay my loans. I live in a condo with actual matching furniture and shop for groceries that aren't all generic brand. I met Willow at a friend's barbecue. She is a physical therapist who is warm, witty, and brutally honest in a way that I did not understand I needed. On our 3rd date, when I told her a tale about cleaning up one of Jude's messes, she remarked, "So, when do you let them figure it out for themselves?" I shrugged it off at the time. "It's just easier if I handle it." She gave me this look. I'm not judgmental, just interested. Who is it easier for? That question remained in the back of my mind for the next 3 years. My parents now liked Willow. She exudes instant likability, prompting waiters to tell her about their lives. But I could see there was something different right away. Willow established limits when discussing her younger sibling. No, she cannot crash on our couch for 7 months. She needs to learn how to pay rent. No, we are not co-signing her car. Hearing that out loud felt like hearing someone speak a language I knew but had never been allowed to use. I proposed to Willow in a very unReddit-worthy manner. We were both fatigued on a Sunday night, resting on the couch, when I blurted out, "Do you want to do this forever?" She held out a ring. She smiled and cried at the same time, which is very typical of her, and replied, "Yes." Our guideline from the beginning was that we would pay for our own wedding. No strings attached. No, this we donated it, so we get to invite my coworker from 1998 rubbish. Her parents offered to pay for her rehearsal dinner and attire. My parents indicated they'd help where they could, but I didn't expect that. We picked a place we both liked, a brick event space downtown with large windows, exposed beams, and the entire Pinterest industrial chic vibe, and reserved it for a Saturday in June around 20 months away. We signed contracts with a caterer, photographer, DJ, florist, and all of the wedding Voltron decorations. We created a spreadsheet. The whole cost, including food, bar, and decor, is approximately $92,000. That figure makes some people gasp. For context, we could afford it. We'd both been saving for years, and I had a "if my student loans don't kill me first" fund that would be used for my wedding and future home after I refinanced. Was there a lot? Yes. Was it imprudent? No. We weren't going to get into debt for it. Jude began seeing a woman called Owen around 2 months after we booked the location. She was kind enough, exuding Instagram influencer energy without the genuine influencer role. Within 10 minutes of meeting her at a family dinner, I knew 3 things. She wanted a large ring, a big wedding, and a lot of attention. Cool. It's not my business. Jude and Owen got engaged 14 months before our wedding date. She tweeted a video of him proposing with a sparkler fountain in the background and the remark, "He finally made it official." The comments were full of "finally," despite the fact that they'd been dating for 7 months. My folks were over the moon. "We're so happy both of our boys are settling down," Mom added, drying her eyes. "We'll have to figure out the timing so we can celebrate properly for both of you." I was grinning. "We've already scheduled for June 15th, next year." She blinked. Oh, okay, you did say that. There are occasions when you reflect and realize they were warning shots. It was one of them. In the months that followed, everything wedding-related became a Jude and Owen show. My mother would call me, allegedly to inquire about our plans, and within 5 minutes, she'd be discussing Owen's Pinterest boards. They're considering a destination wedding, she mentioned once, or something truly special. They simply don't want it to feel little. Willow, who was cooking next to me, raised her eyebrows. I put her on speaker. Small in comparison to what? Willow asked dryly. Mom backpedaled. Oh, no. I did not mean your wedding, just in general. Then followed the first request. Mom contacted me one afternoon when I was between depositions. So, honey, your brother was thinking, maybe you could move your date a little to give everyone some breathing room. We've already booked everything. I said, the contracts have been signed. We'd forfeit our deposits. Perhaps the venue would understand. You are a lawyer. You know how to communicate with people. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Contracts, Mom, are not about understanding. They are about dates, money, and signatures. We agreed on June 15th, and she sighed. Silas, you can be really stiff at times. Can't you just ask? No, I replied, and it seemed like a small revolution. No, I'm not going to ask venues and vendors to reschedule a date we set over a year ago because Jude recently got engaged. She became quiet. Your brother believes you aren't happy for him. I'm glad for him, I said. I don't have to erase 20 months of planning just to make him happy. We ended the call gently. Love you, Mom. I love you too, honey. But I hung up with a familiar tightness in my stomach. Over the following few months, a pattern emerged. Every chat concerning our wedding turned into a bargain over Jude's. Could you not prepare a plated dinner? They don't want theirs to appear cheap. Perhaps make your invitation list manageable so that people do not feel forced to attend both. Would you be angry if we shared the same color scheme? Owen adores dusty blue. It was as if our wedding was a spreadsheet cell that needed to be edited to make their calculations work. Willow saw it plainly. They're treating your wedding as a placeholder, she observed one night as we double-checked our budget, something they can move around on a schedule. It's okay, I said automatically. They're simply excited. She placed her hand over mine. I love you, but you should listen to yourself. You always say it's all right when it's clearly not. It grows gradually, like a pressure cooker. Leave a comment here. There was a guilt trip there. My mother's not so subtle reminders that, as the oldest, I should be adaptable and set a good example. Apparently, being the older brother meant that my adult life was infinitely adaptable to my younger brother's whims. The final straw occurred on a Tuesday afternoon, 4 months before our wedding. I was in my office drafting a motion when my phone vibrated with a family group chat notice. Normally, I mute that device at work, but the preview said, "Update on the weddings," from my mother, with 3 heart emojis. I opened it. She added, "We are so pleased to report that Jude and Owen have chosen their engagement party date. We've chosen to host it on June 15th so that everyone can be together, and no one has to travel twice. We'll make that the big family gathering, and we'll really celebrate Silas and Willow later, when things are less chaotic." I stared at the television. Then another message arrived, this time addressed directly to me. Separate the thread from Mom. Your wedding date has been cancelled. Your brother's engagement celebration is scheduled for the same day. It makes no sense to separate the family. We'll assist you locate a more convenient time. Love you. Cancelled. Like a dental appointment. I sat in my swivel chair, the hum of the building's air conditioning suddenly audible, and wondered if I had misread something. I read back through the group chat, through months of messages in which I stated our date and shared photographs of the venue, invitations, and fittings. It was all there. I texted Mom back. Clarify and cancel. You mean you and Dad won't be arriving on June 15th? A few specks appeared, disappeared, and reappeared. Silas, honey, we cannot ask people to choose between the two of you. It is selfish. Jude and Owen's event will most likely be more elaborate, making it easier logistically to center everyone around it. You and Willow are more low-key. You will understand. We'll organize something intimate for you later, perhaps in the fall when things have calmed. There it was again. I'd understand. The dependable, adaptable one who would reorganize his life so her beloved kid did not have to. Something clicked, as if a lock were sliding into place. I recalled every time I'd cleaned up their financial mess while they kept Jude from speaking to a single creditor. Every year so mature is tossed at me as a consolation prize rather than genuine encouragement. My needs were consistently presented as less urgent, since I was strong. I remembered Willow, who had spent hours tasting cakes, trying on outfits, and dealing with guest lists under the impression that my family cared at least a little bit. I considered the contracts in a folder in my office, the non-refundable deposits, and the cancellation terms that I had read. The fact that none of those documents mentioned the younger brother's social calendar. I typed one sentence back. "That is okay." Mom reacted almost immediately. "I knew you would understand. You're such a great big brother. We will discuss fresh dates soon." I turned my phone face down, leaned back in my chair, and stared at the ceiling. Surprisingly, I wasn't outraged in the sense you might think. It seemed more like someone had plucked a very old splinter from my flesh. It was painful, but it felt clean. That night, I told Willow everything. I handed her my phone and allowed her to peruse the thread in silence. She finished, carefully placed the phone down, and glanced at me. "Okay," she said. "We've got options." "Option 1. I said, half joking. "We cancel the wedding, elope in Vegas, and send them a postcard." "Tempting," she said. "Option 2. We move it and go to great lengths to keep the peace, but you will always despise them." "Hard pass." "Option 3, she paused, her eyes narrowing slightly, as she does at the gym when she's going to add more weight than the trainer recommended. "Option 3 is to quit acting as if they own the day simply because they have your DNA." I blinked. "How does that look practically?" "You're the lawyer," she explained. "What does the contract say?" So we opened up the folder on my laptop. Venue, complete payment due 45 days prior, no date changes without a 60% penalty. Caterer, paid in installments and non-refundable. Photographer, retainer, non-refundable. The same story applies to DJs, florists, and rentals. Long story short, if we cancel or alter the date, we will lose a significant amount of money. She asked for a short version. I shut the laptop. In short, the wedding will take place on June 15th. She grinned slowly. Good. Now we simply need to decide who will be invited to the wedding that we have already paid for. We didn't devise a great retribution strategy. No dramatic statements or ultimatums. That isn't our style. Instead, we did something that my family had not expected. We treated our wedding like it was our own. Over the next week, we quietly updated our guest list. Originally, there were about 140 attendees, with about 60 on my side, including cousins, family, acquaintances, and other people my mother insisted on. We had already distributed save the dates but not formal invites. We narrowed it down to 78 people, largely Willow's family, close friends, and a few of my relatives who had continuously treated me like a human being rather than an emergency hotline. We met with the venue, and as calmly as I can argue emotion, I explained that there would be some family turmoil. If anyone turns up and says the event has been cancelled, they are incorrect. Willow and I are the only persons permitted to make decisions. The organizer, a woman in her 50s who had clearly witnessed some events, nodded slowly. I got it, she said. We've been in situations like this before. We'll have security at the door and a visitor list. No one returns to the ceremony area unless you permit them. I texted my folks one more time just to be technically correct. Hey Mom, just so you know, Willow and I have reserved the June 15th date. We hear that you will be holding Jude's engagement party that day. We will miss having you there, but we will not change our plans. She called within 30 seconds. Silas, do you mean you're keeping it? We just told everyone that it isn't happening. Then tell them how it is. I said. To my own astonishment, my voice remained steady. Or don't. It's your choice. That's not fair, she said. Family comes first. We can't separate everyone like that. It is selfish. I took a breath. Mom, you did not ask us before announcing your plans. You canceled my wedding without even checking the documents or determining the cost. You made a choice. I'm making mine. The day is reserved. We are getting married. She began to cry, but then became angry in the middle. You are doing this to punish us. To punish Jude. You know, he's always battled, whereas you've always handled situations well. Can't you be generous just once? Mom. I spoke quietly. I have only been here once in 30 years. Silence. I am not asking you to cancel anything, I continued. If you want to make the engagement party the primary family event, go for it. People can attend either one or both, if they feel like driving back and forth. But we're not rescheduling our wedding around my brother's engagement celebration. She sniffed. So that's it. That is it. I added, we'd love to have you there, but we're moving forward regardless. We finished the phone with that horrible, cruel politeness that seems sharper than yelling. In the weeks that followed, I learned through the grapevine, from an aunt who does not believe in subtlety, that my parents were informing everyone that we had postponed our wedding, that we were being cautious about overlapping dates, and that I was possibly not ready yet. That's why I promised to focus on Jude first. I didn't contradict them, not because they were accurate, but because dealing with a false narrative to defend themselves was no longer my duty. I'd already spent too many years as the family fact-checker. Instead, I focused on Willow, work, and logistics. I've lived my life. I took the days off during the wedding week, which were marked on my calendar as trial preparation, because lawyers are strangely more respected when they are allegedly in court. Willow also took time off. We confirmed with all vendors. I triple-checked the ceremony time. I dropped off decorations at the venue. Mom texted 2 days before, "Don't forget, Jude's engagement party starts at 3:30 on Saturday. We'll take shots earlier." Everyone's so excited. I looked at it, showed it to Willow, and we both shook our heads. Our ceremony started at 2:30 p.m. The morning of our wedding, I awoke before my alarm. The hotel room was dim, and the city remained quiet. For a moment, that old familiar anxiety returned. Am I doing something terrible? Am I hurting my family? Willow rolled over, hair in a tangle, eyes half open, and mumbled. "You are thinking too loudly." I laughed nervously, she admitted, but also strangely calm. "We aren't doing anything wrong, Silas." "I know," I replied. "I just wish it didn't have to be so split." She reached for my hand. "Your parents caused the schism when they informed you that your wedding had been canceled. We're simply refusing to disappear. The day itself was truly beautiful. I won't bore you with every detail, but here are some snapshots. My best friend tying my tie and saying, 'Dude, you look like you actually sleep sometimes.' Willow walking down the aisle in a dress that moved half the room to tears. The officiant smiled as we stumbled over one line of our vows, and then laughed together. The way the light came through the large warehouse windows as we said I do. My side of the room looked different than I had previously imagined. Fewer relatives but more colleagues and friends. My Aunt Diane had quietly texted, "I'll be there wherever you say, honey." My cousin drove in from another state without informing my parents. From Willow's side. Her parents are both overjoyed that their daughter is truly happy. You cannot fake this. Her sister, who delivered a speech about how I once fixed her flat tire in the rain and refused to accept payment. We took photographs. We ate. We danced. During a slow song, Willow looked up at me and whispered, "Are you okay?" I realized I was. I actually was. Around 5:45 p.m., while everyone was still on the dance floor, my phone vibrated on the table next to the cake. I took a check at it. 15 missed calls from Mom and Dad. Several from Jude, with a flurry of text previews. I did not pick up. We had arranged for a car to take us directly from the reception to the airport. Our flight was scheduled for 8:40 that evening. People tossed biodegradable confetti as we left, thanks to Willow's eco-hero sister. We slid into the back seat, both slightly tipsy, exhausted, and giddy. "Are you ready for our very special, very note-ankled trip?" Willow inquired, grinning. "Ready?" I said. We turned our phones on airplane mode as we boarded. Honeymoon 9 days in Costa Rica, which we could afford because I'd said no to an extra videographer package and Willow had found absurdly cheap flights. It wasn't until the next morning, eating breakfast on a balcony overlooking a ridiculous amount of greenery, that we turned our phones back on. My screen exploded from Mom. "Where are you? Call me now. Are you really doing this? Tell me this is a joke." Then a new one. "We drove to the venue to stop this, and they said you were already married and gone. How could you?" From Dad. "This is not how family behaves. You blindsided us." From Jude. "Wow. Man. Couldn't let me have my day. You made Mom cry on my engagement party." Engagement party, by the way, had apparently started late because my parents had first driven to our wedding venue to put a stop to this nonsense. Aunt Michelle again providing commentary. By the time they got back, a bunch of guests were confused. The caterer was annoyed, and Owen was furious that her photo schedule was ruined. None of that was my intention, but it was the natural consequence of choices they made. I sat there on that balcony, the sounds of the jungle weirdly soothing, and scrolled through the messages. My heart pounded, but not from panic. More like adrenaline and relief mixed. Willow washed my face. "Bad?" she asked. "Intense?" I said. I handed her the phone. She read, lips pressed together, then nodded once. "Do you want to respond now? Later?" "Not at all. I thought about it. I'm a lawyer. I don't like leaving things ambiguous forever. But I also didn't want to get into an all-caps argument over WhatsApp. I typed one group message to my parents and Jude. "I'm sorry you're upset, Willow. And I told you months ago we were keeping our wedding on June 15th. You chose to plan another event the same day and to tell people our wedding was canceled without our consent. We proceeded with the date we had booked and paid for. We would have loved to have you there. That offer still stands for future milestones if healthy boundaries are respected. For now, We're on our honeymoon and won't be on our phones much. Talk when we're back. I read it out loud to Willow. Too harsh? I asked. It's factual, she said. You're not insulting anyone. You're describing what happened. I hit send. Mom replied almost immediately, even though I'd said we wouldn't be on our phones. I can't believe you're playing the victim. You embarrassed us in front of everyone. Don't bother coming around for a while. I put the phone face down and looked out at the trees. Willow reached for my hand again. You okay? Honestly, I said, yeah, for the first time, I think I am. In the weeks after we got back, the fallout unfolded predictably. We went low contact with my parents. No blocking, just stepping back. If they texted accusatory paragraphs, I didn't engage. If they sent something neutral, hope you're well, I responded politely. I refused to relitigate the decision. Extended family started to reach out quietly. My aunt called. For what it's worth, she said. Your mom told everyone you'd agreed to postpone. When Diane and I realized your invitations hadn't changed, we put 2 and 2 together. We're proud of you for standing your ground. A cousin DM'd me on Instagram. Your wedding looked amazing. I'm sorry. I believe the postponement story. If I'd known, I would have been there. Even a couple of my parents' friends, people I'd known since childhood, sent cards addressed only to us, saying things like, we heard there was some confusion. We're happy you and Willow did what was right for you. Meanwhile, Jude and Owen had their own drama. Apparently, during the engagement party, several guests asked why my wedding was cancelled. Someone let slip that. No, it hadn't been. My parents had just decided not to go. Owen was furious that her special day was overshadowed by questions about us. Jude was furious at me for causing that, despite the fact that I was physically in another country. I didn't respond to his angry texts beyond one message. I did not ask Mom and Dad to drive to my venue. That was their decision. 14 months later, Jude and Owen's wedding actually did happen on a completely different date. We were invited technically. The invitation arrived with a sticky note from Mom. It would mean a lot if you made an effort to put things behind us. We sent a gift from their registry. A nice one. We did not attend. I had a trial that week, which was true. But even if I hadn't, we weren't ready to pretend everything was normal, just so they could have pretty pictures. Over time, things settled. Not in a storybook reconciliation way, in a real, slightly messy adult way. My relationship with my parents is distant now. We talk a few times a month, sticking to small talk about work and health. I'm no longer the family's crisis manager. When Jude had job trouble and Mom begged me to just look at his contract, I said no and let the silence sit. Willow and I bought a small, squeaky house and filled it with photos of people who actually showed up for us, not the ones who tried to cancel our. My sister hacked my daughter's 4-year hair growth, while she begged no. Dad defended her, but Grandma called the cops. She got 16 months probation. When I opened the door to my parents' house that afternoon, the first sound I heard was my 8-year-old daughter's heartbroken wailing. It wasn't the crying that kids do when they're having a tantrum or upset about something. This was raw, desperate pain that caused my heart to stop beating. Emma was curled up on the couch, face buried in a pillow, and her shoulders shook with each sob. But what surprised me was not the tears. It was her hair. Her lovely golden hair reached down to her waistline. She had been growing her hair for 4 years. She proudly displayed her hair to her friends every day. She imagined her hair growing to be as long as Rapunzel's. It was now merely choppy shoulder-length bits trimmed so severely that it appeared to have been butchered with dull scissors. Right then, I felt the blood in my veins turn icy. My wife raced in behind me, and when she saw our daughter, she immediately froze. I could hear her panting for breath. Then her voice broke through the silence, frigid as ice. Who did it? Emma looked up, her eyes puffy from crying so hard, lips shaking as she murmured. Aunt Rachel. Following Emma's response, what followed next shattered my connection with my family. Before I go into the facts of the narrative, I'd like to thank you for listening to us today. I hope you have a calm day, and don't forget to like my post if you want to wish me well. Hello everyone. My name is Ryan, and I am a 8-year-old software developer living in Denver, Colorado, with my wife and daughter. We just relocated here 2 years ago after my wife, Emma, and I had a significant disagreement with my extended family. It's not like I was afraid of them taking revenge, so I fled. I wanted to start again with our life, and I wanted my kid to be free from my toxic family, including my poisonous parents and toxic sister. The story I'm telling you today occurred on Saturday, August 12, 2023. My wife, Emma, and I were still living near my parents' home in Phoenix, Arizona. I recall that day vividly because it was the funeral of Chris, my best buddy from college. Chris perished in a vehicle accident, leaving his wife and 2 small children. The news of his demise left me absolutely crushed. Chris was more than simply a friend, he was like a brother to me. The funeral was held in Tucson, about 1.5 hours from Phoenix. We had planned to take Emma with us, but she had been profoundly affected by my mother-in-law's burial 2 years prior. Emma had nightmares for months thereafter, and we didn't want her to go through this again. That morning, as we were getting ready, Hannah asked me worriedly, "Are you sure it's okay to leave Emma at your parents' house?" I could ask Jessica to watch her. Jessica was Hannah's best friend, and we trusted her fully. But I turned it down. I told my wife, Jessica's about to have her baby. Plus, my parents watching Emma won't be a problem. It's just for one day. Hannah was quiet for a bit, then said, "Is Rachel going to be there?" When my wife mentioned my sister, I hesitated but didn't make a decision. A few seconds later, I nodded and said, "Probably, but I'll tell my parents not to leave Rachel alone with Emma." Hannah eventually agreed to my explanation, despite her obvious discomfort with it. And that was my worst mistake, I didn't listen to my wife. Around 9 a.m., we dropped Emma off at my parents' home. When we stepped in, I noticed Rachel seated on the couch, scrolling through her phone. When we entered, she looked up and gave Emma a strange look. But, at the time, I pushed Rachel's stare to the side since I was prepping for the funeral. Before leaving, I told my mother, "Please watch Emma for us, we'll be back before 6 p.m. My mother immediately nodded and answered, "Don't worry. I'll take good care of Emma." Looking into my mother's eyes and hearing her confident promise, I knew she would take great care of Emma. Emma approached me and hugged me before my wife and I got into the car. Her voice was soft as she said, "Dad, I'm a little scared." I immediately knelt, stroked my daughter's hair, and asked, "Sweetheart, what are you afraid of?" Emma hesitated for a moment, then answered, "I don't know, it's just a feeling." At the time, I assumed she was worried about being away from us all day. I hurriedly kissed Emma's forehead and whispered, "It'll be fine, we'll be home soon." If I'd known what was going to happen that day, I would never have left my daughter there. That morning went on normally. I video called my mother at 11 a.m. Emma was playing in the living room, watching cartoons and painting. My mother was baking in the kitchen and checking on my granddaughter to see if she needed anything. My father had gone out for coffee with his pals. Hannah and I returned to my mother's house around 5 p.m. to pick up Emma. And what happened thereafter made me regret everything. When I opened the door to my parents' house that afternoon, the first sound I heard was my 8-year-old daughter's heartbroken wailing. Emma sat alone in the living room, huddled up on the couch, face buried in a pillow, shoulders quivering with each sob. But what surprised me was not the tears. It was her hair. Her lovely golden hair reached down to her waistline. She had been growing her hair for 4 years. She proudly displayed her hair to her friends every day. She imagined her hair growing to be as long as Rapunzel's. Now, there was only choppy shoulder-length chunks. The cut was so bad that it appeared to have been hacked at with dull scissors. My wife raced in behind me, and when she saw our daughter, she immediately froze. I could hear her panting for breath. Then her voice broke through the silence, frigid as ice. "Who did it?" Emma looked up, her eyes puffy from crying so hard, lips shaking as she murmured, "Aunt Rachel." My wife and I fell silent when we heard our daughter named Rachel. I knew Rachel had trimmed my daughter's hair. Following that, the first thing we did not do was locate Rachel. And it wasn't to see my mother either. My wife and I ran over to hug and console Emma. In our arms, Emma told us everything in a strangled voice. Every detail caused my heart to throb. It all began around 3 p.m. when only Rachel and Emma were at home. My mother had to go out to get more culinary items, so she left Rachel to watch my kid. Emma informed us that Rachel sat next to her, her voice particularly kind, and added, "Emma, I just learned a wonderful new hairdo. Would you like to test it?" Emma instantly shook her head and answered, "I don't want to cut my hair." Rachel persisted in convincing her. Her voice is still kind. "I am not cutting anything. It is simply a matter of styling." Emma was hesitant at this point, but Rachel had promised not to cut her hair, so she consented to let her braid it. That's when everything started going awry. Rachel escorted Emma into the restroom and seated her in a chair facing away from the mirror. When Emma inquired why she couldn't look in the mirror, Rachel responded, "It's a surprise. You'll adore it." Emma then heard the sound of scissors. At this point, my daughter turned around and inquired, "What are you doing?" Rachel pushed Emma's head to face forward again and said, "Sit still. I'm just trimming a little bit." Emma began weeping and attempting to stand up, but Rachel gripped my daughter's shoulders tightly. Cut after cut went through my daughter's long hair, which had been growing for 4 years. Emma screamed and begged Rachel to stop, but my sister would not listen. She continued to trim her hair until it was barely shoulder length, having previously reached her waist. When Rachel let go, Emma bolted from the bathroom, glanced in the hallway mirror, and burst into sobs. Her hair was trimmed improperly, with ragged layers that seemed like someone had intentionally ruined it. My mother arrived home about then. She raced in when she heard Emma crying, then stood motionless when she saw her granddaughter's hair. At this point, my mother questioned Rachel, "What did you do?" Rachel shrugged, her voice serene as she said, "I just chopped her hair. It was too long and messy." After that response, my mother said nothing further. She simply walked Emma to the living room and attempted to console her granddaughter, but she refused to stop crying. Emma continued to wail for about 12 minutes, despite my attempts to console her. My mother got up and went somewhere. My daughter wasn't sure where Grandma had gone. She just kept her head down and wept. When she glanced up, my wife and I returned to take her up. What my daughter told us infuriated me. My sister had done something that made me angry. I was furious at my own foolishness. I was angry because I had previously ignored all of the warning flags, and I was unhappy with my mother because she had left Emma alone at home with Rachel. Even worse, when she cut my daughter's hair, my mother did not chastise her. Holding Emma in my arms, I recalled Rachel's demeanor and what she had said about my daughter's hair. I had been thoughtless and ignored the warning indications. Rachel has always had an issue with Emma's long hair. My sister has been making disparaging remarks about Emma's hair ever since she began growing it. During a family supper, Rachel looked at Emma and then turned to me, mockingly saying, "Why do you allow Emma have such long hair?" Hannah immediately set down her fork and said coldly, "That is Emma's choice. It's not your business." Rachel remained silent following that comment. But I saw my sister glance at Hannah with utter disdain. My wife and sister's friendship deteriorated from that point on. About 3 months before the haircutting event, during a family gathering, Rachel unexpectedly suggested to Emma, "Let me cut your hair. I recently learned a lovely short hairdo." Emma shook her head. Her voice was frightened as she said, "I don't want to cut my hair." Rachel didn't give up and kept trying to persuade her. She replied, "Just a little trim. Trust me, you'll look so much prettier." Hannah jumped up, walked behind Emma like a protective shield, and said firmly. Emma said, "No, this conversation is finished." When Hannah intervened, Rachel shrugged, smiled coldly, and said, "You're taking this too seriously. I want what's best for your daughter." Hannah said me on the walk home after the gathering. "I do not trust Rachel. She'll do something to Emma's hair if she gets the chance." At that point, I sighed and said, "You are overthinking this. Rachel can be a little much, but she wouldn't go that far." Right after I said that, Hannah turned to look at me, dissatisfied. She said nothing else, but I knew she disagreed with me, and later I understood Hannah was correct all along. If I had listened to my wife, none of this would have occurred. After my kid had stopped crying, I gently inquired, "Where is Aunt Rachel?" Emma turned toward Rachel's chamber and replied, "Aunt Rachel is in her room." After cutting my hair, she walked to her room. As soon as Emma stopped speaking, I dashed to Rachel's door. I hammered on the door with my fist. While beating, I yelled, "Where the hell are you, Rachel? Get out of here right away." About 10 seconds later, the door opened. When Rachel saw me, she stood stunned for a few seconds before swiftly regaining her calm. Rachel glanced at us innocently and said, "Oh, you're back. I chopped Emma's hair. Doesn't it seem a lot cuter now?" Following that comment, the air in the room felt as thick as concrete. Hannah took a step toward Rachel. Each step is gradual but dangerous. Her voice was as frigid as I had ever heard it. She growled at Rachel. "What have you just said?" Rachel continued with a somewhat angry tone, not realizing how serious the situation was. "Sister-in-law, you are acting as if I killed someone. It's only a haircut. Hair grows back." That remark set off a time bomb inside Hannah. Hannah took another step toward Rachel, saying, word for word, "My daughter said no. You had no right to touch Emma's hair." At this point, Rachel began to appear concerned. She backed up and took a defensive stance against her door. While the air between the three of us remained suffocatingly tight, the front door opened again. My mother and father walked in. My father, Michael, is 64 years old and retired from a construction company. He's a typical patriarch who believes his decisions are always correct and refuses to accept disagreement. Mostly, he defends Rachel in every scenario, regardless of how wrong my sister is. His appearance at that point informed me that the situation was about to spiral out of control in unexpected ways. My mother, Linda, is a 60-year-old homemaker. She is gentle, yet too weak. She has spent her entire life in her husband's shadow, never daring to speak up or express her own opinions. When there is dispute in the family, my mother remains silent or attempts to calm things down with comments like, "Let it go. We're family." After going inside the house, my father took in the scene in front of him. He placed his bag on the floor and demanded loudly, "What's going on here?" Hannah turned to him and responded aggressively, Rachel cut Emma's hair. Emma was crying. She refused, but Rachel kept cutting anyway. This behavior is unacceptable, Dad. When my wife finished speaking, my father frowned, looked at Emma's choppy hair, and waved his hand dismissively. It's just a haircut. Hair will grow back. Rachel only wanted what was best for Emma. You're making too big a deal out of this. Rachel seemed to gain power after hearing Dad defend her. She quickly went to Hannah and said smugly, "See, Dad thinks the same way I do. You should thank me." Emma's hair was so long, messy, and unsanitary. I helped Emma look neater. Instead of being grateful, you're making a scene. My blood began to boil immediately after that comment. I moved forward, stood next to Hannah, and yelled directly to Rachel's face, "Grateful? You want us to be grateful because you made my daughter cry until her eyes swelled up? Are you insane?" Rachel gazed at me wide-eyed, apparently not expecting me to say anything. She stammered. You're turning against me too?" I asked, my voice icy as ice. "I'm not turning against you. I'm protecting my daughter, which you should understand if you have a conscience." My mother stood beside us, silent as always. She merely gazed down at the ground, hands fumbling with the corner of her shirt, not daring to speak something. When he saw his golden child being attacked, my father stepped forward, stood next to Rachel like a protective wall, pointed at my face, and yelled, "Ryan, you're a man. You need to know how to control your wife. Don't let her cause chaos in your parents' house." Hannah stepped forward and asked my father, "You said, my husband needs to control me." Rachel mockingly responded, "Violated her body? My dear sister-in-law, where did you study law? I just cut my niece's hair. This is a family business. Don't turn it into a criminal case." Rachel then went to Emma and said gently, "Emma, doesn't your new hair look pretty? I helped you. You'll thank me later." Emma shrank back, cowering behind me, her voice shaking. "I didn't want to." I said no. Seeing my daughter so afraid tore my heart apart. I turned to Rachel, my voice filled with wrath. "Did you hear Emma say no?" Emma said, "You have no right to do anything to Emma's body when she refused. Do you understand?" Rachel shrugged, still keeping her nonchalant attitude, and responded, "She's little. What does she know? Adults have to decide for her. I did it for her own good." Hannah took a big breath once Rachel finished speaking. She said coldly, "Do Dad and Mom know anything? This is assault under Arizona law. Touching someone without consent, especially children, is a criminal offense. I'm a lawyer. I know what I'm talking about." Hearing Hannah speak, Rachel laughed loudly, clapped mockingly, and told Hannah, "Oh, the lawyer is speaking up now. Don't threaten me. You think the police will arrest me for cutting a kid's hair? You can't do anything to me. Here is my parents' house, and the entire family is on my side." Rachel turned to my father, her voice whining. "Dad, see, she always wants to turn everything into drama. I simply wanted to help Emma." My father nodded, rubbed Rachel's shoulder, and added, "I know. My daughter did nothing wrong." Seeing Rachel's smugness after being supported by my father, Hannah grabbed out her phone and stated, without hesitation, "Fine, I'll call 911 right now. Let the cops judge if this is assault or not." My father's attitude utterly surprised me. He stepped up to confront Hannah, pointed to the door, and said, "Leave my house right now. You dare to threaten to call the cops on my daughter? Get out. Get out of my house." My mother eventually spoke up, her voice hushed as if she was frightened someone would hear. "Stop. Everyone, please calm down. This is a family business. Don't make a big deal out of it. Ryan, talk to your wife. Such a small thing." Hearing my mother talk made me feel as if something had snapped inside me. For so many years, I had kept quiet. I had given in. I'd kept the peace as Mom desired. But now, staring at my daughter wailing with her cut hair, I couldn't stay silent any longer. I turned to my mother and said, "Mom, shut up." My mother started, her eyes wide, staring at me. Following that roar, I continued, my voice trembling with wrath. "You promised you'd take good care of Emma. You told me you'd watch her, but you let my daughter get her hair cut by her aunt while she was crying and begging. Where were you when that happened? What did you do to protect your granddaughter?" I asked her. My mother mumbled back, I just went out for a bit." I interrupted Mom before she could finish. I stated again. A bit was enough for my sister to destroy what my daughter treasured most, and now you're telling me to calm down, telling me not to make a big deal? My mother fell utterly silent when I asked my inquiry. I stood in the center of the room, feeling like I was being torn in half. On one side stood my family, with whom I grew up, where I had childhood memories, and where I once thought I belonged. On the opposite side were my wife and daughter, whom I had sworn to protect with my life. And in that moment, I realized I needed to make a decision. That decision was easier than I expected, But before I could say anything, Hannah turned to me and murmured in such a calm voice that it scared me. "Take our daughter to the car first, then come back in here. I'll handle this, and your job is to stop your parents." Hearing my wife's remarks, I nodded. There were no qualms or hesitations because I knew Hannah had always been correct about Rachel over the years. She had cautioned me, concerned, and been careful, but I had not listened to her. I stepped up to Emma and took her hand. I took her to the door, then I went outside, carefully placed Emma in the car, and told her, "Stay here and wait for me, don't go inside by yourself. The adults are talking. You shouldn't be there." After that command, I returned to the home, and what occurred next changed everything forever. When I returned to the house, the scene before me froze me. Hannah had removed her jacket and laid it neatly on the stair railing. She stood in the center of the living room, arms at her sides, but her eyes were fixed on Rachel with a coldness I hadn't seen in our 10 years together. Without saying anything, Hannah turned and headed into the kitchen. Rachel was standing in the corner of the room, initially grinning. But when she saw Hannah return with kitchen scissors in hand, her face became pale. The arrogant smile faded completely. She stammered and her voice trembled. "What? What are you going to do?" Hannah did not respond. She came toward Rachel, each step slow but threatening, like a leopard stalking its prey. Rachel began backing up. She raised both hands in front of her, as if to halt her. Don't come near me, Dad. Dad." But Hannah was faster. She surged forward, her left hand seizing Rachel's long hair and pulling it firmly backward. Rachel shouted with pain. Both hands attempted to grip Hannah's hands in order to break free, but it was ineffective. My father cried, "Let go of my daughter. Are you insane?" and raced at them. I reacted instinctively. I dashed over, standing between my father and them. Meanwhile, Hannah dragged Rachel out to the yard by her hair. Rachel screamed as she tried to break free, but Hannah was far stronger than she realized. My wife's years of working out and kickboxing were finally paying off. At this time, my father yelled at me, "Move. How can you let your wife do this to my daughter? Move right now." He attempted to shove me away, but I stayed fast. My mother, observing the pandemonium, also screamed. Her voice was panicky, "Ryan, stop your wife, please." I shook my head and said, "No, that was the first time in my life I said no to my parents, and I didn't regret it at all." Outside, Hannah had wrestled Rachel face down onto the lawn. She was flailing wildly, hands clawing at the ground and legs kicking furiously, but Hannah soon got on top of her back, knees clamped hard around both sides of her waist. One hand pushed Rachel's head onto the grass. Then, cut by cut, I started going through Rachel's lengthy hair. The sound of scissors cutting through hair produced crisp, snip-snip sounds. Strands of long brown hair dropped over the green grass, creating a circle around the two of them. Rachel yelled, her voice so high it was piercing. "Stop! Someone rescue me, Dad, Mom, save me." She attempted to raise her head, but Hannah pressed it down. She attempted to roll over, but Hannah was seated too closely. She attempted to grab Hannah from behind but was unsuccessful. Hannah kept chopping, her face as frigid as ice, and didn't say anything. Each action was precise and deliberate, as if she were executing a necessary task. Neighbors started to come from their porches to observe. Mr. Thompson from next door stood holding his coffee cup, neglecting to sip. Mrs. Martinez across the street had taken out her phone, unsure if she was filming a video or phoning the police. The two Wilson children stood behind their screen door, their eyes wide, watching. Rachel kept shouting, her voice becoming hoarse. "I'll sue. I'll put you in jail. You're crazy. You're insane." Hannah didn't answer. She just kept cutting, strand by strand, and falling. My father was still attempting to shove past me. He shoved, went, and even attempted to punch my stomach, but I held firmly to the door frame, using all of my might to keep him back. He roared at me, spit flying into my face. "Are you insane letting your wife attack your sister?" I asked. "Rachel attacked my daughter first. She violated your granddaughter while she was crying and begging. Now she's getting a taste of how that feels." My mother was crying, kneeling on the floor with her hands held together as if she were praying. "Ryan, please. This is our family. You can't let this happen." I stared at my mother, my heart aching, but refusing to give in. Outside, Hannah was nearly finished. Rachel's beautiful long hair was now uneven and patchy, with some sections nearly reaching the scalp and others only a few inches away. It appeared even worse than Emma's hair. Rachel had ceased screaming now. She laid face down in the grass, her shoulders trembling from crying and her hands grabbing clumps of grass. Hannah gritted her teeth as she finished cutting Rachel's hair, saying, "Now you know how my daughter felt." Just then, I heard a cab pull up in front of the home. The automobile door opened, and a figure with a cane emerged. Grandma had arrived. The taxi door opened, and grandmother got out. My grandmother was 82 years old at the time. She examined the scene before her. Her granddaughter-in-law sat on her granddaughter's back, wielding scissors, her hair strewn across the yard. Her youngster is blocking the door, preventing his parents from getting out. Neighbors stood around, as if they were watching a movie. Grandma did not say anything. She entered the yard with her cane. Each step was slow yet authoritative. Hannah paused when she saw her. She continued to sit on Rachel's back but stopped cutting. Grandma came to a halt a few steps away and glanced down at Rachel, who was lying face down on the grass with her hair chopped exactly as choppy as Emma's. Then she turned to face my father, her voice deep and cold. Larry called and said, "Your daughter-in-law was going crazy. I came to see for myself." My father jumped in, his voice seething. "Mom, you see, his wife attacked Rachel. We need to call the police to arrest her." Grandma lifted her hand, gesturing for my father to remain silent. Then she inquired, "Why did your daughter-in-law do this?" At this time, I spoke up to grandmother. "Rachel cut Emma's hair when she didn't agree to it. She begged, but Rachel didn't stop." Grandma went silent for a bit. Then she turned to face Rachel, who was still lying on the ground, and said, "Is that true, Rachel?" Rachel wailed in response. "Grandma, I just wanted what was best for her. Her hair was too long and messy." Grandma cut her off, her voice sharp and cold. "I asked if it's true that you cut Emma's hair when Emma didn't agree to it or not." Rachel went mute, not daring to respond. Grandma nodded and said, "So, it's true." A few seconds later, she turned to Hannah, gazed at her for a long time, and said, "Get up. I understand you want to protect Emma, but this is enough." Hannah nodded and stood up from Rachel's back. She still held the scissors in her hand, her eyes fixed on Grandma. At this point, Grandma turned to my father and said, "Michael, you and Rachel will apologize to Emma right now." My father responded, "What are you saying, Mom?" His wife had just attacked Rachel. "And you're telling us to apologize?" Grandma approached my father, standing face to face with him, her voice unshakable. "Rachel assaulted an 8-year-old child. Your covering for her makes you an accomplice. I won't repeat this a third time. Apologize now." At this moment, Rachel had managed to stand up, her hair disheveled and her face covered in tears and grass. She cried, "I won't apologize. I didn't do anything wrong." My father was equally obstinate, responding, "I won't apologize either. Do whatever you want, Mom." Grandma glanced at them silently. She then answered, "Fine, then." Her tone made me tremble. It was not acceptance. It was a declaration of war. After that, she turned to me and said, "Ryan, call the police." My father laughed mockingly and added, "Are you crazy, Mom? Call the cops to arrest his wife." As soon as Dad finished speaking, Grandma replied coldly, "Call the police so they can arrest everyone who deserves to be arrested. And I guarantee you, Rachel's crime will be worse than Hannah's." That statement from Grandma made my father's face pale, but he still refused to apologize to my daughter. 20 minutes later, 2 police cars were parked in front of my parents' home. The setting was very chaotic. Rachel sat on the front porch, her hair cut unevenly, and cried incessantly. My father stood next to her, his face crimson with wrath. My mother sat inside the home, as silent as she had been all day. Hannah stood next to our car, where Emma sat inside with the windows tightly pulled up. Grandma sat in a chair on the front porch, leaning on her cane and watching everything with keen eyes. The cops separated everyone and took individual statements. I gave the entire story to one officer. I showed him images of Emma's long hair from the past on my phone, then pointed to my daughter's jagged hair through the car window. Hannah also gave a statement to another officer. She gently explained why she did what she did, not denying or making excuses. Rachel shouted, sobbed, and played the victim. She pointed to her hair and cried, "Look, she attacked me. Arrest her." My father also demanded Hannah's arrest. However, when the cops spoke with Emma, everything changed. Emma revealed in detail how Rachel had tightened her shoulders, refused to let her stand up, chopped her hair while crying, and begged her to stop. Emma recounted her terror and helplessness when my sister did that to her, and she was unable to fight back. The police took thorough notes. Then they called another agency, Child Protective Services, or CPS for short. When CPS arrived, they interrogated Emma in private, with no family members present. After that, they spoke with each adult. About 2 hours later, the police assembled everyone and declared, "After our preliminary investigation, we've determined this is a case involving child abuse." Rachel shouted, horrified, as the police told her that she would be transported to the station for further questioning. "Abuse? I just cut her hair." The law enforcement officer replied, "Ma'am, touching someone else's body, especially a child's, without consent, is illegal in Arizona. This will be considered under assault charges. At this time, my father hurried over and cried, "You can't arrest my daughter for something so minor." Another officer moved in to block him. "Warning, sir, please calm down. If you continue to interfere, we'll have to arrest you for obstruction." My father refused to stop, ranting and attempting to approach Rachel. As a result, he was likewise handcuffed and placed in a police car. My mother sobbed and begged the police to pardon her husband and daughter, but she said nothing about what Rachel had done to Emma. Hannah was also sent to the station for interrogation due to cutting Rachel's hair. Before getting into the car, she turned to me and said, "Take Emma home, and remember to tell her I love her." I nodded, but my throat tightened and I was unable to speak. Grandma stood up and walked up to me with her cane. She calmly answered, "Take me with you. I'll stay with you until this is over." That night was the longest of my life. The trial took place in September 2023, 2 months after my daughter had her hair chopped. Rachel was sentenced to 16 months probation, 180 hours of community service, psychological counseling, and a 4-year prohibition on contact with Emma. My father was fined $2,500 and sentenced to 7 months of probation for obstructing justice. Hannah's lawyer devised a defense strategy based on the defense of others. She maintained that Hannah responded in response to her daughter's assault, and that her actions were proportionate to what Rachel had done to Emma. Hannah was declared not guilty due to the defense of others. Justice was served, which made us delighted. 1 month following the trial, after talking with Emma, we decided to relocate to Denver, Colorado. 2 years have gone, and we are still pleased with our decision to leave. Every 3 to 4 months, we return to Phoenix to see my grandmother. My wife, daughter, and I are content with our current lives. Through this anecdote, I'd like to offer you 3 pieces of advice. First, respect your child's no. Pay attention when your youngster refuses to talk about their body. Please do not compel children to embrace or kiss relatives if they do not want to. Instead, remind them that their bodies belong to them, and they have complete control over who touches them. Second, heed to your partner's warnings. Outsiders can perceive things more clearly since family sentiments do not interfere with their assessment. If your wife or husband expresses discomfort with someone, do not discount it. Listen and observe. Finally, when faced with the choice between preserving peace with relatives and protecting your child, always prioritize your child's safety. The correct answer is always your child. No relationship is more essential than the safety of the child you have brought into the world. "Why an Uber?" Grandpa asked. Mom smiled. "Bro needed your SUV more. He called the cops for grand theft and changed his $1 million will at the table." The Uber driver's tires crunched on gravel at precisely 7:15 p.m. On a Friday in November, the sound seemed like a statement I wasn't prepared to make. I looked through the window at Grandpa Xavier's house. White columns, clipped hedges, and warm golden light streaming through every window like a welcome card. The kind of residence where family dinners were held every Friday. Until lately, I had always felt welcome in this house. I paid the driver, tipped him using the app, and headed up the stone pathway, carrying a bottle of wine I'd purchased expressly because Mom remarked last week that Grandpa was running out on his favorite Malbec. I was always making tiny gestures to alleviate the sense that I was always getting in the way. My entire life, I'd been the easy child, the one who didn't make a fuss, who understood, and whose needs were adaptable, negotiable, and postponable. When we were youngsters, Asher had first pick of everything. Mom said he got car sick in the rear seat, so he sat in the front seat, even though he never did. He preferred the larger bedroom because he was older and need more space. The better Christmas presents since he was more social and required nice items to preserve his image among peers. When I was 16, I saved up for a used game console. Mom borrowed it for Asher's birthday party since his buddies were eager to play. "And you won't be utilizing it that weekend anyway." It never returned. She had given it to him. When I asked about it 3 weeks later, she appeared perplexed. "You said he could have it," she persisted. I hadn't, but arguing made me the difficult one. When Asher graduated from college, the family planned a large party at a country club, booked a venue, invited 100 guests, and provided an open bar, live music, and other amenities. When I finished with honors in 3 years rather than 4, 7 of us went to Applebee's for supper. Mom explained that Asher overcome more challenges, and his achievement was more significant because he battled more in school. The pattern has always been present. I just didn't want to view it clearly until the car. The front door was unlocked. It was always for family meals. I came in, and the fragrance of roasted chicken enveloped me, making my stomach grumble. I had skipped lunch to work on a website makeover for a client. The dining room was already filled. My mother, Kennedy, sat closest to the kitchen. Her auburn hair was tied back in the stiff bun she preferred. My stepfather, Wyatt, sat next to her, looking through his phone like he often did until the dinner arrived. My older brother, Asher, stood across from them, dressed casually and confidently in a button-down shirt that probably cost more than my rent. And at the head of the table, Grandpa Xavier Crane, 74, sat like a beneficent king, surveying his dominion. His white hair was carefully brushed back, and his blue eyes were sharp for his age. "There's my boy," Grandpa said as he saw me, his face lighting up. I smiled. "Hey, Grandpa, brought you some wine." "You didn't have to do that," he said. But he was already reaching for it, inspecting the label with satisfaction. Then he looked beyond me to the front door and the empty driveway where my car should have been parked. His brow wrinkled. "Mateo," he inquired, his tone becoming confused. "Why did you arrive in an Uber? What happened to the SUV we bought you for your 25th birthday?" The room became silent, as if someone had sucked all the oxygen out. Heat crept up my neck. My stomach sank. I opened my mouth and nothing came out. Before I could say anything, my mother broke the stillness. Calm, practiced, and agreeable. "Oh, Dad," Kennedy replied carelessly, waving her hand dismissively. Asher needed it more. The words landed like stones. Grandpa's expression did not shift instantly. He just sat there, absorbing. Asher did not appear astonished or uncomfortable. He merely sipped his wine, eyes down, as if everything was usual. I stared at my mother. "You what?" Kennedy maintained the same pleasant face. "Asher's automobile died last week. Complete transmission failure. He has critical client meetings. Real career obligations. You work from home creating websites. You do not need an unused SUV in your parking lot." Grandpa's jaw relaxed. Wyatt's eyes flashed between us, like if he were watching a tennis match. My cousin Piper, who I hadn't spotted sitting at the far end, had stopped chewing in the middle of the bite. "That SUV is the 2025 Toyota Highlander in gunmetal gray. On my 25th birthday 9 months ago, Grandpa handed me the keys and told me he wanted me to be secure and independent. It was the first gift that felt completely mine, not a family gift with strings attached. Mine. And Mom had just reassigned it. I never agreed to that," I muttered. Kennedy's smile tightened slightly, as if I was being difficult. "Mateo, this is family. We share. That is what families do. Asher needs it more urgently than you do. It's not personal." Grandpa's hands, which had been lying on the white tablecloth, went very still. His eyes kept on my mother, and something in his expression shifted, like a door closing or a choice being taken in real time. He pushed his chair back. The scrape of wood on hardwood was loud in the silence, and with the entire room holding its breath, Grandpa Xavier stood up slowly and said, "Kennedy, bring me the keys to Mateo's SUV. Right now." My mother's face held its pleasant shape for too long, as if she thought this was a joke she hadn't figured out. Then she understood Grandpa wasn't joking. His expression was carved from granite. "Dad," she murmured, lowering her voice to the tone she used when she tried to appear sensible. "It is already handled. Asher has the automobile." "It's fine," Grandpa said without raising his voice, which was scarier. My stomach turned when I heard my name used as a bargaining chip, as if my needs were negotiable. I'm not the one who took something that wasn't hers without asking. Asher's cheeks flushed red. "Grandpa, it's temporary. I needed it. Mateo doesn't even drive every day. He works from home. It makes more sense for me to have it until my car is fixed." "So, you do have it?" Grandpa asked flatly. "At my apartment," Asher admitted. "I drove it to work today." Kennedy stood up, her chair scraping. "Dad, be reasonable. Asher has clients and important meetings. You want your grandson to lose his job because he doesn't have reliable transportation?" Grandpa's gaze sharpened. "Then you find a solution that doesn't involve stealing from your other son." He turned to Wyatt. "Did you know about this?" Wyatt cleared his throat, looking uneasy for the first time. Kennedy said it was fine. She'd talked to Mateo about it. Mateo wouldn't mind sharing because he doesn't use the car often. "I did mind," I said louder than I meant to, my voice cracking slightly. "You didn't even ask me. You simply snatched my keys while I was sleeping and gave them to Asher. I awoke to find my automobile gone. I had to take an Uber to a client meeting." Kennedy's nostrils flared. "We didn't take it, Mateo. It's remaining in the family. Stop being dramatic. This is exactly why you need to grow up. You have no idea how the real world works. Reagan." "It's 8 p.m. on a Friday." Grandpa pulled out his phone, and the entire room fell silent as he tapped the screen with steady fingers and placed a call on speaker. "Xavier Crane," said a professional woman's voice, crisp and efficient. "This must be important," Grandpa said, his voice formal. "Reagan, I need you to do 2 things tonight. First, Report my 2025 Toyota Highlander gray license plate 7XRT449 as unauthorized use, as the vehicle was taken without the intended recipient's permission. Second, email my estate attorney, Thomas Garrett, and schedule an emergency meeting for 9 a.m. tomorrow. My mother's face was drained of color, actual color, as if someone had pulled a plug. Dad, what are you doing? I'm doing what I should have done the moment I realized you confuse family with entitlement. Asher sat up straight, his wine glass frozen halfway to his mouth. Grandpa, unauthorized use. That's what it is. I bought that car for Mateo as a birthday present, and the title is still in my name because I wanted to handle the insurance for the first year. I promised Mateo that I'd transfer the title at the end of the year, but he looked at Kennedy after he'd had time to get used to it. Then Asher used that detail as a loophole. You took his keys, handed them to Asher, and expected me to smile because you wrapped it in words like needed and sharing. Kennedy's mouth opened and closed, no sound came out, and Wyatt looked like he'd been punched. Reagan's voice crackled through the phone speaker. Mr. Crane. Do you want me to contact the local police department about the unauthorized use? Grandpa didn't hesitate. Yes. You're calling the police on your own daughter? Kennedy's voice rose to a shriek. On your grandson? Grandpa leaned forward, both hands flat on the table. No, Kennedy, I'm calling them on thieves. Family or not, theft is theft. Asher's eyes widened, Piper dropped her fork, and Wyatt's face turned red. This is insane, Asher protested, finding his voice. Grandpa, it's a car. We're family. You can't seriously. Exactly, Grandpa interrupted. We're family, and family doesn't take what isn't theirs and then shame the person who was wronged for being upset about it. Kennedy stood up, her chair screeching backwards. Dad, stop this right now. Think about what you're doing. Mateo will be embarrassed. This will cause problems. I almost laughed. I would be embarrassed. I'd been taking Ubers for a week, watching my bank account drain, trying to figure out how to ask for my car back without causing drama, and she was worried about me being embarrassed now. Grandpa pointed to the foyer. Mateo arrived in an Uber tonight because you stripped his independence without even having the basic decency to ask him first. You didn't discuss it, you didn't negotiate, you just took, and the embarrassment belongs exactly where the behavior belongs, with the people who did the taking. Mr. Reagan's voice came through again. Crane, I'm making the call now, officers should arrive within 20 minutes. Thank you, Reagan. Wait. Kennedy's voice cracked. Dad, please think about this. Think about the family. Thanksgiving is in 2 weeks. You're going to ruin everything over a car. I'm not ruining anything, Grandpa said quietly. You already did that when you decided Mateo's property was communal just because he's the younger son, the quiet one, the one who doesn't make waves. Wyatt stood up and said, Xavier, maybe we can work this out privately. Asher can return the car tonight. We don't need police involved. This is family business. You would have handled it like family, Grandpa said. You would have asked Mateo. You would have offered to help Asher rent a car, you would have done anything except steal, but you didn't, so now it's legal business. 17 minutes later, headlights swept across the windows, and red and blue lights reflected off the white columns of Grandpa's house, as a police cruiser rolled into the circular driveway. Grandpa approached the door calmly, as if greeting dinner guests, and opened it before the officers could knock. 2 officers stood there, the older one, perhaps 50, with the nameplate SGTR. Mitchell, had the look of someone who'd seen everything, and the younger one, late 22nds, with Officer D. Park on her nameplate, had a notebook out. Good evening, Grandpa said. Thanks for coming, I'm Xavier Crane. I reported unlawful car use. Sergeant Mitchell nodded. Mr. Crane, could you please clarify the situation? Grandpa stepped aside and motioned them in. They entered the foyer, taking in the scene, the interrupted dinner, the frozen family members, and the tension thick enough to cut. I purchased a 2025 Toyota Highlander as a birthday gift for my grandson, Mateo, 9 months ago, Grandpa explained clearly. The vehicle was intended solely for him. The title is currently in my name for insurance purposes, but it was explicitly given to him. 1 week ago, my daughter Kennedy and my other grandson, Asher, took the vehicle without Mateo's knowledge or consent. Mateo had to take an Uber here tonight because his car was in Asher's possession. Kennedy stepped forward, her voice shaking, and said, Officers, this is a misunderstanding. It's a family vehicle, we're just sharing it within the family. My father is overreacting to a simple arrangement. Officer Park gently but firmly asked, Ma'am, who currently has the vehicle? Asher stood up slowly. It's at my apartment. But I'm family. Grandpa bought it. And it's not like I stole a stranger's car. Sergeant Mitchell explained that the vehicle was given as a gift to a specific individual. And even though the title is in Mr. Crane, do you have documentation proving this was a gift to Mateo specifically? Yes, Grandpa said. Asher slowly pulled the keys from his pocket and held them up. I have them, but Mom gave them to me. She took them from Mateo's apartment. He took out his phone, tapped it a few times, and then showed them a photo from Mateo's birthday dinner 9 months ago. I'm giving him the keys. And the card in the photo reads, "For your independence and safety. Love, Grandpa." I also have the purchase receipt, the insurance policy that names Mateo as the primary driver, and a draft title transfer document that my attorney prepared for December 31st. Sergeant Mitchell studied the phone and nodded. Mr. Crane, what outcome are you looking for here? I want the vehicle returned to Mateo as soon as possible tonight, and I want both sets of keys, the primary and the spare. Asher's voice cracked. I needed it. My transmission had failed. I can't afford repairs right now. Then you ask for help, Grandpa said, turning to face him. There's a difference. Officer Park looked at Asher. Sir, where is the vehicle currently located? My apartment, Riverside Complex on Morrison Street, Unit 3B. We'll need you to return it tonight, Mitchell said. Mr. Crane, do you want to press charges? The room held its breath. Grandpa looked at me. Really? Mateo? It's your car. Your decision. Everyone turned to stare at me. Kennedy's eyes were pleading. Asher looked terrified. Wyatt looked resigned. Piper was texting furiously, most likely telling the rest of the family. I thought about all the times I'd been overlooked. I don't want to press charges, I finally said. I just want my car back tonight with both keys. And I want Mom to know she can't just take my things. Kennedy's shoulders sagged with relief. Thank you, Mateo. My needs were considered negotiable, while Asher's were urgent, and I'd kept quiet to keep the peace. See, we can work this out. I'm not done, I interrupted, and the room went quiet again. I also wanted clear that this doesn't happen again, not with my car, not with anything else. I'm not a kid anymore, and my things are mine. If you need something, you ask, not take. Sergeant Mitchell nodded. Okay, Mr. Asher Crane. If you do not return the vehicle to this address within the next 2 hours, we will file a report and Mr. Xavier Crane will be able to pursue charges. Asher nodded mutely. And ma'am, Officer Park said, looking at Kennedy. Taking someone's property without permission, even if it is family, can result in criminal charges in the future. Even if your intentions were good, the law doesn't discriminate based on relationship. Kennedy's face was red, humiliated, and angry, but she nodded. The officers left, and Grandpa closed the door behind them. The dining room was silent, except for the sound of cooling food and quiet breathing. Kennedy turned to me. Are you happy now? You caused your grandfather to call the police on his own family. You humiliated us over a car. I said, my voice steady despite my shaking hands. You did. Grandpa just refused to pretend it was normal. You could have just shared. I would have, I said louder, if you'd asked. If you'd told me Asher needed help, if you'd treated me like an adult with agency instead of just taking what you wanted, but you didn't ask. You took my keys while I was asleep. You handed them to Asher. When my client inquired why I needed a ride, you made me appear ridiculous. You didn't even inform me till I noticed the car was gone. Wyatt spoke up quietly. Kennedy is correct. You should have inquired. Kennedy glared on him. Don't you start. You agreed this was fine, and I agreed because you said Mateo knew about it. Wyatt shot back. You lied to me, too. Grandpa walked back to the table, but instead of returning to the head, he pulled out the chair next to me and sat down. Mateo, he said softly. I'm sorry you felt alone in this family. I should have noticed earlier. My throat was tight. You notice now that matters. He put his hand over mine. Your grandmother would be ashamed. She hated favoritism. She hated when people took advantage of the quiet ones. Asher stood up. I should go get the car. Yes. Grandpa said. You should. And Asher, tomorrow morning, you and I are going to have a conversation about what help looks like when it doesn't harm someone else. Asher left without looking at me, and Piper stood up as well. I should probably leave, this was getting intense. After she left, it was just the 5 of us, me, Grandpa, Kennedy, Wyatt, and a table full of cold food. I believe Grandpa said we needed to have a family meeting, a real one about patterns, about respect, about how this family operates, because what happened tonight shouldn't have been necessary. Dad. Kennedy started tomorrow, Grandpa said firmly. 2 p.m. At my house. You, Wyatt, Asher, and Mateo. We're going to talk about why you thought this was acceptable, and we're going to talk about what changes. If I don't want to come, Kennedy asked, her voice cold. Grandpa stood up. But you should know that I've scheduled a meeting with Thomas Garrett, my estate attorney, tomorrow morning. I'm reviewing my will, my trusts, and I'm making certain that the people who benefit from my estate respect boundaries and treat one another with basic decency. Kennedy's face turned white. You're threatening to cut me out. Grandpa looked at me and said, I'm not threatening anything, I'm informing you that I'm reviewing everything. If you think taking from Mateo is acceptable, then you need to understand that there are consequences. Maybe not from him, because he's too kind to fight back, but from me, I don't tolerate theft, manipulation, or treating one grandchild's needs as less important than another's. Mateo, you're welcome to stay here tonight. The guest room is always ready, or I can drive you home when your car arrives. I'll wait for my car, I said quietly. Good. He smiled at me. I'll keep you company. Kennedy and Wyatt left 20 minutes later, their exit silent and stiff, and the dinner roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans sat untouched and cold on the table. Grandpa started putting food in containers. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't mean to ruin dinner. You didn't ruin anything, Grandpa said firmly. Your mother did. I'm just sorry I didn't notice it sooner. How long has this been going on? I thought about it. Really thought about it. My whole life, I guess. Asher gets first choice. He gets the benefit of the doubt. Grandpa said he was loading the dishwasher with practiced efficiency, and your grandmother always said that the quiet ones get overlooked, so I promised to keep an eye out for that. I'm supposed to be understanding, flexible, and the easy one, but that's not going to happen anymore. What are you going to do? He turned to face me. I'm meeting with Thomas Garrett tomorrow morning to revise my will. Everything is currently split equally between your mother and Uncle David, but that's changing. Grandpa, you don't have to. I want to. He said, not because I'm angry, though I am, but because I'm clear now. Your mother sees assets, not people. She sees resources to be allocated, not relationships to be nurtured. Until she learns the difference, she will not benefit from my estate. As for Asher, he made a choice tonight. He took something that wasn't his and justified it by saying he needed it more. This is not how adults behave. At 10:47 p.m., headlights swept across the windows again, but this time there were no red and blue lights, just a gray Toyota Highlander pulling into the driveway. I stood up, my hands shaking, and Grandpa placed his hand on my shoulder. Do you want me to come with you? No, I've got this. I walked outside. Asher was getting out of the driver's seat. He looked exhausted and defeated. Here, he said, holding out both sets of keys. Main key and spare, tank's full. I was going to fill it anyway. I took the keys. They felt heavy in my hand. Real. I'm sorry, Asher said quietly. I didn't think, I just needed transportation, and Mom said it was fine. So I didn't ask. You should have questioned it. I said it was my car. You should have asked me. I know. He looked at the ground. I've been thinking about it all night, about how many times I've just taken things and assumed you'd be fine with it. Mom always said you didn't mind, but I did. I said, I just didn't know how to fight back without being the bad guy. You're not the evil guy tonight, Asher replied, finally looking at me. I am, and I apologize. Really sorry. I wanted to stay angry, to make him feel worse. But as I looked at him, I saw something I hadn't expected. Guilt. Real shame. Don't do it again, I pleaded, not with my property or anyone else's. If you need help, ask, but don't take it. I won't, he replied. And Mateo, I'm paying for the Ubers, however many you had to take this week, bring me the receipts. You don't have to. I do, he said. I cost you money, convenience, and embarrassment. I owe you more than gas money, but it's a start. He turned and walked to a Honda Civic parked at the curb, presumably a rental or borrowed from a friend. I got in my car, started the engine, felt the familiar rumble. When I pulled forward to leave, Grandpa was standing in the doorway, raising his hand in a wave, and I waved back. I drove home feeling lighter than I had in weeks, perhaps years. The next morning, at 10:47 a.m., my phone rang. Grandpa, meeting with Thomas is done, he said. New will is drafted, and it's a doozy. What did you do? Thomas Garrett, my estate attorney for 32 years, helped me build my entire estate plan. When your grandmother was still alive, he thought I was harsh. I think I'm being clear. How harsh? I'm splitting my estate 3 ways now, instead of 2, 1/3 to your Uncle David, who has never had problems with boundaries. 1/3 to you in a trust that gives you full control when you turn 30. And 1/3 to your mother in a restricted trust with very specific conditions. What kind of conditions? Grandpa's voice was firm. She receives enough income from the trust to sustain a comfortable lifestyle, but she is unable to touch the principal, liquidate assets, or redirect funds. This is crucial. If she ever takes something from you without your permission again, whether it is a car, a book, or a coffee mug, the trust will collapse. My stomach dropped. Grandpa, that's fair. He interrupted. Thomas put something in there called an anti-abuse clause, which he's used in cases involving family members with boundary issues. In this case, you're the vulnerable beneficiary. Not because you're weak, but because you're too nice. You don't fight back, so I'm fighting for you. What did the attorney say? Thomas questioned if I was sure. He said it was an aggressive action that may cause family fissures. I told him the family was already broken. I was simply accepting reality. He drafted it, and we had it witnessed by two of his paralegals, Linda Chen, who has been with his firm for 18 years, and Marcus Patel, who has been with it for 7 years. When does Mom find out? There will be a family meeting at 2 p.m. She knows there will be a meeting, but she doesn't know why. I want everyone to attend, including you, your mother, Wyatt and Asher. I felt sick. This is going to explode. It already exploded, Grandpa said gently, last night when I had to call the police because your mother stole from you. We're just dealing with the aftermath now. What did Mom say? I don't know yet. The family meeting is at 2 p.m. Will you be there? I considered it. The family meeting was tense from the moment I walked in at 1:57 p.m. Mom was already there, sitting stiffly on Grandpa's leather couch. Wyatt sat next to her, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else, and Asher arrived 2 minutes later, his eyes red as if he'd been crying. Grandpa sat in his big armchair by the fireplace, which had been his spot for as long as I could remember, with a folder in his lap, official-looking documents visible inside. Thank you all for coming, Grandpa said formally. We need to talk about what happened last night, and more importantly, we need to talk about patterns. Mom's face tightened. Dad, if this is about the car, I've already apologized. You haven't, I said quietly. You said, sorry for the misunderstanding. That's not the same thing, Mom's eyes flashed. I'm sorry you felt hurt by a practical arrangement. See, that's the problem, Grandpa interrupted. Let me be quite clear about what occurred. You entered his residence using a spare key. You snatched his automobile keys without his knowledge or consent. You handed them to Asher. When Mateo found his car was missing and contacted you, you did not apologize. You told him to take an Uber since his needs were not as essential as Asher's. Kennedy said defensively, Asher's car was broken. What was I supposed to do? Allow him to miss work? Can you help him rent a car? Grandpa spoke. Would you lend him your car? Do you drive him to meetings yourself? Any option that did not entail taking from Mateo. But you didn't even examine such choices since you believe Mateo's property isn't truly his. It's shared family resources that can be reallocated as needed. Mom's face turned red. That's not how I think. Let me show you something, Grandpa said. He opened the folder and took out a piece of paper. I instructed Mateo to jot down instances where family members infringed his belongings or boundaries. There were times when he was overlooked in favor of Asher. He sent me this list this morning. Would you like to know how long it is? It's time, Dad. Mom started. Grandpa reported 25 incidences dating back to age 8. The game console was borrowed and never returned. The college graduation party was downsized to Applebee's. When Asher's computer failed, Mom retrieved the laptop from his apartment and gave it to him. I did not ask, just took. Mateo's room request was handed to Asher's girlfriend since she required a better view. Mateo's wants were negotiated 25 times, according to records. While Asher's was considered as urgent, his voice remained quiet. I was unaware of all of these. That's because Mateo never complained, Grandpa explained. He remained quiet. He was the easy one. The one who understood. The one who didn't make waves. And you, he looked at Mom. You took advantage of that over and over until last night, when I finally saw it clearly. Mom's hands were shaking. I never meant to hurt him. Asher needed things. I was just trying to help. At Mateo's expense, Grandpa flatly stated. Every time. And here's what's going to change. I met with my estate attorney, Thomas Garrett, this morning, and I've revised my will. The room went absolutely silent. I'm not cutting you out, Kennedy, Grandpa continued. But I'm protecting Mateo. Your inheritance will be in a restricted trust, and you'll have income for life but no access to principal. You will not be able to redirect funds, and if you ever take anything from Mateo again, no matter how small, the entire trust will collapse, with everything remaining going directly to Mateo. Mom's face turned white. You're punishing me. I'm protecting your son from you. Grandpa corrected. Because obviously, you won't do it yourself. This is insane, Mom said, standing up, her voice rising. You're destroying this family over a car. No, I said, Finding my voice. You destroyed trust. Grandpa's just responding to reality. Mom turned on me. So, you're happy now? You got your grandfather to turn against me, threatening my inheritance, all because you couldn't just share a car for a few weeks. It wasn't a few weeks, I said, my voice steady despite the shaking in my hands. It was indefinite. You never intended to give it back. Asher was driving it like it was his. You told people it was the family car now. I overheard you on the phone with Aunt Rachel saying Asher needed it more than I did, so you redistributed resources. Mom's mouth opened and closed. You were listening to my phone calls. You were on speakerphone in Grandpa's driveway 2 days ago when I said I was driving up for our weekly lunch. You told Aunt Rachel that I didn't really need a car because I work from home. That Asher's career was more important. And that I was overly concerned with ownership. Grandpa stood up. Kennedy, I'm going to say it again. Mateo is your son, not your resource allocation problem, not your backup plan, not your spare parts for Asher's life. He's your son. Start treating him like it, or accept the consequences. Wyatt spoke for the first time, and Kennedy, he's right. I've been watching this for 2 years since we got married. You treat the boys differently. I've tried to bring it up privately. You always have reasons and explanations, but they're excuses. It's obvious that you favor Asher. Mom rounded on him. Don't you dare. I'm not done, Wyatt said, his voice firmer than I'd ever heard it. You lied to me last night, telling me Mateo knew about the car when he said he didn't. You lied to me to get me to go along with taking his property, and that makes me complicit in theft, which I'm not okay with. Asher stood up abruptly. This is also my fault. I took the car and used it. I knew Mateo didn't really agree, but he didn't fight back. He never fights back, and I've been taking advantage of that my entire life. He looked at me. Mateo, I'm sorry for everything, not just the vehicle, for every time I stole something from you and kept it, for every time I got first choice, and didn't question it. For every time you were neglected, and I allowed it happen because it benefited me. His voice cracked. You are my little brother. I'm meant to look out for you, but I've been taking from you for 24 years. The room was silent except for Mom's quiet tears. Grandpa sat back down. This is what occurs now. The will has altered. The trust is founded. The repercussions are clear. Kennedy, you've got a choice. You can recognize that your habit of favoritism was bad and seek to alter it, or you can keep doing what you've been doing and face the financial consequences. In any case, the taking must end today, now, and forever. He stared at me. Mateo, you have full permission from me, this family gathering, and everyone in this room to say no, maintain your boundaries, and advocate for yourself. You don't have to be easy anymore. You do not need to be understanding. You do not need to smooth things over. Your needs are equally important to those of others. My throat felt tight. Thank you. Mom looked up, mascara streaked across her face. Mateo, I love you. I do. I never intended to hurt you, but you did, I admitted gently. Over and over. And you never noticed since I didn't complain loudly enough. That is on both of us. Caught brother with my fiancé. 7 months later, she's pregnant and lying it's mine, 0%, me, 99.92% him. I emailed the proof to everyone. Enjoy the baby, bro. 7 months after I severed ties with my family due to their betrayal. My fiancé arrived at my home, pregnant, and claimed the baby was mine. So I got a DNA test and burnt every bridge that remained standing. I need to inform you about something that happened last week. But first, you need to understand the previous 7 months. I walked out of my parents' house on Christmas Day 7 months ago and haven't returned. No dramatic statements, no slamming of the doors. I left midway through supper, got into my car, and drove home. By the time they realized I wasn't coming back, I'd blocked every phone number. Want to know why? Fine. 4 days before Christmas, I arrived home early from work. My company granted us half days that week. So I decided to surprise Madeline, my 3-year fiancé, with lunch. We'd been planning our wedding for months. The venue has been reserved, invites have been sent, and everything else is in order. I walked into our bedroom and discovered my younger brother Logan's balls deep in my future bride. Not intoxicated, not at a party, and not a sloppy error. It's the middle of Tuesday afternoon, sober and deliberate in my bed. The expressions on their faces when they saw me were not guilty. It was irritating. As if I had interrupted something vital. I didn't yell or throw punches. I remained there for about 12 seconds before turning around and walking out, grabbing my laptop and keys but leaving everything else. Madeline called after me, fumbling for clothes, but I was already in my car. I drove to the hotel and remained for 3 days. I did not receive an answer to my phone call. I hoped that when my family found out, they would support me. Madeline must have told Logan, And Logan must have told them, because by Christmas, everyone had found out. My dad contacted and said we still needed to celebrate Christmas as a family. Said that whatever happened between Madeline and me was independent of family duties. I should have known then. I showed up anyhow. I realized this is stupid. Logan was sitting at the table, as if nothing had happened. My mother had made his favorite food. My father clapped him on the shoulder as he came. My two sisters were talking to him about his new work. Normal, comfortable, as if I were an outsider. Madeline wasn't present, at least. I only lasted approximately 45 minutes. Made it through the appetizers. Then my mother brought up the wedding. "So, have you two settled things yet?" she asked. Casual. Like Madeline had forgotten to pay a bill. "No," I replied. "We're finished." My father sighed. Set down his fork. "Are you really going to waste 3 years on a single mistake?" "One mistake?" I looked at Logan. He refused to meet my gaze. "Are you calling that a mistake? He is going through a tough period." My mother said he didn't intend for it to happen. I laughed. Actually laughed. He did not intend to sleep with my fiancée in my bed. My oldest sister got in. "Do you have to be so rude? We're attempting to have a lovely meal." "Yeah." My younger sister said, "You're kind of making this about you." I gazed at her. "Making what about me?" "The holidays. Family time. You're destroying it by becoming furious." That's when I rose up and grabbed my coat. My father attempted the rational voice. "Son, please sit down. Let's talk about it like grown-ups. We aren't talking about anything." Logan finally spoke out when I remarked, "You've already decided whose side you're on. Come on, man. Don't be like this." I stared at him. Really stared at him. My younger brother, whom I assisted with homework, also lent money, which compensated for his mistakes in high school. And he sat at my parents' place eating Christmas dinner while they defended him for ruining my life. I walked out, blocked everyone that night, and returned the engagement ring to Madeline by courier. We moved out of our apartment within a week, got a smaller place across town, paid my landlord 2 months' rent up ahead in cash, and informed my boss that I needed to work remotely for a bit. He didn't ask any questions. The first month was hellish. I will not lie about that. I couldn't sleep or eat, and I had to work 14-hour days simply to stay distracted. But in month 4, I started to feel human again. I joined a gym, started running, and took up carpentry as a hands-on activity. By month 7, I was doing okay. Not necessarily cheerful, but stable. I had a routine: work, gym, supper, Netflix, and sleep. There was no drama, and no one asked me to forgive those who did not deserve it. I was alone in my flat, creating a life for myself without them. Last Tuesday, I arrived home from work about 6:30 p.m. Heated leftovers, or for drinking. We sat down to watch the game. Then somebody knocked on my door. I was not expecting anyone. I did not order food. I checked the peephole. Madeline stood in the hallway, visibly pregnant and crying. I didn't open the door immediately. I stood there peering through the peephole, watching her wipe her eyes. She was about 6 to 7 months along and wearing one of those flowy maternity outfits. Her hair was pulled back, and she didn't apply any makeup. Smart. Makes the tears appear more genuine. She knocked again. "Please, I know you're at home. I spotted your automobile." I opened the door. Did not step aside. We didn't invite her in. I just stood in the doorway, arms crossed. "What do you want?" Her lips twitched. "Good actress. I will offer her that. Can I come in for a minute?" "No." She blinked. I hadn't expected that. "I need to talk to you. It's important." "So? Chat." She looked down the corridor, as if she was concerned about the neighbors hearing. Another calculated move. I did not budge. "Fine." She took a breath. The sort you take before delivering a prepared speech. "I made a horrible mistake." "What happened to Logan?" "It wasn't what you thought." I waited. "He took advantage of me. I was vulnerable, and he manipulated the circumstance. I realize that does not excuse it, but I need you to understand. I never intended to hurt you." Still waiting. "The baby," she replied, placing a palm on her tummy. "It is yours. Everything has happened before. I'm due in 2 months and don't know what to do. Logan refuses to help. My parents will not speak to me. I'm alone and afraid, and I just need you." Q shed tears. She was good. If I hadn't spent 7 months rehashing every lie she'd told me, I might have believed her. "Prove it," I said. She looked up. "What?" "Prove the baby is mine. I've simply told you. You've told me a story. I want proof. DNA test." Her eyes expanded. You not trust me?" "No." The word hung there. She attempted another angle. "Do you know how much those cost?" "I cannot afford it." I answered. "I will pay for it." Prenatal paternity testing is non-invasive. You can have one completed as early as 8 weeks. You are what? 6? 7? There's plenty of time. That is not the point. The point is, you show up at my door 6 to 7 months pregnant, begging for assistance, and you want me to simply accept your word for it? I leaned against the doorframe after you had slept in my bed, my brother. She flinched. Anger flashed across her features for a brief moment before the sorrowful mask returned. This is ridiculous. I came here because I believed you were a wonderful person. Someone who will do the right thing. A DNA test is the appropriate procedure. And what happens if I say no? Then you depart, and we never speak again. She stared at me. I could see her mind working, figuring out which play might work. The tears weren't falling. The victim's story was not landing. She moved to bargaining. Okay, fine. But can we at least discuss this inside like adults? No. Why are you acting so cold? Because 6 months ago, you ruined my life. You don't get warm. You do not get insight. You receive exactly what you asked for. A DNA test to establish paternity. That is it. She opened her mouth, then closed it. I dug inside my wallet and pulled out a business card I'd had for 4 weeks. Yes, I had previously done my study on this. I had a feeling something like this would happen someday. This is a clinic downtown. They conduct prenatal paternity tests. Call them. Make a schedule. Text me the date and time. I will meet you there. Until then, do not return here. I held out the card. She did not accept it at first. I gazed at it as if it were poison. Take it or leave. She grabbed it from my hand. You may come to regret this, but I will regret it on my own terms. I closed and locked the door, and heard her stand there for perhaps 30 seconds before her footsteps faded down the hallway. I returned to my couch, picked up my drink, hands steady, pulse normal, no fear. If it were my baby, I'd handle it. Child support, custody agreement, etc. Clean, lawful, and professional. No relationship with her. It's just co-parenting. But if it wasn't mine, and my instincts told it wasn't, things were about to get interesting. I took out my phone, started looking up lawyers, harassment laws, and paperwork requirements, grabbed pictures of the doorbell camera footage that showed her at my door, and stored everything up in the cloud. Then I opened my email and filed everything away. That's when I noticed it. Madeline sent a new message. Subject line, appointment scheduled. I opened it. She'd scheduled the test for next Wednesday. Clinic address, timing, professionalism, and efficiency. However, at the bottom of the email, in the header metadata, which most people ignore, there was a CC line, Logan's previous email address. It was recalled within a minute. I pulled it back, but my email client had cached it before the recall went through. I stared at the screen. They were coordinating this jointly. I did not challenge them, did not make a call. I did not submit a screenshot of the CC line wondering what the hell they were playing at. I just watched. I saved the email, the metadata, and backed it up in 3 different places. Then I returned to researching. I spent the rest of the night going through old text messages. I discovered conversations from before the split. Madeline is whining about Logan. Logan asked for money the same week I caught them. Madeline discusses the wedding timeline. I screenshotted everything, arranged everything by date, and created a timeline. By 2:40 a.m., I had created a folder on my desktop called Evidence. I wasn't sure what I'd use it for yet, but I knew I'd need it. The following week felt like the longest in my life, not because I was anxious, but because I was patient. Patience is difficult to maintain when you're upset. Tuesday came. I met Madeline in the clinic. She attempted to make small talk in the waiting room. I was asked how I was and if everything was going well at work. I took out my phone and answered emails. The technician called us back. Professional and courteous, she asked basic medical history questions. Madeline answered the most of them. I simply gave a DNA sample, a cheek swab, and confirmed my contact information. The technician claimed the results would be ready in 8 days. We'll send them by email and then ship a hard copy. Just email is okay, I said. Madeline stared at me. Don't you want an official copy? Email is formal enough. She made another attempt as we were leaving. Look, I realize this is awkward, but maybe we could get coffee and chat about what happens next. What will happen next? I mentioned that we are waiting for results. After that, if the test results show that I am the father, my lawyer will call you to make arrangements. If it doesn't, don't contact me again. Your lawyer? She seemed really astonished. It does not have to be like that. Yes, it does. I walked to my car and did not glance back. The week seemed to drag on forever. I worked, went to the gym, ran errands, and followed my typical routine. But every morning, I checked my email first. Nothing. Monday, nada. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, nothing. Then Saturday morning at 6:12 a.m., my phone vibrated. Email from the clinic. Subject, paternity test results. I was still in bed. Sit up. I opened it on my phone. Read the first line. Read it again. Just to be sure. Read it 3 times. The probability of paternity is 0%. Not 20%. Not 10%. Not even 2%. 0. I put the phone down, glanced at the ceiling, took a breath, and grinned. Not relieved. Not yet. First came the vindication. That profound, pleasant feeling of being completely correct. I knew it. I knew it the moment she came up at my door. Logan's email with the CC line confirmed this. And now I have proof. Then followed the outrage. Pure, chilly, and concentrated. They attempted to trap me. They attempted to trick me into cleaning up their mess. Madeline became pregnant. Probably Logan's. Maybe it is someone else's. And when reality struck, they determined I should be the remedy. The stable one. The one has a decent job and a clear record. The fool who falls for the victim routine. They assumed I'd simply turn over. Take responsibility for a child who was not yours because that is what good guys do. I got out of bed, made coffee, opened my laptop, created a new document, and began crafting a plan rather than a letter or an explanation. Column A indicates who needs to know, column B specifies what they need to see, and column C specifies when to transmit it. The list includes my parents, both of whom supported Logan at Christmas, told me I was overreacting, and encouraged me to work things out with Madeline. My sisters, who accused me of making it about myself and guilt-tripped me for walking away, allow them all to see it at once. Logan had been seeing Harper for 9 months. The one who was unaware that any of this existed. Extended family, cousins, aunts, uncles, and anyone else that supported Logan or said I was being too severe. I opened a fresh PDF. Professional, neat, and emotionless. Page 1, DNA test results. Except for my name and the claimed father, all names have been redacted. The 0% is emphasized. Page 2, chronological dates and facts. On December 18th, we discovered Madeline and Logan together. On December 24th, the family took their side. On December 27th, terminate all contact. On June 21st, Madeline appeared at my door, claiming to be pregnant. On June 28th, a DNA test was performed. On July 3rd, results were received. Page 3 features screenshots and messages from before the betrayal. Proof of relationship. Evidence that they understood exactly what they were doing. Page 4 contains a single paragraph. 7 months ago, I cut off communication with my family after discovering Logan and Madeline together in my home. Last week, Madeline showed up at my house, claiming I was the father of her child. I wanted a DNA test. The results are attached. This is the final time I'll address the situation. Don't contact me. No accusations, no drama, just the facts. I saved the PDF. I opened a fresh email. I added every address from my list. I attached the file. Subject line. For your knowledge, my cursor was hovering over the send button. 1 click. That is all it would take. With 1 click, every bridge that remains standing is reduced to ashes. I reflected about my mother, father, sisters, family dinners, holidays, and birthdays. All of it is gone. Then I thought about Logan in my bed. My parents defended him. My sisters called me cruel. I remembered Madeline crying at my door, pleading for help with a baby that wasn't mine. I clicked the send button. Within 5 minutes, the read receipts started to light up. I watched them appear on my screen. 1, 3, 7, 15. Like dominoes falling. The first reaction occurred at the 5-minute mark. My younger sister, what the hell is this? Then my older sister followed 45 seconds later. Are you really serious right now? I did not respond. Just watched. My phone began ringing. Mom. I declined. It rang again instantly. Dad declined. Then, my older sister declined. 7 minutes in, someone shared the email to the family group chat that I had muted in December. I unmuted it simply to watch. 52 messages in 12 minutes. Is this real? Someone call him. This must be a mistake. Oh, my God. My mother's message arrived at minute 14. This cannot be real. Logan would never. My father cut her off. We need to discuss this as a family. Everyone calm down. I typed an answer. I sent it to the group chat. There is no family. Not anymore. I muted it again. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. Hello. Is this real? A woman's voice shook. Is Madeline truly pregnant with Logan's baby? Is Harper Logan's girlfriend? According to the DNA test, I stated that it is not mine. I will let you do the math. He assured me they never do. Her voice crackled. He claimed nothing happened after that one time. He said it was a mistake and ended it, but it wasn't the only time and he didn't end it. Silence on the other end. Then I am so stupid. No, you trusted someone you should not have. That is not the same thing. Did you know? She inquired about me. Not till a few weeks back. I'm sorry you found out this way. But you deserve to know. I hung up before she could reply. I felt awful about it, but I didn't have the energy to soothe Logan's collateral damage. My phone vibrated again. Logan sent a text. You're a piece of junk. You have damaged everything. I stared at the message for a few seconds. I typed back. I didn't ruin anything. You did it. You too did. I simply quit letting you make it my concern. I blocked his number. More calls and texts. I declined them all. Then someone began knocking on my door. I checked the peephole. Both parents. My mother looked like she had been crying. My father appeared angry. I did not open it. Son. Please. I heard my father's voice through the door. This is something we can fix. Please allow us in. Let us chat. I cranked up the television. Please. My mother. Now. We did not know. If we had known. You knew plenty. I spoke through the door. You selected him anyway. Leave. They knocked for an additional 5 minutes. I disregarded them. Eventually, they left. By hour 3, I had missed 90+ calls and 170+ SMS. Cousins, aunts, uncles, and people I hadn't spoken to in years suddenly expressed their opinions. Some were supportive. Holy stuff, good for you. They had this coming. In any case, I never liked Logan. You did the correct thing. Most were not. This is cruel. He's your brother. Family is expected to forgive. You're pulling everyone apart because of a mistake. I blocked every number used to protect Logan. I kept Reed's supporters. Harper texted me around midnight. I broke up with him. He admitted everything. He said the baby was probably his, but he wasn't prepared to cope with it. So, Madeline approached you. He literally said it as if you were the backup plan. I cannot believe I missed that. I'm so sorry. For what it's worth, you did the correct thing. I read it twice. Didn't answer, but I didn't block her. I sat in my flat, staring at my phone and the carnage I had just made. I felt nothing, no remorse, no sorrow, just exhausted. And suddenly I realized something. I was still in this city, in this apartment, 22 minutes away from my parents' house and 18 from Logan's. They knew where I worked, lived, and bought groceries. I had destroyed the bridges, but I was still standing on their side of the river. I opened my laptop and found the email my boss had sent 4 weeks ago, which I had ignored since I wasn't ready to think about it. Subject: Denver employment and leadership opportunity. I took a check at it. Big promotion, relocation, more money, and more responsibility. I promised myself I would think about it later. I pressed reply and started typing. I'd want to accept this role. How soon can I start? My finger hesitated over send. I hit submit, closed the laptop, went to bed, and slept without thinking about it or second-guessing it. My employer replied at 6 a.m. He was on the East Coast, 3 hours ahead. We can get you out here in 2 weeks. Housing stipend begins immediately. HR will submit the documentation today. Welcome to the team. 2 weeks. I gave notice on my apartment that morning. The landlord did not ask any questions. The month-to-month lease made things easier. I would be gone by the end of July. Then I visited the phone store. I got a new number and a new phone. I gave the information to exactly 5 persons. My boss, HR, my landlord, my bank, and my insurance provider. That is it. Everyone else is cut off altogether. I did not make a post about it. Did not make an announcement. Just disappeared. The following few days were quiet. My old phone, which I had stopped carrying, sat on the kitchen counter, vibrating sometimes. I checked it once a day to assess the damage. More missed calls, more voicemail messages. I did not listen to any more texts. I did not read. Harper emailed me 2 updates. I had saved her number in my new phone. Not because we were friends, but because she was my sole source of information, and I needed to know how things turned out. The first message came on day 4. Logan attempted to deny the baby was his. Madeline showed him your DNA test. It established it wasn't yours, but it didn't show it was his. He sought his own paternity test. She agreed. The results arrived yesterday. The match rate is 99.92%. He is on the hook. She's already speaking with a lawyer regarding child support. I've read it. Smiled. Did not respond. The second message followed 3 days later. He is losing control. He lost his job. I called in ill too many times. Stop showing up. His lease is up next month, and he cannot afford to renew. I believe he is moving back in with your folks. I thought you'd like to know. Still, did not answer. But, yes. I wanted to know. My mother tried calling my workplace. The receptionist informed her that I no longer work there. Technically correct, since I had transferred. She panicked and attempted my old email, which bounced back. She posted on the family group chat. I'd unmuted it one more time just to watch. Is there a way to reach him? We must apologize, please. Someone must have his new phone number. My oldest sister replied. Perhaps he does not want to be reached. Then came quiet. For the first time, I believe it hit them. I was gone. Not hiding. Not cooling off. Actually gone. My younger sister discovered my Facebook. I had not examined it in months. She sent a message. I understand why you're angry. However, this is excessive. We are still family. You can't simply remove us. I logged in once. Read it. We deactivated the account. I spent the following week packing systematically. No sentimentality. Photos of family. Trash. Gifts from Madeline. Donated to Goodwill. Anything associated with my previous life, including furnishings they assisted me in moving, books they advised, and even a coffee machine my mother purchased for me, was gone. Sold on Facebook Marketplace or left at the curb. I stored 2 suitcases of clothing. One package contains basics such as paperwork, a laptop, and a few tools. Everything else vanished. On day 10, the apartment appeared to be empty. Just the basics. Mattress on the floor, a few dishes, and a folding table with a television. I had previously sold my couch, bed frame, and dining table. Everything was moving to a new location or nowhere at all. Last night in the apartment, I ordered Chinese takeout. I ate straight from the container resting on the floor. I watched a basketball game on my laptop. No music or nostalgia, just myself and the echo. I felt lighter. Not happy quite yet, but lighter. I feel like I've been carrying weight that I wasn't aware of. And suddenly it was gone. I slept soundly that night. No dreams. Moving day is Saturday a.m. I packed my car, 2 luggage, 1 box, and my laptop bag. Everything I owned fit into a car. I took one last look at the apartment. The walls were empty, and the floors were as pristine as if I had never been there. I locked the door, placed the keys in the landlord's mailbox, got into my car, started the engine, and my phone buzzed. New phone, which just 5 individuals possessed. Unknown number. I should have disregarded it, should have just driven away, but something made me respond. Yes, son, my dad's voice, broken, raw. Please do not hang up. I did not say anything. Your mom is devastated. She hasn't slept for a week. Logan is. He is not doing well. He's returning home. The family is breaking apart. Could we just talk? Only once, please. I sat there. The engine is running, the car is packed, and Denver is 13.5 hours away. Everything I'd established over the previous 2 weeks, the clean break, the fresh start, the complete separation, depended on what I said next. Talk, I said. You have 2 minutes. My dad took a breath. I could hear vehicles in the background. He was calling from outdoors somewhere. Probably did not want my mother to hear. I know you're angry. He began. And you have every right to be, but please understand that we were trying to keep the family together. Logan made an error. Yes, but he is still your brother. We wondered if we could just get everyone to calm down. Stop. I said he did. You aren't calling because you know what you've done. You're calling because you're concerned about the implications. No, it is not true. Yes, it is. You aren't sorry you protected Logan. You're sorry it exploded in your face. You're not sorry. You told me to forgive him. You are sad I truly left. Silence. Mom is crying because she misses having everyone together. Not because she knows she made the incorrect choice. Logan is struggling as a result of his actions, not because he has learned anything. And you, I paused. You're phoning because the family looks horrible right now, because people have questions. You can't pretend everything is fine anymore. That is not fair. You're correct. It is not fair. Nothing in this has been fair. I arrived home early and discovered my brother sleeping with my fiancée. That was unfair. I came to Christmas expecting to be supported, but instead I was blamed. That was unfair. Madeline showed up at my door pregnant, attempting to trick me into parenting Logan's child. That was unfair. My father did not respond. You selected him, I explained. At every opportunity, you selected him. You told me to get over it, forgive him, and focus about family. But you never asked him to accept responsibility. You never warned him his actions were inexcusable. You just wanted me to quiet up and make things easier for everyone. We tried to safeguard both of you. No, you were protecting him. I didn't need any protection. I needed my family to support me, but you did not. I overheard him exhale. So what happens now? Are you just going to disappear? Never talk with us again? Yes, that is exactly what I plan to do. That is not who you are. You no longer know who I am. You haven't known for 7 months and aren't going to find out. Please think about it. I've been thinking about it for 7 months. I considered it when you defended him over Christmas. I considered it when Madeline showed up pregnant. I thought about it when I sent you the DNA findings, and I'm thinking about it now. My answer is the same. We're finished, son. Get rid of this number. Do not look for me. Do not ask around. I am gone. I hung up, blocked the number, turned off my phone, flung it in the passenger seat, and put the car into drive. The travel to Denver took 13.5 hours. I stopped 3 times for gas and coffee. I slept in the car near Omaha because I was too exhausted to continue driving. Woke up at daylight, stretched, and continued driving. Around hour 9, while crossing into Colorado, I realized I was truly smiling. Not because I had won or achieved retribution, but because I was driving towards something rather than away from it. Denver was clean and orderly. The job was challenging, with long hours and a steep learning curve, but I enjoyed it. My co-workers were polite, but not intrusive. Nobody inquired about my relatives. Nobody looked at my past. I was just a new man from the Midwest who worked hard but kept to himself. I lived in corporate housing for the first month. A little furnished temporary flat. I spent my leisure time exploring the city. Discovered a climbing gym. Started going 4 times each week. I met folks spontaneously. There's no strain, no history. 3 months later, I went on my first date since Madeline. I had coffee with Claire, a woman I met at the gym. Civil engineer, tall, humorous, and no nonsense. We discussed work, climbing, and awful action flicks. She did not inquire about my relatives. I didn't ask about hers. The second date involved dinner. The third option was to go trekking. By date 4, I'd given her a comprehensive overview. I caught my ex fooling with my brother. Family sided with him. Cut them all off. We moved here. She nodded. Responded. That's rough. Are you handling it okay? I responded. Yeah. She said. Okay. That was it. There is no therapy talk or digging, only acceptance. 4 months into the job, my employer offered me a permanent position. More money, a leadership pathway. I took it. I found a condo for rent. Mountain View is a little community about a 12-minute commute from work. Claire assisted me with the move-in. We spent the weekend putting together furniture and buying pizza. Normal. Easy. Mine. Claire and I started dating 7 months after Denver. Official and devoted. She'd met a handful of my office colleagues. I had met her sister. We talked about going to Utah in the spring. One night, laying in bed, she asked, "Do you ever regret cutting them off?" I thought about it. Really thought about it? No, I responded. I regret believing their version of loyalty for so long. She nodded, kissed my shoulder, and fell asleep. I laid there, staring at the ceiling. I thought of Logan, my parents, Madeline, and the baby who wasn't mine. I felt nothing. There is no hatred, bitterness, or satisfaction, only indifference. They were now strangers. People I used to know. Their troubles were no longer mine. Their turmoil did not affect me. Whatever happened to Logan, Madeline, or the family, it didn't matter. I had created something they couldn't access. A life in which I was not forced to forgive individuals who did not deserve it. Where I did not have to correct other people's blunders. Where I could simply live on my own terms, without having to apologize. They desired reconciliation. I gave them penalties. The DNA test proved more than simply that the baby was not mine. It confirmed that walking away was the proper decision all along, and I have never looked back. Dad gave $25 for me, a car for my sister. Then he begged for $3,500 for his mortgage. I sent the $25 card back. Use this for the house. Good luck. Dad bought my sister a car and gave me a $25 gift card for Christmas. I grin. I gave him a $25 gift card when he requested mortgage help the following month. My dad gave me a $25 Target gift card for Christmas as my sister unwrapped a new Honda CR-V. A month later, he dared ask for mortgage help. Know what I sent him? This will be great. I'm a 29-year-old medium-sized company accountant. Numbers are my strength, and it pays well, but it's boring. My 6-year-old sister Madison finished her second year of college after switching majors 5 times and taking 7 years to earn a communications degree. This is a popular field. My family has been biased since we were kids, but I thought it would even out. Not at all. Spoiler. If anything, it got worse. Madison has been the innocent baby, princess, and steadfast. I've been trustworthy, responsible, and don't need recognition or admiration because I'm self-sufficient, they say. Madison had everything she wanted as a child. Dance classes for $160 per month, summer painting classes, and piano lessons with a nice teacher 4 towns away. My parents always attended her recitals and performances with cameras and flowers. When I wanted to play soccer in 7th grade, my father said the equipment and costs were too high. Madison began $220 per student equestrian riding classes 4 months later. She quit after 7 months. Soccer was impossible for me. Madison bought a used Honda Accord at 17, 4 years old. It's a decent car with a working stereo. When I turned 17, my dad taught me how to drive and said I could use his car for special events if I asked 4 days in advance. After 9 months at a grocery store to save money, I bought my first car at 20, leaking oil and 210,000 miles damaged Toyota. I treasured it because it was mine. My parents never acknowledged the effort. Madison called it an eyesore in the driveway. Before booking a guitar lesson in middle school, I researched the cheapest in town. Weekly $25 half-hour session. My father told me we couldn't afford guitar lessons and to be frugal. Madison decided to become a photographer 2 months later. My dad gave her a $550 Canon with several lenses. When I mentioned that we could afford cameras but not guitar lessons, he said photography could lead to a job. Despite being a hobby, Madison took 35 photos of the guitar before it gathered dust in her closet. It was similar in high school. I worked weekends at a hardware store because my parents wouldn't let me use the house computer for homework without a 3.8 gigapascals. Madison passed with 2.1. Attended weekend parties. She was recognized for her efforts. I got a partial academic scholarship and got into a good public school. My parents wanted to know how I'd pay the rest. I calculated grants, loans, work study, and savings. They contributed nothing, claimed it would teach me accountability. Madison attended a community college because her grades weren't good enough. In the first semester, she failed 3 classes. After paying for her retakes, my parents paid for summer classes. When she switched to public school 3 years later, they covered the tuition difference. My 4 years of college were spent working 42 hours a week and taking full courses. I graduated with honors and a 3.8 gigapascals. On Saturday morning, I graduated. Due to a Madison appointment, my parents arrived 15 minutes late, sat in the back, and left. A $60 card, no party or dinner. Madison's community college graduation 3 years later was spectacular. My parents bought a costly cake, rented a restaurant room, and had my dad give a long speech on Madison's journey. She moved into a good apartment, got a new laptop, furniture, and my parents paid her first year's rent when she transferred to university. I took a Craigslist laptop, sleeping bag, and clothes milk crate to college. 5 major changes in Madison. 7 years to finish. My parents paid for everything. When she graduated last May, they celebrated even more. My father spoke 25 minutes. I'm not bitter. All right, I may be resentful. The issue is that I stopped expecting equality years ago. I learned to be proud of my achievements, pat myself on the back, and move on. I didn't need permission. I had a girlfriend, a good job, a great apartment, and money in the bank to propose in spring. My family relationships were odd, but my life was good. They weren't to blame, but this Christmas's extreme partiality surprised me. We were invited to dinner and gifts on Christmas Eve by my parents. Usual practice. After work, I drove there, picked up a lovely bottle of wine for my mom, and bought some gourmet cheese with herbs in a wooden box from the specialty store next door. Months earlier, she suggested wine-cheese pairings. I arrived around 6:30. Madison, dressed in a cashmere sweater, designer trousers, and expensive boots, was scrolling through her phone without looking up when I entered. My mother grinned in her holiday apron at the wine and cheese. Oh, that wasn't necessary. Dad came out of his office, shook my hand, and asked about the trip. Saw it and thought of you. No words left in 30 seconds. The dinner was great. Dad suggested cranberry salad, rolls, mashed potatoes, green beans, ham, and sweet potato casserole. Grace. My mother asked about work while we ate. I told her about my manufacturing client. Significant. They worked for another company for 16 years. My boss hinted at a promotion. That's fantastic, honey. My mom said. I looked at my dad and said, your father was just saying how well you're doing. He was cutting his ham into squares. Didn't look. That sounds good, he said. 2 words. He changed his expression when he saw Madison. They discussed Madi's interview with a downtown marketing firm. She has yet to receive an offer. My parents admired her. Madison appeared dissatisfied with a $42,000 salary. Are they aware that you lack transportation? My father asked. Madison smiled. I'm working on it, I said. After dinner, we exchanged gifts in the living room with Christmas music and the same tree. I gave Madison a journal, my dad a beautiful leather wallet, and my mom wine and cheese. My mom gave my dad a KitchenAid mixer and grilling equipment, then gave Madison a tiny box with real gold and diamond job interview jewelry. Madison gasped and cried. My mother sobbed as she said, we wanted you to have something special for your new chapter. Madison immediately took a selfie. I calculated a minimum of $2,300, then my dad stood up with a smile I had never seen before. My mom was recording as we followed him to the door and said, come look outside. A brand new silver Honda CR-V with a huge red bow was in the driveway. I had to move my car to the street for this. Madison cried and yelled and ran in her socks outside. My mother recorded and narrated. Observe her expression. The vehicle had a sunroof, leather upholstery, and an XL trim level, probably $32,000. Madison stroked it as if it might disappear. My dad gave her the keys and said, it's so perfect. Madison hugged him. With my hands in my pockets and my socks soaked from the snow, I stood on the porch. Madison shouted, come look. I walked down. The car was gorgeous up close. Touchscreen display, heated seats, black leather inside, flawless paint. Better legroom than my bedroom. Wow, that's amazing. Madison leapt into the driver's seat. It's nice. Well done. Dad also covered my insurance the first year. We stood for 25 minutes. Madison moved mirrors, connected her phone, and checked every feature. My parents thought she solved global hunger. After that, we drove around the neighborhood in the car. Madison explained every feature at 18 miles per hour. My dad said he spent hours searching the showroom for the perfect car. I reflected on my car buying experience from the back. 4 years ago, I saved for months, considered loans, and spent a Sunday alone. I was duped by the salesman. All paperwork and financing were mine. My dad pointed out a damage I missed when I showed them my used Civic. It's nice, honey, my mother said politely. I returned home with numb feet and hands. Madison constantly discussed road trips. Mom made hot chocolate from packets. Madison took 120 photos, including window selfies with the car, jewelry, and keys. My mother said, oh, we almost forgot. She took an unwrapped white envelope from under the tree. Dollar store envelope. Merry Christmas, sweetheart, she handed me. I opened. Target $25 gift card. I double-checked the number. $25. Same as a restaurant tip. Spending less than on their cheese and wine. My mother explained, it's a gift card. We thought it could buy household goods. We don't need to work hard on your present because you're always practical. Looking over, Madison grinned. She knew this was a disaster. My dad then stood up and told Madison he had something special for her. The man approached the front door with a smile I had never seen before. Not after graduating. Not when I first worked. Not after telling him I might be promoted. Only his favorite child smiled like this. Calling, come here, Madi. Come take a look outside. He opened the front door. We followed him to the door. Knowing what was coming, my mother recorded on her phone. Madison jumped on her toes like she did on Christmas mornings as a child, looking confused and excited. My car was in the driveway when I arrived. They forced me to park my car on the street to park Madison's new car. The premium space held a new silver Honda CR-V with a huge red bow on the hood. It wasn't a hand-me-down, used car, or something useful that needed maintenance. A brand new car from the lot. Window temporary tags remained. The EXL trim was included. The luxury model with a sunroof, leather, and other features. I knew this because I researched CR-Vs a few months before replacing my Civic. Madison screamed. The neighbors probably thought someone was dead. Is that mine? My father was beaming with pride. Happy Christmas, my love. It's unacceptable that you take the bus to job interviews. Madison started crying uncontrollably, covering her face with her hands throughout the performance. She stopped in front of the car as if she couldn't believe it after running down the front stairs in her socks, without a coat or shoes, into the cold December air. I'm filming and narrating my mother's tears. Watch her face. My goodness, she's shocked. Surprised? Correct. These parents had complained about money for years. The same parents who said we couldn't afford guitar or soccer lessons. The same parents who made me pay for school. They happened to have $32,000 for a new car. Madison was treating the car like it would vanish if she wasn't careful. After entering, she touched the leather steering wheel as she sat in the driver's seat. "It's perfect," she said. "Perfect. Unbelievable that this is mine." After going to the car, my dad gave her the keys, not the fob, but the actual keys for the memory. Madison hugged him so hard that I was afraid she would hurt him. My mom joined in this three-person huddle of emotion, pleasure, and holiday enchantment. I stood on the porch with my hands in my pockets and my jacket on, watching the whole thing. A neighbor nodded as they walked by with their dog, presumably curious about the disturbance. I waved back to make my face look less like I had just been punched in the stomach. "Come look," Madison shouted, gesturing for me to approach with the kind of enthusiasm reserved for lottery winners or newly engaged couples. I went down to the driveway and said, "Come see the inside." The snow was lightly sprinkling, and my socks were getting wet. The car was even better up close. The paint was perfect, that silvery finish that would last for years. Black leather covered the cabin, which had heated seats and a touchscreen display that was more modern than my Civic's. The back seat had more legroom than my bedroom. "Wow." Madison bounced in the driver's seat, asking. "I really meant, it's really nice. It was a great car for a new driver," she said. "Congratulations." As if it were as wonderful as the car itself, Dad said he's going to cover my insurance for the first year, too, so I can focus on finding a job and settling here. When you could reach $37,000, why stop at $32,000? Why not jump on the favoritism bandwagon? We probably stood outside for 25 minutes. Madison wanted to connect her phone to the Bluetooth system, start the car, play with all the functions, and adjust the mirrors. My parents watched her like she was doing surgery or ending world hunger. To avoid driving a car she couldn't afford, my mother said, "You ought to drive it around the block." Am I able to? Madison requested permission from my dad despite claiming ownership of the car. We piled in after he said, "It's yours, sweetie. You can do whatever you want with it." Madison drove, my dad and I were in the back, and my mom was in the passenger seat, like chauffeurs on test. Madison drove around the neighborhood at 18 miles per hour and narrated each segment like a commercial. "This is crazy. It has a backup camera, smooth handling, and heated seats." My dad spent hours last week at the dealership looking for the perfect vehicle for her. The dealer had suggested several models, but my dad was sure the CR-V was the best option. It was reliable, safe, useful, and fashionable, everything his young daughter deserved. I sat in the back seat and watched Madison's head as she drove. I also thought about my 4-year-old car purchase. After saving for months by reading user reviews, watching YouTube review videos, and researching brands and models online, I went alone to a used car lot on a Sunday morning to buy a car with transmission issues. After pointing it out, he started treating me like an annoyance rather than a client. I found my Civic at a different lot, haggled over the price, set up my own financing through my credit union, and did all the paperwork myself. I spent 4 days seeing several lots and taking test drives. By the end, I was exhausted. My dad checked the car and pointed out a tiny dent in the rear bumper that I had missed when I bought it and drove it home to show my parents. He didn't offer congratulations or ask if I got a good deal. He just advised me to try to get the price lowered. Even though I had signed all the paperwork, my mom said, "It's nice, honey," in that kind, uncaring tone. That was the extent of their enthusiasm for my first car purchase. No joyful tears, no filming for future generations, no family drive around the neighborhood. After returning home, Madison kept talking about the car. She had planned a weekend trip to the mountains, a road trip to see her college friends, and possibly a summer beach vacation. My mother made hot chocolate, the kind that comes in a package and is mixed with hot water. Madison wore all her new jewelry as we sat in the living room. The car keys were on the coffee table in front of her like a trophy, so she probably took 120 photos. Take selfies with the keys, photos of her jewelry, and photos of the packaging. "Oh, we almost forgot," my mother exclaimed as she got up and went to the tree, where she took a small envelope from under one of the branches. It's a plain white envelope, the kind you buy in bulk at the dollar store, and she smiled as she gave it to me. "Happy Christmas, my love." I assumed you already knew. I opened it and found a $25 Target gift card. I read the number again to make sure I wasn't hallucinating as I stared at it. 25. The same amount you might tip a friend on their birthday or at a fine dining restaurant. Less than what I would have spent on the cheese and wine I brought my mother. I raised my head. My parents' expectant expressions were on display as they watched me. My dad looked just as thoughtful as when Madison opened her jewelry box. My mother explained, "It's a gift card. We thought it could be used for household goods. You're always so sensible. Sensible? Again, meaning we don't need to think about your gift. Madison was editing car photos for Instagram when she looked over from the couch. She was silent, but I could see a small smile on her face. She was aware of the mess. Thank you, I said in a surprisingly steady voice. This is fantastic. My dad's shoulders relaxed and he looked relieved. We figured you'd value something useful since you're so good with money. Correct. Getting me something like the $2,300 jewelry set or the $32,000 car would be pointless. Making the gifts nearly equal is pointless. I was realistic. I only needed $25 paper towels and dish soap. I managed to sound neutral as I said, thanks. This is fantastic. Madison spoke up from the couch, admiring her new jewelry. Dad said, yeah, adding, you wouldn't want anything too flashy since you're so financially responsible already. This made me laugh. I wanted to yell, but I nodded, put the gift card back in the envelope, and took a long sip of water. Madison kept talking about her new car, asking our dad about the insurance, payments, and interior customization. Madison received a free $32,000 car because she finished college 7 years after enrolling, and my dad paid for her insurance for the first year. This man, who told me at 14 that we couldn't afford guitar lessons, blindly dropped Madison an estimated $37,000. After telling them I had an early morning meeting, I left at 9:30. My parents were too busy celebrating Madison's gratitude, and she was too busy planning her first road trip in her new car. I parked in the lot of my apartment, which I rented with my salary, and drove home in my 6-year-old Civic, which I bought and paid off with my own paychecks. I put the gift card on my kitchen counter when I entered and stared at it for a while. $25. Around 10, my girlfriend called to ask about Christmas Eve's success. I told her everything. After a long silence, she said, "That's really messed up, babe." I apologized. "It's okay," I said, even though it wasn't. She said, "It's not about the money." She was right. It's about what it represents. My sister was worthy of celebration and spoiling, while I was responsible, pragmatic, and not worth the trouble of a genuine gift because I would be happy anyway. I had trouble sleeping that night because I kept thinking about all the times I had been ignored. Madison was always the center of attention, and I was always left with the leftovers. They paid for her spring break vacation to Cancun, but they insisted that I pay for my college visits. When I graduated from college, they gave her a laptop for high school. My dad missed my awards ceremony at work because he helped Madison move into her third apartment in 3 years. When I woke up on Christmas morning, Madison texted me photos of her new car from different angles in front of her apartment building. Emojis are everywhere. Between Christmas and New Year's, I avoided my family, went to work, and spent time with my girlfriend. Madison frequently posted updates about her vehicle on social media. I used the $25 gift card to buy paper towels and laundry detergent. My dad posted her pictures to his Facebook page with captions like "Proud Father Moment," and my mom commented on every post with heart emojis and "So happy for you, sweetie." I made plans with my girlfriend and a few friends to enjoy New Year's, not thinking about my family's strange dynamics. I was trying to move on when my father called on January 5. Strange, he never calls to talk. "Hi, Dad." My response, "Hi, son, how are you?" His voice said, "I need something." "All right. What is going on? Let's talk." "This month, your mom and I are struggling with a mortgage. We had unforeseen costs. I wanted to know if you could lend us money. Only for a short time. Next month, we'll repay you." "How much?" $3,500. Madison's auto insurance exceeded our spending limit, so we had to pay for the first 7 months, plus housekeeping and other regular expenses. "That's not how it is. Your mother and I have always been there for you kids," I said when I needed help with a car down payment, worked 2 jobs for college, and slept on a friend's couch in between leases. His voice tightened as he said, "I don't think I can help with $3,500. If it weren't significant, I wouldn't ask. We might lose the house. One late payment won't cost you the house, but we might. Since we refinanced, the bank has been watching us." I wasn't feeling giving. "I have costs." "What costs?" "You're single. Your work is great. Never had kids. Where are you spending your money?" "I'm saving money for a home. I'm not unmarried. I'm dating someone. And to be honest, I am in charge of my finances." "Quiet. This is how you pay us back for all that we have done for you. Up until 18, we fed, housed, and provided for you. He didn't like your sister is going through a period of transition. I didn't help her. I have my own objectives," he said coldly. "You'll regret this. You are right. Family members should support each other." I hung up. hands trembling. Families should support one another. I had never confronted my father like this. It felt bad and good. My girlfriend was informed by phone. She was quiet. My parents have exploited me for years. It was 4 days before I heard from them. My mother called in tears. I heard from your father that you won't assist with the mortgage. Mom, you're not losing your home. I can't believe you'd let us lose our home. We might. Then maybe talk to Madison about helping. The bank called today. So Madison has no money. But she owns a $32,000 car. That's different. How? She requires that for job interviews. I won't give you $3,500, Mom. You're our son. And you're my parents who gave Madison a car and me a $25 gift card. You're selfish. What did you sacrifice for me? She gasped. That $25 gift card was thoughtful. Mom, give it to a neighbor kid, not your son. She hung up. As I stared at my phone, I felt guilty about making my mother angry, upset that she was using tears to control me, and relieved that I had expressed my feelings. That evening, my girlfriend brought takeout. They will never consider you on par with Madison. Even if you gave them $10,000, they would still think you weren't doing enough. She was right. Madison texted, I heard you won't help Mom and Dad with their mortgage, 3 days later. I replied, they're stressed because they spent their mortgage money on your car insurance. 3 dots appeared and vanished. They wanted to help me start. And I'm trying to start buying a house. You're such a jerk. Then sell your car and help them out. No, not. I was fed up with being nice. I was tired of being the one who sacrificed while Madison got everything. She was praised for being messy, but I was tired of reality. Sleeping was hard that night. I kept thinking about my dad's call, his arrogance, and his expectation that I would give him $3,500 because he asked. Thinking about it made me angrier. A thought struck me at 2:30 a.m. After getting out of bed, I opened my kitchen drawer with random items. The back had the Christmas envelope. I took the $25 Target gift card. I checked Target on my laptop. Purchase online gift cards and receive them by email. I ordered a $25 gift card with my dad's email. Your mortgage, I wrote in the message. I hope this helps. Your boy. The message was sent at 2:48 a.m. I went back to bed and slept better than in weeks. The next morning, I found 19 missed calls and 34 text messages from my family. My dad sent the angriest texts. Capitalizing, disrespectful, ungrateful, and immature is common. I was out of will, he said. He said I'm no longer welcome at family gatherings. I regret this forever, he said. Most of my mom's texts were guilt trips. How could I have hurt them? Wasn't family important to me? She didn't raise me mean. Madison slandered me in texts. Nothing special, just standard. I read them all while drinking coffee and feeling relaxed. I texted all 3 together. You gave Madison a $32,000 car for Christmas and me a $25 gift card. You got $3,500 when you asked. As a Christmas present, $25 would make a good mortgage payment. You showed me your appreciation. The lesson stuck with me. Work began after I turned off the group chat. My boss asked what was up when he saw me happy. He learned that I finally confronted my family about some issues. Good for you. He nodded. Although family dynamics are complicated, you cannot let someone take advantage of you because you are related. The rest of the week was blissfully quiet. My family stopped texting after my group message. I assumed they were either too mad to talk to me or knew I wouldn't change. Everything was funny to my girlfriend. She laughed and said, you sent him a $25 gift card. That's chef kiss petty. My uncle, my dad's brother, called the next Monday. He's always been more stylish than my dad. He said, your dad called me yesterday. Wanted me to give you some advice. Are you? I asked. He chuckled. Hell no. $25 gift card. You heard his entire story. Your dad's head is going to blow up. However, I know about his Madison relationship. He probably didn't compare the $25 gift card to the car. He said, yeah, he didn't mention that. My grandparents played favorites too. Golden child was my dad. My uncle moved 4 states away to escape. Avoid letting them guilt you, he said. The statement, real family doesn't keep score, helped more than he thought. After several weeks, things calmed down. My parents didn't call or text. Madison ended our social media friendship. I kept living, working, and saving for a house. My girlfriend and I started house hunting in February. I moved in April after finding a place in March. I hid it from parents. They taught me independence. My uncle brought tools and whiskey in May. Sat on my back deck. Have you heard from family? he asked. He nodded. Not since January. That's not happening. They want you to apologize. He raised his glass. Good. Remain steadfast. My girlfriend and I got engaged in June. Uncle congratulated us. Publicly, my parents were silent. Mom sent me a private message. Madison sent, congratulations, I guess. I hope your wife knows what she's getting into. I blocked her. My fiancé asked me to invite my parents to the wedding. I considered. I said, not until they apologize. Do you believe that they will? No. In September, we tied the knot. Only close friends, small ceremony. I was escorted down the aisle by my uncle. It was flawless. After that, my mother sent a card. We're deeply wounded. You excluded us. We hope you reconsider treating your family. Without apology or acknowledgement. Guilt. I discarded it. My wife asked if I regretted not inviting them. My parents are my parents, but I'm done trying to please them. They demonstrated how a $25 gift card could assess my worth. As needed, I gave them what they gave me. My uncle says my dad got a second mortgage. They're fine because the bank approved. Madison remains unemployed. She lives at home. She crafts in my old room. In a few years, my wife and I will discuss having kids. Possibly getting a dog soon. I started lessons and bought a nice guitar last week. Every time I practice, I remember being told we couldn't afford it at 14. I can afford it now. Cousin sent me a message. My uncle informed her of the gift card issue. Claimed her parents were equally biased. Sometimes people need to see their actions mirrored. She's right, she said. Most likely they'll never comprehend. They will think I'm unappreciative and left me due to a miscommunication. I know the truth. They gave my sister a car and me a $25 gift card. I paid $3,500 for what they assessed me as worth. $25. Update. My wife is pregnant after 7 months. My uncle wants to be cool grandfather. I haven't heard from my parents since the wedding card. Madison lives at home despite working part-time at a store. It's tight, but my dad pays the second mortgage. My wife's parents treat me like family. Her father helped me build a deck last month. I'm still learning guitar. My teacher calls me natural. The baby is due March. Uncle is building a crib. The mother of my wife knits blankets. My parents are unaware of their impending grandchildhood. My value was determined. About access, I made mine. I bought diapers with that $25 gift card last week. Suitable. My mom asked my uncle about me last month. He told her he was fine. She asked me to consider apologizing if they regretted. He asked, would you ask me? When he called. I considered. I thought it over. Yeah, but they won't if they deeply apologize and admit fault. I doubt it, he agreed. My parents sent me a card 3 weeks later. My trembling hand opened it. Hallmark cards with generic family messages were found inside. A $60 Amazon gift card without a note. Just another gift card, bigger this time, as if haggling, with no apology. I looked at my wife. She looked at it, then me. Okay, I put the card in the junk drawer in the kitchen. Gift card was not removed. I'm done, I said. Good. She hugged me. I bought baby supplies, pacifiers, bottle warmers, and a few small outfits with the Amazon gift card the next day. I then texted my uncle a photo of everything on our kitchen table and said, thanks for the baby shower gift. He laughed and called right away. I learned from the best. You're awful. My parents learned about the baby on Facebook 3 weeks ago. On a photo my wife shared, a cousin wrote congratulations. We had no idea, my mom said. Congratulations, Dad texted. I've heard you're expecting. I stared at the text. My wife watched from the couch. How will you respond? I typed, you can be involved when you admit your mistakes and sincerely apologize. I sent it. 4 days of silence. We gave you a perfectly nice Christmas gift, my dad said. I blocked his number because this grudge is absurd. My mother called and left a voicemail. Your father and I don't know why you're so difficult. We've always treated Madison and you equally. You'll regret not seeing our grandchild. I removed. Madison messaged me before I blocked her on Facebook. I sent my uncle a screenshot and said, they never will. He replied, they still don't get it. But without them, your life is good. That's what matters. My uncle arrived at the hospital in less than an hour, and my wife's parents drove by. Many people in the room cared about us, but my parents didn't find out until my cousin shared hospital pictures 3 days later. Mom said, lovely baby. I remained silent. Yesterday's package arrived. My parents' zip code was on Amazon's shipping label, but no return address. The baby monitor was probably $300. It had temperature and camera sensors. Gift only, no card. My spouse looked at me and asked, What would you like to do? I printed a return label, repackaged it, and mailed it back. An hour later, my dad called from my mom's phone. I thought it was someone else. Have you returned the baby monitor? He asked. Yes. Why? Your daughter requires. My daughter has all she requires from individuals who genuinely value us. I assume this is about the Christmas gift card? I've been treated like I don't matter for about 30 years now. After all these years. You gave Madison a $32,000 car and gave me $25, then asked me for $3,500. The gift card was just the most obvious example. If you can't identify the issue, we're done. After, your mother is crying. Perhaps she should consider why. I hung up. Dad spent $55,000 to prove I wasn't his to steal my trust. Now he wants $4,200 a month support. I showed his old affidavit. Case dismissed. You have no son. My father spent $55,000 on high-powered attorneys to legally prove I was illegitimate, allowing him to remove me from my grandfather's trust. 11 years later, he sued me for $4,200 a month in support since he was my father. My name is Lucas. I'm 36 years old and a biotech researcher based in Boston. And, until this month, I assumed the file on my childhood was closed. I assumed the ink had dried and the wounds had healed sufficiently to allow me to forget about them. I was mistaken. The past does not die. It simply waits for you to earn enough money to be worth haunting. I was sitting in my lab, waiting for a centrifuge to spin down, when security contacted my floor. A process server in the lobby asked for me by name. I assumed it was a subpoena for some patent issue or another. When you work in biotechnology, this is an unavoidable risk. Pharmaceutical corporations are constantly suing each other for intellectual property. Sometimes the researchers are brought into it as witnesses. However, when I stepped down to the lobby and opened the large manila envelope, I did not detect business letterhead. I didn't see anything about patents, research, or any of the professional complexities I'd become accustomed to dealing with. I observed the seal of the Connecticut Superior Court. My father, Charles, who publicly and legally rejected me when I was 26 years old, was filing a petition under the state's filial duty laws. He claimed indigence. He blamed a series of failed venture capital investments, failing health, and growing medical expenses. And he insisted that I, his biological son, pay for his assisted living facility and offer a monthly stipend to cover his expenditures. To grasp the utter boldness of this action, you must first understand our history. You need to grasp who Charles truly was. Charles was not a parent. He was the portfolio manager. And I was simply an underperforming asset in his portfolio. I grew up in Darien, Connecticut, in a house that felt more like a museum than a home, with me as the sole bumbling tourist. Everything was in immaculate condition. Everything was pricey. Everything was intended to impress visitors, not to make a youngster feel safe or cherished. The furniture was not intended for sitting. The artwork was the kind that you weren't supposed to touch. And my father was the type of man you didn't want to disappoint. My mother died when I was 7. Cancer. It happened so quickly that I hardly had time to process what was going on before she was gone. For a month, she read me bedtime tales and made me hot cocoa on frigid mornings. The following month, I attended her funeral dressed in a little black suit. I couldn't understand why everyone was crying and why my mother was resting in a box that was being buried. I recall the day they told me she wasn't going home from the hospital. Charles sat me down in his study, the same room where he would eventually blackmail me for my fortune, and described death to me as if it were a commercial transaction. Matter of fact, clinical, with no warmth or comfort, only information conveyed. Then we moved on. I cried for several weeks. I cried at night, but no one could hear me. I cried in the school restrooms between courses. I cried whenever I saw something that reminded me of her, which was frequently because everything reminded me of her. And Charles' reaction to my mourning was irritation. He told me to get myself together. He told me that crying would not bring her back and that I should start acting like a man, despite the fact that I was 7 years old and had just lost the only person who had ever made me feel safe. After that, it was just me and Charles, a 7-year-old boy and a man who viewed parenting as dog breeding. Charles was fascinated with legacy, bloodlines, and good stock. He talked about family in the same manner that others talk about racehorses, genetics, breeding, and potential. If I received a B on my report card, I was faulty. If I did not make varsity, I was a bad investment. If I exhibited any signs of weakness, sensitivity, or typical childhood emotion, he treated me as if I were a defective product from the factory. I learned early on to keep my sentiments hidden around him. I learned to perform competently, regardless of how I felt. I discovered that love in our household was conditional, and that the restrictions were never explicitly mentioned but were always viciously enforced. But the major schism in our relationship didn't occur until I was 26. When my grandfather died, the truth about my father became clear, much like a photograph developing in a dark room. My grandpa, on my father's side, was a steel mogul. Old money is the type of wealth that funds libraries and names hospital wings. He was a difficult man with a heavy conscience about how his fortune had accumulated, and he spent his later years attempting to make good with it. He supported organizations he believed in through philanthropy, charitable trusts, and anonymous donations. He was also the only person who provided me with genuine warmth during my childhood. When Charles was cold and aloof, my grandfather took me fishing. When Charles condemned everything I did, my grandfather told me he was proud of me. When Charles made me feel like a disappointment, grandfather made me feel like I was important. Before he died, grandfather established a generation-skipping trust. It is a legal system intended to transfer income directly to grandchildren while avoiding the middle generation. It's partly for tax reasons, as skipping a generation saves on estate taxes, but I believe grandfather did it because he understood exactly who his son was. He knew Charles would spend any money he received and leave nothing for the future. The trust was considerable, in the high 7 figures, and it was specifically allocated for me. Charles was outraged when he discovered out. He had spent his entire adult life waiting for his father's death, so that he might inherit the family riches. He planned his budget around that anticipation. He had made promises to others based on money that he believed would be his. The old man then had the audacity to skip right over him and give everything to his grandson. I was 26, just out of graduate school, and still grieving the loss of the only person in my family who had ever made me feel loved. 1 week after the burial, Charles invited me to his study. The place smelled like old leather and fine furniture polish. It was dark, and the shelves were stacked with books that I doubt Charles had read. They were there for show, just like everything else in the home. When I walked in, he was seated behind his enormous desk, not looking at me, shuffling papers as if I were a last-minute appointment. "We need to talk about trust," he stated frankly. "How about it? You're not going to accept it." He said it as a statement, not a question. "You will sign a disclaimer of interest and return the monies to the general estate, to me." I remember standing there very perplexed. Why should I do that? Grandpa wanted me to have it. He set everything up just for me. Charles looked up from his desk. He stood up slowly, reminding me of how physically intimidating he could be. He was a towering man with steely eyes and a jaw that appeared to have been chiseled from rock. He moved around the desk and peered down at me with a contemptuous, calculated face. "Because if you don't," he continued calmly, "I'll erase your mother's memories." He walked back to his desk and slid a manila folder across the polished wood toward me. I opened it with shaking hands, and inside were grainy photographs of my mother with another man, embracing and kissing, taken with a long lens the year before I was born. The images were intimate and damning. "She was unfaithful, Lucas." Charles' voice was cold and clinical. "I've known for years that you aren't my biological son. You're the offspring of her tennis instructor. I raised you out of charity, out of respect for the vows I made, even though she broke hers. But I'll be damned if I let my father's money go to a stranger's blood." I felt the air leave the room. My lungs stopped working. My heart stopped beating. Everything stopped except for the ringing in my ears and the photographs in front of my eyes. "You're lying," I whispered. "Try me." Charles' lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. "If you claim that trust, I will file a lawsuit contesting paternity and drag her name through the mud in every tabloid in New England." I was young, heartbroken, and worshipped my mother's memory because she was the only parent who had ever shown me genuine love. Every person who remembers her, every friend she had, every colleague, will know what kind of woman she truly was. Is that what you want? To protect your bank account at the expense of her dignity? The thought of her being publicly shamed, even posthumously, made me physically ill, and I could taste bile in the back of my throat. I looked at this man, who had raised me with nothing but cold indifference for 19 years, and I realized something in that moment. He didn't care about me. He had never cared about me. I was a line item in his budget, an obligation he had fulfilled with minimal investment. The only thing he cared about was the ledger, the money. "Fine," I said, my voice shaking, "keep the money. I don't want it. I don't want anything from you ever again." But Charles wasn't satisfied with a handshake agreement. He wanted legal armor, documentation, and assurance that I couldn't change my mind and come back for what was rightfully mine. Charles's lawyers drafted an affidavit, a sworn statement signed under oath, declaring that he had reason to believe I was not his biological issue. The document stated that our familial bond was hereby severed for the purposes of the estate and all future legal relations. In exchange for me signing a disclaimer on the trust, he agreed not to sue the estate for fraud related to my mother's alleged infidelity. I packed a single bag, got in my car, and drove away from Darien, Connecticut, that same night. I didn't look in the rearview mirror or say goodbye, I just left. I moved to Boston with almost nothing. I had a graduate degree, a small amount of savings, and no family support. The first few months were difficult. I scrubbed toilets in office buildings at night, worked the early morning shift at a coffee shop before classes, and ate ramen, peanut butter sandwiches, and whatever was on sale at the discount grocery store. There were nights when I sat alone in my tiny apartment, a studio barely big enough for a bed and a desk, and wondered if I had made a terrible mistake. I could have fought, challenged the affidavit, taken Charles to court, exposed his lies, and possibly gotten my inheritance back. But every time I thought about it, I remembered years of litigation, depositions, discovery, expert witnesses, seeing Charles's face across a courtroom, hearing his voice, having to speak to him and about him, and constantly being reminded of everything he had taken from me. I thought about the impact it would have on my mental health, my ability to focus on my work, and my chance to create something new. So I kept moving forward, one day at a time, one shift at a time, one exam at a time. I built a career in genomics through sheer stubbornness. I was good at what I did, and I was willing to put in hours that others were not. I stayed late in the lab when everyone else went home. I read papers on weekends. I published research that was noticed by people who mattered, and my life gradually began to take shape. It wasn't easy. There were setbacks, disappointments, and times when I wanted to give up, but I didn't have that option. I had burned my bridges with Charles, and there was no safety net waiting to catch me if I fell. Success was the only way forward, so I walked it. I met my wife, Hannah, at a conference 4 years after I left Connecticut. She was brilliant and funny, and she laughed at my terrible jokes. Our first date was coffee, which turned into dinner, which turned into talking until 3 a.m. She didn't come from a wealthy family, and she didn't care about pedigrees, bloodlines, or any of the things Charles had spent his life obsessing over. She only cared about who I was as a person. We married 3 years later in a small ceremony attended by coworkers. I didn't invite my grandfather's old friends, who had known me as a child, because that chapter was closed. I was building something new, a life that was rich in ways Charles couldn't understand. But doubts are like weeds. They grow in the darkness. About 14 months after I left Connecticut, I purchased a commercial DNA testing kit, not for the ancestry results or the health information, but because I needed to know if Charles had been telling the truth about my mother or if he had simply created the most devastating lie he could think of to trick me into giving up my inheritance. I spat in the tube, mailed it, and waited. When the results came back 4 weeks later, I sat alone in my tiny Boston apartment and opened the email with shaking hands. The DNA matched me with the first cousin on Charles' side of the family. The genetic markers were undeniable, and the science was clear. Charles was my biological father. He had lied about my mother's faithfulness, about my conception, to the lawyers, and to me. He had fabricated an elaborate deception and used my love for my deceased mother as a weapon against me, all to steal an inheritance that was legally and rightfully mine. I stared at the computer screen for hours. I went through every emotion you can imagine: rage, grief, vindication, despair. The desire to fly back to Connecticut and confront him was almost overwhelming, but then I realized something. Going back would entail lawyers, court battles, seeing his face and hearing his voice, and allowing him back into my life. I didn't want the money, I wanted the silence, so I printed out the DNA results and put them in a safe deposit box. I closed the lid, turned the key, and walked away, letting Charles keep his stolen millions. I figured he'd die alone on a pile of gold, surrounded by expensive things and devoid of anyone who truly cared about him. After I left, he poured the trust funds into speculative tech startups that imploded spectacularly. I didn't expect him to lose everything, and it turned out that Charles' business genius was mostly luck and inheritance. Without his father's guidance and resources, he was just another mediocre investor with expensive tastes and poor judgment. He made leverage bets on real estate developments that went bankrupt when the market shifted, and he invested in ventures based on connections, hunches, and country club recommendations rather than actual due diligence. The thing about old money is that it creates an illusion of competence. When you're born wealthy, people assume you're intelligent. Charles had spent his entire life assuming he was a financial genius because his investments had always worked out. However, his investments had always worked because he was investing his father's money using his father's connections in his father's network. They invite you into deals, trust your judgment, and give you opportunities that others must fight for. Charles had sold the Darien house, according to whispers from old Connecticut contacts who occasionally reached out to gossip. Once that was gone, once he had chased away everyone who knew what they were doing and surrounded himself with sickons who told him what he wanted to hear, the outcome was predictable. Charles had moved to a smaller place, he had stopped attending club events, And he had been seen at restaurants he would never have visited before, eating meals he would never have ordered. When I heard these things, I didn't feel satisfied, vindicated, or anything. He was a stranger. Charles, who had spent his entire life obsessed with wealth and legacy, was now facing the prospect of public assistance, government programs, and the kind of safety net he had always looked down on. His problems were his problems, and I had my own life to live. At the age of 74, Charles was broke, and his health was failing. Most people are unaware of the existence of filial responsibility laws, as I was until I was served with that lawsuit. However, Connecticut, along with about 28 other states, has statutes in place that can require adult children to pay for the support of indigent parents. It is likely that one of his lawyers informed him of these laws. Most people have never heard of them, and most lawyers have never filed a case under them, but they still exist in the legal code, waiting to be weaponized by someone who is desperate enough to try. The laws are old, dating back to Elizabeth and poor laws from centuries ago, and they are rarely enforced in modern times. And there I was, his biological son, now a successful biotech executive with a nice salary, a house in the suburbs, and a life that looked from the outside like it could absorb a monthly payment of $4,200. He was playing the biology card after denying it for a lifetime, and the audacity of it took my breath away. Dana Carver, a clever lady who specialized in intricate family issues, was my lawyer. It was almost impressive in its depravity that this man would claim fatherhood when it was profitable after officially stating I wasn't his kid when it was profitable. She had a reputation for being absolutely ruthless in court, the kind of lawyer that other lawyers warned their clients about. Her office was downtown, all glass and steel and expensive artwork, but she dressed like she was ready for a street fight. No nonsense suits, practical shoes, the kind of woman who seemed to enjoy winning more than she did getting paid. When I sat in her office and told her the whole story from the beginning, she didn't frown, she didn't express sympathy, outrage, or any of the other emotions that a normal person might feel when hearing about a father who blackmailed his own son out of millions of dollars. Instead, she smiled. The kind of smile you might see on a shark just before it bites. The kind of smile that made you glad she was on your side. "Let me make sure I understand this correctly," she said, tapping her pen against her legal pad. "He's suing you based on biological paternity, and he claims that because I'm his son, Connecticut law requires me to support him now that he's indigent. And you have the DNA test proving you are his biological son." "I do." I paused. "But I also have this." I slid a photocopy across her desk. It was the 11-year-old affidavit, in which Charles swore under penalty of perjury that I was not his biological issue. It was the document he used to steal my inheritance and end our legal relationship. Dana Carver picked it up. She read it slowly, her eyes moving across each line like she was savoring a fine meal, and when she finished, she read it again. Her smile widened with each paragraph, and she looked like the cat that had eaten the canary and was already planning what to eat next. "Oh, this is beautiful," she said when she finally set it down. "This is really stunning. Your father is unaware that he has committed litigation suicide. Can we win?" I asked. Dana Carver looked me dead in the eye, her expression full of confidence. "Lucas, we're not only going to win, we're going to make case law, and this case will be taught in law schools." The court date was set for a gray Tuesday in November, the kind of day where the sky looks like concrete and the air bites at your face as you walk from the parking lot to the courthouse. The trees were bare, dead leaves scattered across the sidewalk, and everything looked cold and final. I wore my best suit, navy blue and well-fitted, the kind of suit you wear when you want to project success without being flashy. When Charles was wheeled into the courtroom, I almost didn't recognize him because he was withered and shrunken. For 11 years, I had carried the weight of what Charles had done to me like a chain attached to my ankle, and now I was about to let it go. The broad shoulders, I remembered, had curved inward, and the commanding presence had diminished to something almost pitiable. He was in a wheelchair, pushed by a home health aide who looked like she would rather be anywhere else, but the arrogance remained, as evidenced by the set of his jaw and the way he held his chin up even as his body failed him. Charles didn't look at me when he walked in. He was wearing an expensive suit from a bygone era, hanging off his gaunt frame like a costume from a play he was no longer cast in. He looked like a king in exile, waiting for the throne while sitting in the gutter. Charles' lawyer was the first to take the stand. Whitaker, who had been on the bench for 27 years and had seen every kind of human dysfunction, had a stern expression on his face, as if he had already decided this would be a waste of his time. Victor Hale, a bottom feeder in an expensive suit who clearly specialized in whatever cases paid the bills, launched into his opening argument with theatrical sincerity. He had the appearance of a man who had stopped believing in his clients a long time ago but still needed to make his mortgage payments. He painted Charles as a devoted father who had fallen on hard times through no fault of his own, A man who had sacrificed everything to raise his son, only to be abandoned in his hour of need by an ungrateful child, who had achieved success, and turned his back on the man who made it all possible. Your Honor, Victor Hale said, gesturing toward Charles' wheelchair with practiced sympathy. The statute is plain. The defendant has significant financial resources. His father is impoverished and in declining health. The biological link between them is undeniable. We recently submitted a paternity test ordered by my customer, which confirmed a 99.8% genetic match. We are only asking for the statutory assistance required under Connecticut law. We are simply trying to keep an old man off the streets. It was a compelling narrative. And if you knew nothing about our history, you might have felt sorry for the old man in the wheelchair, wondering what kind of son would abandon his elderly father to poverty. Then it was Dana Carver's turn, and she didn't use the podium. Dana Carver stood right next to me, her hand resting on my shoulder in a gesture of solidarity that I knew was calculated for the judge's benefit. Your Honor, Dana Carver said, her voice cool and clear. We do not dispute the plaintiff's current financial status. We studied his paperwork and accept that he became impoverished as a result of his own poor decisions. We also do not question the accuracy of the DNA test he submitted. The genetic science is clear. She paused. The courtroom was silent. However, we moved for immediate dismissal based on the doctrine of judicial estoppel. Judge Harold Whitaker raised an eyebrow. Explained, Counselor. Judicial estoppel prevents a party from taking a position in a legal proceeding that is directly contrary to a position they successfully took in an earlier proceeding. Dana Carver turned to face Charles Bennett as she spoke. Essentially, Your Honor, you cannot tell one court that the sky is blue in order to win a case, and then tell another court that the sky is green in order to win a different case. The law does not permit such fundamental inconsistency. She walked to the bench and handed a document to the bailiff. In an affidavit sworn under oath and filed with the probate court, Charles Bennett claimed that Lucas Bennett was not his biological son, and he used a calculated campaign of emotional manipulation and legal maneuvering to coerce my client into disclaiming a multi-million-dollar inheritance. Dana Carver's voice grew sharper after 11 years. The courtroom fell silent, and I noticed Charles Bennett's face for the first time since he had entered. He looked at me, his eyes wide, his mouth slightly open, as if he had not expected this. And his lawyer, who was frantically flipping through his own papers, appeared confused and alarmed. Victor Hale had obviously not been informed about the affidavit. Charles Bennett had hired him to file a simple support petition, probably assuring him that it would be straightforward. He had neglected to mention the inconvenient paperwork from over a decade earlier. This is Exhibit A, Dana Carver said, holding up the document. An affidavit of non-paternity signed by the plaintiff dated September 3, 2013. In this document, Charles Bennett states under oath, and I quote, I have irrefutable evidence that Lucas Bennett is not of my bio. Dana Carver turned back to face the judge. He used this sworn statement to secure sole control of his father's trust fund, presenting it to the probate court as evidence that my client had no claim to the inheritance. The court accepted his representation, and the trust was dispersed according to his wishes. So, Your Honor, we've got a predicament. Either Charles Bennett committed perjury and fraud 11 years ago by telling the probate court that my client was not his son, or he is lying to this court today by claiming my client is his son. It can't be both ways. The law prohibits him from being a father when it is profitable and a stranger when it is convenient. He made his decision over a decade ago. He signed the documents. He made oaths. He cashed checks. He cannot disable the bell, because the money ran out. Judge Harold Whitaker picked up the old affidavit. He read it slowly, his expression unreadable. Then he picked up the new DNA test that Charles Bennett had submitted. He looked back and forth between the two documents like a man comparing a receipt to a bill and finding the numbers didn't match. Mr. Victor Hale, the judge said, his voice dropping to a dangerous register, did your client notify you of this prior affidavit? Victor Hale's face had turned a sickening gray, and he glanced at Charles Bennett with a dawning terror, as if he had suddenly discovered he had stepped into quicksand. No, Your Honor. Victor Hale replied. I was not notified about this material. I was not made aware of these previous procedures. Mr. Bennett. Judge Harold Whitaker addressed my father directly. Did you sign this affidavit? Charles Bennett shuffled in his wheelchair, looking older than he had only minutes before. The arrogance was crumbling, revealing something desperate and caged beneath. I was unhappy at the time, Charles Bennett admitted, his voice hoarse and shaky. I had doubts about my late wife. I believed things that proved to be incorrect. The DNA evidence shows that I was wrong. I am his father. That is what matters. He owes me. You swore on oath, Judge Harold Whitaker said sharply. You utilized this document to benefit yourself at the detriment of your son. You stood in front of the probate court and told them this man was not your child. And as a result of that sworn statement, you obtained money that was rightly his. You don't get to reverse a formal severance just because the funds run out. But I'm his father. Charles Bennett's voice rose, cracking with what could have been desperation or wrath. I raised him. I fed him. I provided a roof over his head for 19 years. That has to count for something. It counts for nothing, the judge's voice cut through the courtroom like a hammer. Because you sold that right. You exchanged your fatherhood for a trust fund. You cannot now claim the relationship that you openly, legally, and under oath repudiated. Dana Carver stepped forward again. Your Honor, I would also like to point out that the plaintiff has just stated on the record that he is my client's biological father. This constitutes an acknowledgement that his 2013 affidavit was untrue. He has essentially confessed in open court to committing fraud against his late father's estate and perjury in the prior probate proceeding. She paused to let that sink in. While the statute of limitations for the original fraud may have passed, his submission of this current lawsuit constitutes a frivolous abuse of the court system. He is attempting to use the courts to perpetuate the same scheme he began over a decade ago, simply inverting the lie to suit his current. The petition for filial support is dismissed with prejudice. The judge said, Mr. Bennett, you are legally prohibited from claiming paternity for the goal of financial gain after earlier denying paternity for the same reason. In the eyes of this court, based on your own sworn statement from 2013, you have no son. The gavel came down. The sound echoed through the courtroom like a gunshot. Furthermore, Judge Harold Whitaker added, leaning forward over the bench, I am sanctioning the plaintiff to pay all legal fees incurred by the defendant in responding to this frivolous action. And, Mr. Victor Hale, please get your client out of my courtroom before I decide to forward this affidavit to the district attorney for a review of potential perjury charges. I don't care if he is old or sick. Fraud is fraud. I rose up, my legs feeling odd, as if they belonged to someone else. Dana Carver shook my hand and mentioned phoning her office to handle the fee collection, but I could barely hear her. I walked toward the exit without looking back at Charles Bennett. I could hear him behind me, his voice rising in a panicked, desperate cadence as he shouted at his lawyer, demanding to know how this had happened, insisting there had to be something they could do, and threatening to file appeals, complaints, and lawsuits against everyone involved. But it all sounded distant, muffled, like noise from a television playing in another room. I pushed through the courthouse doors and walked out into the gray November afternoon. The cold air hit my face, and I breathed it in deeply. It tasted like freedom. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a text from an unknown number. Lucas Bennett, I know you have money. You can't let me starve. I'm your flesh and blood. I looked at the message for a long time. I felt a familiar twinge somewhere in my chest. The old conditioned response. The trained need to please him, to prove my worth, to earn the approval he had never given freely. But then I remembered the affidavit. I thought about the lies he told about my mother, the photos he used to blackmail me, the accusations of infidelity that DNA had proven false, and the 11 years of silence while he spent money that should have been mine, never once reaching out or checking to see if I was alive or dead. I typed my response slowly. Ply, according to the affidavit you signed, I'm the son of a tennis instructor, and you should ask him for money. I hit send, then blocked the number. The story didn't end quietly, because Charles Bennett hadn't just sued me, he had exposed himself. Court transcripts are public record in Connecticut. Within a week, the details of the hearing were circulating through the tight-knit, gossipy world of New England old money. The country club said that Charles Bennett had spent his entire life trying to impress, that he had committed fraud against his own father's estate to disinherit his son, and that he had signed documents swearing I wasn't his child, only to demand money from me because I was. Charles Bennett's remaining friends abandoned him, and the country club he had been a member of for 37 years revoked his membership. Within a month, everyone in Charles Bennett's world knew exactly what he had done, and the word fraud spread like wildfire through high society. Charles Bennett's last investment partner filed a lawsuit against him 18 days after the trial, accusing him of misrepresenting assets in a 6-year-old deal. The lawsuit named specific instances where Charles Bennett inflated numbers to secure funding. Although the case was civil, the discovery process revealed emails that were forwarded to the state attorney general's office. Charles Bennett ended up in a state-run care facility with fluorescent lighting, linoleum floors, and meals on plastic trays, the kind of place funded by the same taxpayer programs he had spent his entire life voting against. 4 months after the trial, I received a call from Dana Carver, who informed me that the fee sanctions had been processed, and Charles Bennett's remaining assets, a small investment account he had attempted to conceal, had been liquidated to cover my legal costs. The check was already in the mail. Pale, $29,500. It wasn't the millions he had stolen from me, but it covered what I had spent defending myself against his nonsense, plus a little extra, which I donated to a scholarship fund for first-generation college students, kids trying to make something of themselves without the support of their families. A few months later, a package arrived at my house from a lawyer handling Charles Bennett's affairs. The facility had limited storage, and Charles Bennett had been forced to surrender most of his personal effects. Someone had decided to send me a box of items, most of which were junk, old papers, and random trinkets. At the bottom of the box was a photo album, which I opened. The album was full of photos of me, learning to ride a bike, graduating, and winning a science fair. For about 15 seconds, I wondered if he had cared after all. Then I turned one of the photos over, and it was a picture of me at 10 years old holding a first-place trophy. On the back, in Charles Bennett's handwriting, the investment cost to date was $58,000. ROI pending. I flipped through more photos. Same stuff. Dollar amounts. Cost calculations. Performance notes. He didn't keep them because he loved me. He kept them as receipts. That night, I took the album to the fireplace, built a fire, fed the photos in one by one, and watched them burn. A week later, I received a letter with no return address, but I recognized the handwriting. The announcement went out in the company newsletter and was picked up by a few industry publications, so my name was in the news for all the right reasons. Charles Bennett had somehow gotten access to a pen and paper, and the letter was 4 pages of rambling accusations. I had stolen his legacy, I had turned everyone against him, and I had abandoned him when he needed me the most. He demanded that I visit him, apologize, and acknowledge everything he had sacrificed for my upbringing. At the bottom, he wrote, "You owe me. You'll always owe me. I made you." I read the entire thing, then went to my home office, took out the DNA results I had kept in my files for over a decade, and made 4 copies. I mailed one to the lawyer who had sent me the box of Charles Bennett's belongings, along with a note explaining what it was and requesting that it be added to any official records. I mailed one to the district attorney's office that had received the referral from Judge Harold Whitaker in case they ever decided to pursue the perjury angle, and I kept the 3rd copy. Then I took Charles Bennett's letter, folded it neatly, and mailed it back to him with a single post-it note attached, which read, "Per your 2013 affidavit, I'm not your son. Please refer any future correspondence to the tennis instructor." I never heard from him again. At 18, sister sneered loser as I collapsed in an asthma attack. 11 years later, I played her secret video in court and exposed her fraud. Enjoy your cell, sister. My lungs burned like glass shards sparked by a match. As I dropped into our dining room's wooden floor, holding my chest, trying to force breath into my restricted airways, the world tilted sideways. Madison Blake was 4 feet away, dangling my rescue inhaler between her thumb and index finger like a child's toy. "Gwasp, loser." Her voice tripped with laughter. At the table, my parents had frozen forks halfway to their mouths. Dad looked down at his plate. Mom drank wine. Neither moved. That was 11 years ago. I was 18. Madison Blake was 15. The memory still tightens my chest, even though I haven't required an inhaler in years. Strange how the body recalls trauma after healing. Growing up, I thought every family had a scapegoat. Mine was me. Our parents thought Madison Blake was perfect. Mom claimed I should have kept my art project safer after she smashed it the night before it was due. She informed her middle school that I would wet the bed until 13. Dad smiled and termed it traditional sibling teasing. The bedwetting story was false, but it was done. I didn't realize the inhaler incident crossed a line until then. 8 years old, I was diagnosed with asthma, mild, treatable with medicine, mostly exercise-induced. I kept my rescue inhaler in my backpack and nightstand at school and home. I had just run that night. I was just good in cross-country. The only place my body didn't lie if I managed it well. Madison Blake watched me slump over and wheeze up the driveway from the porch. She entered before me. The inhaler was gone when I got to my room. I disassembled my nightstand, backpack, and desk drawers. My chest tightened with each second. Panic ruined everything. Walking downstairs, I gasped for Madison Blake. She left the kitchen with my inhaler on her finger. "Looking for this?" I gasped and reached out. Stepping back, she smiled. The magic word? I couldn't talk. My peripheral vision faded. Kneeling. I clawed at the air between us. Mom and Dad entered from the living room. People saw me on the floor. Madison Blake carried the inhaler. "Madison, honey, give your sister her medicine," Mom urged, sounding like she wanted Madison to pass the salt. Madison Blake threw it many feet away. I crept nearer it, finally wrapping my fingertips on the plastic. I could breathe after 3 puffs. Madison Blake stepped over me to enter the dining room, saying, "You're so dramatic." Dad helped me stand while checking his watch. Dinner's becoming cold. I ate in my room that night and the next. 4 months later, I received a full scholarship to college. Out of duty, I called home monthly. I returned for Thanksgiving and Christmas and slept in my childhood bedroom, which Mom was turning into a craft room. Madison Blake moved into the top floor master suite with a balcony and bathtub. Mom said she needed space. Your presence is fading. After graduating with honors, I worked at a Boston consulting business and lived without weekly family dinners or Christmas guilt trips. My interaction with them decreased to birthday cards and text messages. At 24, I was finally free to breathe. 5 years after the inhaler incident, a stranger called. Is this Madison Blake's younger sister? A woman inquired. Dr. Elaine Porter from Mercy General Hospital speaks. Your sister Madison arrived an hour ago. She wants you. My stomach sank. What happened? It was her vehicle accident. Non-life-threatening injuries, but she's shaken. Her emergency contacts say your folks are abroad. I drove the 3.5 hours in under 3. She was my sister through everything. Hospital rooms smelt like antiseptic and anxiety. Madison Blake laid in bed with her left leg cast and ribcage bandaged. She mumbled Nikki as she saw me. I hadn't been called that since high school. I'm here. I took her hand. She cried, apologized, and said she was a bad sister, foolish, and anxious for our parents' attention. While her words were scripted, her tears were genuine. Willing to believe her. For 3 months, I drove down every weekend to assist her heal. We watched movies, ordered takeaway, and discussed new topics. She said she'd always envied my intelligence and ease of learning. I told her about my college loneliness, feeling like an orphan with living parents. She remarked, we can be better, late Sunday afternoon, putting her head on my shoulder. Start over. I agreed. 8 months later, she called with exciting news. Her software engineer boyfriend Ryan Carter, whom she'd dated for nearly 3 years, proposed. Do I become her maid of honor? Yes, I said. I hosted her bridal shower. I spoke at the rehearsal dinner about second chances and sisterhood. Mom wept. Dad clapped my shoulder and said he was proud of my maturity. Beautiful wedding. Madison Blake sparkled in ivory lace. I held her bouquet at the altar, hoping we'd turned a corner. Ryan Carter sent me an email 2 weeks after the wedding. A video clip was sent with the subject line, "You deserve to know." Nearly deleted. The language felt strange, but curiosity triumphed. My bridal shower video. It was likely captured discreetly on a phone set up across the room, judging by the camera angle. The timing indicated the afternoon gift opening. Madison Blake received a neatly wrapped box with a historic compass I found at an antique shop. I said, "So you'll always find your way home," feeling emotional. Madison Blake opened it, smiled for the camera, then laid it aside in the video. I left to buy more champagne, but the video continued. Madison Blake leaned toward bridesmaids. God, could she be sadder? Madison's voice was clear, seeking to win my love with dumb gifts. A bridesmaid laughed. I thought you two were close now. Please. Someone had to plan this for free. My real pal's work. Madison Blake sneered at the compass. She bought the hospital sob story. Easy management of my life. Look at her expression when I sobbed and apologized. I nearly dropped my laptop due to shaking hands. The video continued. Madison Blake imitated me, stating, "We can be better. Start over." Her friends laughed as she described how she faked the emotional breakthrough, practiced her tears in the mirror, and calculated how much contact would keep me hooked without effort. The maid of honor speech almost made me crack up, Madison Blake said, sipping her champagne. All that garbage about unbreakable bonds. She actually believes we'll be real sisters now. What about after the wedding? Someone asked off camera. Madison Blake shrugged. Ghost her? Probably. Got what I needed. Free planning and labor, and Mom and Dad think I'm a saint for reuniting with her. Win-win. The video ended. In the gloom of my flat, I watched it 4 more times. Every sight tightened my chest, but not from asthma. The attached police report confirmed the anonymous sender's claims. No other vehicle seen. Officer records showing Madison Blake's testimony contradicted the physical facts, claiming a truck ran her off the road, whereas witness observations suggested inattentive driving. I did nothing for 4 days. Returning from work, I glanced at my ceiling. The pain was immense, yet something else was growing. Someone chilly and patient. No confrontation with Madison Blake. I hid it from our parents. I answered her texts with the same friendliness I'd used for months. I made the correct sounds of excitement when she called about her Greece honeymoon. We should get dinner when I'm back, she added. I missed you. Yes. I missed you, too. I swallowed the metal-laden lie. My case took 20 months to build. Not a lawsuit. An evidence file would result. My high school next-door neighbor, Mrs. Sandra Whitaker, was my first interaction. She always gave me cookies and listened when I came to her porch to escape. "I always wondered what happened to you," she remarked when I called. "You just disappeared after graduation." "I had to get out," I said. Mrs. Whitaker, were my family dynamics unusual? A long pause. "I recall lots, honey. Your sister screamed at you in the driveway. You parents never intervened. I spotted you crying on the curb and asked if you were okay. You stated you failed a test. I asked your mother later to help, and she claimed you scored a 96%. You cried over a near-perfect score. Can you write down what you remember?" "Absolutely. Someone needed to defend the child. Better late than never." Her statement arrived a week later. Detailed 6-year observations on 3 pages. She recalled Madison Blake unintentionally locking me out in December while our parents were at a holiday party. I sat on the porch for 90 minutes in frigid weather, afraid to phone anyone since Madison would tell her parents I'd sneak away if I made a fuss. When Mrs. Whitaker saw me, she pulled me inside, blanketed me, and made hot chocolate as I trembled. Next, I contacted Dr. Thomas Keene, my high school guidance counselor. Though retired in Florida, he recalled me immediately. "Nicole Bennett," he remarked cheerfully. "One of my brightest students. How are you?" "Better now than then." "Doctor, I need my high school counseling records, Keene. I'm pursuing that legal matter." His tone changed. "Is this related to your home? I thought something was wrong, but you were so cautious. When I probed deeper, you shut down." I was afraid of worsening home life. Multiple times I recorded my worries. "Remember me calling your parents in for a meeting?" Yes, I remembered. Madison Blake smashed my display board and poured juice over my research notes the night before the scientific fair. I had hot eyes and trembling hands during school. I cried in Dr. Keene's office after he pulled me apart. The meeting with my parents failed. They sat across from Dr. Keene, nodding compassionately as he voiced concern about my mood. They then accused me of being excessively sensitive, emotional, and unable to handle sibling rivalry. "Nice try," Madison Blake murmured in my ear after school. "She was right, they wouldn't believe you over me." The school district sent the records when I requested them. Dr. Keene was meticulous. Every meeting was recorded. We recorded every concern and deflection from my parents. I forgot some entries. Teachers said I seemed uncomfortable or distant, and my grades dropped strangely following parent-teacher conferences, where Madison's behavior was discussed. My former pediatrician was next. Dr. Gregory Sutton retired, but his practice retained all records digitally. The file was big. Annual checkups, asthma diagnoses, medication adjustments, immunizations, and then the stomach-turning notes. Patient reluctant to mention upper arm bruise cause. Claim he fell but avoid eye contact. Bruises match grasping. Follow-up flag. Her mother says Nicole is clumsy and always hurts herself. Patient quiets when mother speaks. Discussed asthma control with patient and parents. Patient worries about inhaler access. Father switched topics when asked why. Dr. Sutton tried. He documented everything without my consent or proof. His hands were bound. Classmates were difficult to find. I was patient while many changed names and left social media. Starting with a yearbook, I linked names to LinkedIn and Facebook. I had senior English classmate Allison Price. We did a collaborative project. She accepted my coffee invitation. "I always felt bad about how Madison treated you," she continued, adding sugar to her latte. I had no idea what to do. We were youngsters. "Do you recall specific events?" God. "Sure. The day she told everyone you cheated on the SATs because you could never score higher than her. The rumor spread rapidly. You were summoned to the principal. Remember? You were cleared after weeks of investigation. Forgot about that. Maybe I buried it." The humiliation of sitting across from Principal Mark Reynolds' sharp inquiries about my study habits, integrity, and character. Madison Blake started the story and played the worried sister, telling everyone how worried she was about me and how the pressure might have gotten to me. "I'll write it down," Allison Price responded. "All of it." Additional statements were received. Brooke Chandler recalled Madison spreading rumors that I had an eating disorder because I was vomiting in the bathroom between classes. The worried school nurse called me away. The attention was humiliating, especially because it was false. Stress-induced nausea from anxiety was my problem. My chemistry classmate Adrian Ramirez remembered Madison telling everyone at a party that I'd gotten drunk and made out with many guys the weekend before. I didn't attend that party. Despite studying at home, the harm was done. Labels stuck. Desperate. Liar. Each statement was notarized. Everyone would testify if needed. The trend was clear. I found it hardest to go through my own stuff. The documents I created without understanding why showed systemic abuse. I was worried about forgetting specifics, yet my journal showed them. Calendar dates confirmed other witnesses' accounts. My 6-year-old self's real-time letter from trauma was the most powerful. A private investigator investigated the vehicle collision. He had 3 witnesses notarize their claims that Madison Blake was on her phone before she crashed. After 28 years as a detective, Jack Hollis went private. He was well recommended and didn't mind when I described my needs. He settled into the chair across from my desk and continued, "Insurance fraud cases are more common than people think. To avoid rate spikes or legal implications, people lie about accidents often." "You mean your sister emotionally manipulated you with the accident?" "That's exactly my point. Jack Hollis spent almost a month finding everyone near the accident. The police report said there were no witnesses, but Jack knew better. Busy road accidents always had witnesses. People didn't always stop. Sophia Martinez was driving behind Madison Blake when the crash occurred. "I saw the whole thing," she told him. The silver sedan girl texted. Her head was down, looking at her phone. After drifting into the other lane, she overcorrected and drove into the ditch. No other car was involved. I stopped to aid, but by the time I stepped out of my car, others were phoning 911. Brian Calloway was walking his dog on the sidewalk when Madison crashed. She was way too fast for that road. I recall thinking she should slow down. Her phone was presumably in her lap when I observed her gazing down. A bus stop sitting adolescent named Tyler Brooks was the third witness. I saw her texting while driving. My mom usually warns me not to do that, so I notice when others do. She wasn't hiding it. Typing with both hands off the wheel. Jack got the original police report from the scene before Madison delivered her statement. In his initial observations, Officer Daniel Hart noted that the motorist claimed another vehicle ran her off the road. A second car is absent. Transferless paint. No tire marks indicating evasion. Driver appeared dazed but unharmed beyond scratches and bruises. Seemed contradictory with driver's account. The story evolved between the initial report and the official filing. According to Madison Blake, a huge pickup truck surged into her lane and forced her off the road. Truck drove away without pausing. She was powerless against a hidden drone. Officer Hart retired last year. Jack told me, but I found him. He recalls your sister's case. He was upset that her story didn't match the evidence, but his supervisor closed it without further investigation. He will attest that her account was inconsistent from the start. Even worse was the insurance angle. Madison claimed the accident wasn't her fault, so her insurance rates didn't rise. Her emotional distress and lost wages claim was settled for $14,500. That's textbook fraud, Jack said. She lied to get insurance benefits she didn't deserve. The state considers that a felony. The file contained all this information. Every witness statement. Contradiction. Lie. In particular, I went through every box in my childhood bedroom during a visit home while Madison and our parents were away. Old journals and calendars with tiny dots marked bad days were found. At 16, I wrote myself a detailed letter about my daily humiliation and fear. The homecoming was strange. Mom texted me to come to Sunday dinner. She said Madison Blake and Ryan Carter would attend. It would be nice to gather. I agreed and planned my retrieval. The house was identical. Same beige siding, front yard oak tree, and porch where I'd spent hours avoiding Madison. However, entering the front door felt like entering my trauma museum. Runny. Mom hugged me, smelling like her childhood lavender perfume. "I'm glad you could attend. Madison will be thrilled." I doubted it, but smiled and nodded. Dinner was controlled. Madison was the perfect sister, asking about my job, complimenting my hair, and laughing at Dad's bad jokes. I matched her energy, smile for smile, knowing the facade would fall. "I need to grab something from my old room," I said after eating. "I wanted to read some books." Mom apologized. "Oh, honey, most of your things are in boxes in the attic now." "Perfect. I've been using that room for my quilting projects." Attic meant privacy. I climbed the narrow stairs and pulled the cord to light the single bulb. The walls were lined with Mom's neatly labeled boxes. Nicole, high school. Childhood Nicole. Nicole, college. All my life forgotten. The high school box was first. Spiral-bound journals with cartoon covers were there. I wrote in them occasionally, usually after bad days. Opening the first shook my hands. March 15th. Madison told everyone at school I stuffed my bra. In the hallway, Amanda and her friends laughed at me. Mom said I was too sensitive when I tried to talk to her about it at home. Madison smiled at me across the dinner table like she won. June 3. History final, A. Mr. Peter said it was the best essay he'd read in years. I was so happy I told Madison. She accidentally spilled soda all over it. The paper is ruined. Mom said these things happen, and I should have made a copy. September 22nd. Madison locked me in the basement for 2.5 hours. She told Mom and Dad I was at the library. I banged on the door until my hands hurt. When she finally let me out, she said if I told anyone, she'd say I was lying, and they'd believe her. She's right. They always trust her. Page after page of suffering. I documented for years without realizing it might matter. The childhood box held calendars. I started dotting bad days at 13. Some primitive pattern tracking to predict Madison's next strike. Some months were dotted, some had few, but they were always there. Multiple minor traumas. I found the letter. A copy of The Great Gatsby contained a sealed envelope. Totally forgot about it. In teenage handwriting, I addressed the envelope to future me. Old paper cracked as I opened it carefully. Dear future me, I'm writing this to avoid forgetting how bad it is. I'm afraid I'll look back and think it wasn't so bad, that I was just being dramatic. But it's awful. I consider leaving at least once a week because it's so bad. I want to disappear sometimes because it's so bad. Madison hates me. Not sure why. I tried to be a good sister. I've tried to avoid her but failed. She keeps hurting me and making me feel worthless. Parents don't care. They watch and don't care. Sometimes, I think Madison is easier and they like her more. As the problem child, I react when she hurts me. I'm dramatic. I'm sensitive. She shoved me down the stairs last week. Tripped and told Mom. My back bruised for days. She discarded all my college application essays yesterday. I worked on them for months. She claimed it was an accident and thought it was scrap paper. I don't know how much more I can take, but I'm writing this down for future me. So when I'm gone, I'll know it was real. You survived. Quite something. Love, 6-year-old me. I cried on the dusty attic floor. Not for me, but for that girl who was desperate to document her pain and afraid of losing herself. I was forgetting, so she was right to write it down. I was beginning to think it wasn't so bad. Maybe I was too sensitive. Maybe not. A letter proved it. Journals proved it. Calendars proved it. I photographed everything on my phone. Then I carefully packed my bag with journals, calendars, and letters, evidence. One more box was pushed into the corner before I left the attic. Nicole? Various. Old school projects, report cards, and awards were inside. I found my junior year regional cross-country medal under everything else. I ranked third. It was one of my proudest moments. I returned breathless and happy with a medal. Madison Blake said, "Second place is just first loser." Mom agreed. Well, maybe next time you'll work harder and actually win. I put the medal out of sight. Now, holding it in the dim attic light, I felt a pure anger that almost scared me. I worked hard. It didn't matter that I won, just not first. The medal went in my bag too. Remembering their losses. I discovered more. Something I forgot. A shoebox was hidden behind my closet's old stuffed animals. I had a small digital camera from my 17th birthday. I preferred my phone and rarely used it. I charged and browsed files. In among photos of friends and school events was a video I accidentally recorded. The video showed Madison Blake going through my belongings in my room. She smiled as she held my inhaler up to the camera and said, "Wonder what would happen if this just disappeared sometime. Bet she'd freak." Talking to herself, she practiced. I backed up the file to 4 hard drives with trembling hands. Everything I collected went to an attorney. Not any attorney, but a family law specialist known for taking on tough cases. Caroline Pierce reviewed my evidence for 3 hours before speaking. "This is extensive," she concluded. "What are your goals?" "I want them to have consequences. True ones. Your sister married. Your parents retired. The inhaler incident occurred over a decade ago. The personal injury statute of limitations has passed. The car accident? Lying on the police report and insurance claim was fraud. That was only about 3 years ago." Caroline raised her eyebrow. "That's intriguing. This state's insurance fraud statute is usually 6 years. Witness statements and the investigating officer's notes may explain the recent manipulation. The bridal shower video shows her admitting she planned a complex scheme to exploit me for free labor. That's newer. We could file a civil case for intentional infliction of emotional distress based on the recent manipulation, using the historical pattern to show this wasn't an isolated incident but part of long-standing abusive behavior. I want to do both." Caroline reclined. "It will get ugly. Your entire family will hate you. Do you feel ready?" As I gasped for air, I considered Madison's grin. Apathy from my parents as I crawled across the floor. Yes. Legal proceedings were slow. Caroline sued Madison Blake for intentional infliction of emotional distress, citing wedding manipulation and bridal shower admissions and a history of abuse. The district attorney received the false police report evidence from her. Months passed with no action. Caroline called 8 months after filing. The DA will charge Madison with insurance fraud and false reporting. Preliminary hearing. My stomach flipped. When? 6 weeks. Now the interesting part. The judge is known for being thorough. She wants all evidence, including video, submitted in advance. The preliminary hearing was on a gray Tuesday morning. In court, my attorney sat beside me. Madison Blake sat pale with her lawyer across the aisle. Parents whispered frantically behind her. Ryan Carter was strangely absent. The lawsuit prompted dozens of attempts to reach me. I blocked their numbers. Judge Eleanor Whitman entered, and we stood. She was an early 60s woman with steel gray hair and unblinking eyes. "Please be seated," she said, placing papers on her bench. "I reviewed all case evidence before we start formal proceedings today. Miss Pierce, Mr. Blake Caldwell," she nodded to both lawyers. "I think reviewing some of the video documentation together would help context." Madison's lawyer stood. "This is unusual for a preliminary hearing, but given the charges and civil case running parallel, I want to ensure a complete picture. I've decided, Your Honor." "Mr. Caldwell. Sit." The bailiff turned off the lights. The courtroom's front screen dropped. "What we're about to watch," Judge Whitman said, "is a compilation of plaintiff video evidence. Some of it is disturbing. It will establish the pattern of behavior relevant to the fraud charges and civil claim." The first video started. My old camera showed Madison holding my inhaler and talking about removing it. I heard my mother gasp behind me. The bridal shower footage played. Madison's mockery filled the courtroom. She laughed cruelly about manipulating me. Encouragement from bridesmaids. I heard my dad choke. Then something unexpected happened. Caroline collected hospital security footage during Madison's accident recovery. I arrived exhausted and worried. Saw me spending hours by her bed. Showed me taking her to the bathroom, feeding her, and reading. Madison texts on her phone. The messages were visible on the Zoom screen. She drives down again. Almost too easy. Such a fool. The courtroom was quiet except for videos. Judge Whitman remained calm. The last video was hardest to watch. Caroline discovered it on our old home security system. It appears my parents never deleted my footage. The hallway camera captured the inhaler incident night. I'm kneeling. Madison dangling inhaler. Her words. Gasp. Loser. My parents entering and doing nothing. Trying to breathe, crawling across the floor. My parents watched me suffer with the video on their faces. Dad checking watch. Mom drinking wine. Madison choked beside her lawyer. The lights returned. Judge Whitman slowly removed and cleaned her glasses. "Miss Blake," she said, addressing Madison Blake. "Stand up, please." Madison stood, shaking legs. "In 28 years on the bench, I've seen many disturbing things. My recent experience was the worst." The judge's calm voice conveyed absolute power. "You withheld life-saving medication from your sister. During a medical emergency. You were 15, old enough to understand the consequences of your actions." "Your Honor, I was just a kid," Madison began. "Old enough to plan." Judge Eleanor Whitman stopped her. "Video shows premeditation. Your behavior continued. Your reckless behavior caused a car accident, which you used to manipulate your sister's compassion." Madison's lawyer grabbed her arm, but she rebuffed. "Half of this is lies." The judge said, "Sit down, Miss Blake. The videos are out of context. You can speak during formal proceedings. I'll address something I rarely do from the bench now." She faced my parents. Mr. and Mrs. Blake, I cannot charge you with neglectful parenting. In these cases, the law doesn't allow that, but that video is unconscionable." My mother cried. "You treated your daughter's medical crisis like a minor inconvenience." Dad encircled her. "Your older daughter suffered psychological damage because you allowed abuse. Whatever happens, I hope you both take a long, hard look at yourselves." Judge Whitman turned to Madison. "We'll have a preliminary hearing for the charges before me today. And sense of the Given Miss Blake's long history of abuse and manipulation, I'm also ordering a full psychological evaluation before proceeding. This behavior must be assessed by the court for ongoing danger." "This is insane," Madison shouted, crying. "She makes me look monstrous." "No, Miss Blake, You did it. The cameras just recorded it. Madison screamed in court. Don't understand. She was always favorite. Perfect. Always. I had to do something to get their attention, Judge Whitman said. Feeling ignored led you to hurt your sister. I didn't mean to hurt her. You were young when you held her inhaler. You manipulated her into planning your wedding as an adult. You were an adult when you laughed with friends. Miss Blake, what age would you assume responsibility? No response from Madison. Falling into her chair, she cried. The hearing continued. There was testimony. Called witnesses. My old guidance counselor worried about my home life. My sister's injuries contradicted her accident story, according to her hospital doctor. The day was spent on proceedings. By the end, Judge Whitman had heard enough to bind Madison over for fraud trial and advance the civil case. Madison's lawyer advised her to plead guilty 4 months later after overwhelming evidence. She was sentenced to 21 months probation, 240 hours of community service, and $16,000 in insurance company restitution. Civil case took longer. Madison's lawyer advised her to settle 9 months after the criminal case. She paid for my therapy, legal fees, and enough to take a year off work to heal. Ryan Carter filed for divorce during settlement talks. His cooperation with the investigation included sharing devices and confirming timelines. Madison's behavior had strained their marriage, but the bridal shower video was the final straw. Parental reconciliation was attempted. They visited my apartment, wrote letters, and begged forgiveness. I saw them 7 months post-trial. A downtown coffee shop hosted us. We didn't know it was that bad, Mom said, holding a cup she didn't drink. You saw me gasp on our dining room floor. You knew. We thought you were dramatic. Dad whispered. Madison was always so charming. You always trusted her over me. They didn't respond. I don't hate you, I said. No longer want you in my life. You refused to protect me for 18 years. I left them sitting. It was our last conversation. Madison occasionally emails me. I can see the subject lines but don't open them. I'm sorry. Talk to me. I've changed. Maybe she has. People can change, but I'm not required to observe. Judge Whitman sealed my childhood's most sensitive courtroom proceedings, but some became public. Local news outlets covered the story after more details emerged. Some online thought I was vindictive. Some thought I was brave. I avoided reading comments. It mattered that I was heard. The truth was documented and undisputed. The bridal shower compass Madison threw away is still mine. Some of her former bridesmaids found it and sent me an apology letter. I keep it on my desk as proof that I found my way home. I want a safe, valued place, not my childhood home. Some consider revenge petty. Maybe they're right. But revenge isn't justice. Burning down someone's house for hurting you is revenge. Justice is ensuring their actions have consequences. Not to ruin Madison's life. I wanted her to admit fault. The law forced that acknowledgement, unlike years of family therapy. 5 years since the settlement. Built a good life. My friends would never deny me an inhaler or mock my pain. I've learned from my therapist that what happened wasn't normal, acceptable, or my fault. Judge Whitman wrote last week. She's retired. The letter was brief. I want you to know that your case is with me, Miss Plaintiff. I remembered why I became a judge. The system sometimes works. Sometimes honesty matters. Thanks for your bravery. Peace and happiness, Judge Eleanor Whitman. I framed it. Sometimes people ask if I regret pursuing the case. Maybe I should have moved on and forgotten. The answer is simple. I tried moving on. Tried for years. Healing doesn't happen by denying wounds. No matter how painful, cleaning them out brings it. Madison lost her marriage, reputation, and golden child self-image. My parents lost both daughters differently. I lost my dream family but gained something more valuable. I reclaimed myself. I remember that one 8-year-old girl gasping for air on the dining room floor on hard days. I think about her loneliness and worthlessness. I wish I could tell her she'd be fine 9 years later. More than fine. She'd be healthy and free. That girl couldn't breathe because her sister stole her inhaler. That this woman breathes well alone makes all the difference. I uncovered that my girlfriend used my company to fund her affair. You can't lie anymore, I said. Now. She begged me as I took back everything she stole. Free next week. As I presented the divorce papers to my wife, I mentioned that first. No warning, no easing. The man she thought was naive said something she never expected. Emily froze. Her breath jerked. She was shattered when she discovered the blind man had snapped. She didn't know I saw hotel receipts. I had no idea I tracked every Wednesday night. Every man's line is uncrossable. Those who felt their snap should follow this story because everything explodes. At 3:45 a.m. M's phone flashed up inches from my face. I wasn't really asleep. Just lying in that heavy silence you get when two people share a bed. But in a different universe. Screen brightens. Fresh message. Still recalling last night. Last night, not the meeting or presentation. My throat dried, yet my thinking was sharp. I avoided the phone. I didn't investigate at night. Just staring at that line etched it in my mind. Some describe me reserved, stubborn, and work-focused. I'm not stupid. I wasn't born yesterday. Emily breathed slowly and steadily beside me like nothing was wrong. First time in 15 years. I didn't suppress the feeling. I let it settle cold and heavy in my chest. Would discover if this was nothing. If there was something, I'd find out. I closed my eyes and promised. I won't look away next time. Next night, in our frigid Boise kitchen, that promise would be tested. Nighttime Boise is honest. Cold air and your thoughts. No noise to hide behind. The next night, the house was quiet. Bedtime for the kids. A TV was off. The kitchen sink glow was the only light, soaking the ancient wooden table in a dull yellow hue. Later than Emily said, her car pulled into the driveway. 3 late meetings that week. She entered smelling more than perspiration and worry. A pungent, male aroma clung to her like a stranger's fingerprint. Instead of kissing my cheek or asking about my day, she kicked off her heels, dropped her luggage, stated she was wiped, and went to the shower. The water was harsh, like she was attempting to scrub an evening off her skin. I stood alone in that kitchen, feeling my gut knot solidify. Men have limits. Busy is one thing. Being lied to at home is another. I drank unnecessary coffee, sat at the table where we'd established a life, and glanced down the corridor toward my office. Stopped guessing if something was incorrect. I got up, went to my desk, opened my laptop, and I saw something different on our shared schedule than what she was selling. Can't shake it. Text, fragrance, and her glance away. I grabbed my keys and headed to work instead of retiring to bed. Harris Technologies is distinct after hours. Small lobby, dark hallway, my name on a frosted glass door, and the monitor's pale blue glow in the dark. Sitting at my workstation, I woke the screen and opened our shared calendar. Together, we established this enterprise. That calendar included sales calls, client demos, and kids' school events. Our roadmap was expected. I looked up her networking event. Nothing. No mixer, investor dinner, or time in line with her door-to-door pitch. Scrolled back a few weeks, then more. Then I saw it. Personal time, 5:30 p.m. Wednesday, to 10:45 p.m. Clean, hidden, week after week. I wrote each date and hour on a legal pad. My hand held steady. My chest wasn't. There was more to this unpleasant feeling. This was typical. Patterns leave traces. You can't unsee a pattern. From 5:30 until 10:45 on Wednesdays. Personal time. I didn't need drama then. I needed figures. Numbers are truthful. I accessed our business credit card site for travel, software, client dinners, mine, hers, same account, different cards. I filtered by her card, then Wednesdays. Screen filled quickly. This happened repeatedly. Silverstone Hotel, downtown Boise restaurant costs in same building. 2 meals, desserts, and a bottle of red cost more than our monthly groceries. Everyone labeled client entertainment. Sitting back in my chair, I stared at the computer for a moment, feeling cold, clean rage. My marriage was no longer the focus. She ran her affair via our firm, employees' paychecks, and kids' future. You don't risk our future. My house. My name. Or this. I took images of every line item, date, and money with my phone. I wondered what more was in the statistics if this came up in 5 minutes. My anger subsided after skimming those charges. People who know you are scared by your quiet, focused calm. After staring at the screen for a while, I grabbed up my phone and hit James's name, my older brother, my lawyer, the guy who's seen marriage's worst. His response came on the second ring. Late, David. Everything okay? No, I need divorce and business advice. Same person, issue. Turned silent. That heavy legal silence that almost sounds like gears churning. Told him everything. Text at 3:45 a.m. Silverstone Hotel hosts client entertainment Wednesday nights. You need clean evidence, he concluded. No hacking, shady stuff. Financial records. Shared accounts. Anything you can legally access. Maintain cleanliness. Especially with the company. I found our partnership agreement from years ago, when we believed in forever. James helped write it. Page 12, he wrote, Infidelity clause. If a partner uses company resources to fund an affair, we trigger a discounted buyout. I skimmed it. Activated infidelity clause. Not simply a husband anymore. I prepared for war as a company owner. War would be my kids' meal the next morning at our kitchen table. Morning came as usual. School alarms, cereal cartons, coffee smell, everything inside me had changed. Sophia noticed first. 16. Sharp. Too observant for herself. She continued looking between me and Emily like she was watching a show without subtitles to predict the plot. Emily went slower than usual. Black lines under her eyes, false grin, tapping her phone, screens down. She worried it would explode if she gazed at it too long. Lucas rushed through the kitchen, grabbed toast, filled a protein shaker, and avoided eye contact with us. He's 13 and learning to live in emotional conflict. Legs swinging, Isabel sat in her usual chair. Mommy, why do you look sad? She said directly. Emily faked laughter. I've got a big lunch meeting today, honey. Long day. I might be home late. I saw her lie to our daughter exactly like she said vows. Something hardened me. My kids always come first. Rinsed my mug, dried my hands, and maintained my voice. Emily, I said, ignoring the youngsters. We must talk after school today. She nodded without looking at me after a half-second pause. Sophia noticed the brief pause. Lucas heard my tone alter. Everyone felt it. The backpacks left the door, and the home went quiet, making this Tuesday different. Finally, stillness in the house. No lunchboxes, cartoons, or slamming doors. Emily. Myself. And everything she'd been hiding. She sat with arms folded and phone face down at the kitchen table. That's more than cheating, Emily. Theft. My voice remained steady, but my line was evident. I refused disrespect, pushing the folder closer. Call Jack, I said. Declare him free next week because I'm divorcing. She had no response for the first time. This was when she understood the clueless man had taken over. The shock was brief. This never happens to someone who's used to negotiating. The tears began. David, please. A mistake. I was alone. You've been absent. Always working. Always at work. I couldn't reach you anymore. I let her talk. Let her say every justification she'd been planning. As she spoke, it became evident. 15 years. Emily. I said. You had 1,000 chances to use your words. You chose lies. Negotiations followed. This is fixable. Going to therapy. We won't tell kids. Say we're having a tough time. Don't waste our lives on bad choices. Shaking my head. Not wasting anything. You did that by making our vows optional. Her eyes tightened. The victim mask fell. The real Emily arrived. She snapped if pressed. My target is the firm. Half of everything. I built Harris Technologies. You won't escape. Crossed line. Read your signed cooperation agreement. I mentioned infidelity, corporate resources, and buyout at lower valuation. James documents everything. Get only what you're owed. She stared at me, gasping, speechless for a long time. My wife ceased being my partner and became the mother I had to explain everything to for our kids. Sophia was my first because she knew more than she said. They see everything at 16. She was invited inside my office to latch the door. Sitting on the chair edge, her hands curled in her hoodie, she looked at me. Dad. What's up? I didn't decorate. Your mother and I are divorcing. First. She didn't cry. But her jaw tightened and fingers sank into her palms. I sensed something was wrong. She whispered. All the late hours. Odd energy. I had no idea how horrible it was. Sorry I didn't see it sooner, I told her. I'm sorry you felt it first, but I need you to hear this. None of this is your fault. Nodding, she blinked swiftly. Kids shouldn't pay for adults' errors. So I added, you, Lucas, and Isabel, deserve better than lies in your own home. She wiped her tear with her hand. What happens now? We figure it out, I add. I'm filing. I'm not leaving, but Lucas and Isabel look up to you. I'll need your aid. She took a deep breath and met my eyes. Saying, we'll be okay, Dad. She changed from my daughter to my right hand in that moment. We sat in the living room that evening, TV off, phones away, just the three of us on the couch. The kind of setup kids instantly know means serious talk. Lucas leaned back, arms crossed, pretending he didn't care. Isabel tucked herself under my arm, clutching her stuffed rabbit like a life preserver. I breathed. You guys know I love you, right? More than anything. Isabel nodded immediately. Lucas shrugged. Teenager for yes. Your mom and I. I paused, felt the words land in my chest, and said, we're divorcing. Isabel snapped up. Did I do something bad? Was I inadequate? It split my heart, and I pulled her closer. This is between mom and me. Your actions were fine. I've never had anything better than you. Lucas looked hard, like boys do when they're breaking within, but he didn't show it. Now what? Who leaves? He inquired. There'll be a schedule, I continued. Your mom will visit. My presence remains. This house, wherever we are, should be safe. My job, I'm not running. Here I am. Isabel clutched my neck like I was going to evaporate. In my shoulder, she said, Dad, I trust you. I knew what I was fighting for then. Not the marriage, kids, or home they deserved. No huge dramatic scene happened. No screaming match, no shattered crockery, just 4 luggage by the door and a house that felt too huge. That afternoon, Emily moved swiftly. Remove clothes from racks, empty drawers, clean bathroom cabinet. She didn't ask the youngsters to help. Not asking if I did either. She moved like she was attempting to escape her mess. After finishing, she placed her house key on the kitchen table silently. No goodbye for Sophia, Lucas, or Isabel via note. A woman who couldn't look me in the eye and metal against wood. The door closed behind her. Soft but final. The house seemed to lose air for a moment. 15 years of quiet and empty rooms. I went to the garage and rearranged unnecessary tools because my hands were shaking. Wrench. Drill. Any place to redirect nerves. It hurt. Yes, it did. However, deep within the hurt was something unexpected. I reclaimed my life. Monday brought the next test of that decision. Wearing my wife's fragrance and suit, coffee, status meetings, and a full inbox are typical Harris Technologies Monday mornings. It had something extra that day. Michelle buzzed my office. A person is looking for David. Calls it crucial. His name is Jack Turner. It got chilly and still in my stomach. I ordered him in. He entered like a boss. Perfect haircut, nice suit. Overconfident tech bro smile from too many easy wins and not enough penalties. He introduced David Mercer, reaching out. I'm Summit Innovations Technical Manager, Jack Turner. I've considered your proposal. I didn't move as I studied his hand and face. His smile flared briefly. He continued, seated without being asked. I thought we should chat. Man to man. A dude, I whispered. Avoid sleeping with other men's wives. He lost some color in his face. He sought to merge business and personal. Just about the deal. No. I answered. You entered my home. You entered my firm. You personalized twice. Real men defend their families. Standing, I opened the office door. You want to evaluate the proposal? Do it from your office. I add. Right now. Get out of mine. He pondered a creative way to save face. He found none this time. He left. And I knew I'd hear his name again. I locked the door when Michelle closed it behind him. We wouldn't have this chat in the corridor where my employees may hear. Jack squirmed in his chair, losing his smugness. I said, clarify. You represent Summit Innovations. You're judging our job, therefore don't judge it by your drama with my wife. He faked laughing. Come on, David. You and I are adults. Trying to be professional. Man to man. Leaning forward. A man doesn't sleep with another's wife and go to work calmly. That silenced him. You had plenty opportunity to tidy. I continued. Recusal from the contract was possible. Limits may have been set. You incorporated my personal life into a transaction that benefits my team and kids. I watched him till he looked away. This will happen. I add. You're going to review that proposal fairly, or you're going to tank your own reputation. This industry talks. People remember who mixes business with bedroom decisions. His jaw shut. He didn't speak once I unlocked the door. But I knew that encounter would have repercussions. 2 days later, I was in my office staring at a spreadsheet, half focused on figures and half on custody schedules, when my phone lit up with an unfamiliar number. Speech by David Mercer. Mercer, this is Patricia Alvarez, Summit Innovations CEO. Have a minute? My spine instinctively straightened. Yes, of course. I know you and our technical manager Mr. Jack Turner, who's handling your proposal, have some personal overlap. I used words carefully. A crisis arose. I've tried to keep my side professional, She didn't dodge it. We prohibit conflicts of interest. Jack is on suspension for an internal review. Takes effect immediately. Off your account. Without realizing it, I exhaled. She added that a merit-based team will review your submission. I wanted to say that directly. We don't care about your personal life until it affects ours. I meant it when I said thanks. I stared at the emblem on the wall in the quiet office after we hung up. NEI. NEI. We're allotted Tuming, HE. NDA. First time in weeks, something worked. It wasn't victory, but it was a bright spot in a gloomy tunnel. Kids hold it together longer than expected. Everything hits at once. That night, the home was too quiet. The heater's gentle hum and doors closing softly were Sophia's room's only sounds. Walking by Isabel's room, I heard it. Kids' broken breaths when trying not to cry. On her bed, she hugged her pet bear so tightly that its ears bent. "Hey Peanut," I whispered. "Scoot over." Her hands and eyes were swollen. "Is Mom returning?" "She'll see you," I said. "But she's not living here anymore. Did I do something wrong?" Cut deep. Pulled her to my chest. "No, you did nothing wrong. This is between me and Mom. Grown-up choices. Grown-up consequences." Lucas stood in the doorway, trying to be unaware, jaw tense, arms crossed, eyes gleaming more than he wished. "Come here," I said. He paused. Then sat across. My arm wrapped around them. "I'm here," I said. "I'll carry the weight, not you. We're a team. Nobody in this house goes through this alone." The three of us held on like the world was shaking. It was, in many ways. Sophia expressed her anguish in words, while Isabel cried. The next day, she entered my office with her phone, and that looked determined, afraid, and decided. "Dad," she said. "I posted something. You need to see it. Instagram. Simple photo of our front porch with big description." She tagged Emily, Jack, and Summit Innovations. It began with, "Since my mom decided to live her life publicly, I'm going to tell the truth." She wrote about the affair, the hotel, Emily leaving without saying goodbye, and how I remained calm, courteous, and honest even when I could have exploded. The weight of what this meant for her squeezed my chest, not shame. "Sophia. Once something is out there, it doesn't come back," I whispered. Nodding, she said, "People will pick sides. Your relationship with your mom might never look the same. Dad, she lied to us and everyone. This home deserves truth. You didn't abandon her. What she did to herself. I'm done pretending." I hugged her, saying, "I admire your bravery. Be careful. The internet doesn't forget." By dinner time, Emily's name lighted up Sophia's phone, and the fallout came quickly. Sophia's phone lighted up with Emily's name when we were in the living room, partially watching a TV we didn't care about. She looked at me and responded, yelling almost immediately. "Do you realize what you did? You made me appear monsterish. Sophia. Take it down now." Sophia responded. I told the truth, holding the phone a few inches from her ear, teeth tense. "You cheated. You left. Mom, you announced your start first." Emily continued firing guilt, fury, manipulation. "Your father made you do this. He's turning you against me. You'll regret this later." I clenched my fists but kept quiet. Sophia's moment. She continued. "When you're ready to actually apologize to Dad, steadily, and stop lying about what happened, call me back. Until then, don't." She hung up. Just like that. Cut cable. My heart broke for her, and grew proud. Losing is sometimes winning. My kid stopped seeking her mother's approval, and started choosing her own item. Emily didn't hit next. From James. He called me at my desk the next morning. Half in emails, half elsewhere. "Got a minute?" His tone indicated I wouldn't appreciate what followed. "Go ahead. I've been combing through the joint accounts like we discussed." He adds, "That savings bucket you'd labeled for the Fort Collins move? The down payment fund?" "Yeah," responded I. A knot formed in my stomach. "What about it?" "It is not there anymore, David. $65,000 transferred out 2 weeks before you confronted her." I heard blood in my ears. "That account was for the house," I concluded. "For the kids? For starting over somewhere better?" "I know," he said. "But she moved it into a personal account in just her name. Before filing for divorce. Not a coincidence. It's planning." I held my desk edge till my knuckles became white. "You don't burn the house down and then act surprised it's on fire. Can we get it back?" I asked. "We can fight for it," he said. It's strong evidence, especially paired with the affair and the company charges. But it'll be a battle. Saying then we battle. Every dollar. She can't steal from our kids and start over. The marriage was over. Now the struggle over what was left began. After hanging up with James, I stared at the wall, feeling like $65,000 had been ripped from my ribs. I took my keys. One person needs to know Emily's true actions. Rachel lived across town in a modest beige house with too many porch wind chimes. People expect a fight when she opens the door with that apprehensive face. I'm not here to argue, I said. Just hear this from me. Not her. We stood in the doorway like two individuals on opposing sides of a line neither drew. I said Emily didn't cheat by accident. She transferred $65,000 from our Fort Collins fund to her own account. 2 weeks before I addressed her, she planned her departure. She planned to escape. Rachel paled. She told me you were freezing her out, and she needed to protect herself. Check the dates, I said. Look at the transfers. I didn't touch anything until I found the invoices. She leaned against the doorframe, eyes blurry, realizing, I'm protecting my kids and the company, I said. You don't have to choose. Just telling. In court, all of this comes out. I left the porch. Out there, I pointed to the roadway. Everyone can spin a story. In there, I pointed to the courthouse. It's just facts. I left her at the doorway with her sister's undetected bits. She might hide after all that. She didn't. Sophia stormed into the kitchen 2 days later, phone in hand, fingers quivering with righteous wrath. Emily's Instagram said, Dad, look. A well-lit Silverstone snapshot. Per receipts, same hotel. Her and Jack clinking wine glasses, beaming like they hadn't just killed a family. Captions hit harder than photos. New start. Sometimes you must let go of the past to move forward. She noted the spot. Tagged Jack. Left our filth off screen like she'd tidied up clutter. It was seen by neighbors. Our old buddies. Employees. Comments started flooding in. Little heart icons. Congratulations, girl. You deserve it. Sophia's voice vibrated. She calls nuking our life letting go of the past. We are past. After reading her phone twice, I put it on the counter. We're not going to play her game, I add. Let her perform for the internet. We'll stick to reality. So, we just say nothing? Sophia asked, flaming eyes. Not nothing, I said. Under oath, we speak the truth to the proper people, not outsiders who simply see filters and subtitles. It went against my nature to defend myself openly. Some disputes are fought in court, not comments. Emily had no concept how different those arenas are. A week after Patricia's first call, I was in the office early, staring at a slide deck and wondering how many ways a life may split. Mr. Mercer, Alvarez. My posture improved. Good morning. I wanted to update you personally, stated. Our internal review on Mr. Turner is complete. I waited. Jack was fired today, she said. Conflict of interest. Failure to disclose. Unprofessional conduct regarding a key vendor. His actions endangered our company. Not anything I ignore. I accepted that as clarity, not revenge. Actions have repercussions. She responded. Your proposal has advanced to the final round. It's a strong package. My team will be evaluating it strictly on merit. I said. Thank you, and meant it. After we hung up, I stared at my office's glass door in silence. Harris Technologies. My name on that door. My staff in the cubicles beyond. My kids at home depending on me to survive. Emily and Jack selected drama. I showed up, worked, and kept my hands clean. First time in a while, maybe the world noticed. Legal parts were falling into place, but emotional ones were still disorganized within the house. Lucas knocked on my office door after supper instead of barging in. Knocked. I knew this was serious from that. Got a minute? Always, I said. What's up? Changing feet. He stared at the carpet. He said, I want to talk to Mom, finally. Like, really talk. Tell her she needs to give the money back. My chair reclined. The $65,000? He nodded. That was for our new house, for Fort Collins, for our future. She doesn't just get to take it and pretend it's hers. I watched him becoming a man without permission too early on. I gently told him. That's not your responsibility. That's mine. Court, lawyers, judges. That's on me. We're a team, aren't we? Shot back. You always say that. I did, I said. And we are. But a father's job is to show up for the heavy stuff. Your job is to be 13, play ball, pass your classes, and be a good brother. I'll carry the weight that has my name on it. He stared at me, eyes steely and suffering. You promise you won't let her get away with it? I promise I'll fight for what's fair, I add. For you? For your sisters? He nodded tightly, then stepped up and gave me an awkward teenage hug. I fought for more than money then. I fought for my son's future manhood. Imaginary divorce is one thing. In court is another. James brought over a briefcase that seemed as heavy as Isabel one Saturday. He opened it on my dining table and stacked folders, receipts, GPS logs, credit card statements, Emily's New Beginnings post printouts, and more brick-thick layers. He continued. This, tapping the top file, is your story, but in paper. We read everything page by page. Hotel fees, Wednesday night timestamps, and partnership agreement screenshots with the infidelity provision highlighted. Though familiar, this time it wasn't only suffering. Proof existed. I rehearsed answering questions in the bathroom mirror after the kids went to bed. Short, straightforward, peaceful. Truth without cheap shots or criticism. My life was ruined. This wasn't drama. Rebuilding what was left. I reconstruct softly. Strong man. James pushed the final form across the table for testing, and I read, signed, and took the pen. After that, no turning back. The next destination was a Boise courthouse with indifferent lights. Not glamorous. Boise family court. Beige walls, old carpet, fluorescent lights humming. Life is halved under the dullest brightness. Judge Helen McCarthy sat high above us, glasses low on her nose, searching our file like she'd seen every version of this story. Emily sat at the other table with her attorney, a slick navy-suited woman whose job was to make me look bad. I barely glanced at Emily. She was smaller than I remembered, but the options were the same. Her lawyer began. Your Honor, my client has been emotionally abandoned, remarked. Mr. Mercer grew distant, controlling. He used his financial power to isolate her, and now seeks to punish her by cutting her out of the business she helped build. I stared at the judge, hands folded. Let James work. On his turn, he stood and opened a tabbed binder. Your Honor, the facts are simple. Mrs. Mercer engaged in an extramarital affair, repeatedly used company funds to finance it, and transferred $65,000 from a joint savings account into a personal one shortly before separation. He showed the judge receipts, GPS data, calendar blocks, and bank transfers. No feelings, just proof. A marriage is built on trust. It didn't shatter. It was deliberately drained. Judge McCarthy closed the file after hours. My ruling, she said. The infidelity clause in the partnership agreement is clear and enforceable. Mrs. Mercer will be bought out under those terms. Additionally, 75% of the $65,000 removed from the joint account is to be returned pending final division of assets. Emily's attorney objected. But the judge intervened. Your client doesn't get to raid marital funds on her way out and call it equity. No gavel slammed. She went on to something else. I heard anything substantial for the first time in a long time. The consequences are finally here. Court emptied awkwardly as heels and paperwork shuffled. James went to file something with the clerk, and I entered the corridor, craving air without old carpet and cheap perfume. David. I turned. Emily was red-eyed and mascara smeared, gripping her pocketbook like a lifeline. Don't do this, she wailed. Please, you don't have to push so hard. Jack already lost his job. We're struggling. Can't you ease up a little? I stared at her. Not the woman I married. The woman who emptied accounts, lied to our kids, and then toasted New Beginnings at the hotel she cheated in. I said. You're asking me? Slowly. To fund the life you built with the guy you blew up our marriage for. She gulped. I'm asking you to have some compassion. I do, I said. But not for you and Jack. My compassion is for our kids, for the future you gambled with. That's who I'm protecting. That's where my mercy stops. She opened and closed her mouth. Script gone. Losing is sometimes winning. I nodded to myself, not her, and left. The house felt different that night. Not louder or sadder, just honest for the first time in a while. I was alone in the kitchen, where it all began. Emily's chair was empty. No fragrant air, heels by the door, or hidden falsehoods. For the first time, stillness wasn't scary. It felt like the truth could breathe. After washing my cup and turning off the final light, I checked the kids' rooms down the hallway. Fixed blankets, doors cracked, deep breathing behind each. I realized then, I stopped being mad. I didn't practice speeches or recite receipts. The storm ended. Peace can also be harmful. It provides previously disregarded information. I went to bed, closed my eyes, and as I fell asleep, my phone lit up with a name I hadn't seen in weeks. Emily. Suddenly, the silence felt unsettling. There was no major statement or breakthrough that healed. It arrived in crayon on Tuesday afternoon. After work, I dropped my keys in the bowl and found it on the kitchen table. A folded pink construction paper with Isabel's wobbly letters writing my name on the front. "Open it, Dad," she urged, hopping. Inside, she wrote, "Dad is my hero." She drew a stick figure with broad shoulders holding 3 smaller ones. Us. A bent heart in the corner was colored so hard the paper almost tore. A knot formed in my throat. I had to look away to avoid crying in front of her. "Do you like it?" she inquired, blushing. "Sweetheart," I murmured. "This might be the best thing anyone's ever given me. Everyone deserves a safe home, especially the kids staring up at you like you're the only solid thing left." I went to the fridge and placed the card in the center with a magnet like a prize. Stepping back, I observed "Dad is my hero," and grinned. Not my months-long courteous grin. Genuine, warm. First time in a while I felt like we weren't just surviving. A few weeks later, Sophia and I drove north to Fort Collins alone. Isabel's playdate, Lucas' practice. Michelle covered the home. For once it was just father and daughter and a highway between our past and future. We entered Colorado State, and felt open. Big skies. Clean air. Youngsters with bags and coffee walking to class. Talking about anything but lawyers and custody. We explored the quad, student union, library, and campus. Sophia took it all in gently, as she does when serious. We stood near a row of trees watching students throw a frisbee like it was nothing. She put her hand in mine like she was 8 again. "It feels right," she said. Just 2 words. But they landed heavy. I surveyed. Distant mountains. Big enough for opportunities. Tiny enough to breathe. A place for my kids to write stories other than about their mother. Walking away saved me. "Sophia," I asked, "how would you feel if we didn't just send you here, but moved here, all of us? New house, new start." She turned, eyes wide, hope breaking through the fatigue. "For real?" "For real." I decided on campus. No more living in the rubble. Time to develop somewhere fresh. A few days after my Fort Collins trip, I was at my desk, half in invoices, and half in mortgage calculators, when Summit Innovations sent me an email. Subject: Harris Technologies proposal decision. I stared at it. I clicked. Summit Innovations is proud to announce Harris Technologies as our cloud and infrastructure partner after final assessment, Mr. Mercer. I didn't finish straight immediately. So I leaned back, closed my eyes, and let it hit. We succeeded. I left my office, held out my phone, and exclaimed, "We got it." The room went nuts. Clapping, cheering, and hugging began with my team. Michelle wiped tears. "About time someone noticed." She laughed. Mark, my senior dev, came into the office later that day, and I slipped a packet toward him. "I want you to step up as lead on this account," I add. "We're building the next chapter, and I need you in that seat." Dawn illuminated the meeting table through the open window. I constructed this from nothing. From nothing. Not alone. When the contract arrived for signature, I didn't hesitate. I signed, returned it, and saw years of work finally open a way out of our situation. Moving truck was a basic white box you've seen 1,000 times on the highway. However, when it stopped in front of our house, it seemed like a conclusion, and a start. Cardboard cartons everywhere. Black marker on Sophia's room. One purple crayon box containing kitchen books. Isabel's room. Gets. Ime da. Engine. Important stuff. Muscles strained as Lucas carried weights and sports gear down the driveway. His uncommon genuine smile. "Going to need a bigger garage." Lamented. It was the happiest complaint I'd heard recently. Sophia took pictures in each empty room. One last look, then a porch selfie with new chapter. Simple goodbye closure. Inside, the house echoed. Only outlines of our life remain. I paused in the living room, recalling. First steps, Christmas mornings, slammed doors, whispered disputes. It piled up like paint. After leaving, I locked the door for the last time. No looking back. I handed the keys to the new owner at the curb. Metal exiting my palm felt like my chest unhooked. I reclaimed life. Continue to Fort Collins. A new house, a new vista, and finally a future without faking. First morning in Fort Collins, I woke up to unfamiliar light. Soft sun streaming through wide glass doors that stared straight out to a line of blue, steady mountains on the horizon replaced the Boise street lamp glow and the ancient maple in our yard. The place smelled like new paint and cardboard. White cabinets, clean counters, and a new wooden table without our history brightened the kitchen. Sophia Wall hung a framed portrait from a chair. No one else was there save Sophia, Lucas, and Isabel. And typical Saturday. No, Emily. For once, the gap wasn't painful. It felt real. Lucas walked in stretching. What time is wrestling practice? He was planning his new normal. Isabel was already running laps around the living room, socks sliding, laughing at space alone. Then it hit me. The noises, voices, and laughter. No hidden strain. No waiting for a door to slam or a fight. Our house felt peaceful for the first time in a while. It felt like starting. We didn't open the new house with a family recipe masterpiece. We had greasy pizza, unsealed boxes, and canned Coke. The table was little shaky. Not all curtains were up. Half-packed boxes lined the hallway. It felt more real because of all that. I open a 1.5 liters, fill 4 plastic glasses, and sit across from my kids in our new kitchen. A few minutes of quiet eating followed. Everyone tired well. You feel it in your legs from hauling boxes, not secrets. I grabbed my cup. To a safe home, I said. Sophia raised it. To honesty. Lucas grins. To the team, he said. Grinning, Isabel lifted her cup with both hands. To Dad, we clinked plastic, sounding cheap and perfect. I looked around the table at the girl who discovered her voice online, and the boy who volunteered. The child who felt I could cure anything. Not everything was clear. Court dates, co-parenting schedules, and scars remained. However, with pizza boxes as centerpieces and Coke as champagne, I noticed something. We no longer identified ourselves by loss. We started living with what we had. Old stories can ring your phone in a new residence. James texted me when I was organizing bills at the kitchen counter. For your information, Jack declared bankruptcy. Emily has been ringing family for money. Long moment of screen staring. Clarity, not joy or pity. That message used to tear me up, make me feel terrible, and tempted to tidy up things I didn't do. Now all I felt was hard-earned distance. Another notification came from an unknown number I recognized. A text wall. Emily. Words about hard times. Kids. Help us once. I read every line. No words were typed while my thumb hovered above the keyboard. You can't play me. Not anymore. I pushed send, set the phone face down on the counter, and resumed my life. My kids giggling in the next room. Homework on the table. Dinner in the oven. Avoiding someone else's chaos isn't harsh. Respect can be self-respect. The gym showed the future, while my phone showed the past. Lucas's first large Fort Collins wrestling event was noisy. Whistles in the stands, parents shouting advice their kids couldn't hear. Lively chaos, not harmful. He paced near the mat, headphones on, jaw clenched. He nodded gently when he saw me in the stands. It was our thing. I see you. I'm here. As his match began, the globe shrank. Only he and the other boy clutching, flailing, battling for position. Watching someone get thrown off balance and decide to stand up reveals a lot about them. Lucas trailed midway in the second period. Old Lucas may have failed. Not this version. He dug in and took down 2. The ref slapped the mat pin. The gym exploded. I wasn't aware I'd stood up until I was shouting with everyone. He emerged from the mat flushed and sweaty. A metal ribbon around his neck. I hugged him, perhaps embarrassing him in front of half the team. I said, "I'm proud of you," into his shoulder. For fighting back, not simply winning. Sophia recorded his hand raising on her phone in slow motion. I'm their father. I show up in that noisy gym with my son's medal shining under cheap lights. I could feel it. Little pieces of our family stitching themselves back together. Isabel showed me what starting over really looked like the week after Lucas's tournament. Isabel was on the rug holding another little girl's hand, laughing at something only kids understand. Her teacher, Miss Harper, came over with a smile. These usually feel like small talk and bad coffee. But this one mattered. I simply wanted to tell you, she added. Isabel is amazing. Opens up. Participates. She seems secure here. Secure hurt, harder than she realized. I thanked her deeply, like a father trying not to choke up in front of a stranger. Isabel strapped up and stated, "Dad, I don't get scared at night anymore." On the way home. "No?" I asked. "Why?" "Because this house is happy," remarked. "It doesn't feel sharp." As my daughter said, love isn't supposed to feel like walking on glass. The actual storm was inside our walls, not outside. After homework, dishes, and the usual chaos, the house finally settled. Sophia was on a call with a friend, Lucas was scrolling in his room, and Isabel was out cold with that same stuffed bear. I stepped out onto the back porch with a mug of tea, and no agenda. Fort Collins' cool air wakes you up without slapping you. As I sat down past the fence, the mountains looked like they'd been waiting all along, solid and indifferent to my little disaster. I thought about the man I'd been a year earlier, staring at a glowing phone at 3:45 a.m., pretending his gut wasn't screaming, the husband explaining away late nights, the dad trying to keep a sinking ship looking normal for the kids. A little harder, a lot clearer, and less ready to barter my serenity for someone else's comfort. Pain taught me what peace is. I took a slow breath and realized I wasn't bitter. For the first time, the past felt like a chapter I could shut without ripping the pages out. A few nights after that calm porch moment, my phone lit up with a name I hadn't seen in weeks. Emily. I took it up after staring at it for 1.5 rings. "Yeah?" That voice was gentler than I remembered. "David. I want to see Isabel this weekend. Just us two." Eliminate her. Try keeping her longer. This version of me didn't scramble, over-explain, over-accommodate, or try to keep the peace at my own price. "We have a timetable," I added. "Please see her on weekends and stick to it." "We don't freelance the rules, you do." She sighed. "Do we need to be that rigid?" "I'm trying." "So am I," I said. "Boundaries for kids. For me. We arranged custody. We comply. That prevents a fresh escalation. No ranting, guilt-tripping, or past-dragging. A clean line." "I'm not your enemy, David," she added. "I'm not your safety net either," I said. "I'm not begging. I want to go on and be a decent dad. Want to date them? Show up properly." The following Monday, the Colorado sky was that sharp blue that makes everything look cleaner than it is. I dropped Isabel at school, fist-bumped Lucas before practice, and Sophia texted me a quick "love you, Dad" between her classes. Harris Technologies was printed on the glass of my new office in a small building on a side street in Fort Collins with a view of the foothills. Same name, new city, new clients, new story. Inside, I saw my team moving around, laptops open, coffee cups in hand, and a whiteboard full of notes for the Summit Innovations rollout, and 2 other contracts we'd picked up. Michelle saw me through the door and waved. "They're all waiting on you, boss." I paused, hand flat against the cool glass, taking it all in. My name is on that door. Not as the husband who didn't know. Not as the guy who got cheated on. As the man who built, protected, and brought it here anyway. Breathing, I straightened my shoulders and opened the door. "Good morning. Let's work." I'd have laughed in your face a year ago if you'd told me I'd be saying this. All I could see was what I'd lost. I no longer feel rage, or replay arguments when I think about Emily. She's a chapter, not the whole book. Instead, I think about sitting at our Fort Collins table, and watching Isabel do homework without flinching at every raised voice. Lucas dropping his exercise bag at the door and shouting, "Dinner?" Sophia calling me to talk about classes. Not crisis. Our house is safe. Not perfect, not dramatic forever. Just safe, warm, honest. The company we built from nothing survived the blast and came out leaner, cleaner, stronger. So did I. Be honest. Respect yourself. Own what you do. Betrayal didn't break me. It rebuilt me. Sometimes losing someone isn't the end of your story. Sometimes it's the moment you finally get yourself back. If you've lost trust but rebuilt yourself like David, comment, "I rebuild." If you're still struggling through your hardest journey, say "still fighting." I read every reply.